Jade Maiden Sect, Panlong Peak. Lin Luochen was lying on a rocking chair, drinking by himself, looking at his reflection in the cup, feeling a lot of emotions. If you only look at this young and handsome appearance, who can tell that he is about to die? He sighed, and in his life he interpreted what it means to not despise the poor young, the poor middle-aged, and the poor old. Now, there's only one more thing left to do, but it will be soon, because today is his deadline. Lin Luochen was abandoned in the wilderness since he was a child, and was picked up by an old hunter without children and grew up with him. After the death of his adoptive father Lin Chongsheng, Lin Luochen was helpless and wanted to leave the mountains to marry and have children and live an ordinary life. Who would have thought that the sky would not fulfill his wish? That day when he was fishing on the shore, a fairy suddenly fell from the sky. He saved the seriously injured Jade Maiden Sect, Saint Lung Yueshuang, and followed her all the way to escape, through life and death. The two of them ended up being husband and wife by accident, and they thought it was a wonderful fate that could start an extraordinary life. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be the beginning of his nightmare in this life. He was captured by Gu Qinghan, the leader of the Jade Maiden Sect, and imprisoned on Panlong Peak. Because the Jade Maiden Sect practiced the Supreme Forgetting Love art, one must cut off all love in order to have hope for the great Tao. His fleeting love affair with Lung Yueshuang shook her heart of Taoism and became her inner demon. Gu Qinghan hoped that Lung Yueshuang could kill her inner demon, seal her heart and lock her love, stabilize her heart of Taoism, and break through to a higher realm. But Lung Yueshuang couldn't do it at all, and kept begging Gu Qinghan to let Lin Luochen go. But the more she did this, the angrier Gu Qinghan became, and he imprisoned Lin Luochen in the Jade Maiden Sect, waiting for Lung Yueshuang to take action. The Jade Maiden Sect gave Lin Luochen everything he wanted and taught him poetry, songs, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, but didn't teach him to practice. Lin Luochen knew that Gu Qinghan wanted Lung Yueshuang to watch him grow old day by day, so as to let go of his obsession. But unfortunately, Lung Yueshuang gave him a beauty pill when she repaid him. Although Lin Luochen will not grow old, he will still die. During the past 100 years, Lin Luochen tried every possible way, but he still failed to escape from the Jade Maiden Sect. Lung Yueshuang tried her best to help, but failed to save him and was punished several times for this. Lin Luochen only had the Qi training method taught by Lung Yueshuang. After reaching the great perfection of Qi training, he did not know how to break through. He tried to create his own skills, but he did not understand the method of cultivation at all. After several random attempts, Lin Luochen almost killed himself and aged faster. Now, 100 years have passed, and his lifespan is about to end after reaching the great perfection of Qi training. During the past 100 years, every time Lung Yueshuang came to see him, she would watch him from afar accompanied by Gu Qinghan. At first, she was still tearful and cried and said sorry. Later, as time went by, Lung Yueshuang seemed to be numb gradually, and she looked at him without saying a word every time. Lin Luochen watched her eyes change from guilt to calmness, and finally to no waves. He knew that Lung Yueshuang's Taishang Wang Qingju was getting more and more profound. At this moment, thinking back to his ridiculous life, Lin Luochen couldn't help but drink the wine in the glass. Fairy fate? Evil fate? Suddenly, he saw two streams of light flying towards him from the corner of his eye, but they were two women who looked like fairies. Lin Luochen put down the wine glass, and a hint of hatred flashed in his eyes. Gu Qinghan, Lung Yueshuang. The two floated not far in front of him. One of the women looked at him with a complicated look and slowly walked towards him. The woman had a stunning face, a graceful figure, a cold temperament, and was dressed in a blue and white long dress, like a fairy in the sky, making people forget the world when they saw her. Lin Luochen looked at Lung Yueshuang with a complicated expression, poured himself a glass of wine, and smiled self-deprecatingly. Are you finally going to do it? If you don't do it, I'll die of old age. Lung Yueshuang stopped in front of him. A trace of sadness and helplessness flashed in her eyes, and finally opened her red lips. Do you have any unfulfilled wishes? As long as I can do it, I will satisfy you. Lin Luochen glanced at Gu Qinghan, the leader of the Jade Maiden Sect in the distance, and a deep hatred flashed in his eyes. He drank the wine in the glass, stood up and looked up and down at Lung Yueshuang in front of him. 100 years later, she is the same as when they first met, and her temperament is even more extraordinary, making people reluctant to blaspheme. Is this probably the fairy that Gu Qinghan wants her to be? Not eating worldly fireworks? Lin Luochen's mouth corners drew a wicked smile, raised his hand to lift Lung Yueshuang's chin, and his tone was slightly mocking. Lung Yueshuang, I want to have some fun before I die. Will you satisfy me too? A trace of surprise flashed across Lung Yueshuang's eyes, as if she didn't expect him to make such a request. Although the two of them had been husband and wife, it was just a coincidence, and they had never been close since then. At this moment, facing Lin Luochen's request, she didn't know what to do for a moment. And Gu Qinghan was so angry that she trembled, knowing that this guy was deliberately disgusting her. She was about to step forward to teach this ignorant guy a lesson, but Lung Yueshuang's voice sounded in her ears. Master, you're obsessed with appearances. The body is just a skin bag. Emotional or not, it has nothing to do with this. Gu Qinghan looked at her in surprise when he heard the words. He didn't expect her to reach this level. Perhaps this is the best opportunity for Shuang-er to break with the past. Lin Luochen saw that Lung Yueshuang didn't react. With a sneer on his lips, he looked at Lung Yueshuang seriously. Why, didn't you say that you would satisfy me as long as you can do it? To die under the peony flowers is to be a ghost. Perhaps dying on you is also a good choice. Lung Yueshuang pursed her red lips and said seriously, if this is what you want, I will fulfill your wish. Gu Qinghan was about to say something when Lung Yueshuang's voice rang in her ears again. Master, I owe him this. Don't worry, I will personally send him off. Gu Qinghan could only snort coldly when he heard this. Lin Luochen, do you still have the strength? This guy looks young, but his body functions have long been gone. Lin Luochen laughed and said, do you want to try? You. Gu Qinghan was irritated again, but Lin Luochen said nonchalantly, what do you mean, come on if you are not convinced? Seeing that the two were about to quarrel, Lung Yueshuang just said softly, let's go into the room. Lin Luochen got angry when he saw her calm look and directly hugged her. What room? No one will come to Panlong Peak except you. Just stay here. Lung Yueshuang's eyes showed a trace of panic when she heard it, and Lin Luochen kissed her lips roughly. She knew that Lin Luochen wanted to disgust Gu Qinghan and sighed at her heart, but did not push him away. Lung Yueshuang cast a spell with one hand, and the clouds and mist surged around, covering the figures of the two. She was obviously not as generous as she said. At least, she didn't want anyone except the man in front of her to see her body. In the end, Gu Qinghan only saw the hateful guy looking at her, and then he smiled evilly and tore off his apprentice's dress. She wanted to step forward to stop him, but she stopped when she remembered what Lung Yueshuang said. After a while, Lung Yueshuang's muffled groan and someone's triumphant laughter were heard inside. So what if she's the saint of the Jade Maiden Sect? She's still my woman, Lin Luochen? Lung Yueshuang, you talk about being pure, but your body isn't honest? Don't be expressionless. You look like your dead master, and I get angry when I see you. Gu Qinghan listened to the noise coming from inside, and couldn't help but think of the scene inside, gritting her teeth in anger. This bastard deserves to be cut into pieces. She wanted to go over and pull that guy out and beat him up, but she was worried that she would see something she shouldn't see. After hesitating for a long time, the noise over there became louder and louder, and the voice that her apprentice tried to suppress also came out. Gu Qinghan clenched his fists, turned around and left quickly, and simply turned a blind eye. Old witch, why are you running? Aren't you pure-hearted and abstinent? Ha ha ha, old witch, you are not at peace. What kind of supreme forgetfulness are you practicing? If I have a next life, I will make you kneel and cry for your parents, ha ha. Lin Luochen's flamboyant and rampant laughter came from the clouds, as if he wanted to vent all the frustrations of these years. Gu Qinghan was trembling with anger, and he felt like he was living a year in the distance, sitting restlessly. This old thing was not at peace even before his death. I don't know if it was a last gasp, but Lin Luochen was particularly fierce. Half an hour later, Lung Yueshuang wiped off the mud and grass on her body and changed into a clean dress. As the clothes covered the bruises and traces of love on her body, she turned back into the cold and noble saint of the Jade Maiden Sect, sacred and inviolable. If it weren't for the blush on her face, it would be hard to tell that she was being held down by Lin Luochen and taken advantage of. Lin Luochen sneered. You say no, but your body is very obedient. You don't have other men, do you? Lung Yueshuang thought of what happened just now. Her expression was a little unnatural, but she answered him seriously. Except for you, I won't get close to any man, don't worry. Lin Luochen smiled slightly, lay down in a moose shape, looked at the blue sky and white clouds, and said calmly, "Go ahead." Lung Yueshuang sat beside him, watching his breath getting weaker and weaker. Her expression was extremely complicated. "Lin Luochen, do you regret saving me?" Lin Luochen sneered. "What do you think? If I am given another chance, I will never save you, a dead star." Lung Yueshuang looked guilty and whispered, "I'm sorry." Lin Luochen closed his eyes and said weakly, "Don't talk nonsense. If you don't kill me, I'll die." He felt Lung Yueshuang holding his hand, stuffing something into his hand, and holding his fingers tightly. "This is the fate-defying monument that you and I are connected to. I know you don't like it, but it is said that it has the ability to reverse the fate of reincarnation." Lung Yueshuang's slightly choked voice came, and it seemed that something dripped on his face. "If there's an afterlife, don't meet me, a jinx again. If there is reincarnation, I will definitely return you." It's not that she doesn't care about him, but the more she shows that she cares about him, the more Gu Qinghan will not let him go. Lung Yueshuang can only act like she has no desires and secretly practice desperately. Unfortunately, she still couldn't save him before he died of old age, so she could only send him off in person. Lin Luochen wanted to open his eyes, but he was powerless, so he could only hold her hand tightly. Lung Yueshuang held his hand back, chanting something, as if she wanted to help him relieve the pain. Lin Luochen seemed to be floating in the endless void. Lung Yueshuang didn't do anything, but his time was up. Lung Yueshuang's voice seemed to come across time and space, constantly echoing in the void. He subconsciously chanted along, and the two voices gradually merged, as if one person was chanting. "Fate is the string that plucks the past, and reincarnation is the blade that cuts off the past. Trace the long river of time, and use the inverted cause and effect as the blade. I see the blue lotus blooming in the sea of suffering, illuminating the three lives of karma. I hold reincarnation to cut off the past and reshape the fate of my true self. This body is a monument to suppress the long river of fate, and this thought is the fire that burns the shackles of the heavenly way. Even if thousands of disasters are added to my body, I can only see the blue lotus indestructible. I see fate. I am fate. So I see my true self, and my true self shapes myself. This is fate, and it is also reincarnation." As the last sentence was read out, a ray of light broke through the void, and a round seed slowly sprouted in the darkness. The next second, an extremely wide black river flowed, and the scenes of his life flowed in front of his eyes. "Damn, this is a revolving lantern." Lin Luochen looked around, looking for his parents and Lin the Hunter, whom he had never met, waving to him. But he didn't find them, but was pulled by a force and suddenly crashed into the long black river. "Fuck!" Lin Luochen woke up instantly, opened his eyes, and looked at the broken wooden house in front of him, a little confused. "I am not dead?" Wooden house. Did this woman leave herself in the wooden house to die? No. Why is this wooden house so familiar? My voice seems a little wrong. Lin Luochen sat up, looked at the scenery in front of him, and then looked at his hands, full of disbelief. After a while, his crazy laughter came from the wooden house, and it couldn't be calmed for a long time. "A dream of a yellow millet. It seems like a lifetime ago. No, it is a lifetime ago, huh?" It took a long time for Lin Luochen to calm down and began to think about why he was reborn. Could it be that the monument of defying fate really has the power to defy fate? Also, what does the scripture that Lung Yueshuang read mean? Lin Luochen subconsciously repeated the scripture. "Fate is the string that plucks the past, and reincarnation is the blade that cuts off the past." The next second, he was dragged into a dark ocean and stood on a black stone. There was a dead silence on the dark sea, with only a budding green lotus swaying gently. One of its budding petals lit up like an oil lamp, illuminating the surroundings. Lin Luochen had been living in the immortal gate for 100 years and knew that this was his sea of consciousness and spiritual platform. But why would there be a green lotus on his spiritual platform? It seemed to be lighting up slowly. What would happen when it was all lit up? Lin Luochen reached out and touched it, and the green lotus just shook a little, without any other reaction. He thought about it and recited the scripture again, and the green lotus really reacted. It shed a green light, and words appeared on it. It was a technique called Fate and Reincarnation Sutra, and what he was reciting was exactly its opening outline. This tactic was learned from a monument of reversing fate, and it has the terrifying power to spy on fate, reverse cause and effect, and step into the cycle of time. Practitioners can spy on fate, deceive fate, change fate, and even step into the river of time and space to seize a glimmer of life in the cycle of reincarnation. When the practice reaches the extreme, the practitioner's body contains a world which turns into the way of heaven and transcends the three realms. After reading the whole text, Lin Luochen felt that the person who created this tactic was a madman, but also a genius. If it were normal, he would definitely sneer and think that the person who created the practice was bragging. But at this moment, he could not take it lightly, because he was indeed reborn because of it. With such a magical practice, why should he worry about not being able to avenge his great hatred? But Lin Luochen soon calmed down, because he found that the practice in front of him was only the first 3 chapters. This practice can only be practiced to the Jindan realm, and the subsequent chapters disappeared. Could it be that the following few spells are on the monument of reversing fate? Or they will only appear after practicing to the corresponding realm? It can't be that the creator didn't create them at all. Impossible, absolutely impossible. But no matter what, this is Lin Luochen's only choice at the moment. After all, this spell can be practiced to the golden elixir, and at worst he can change the spell later. Chapter 2. Cold Moon Frost. I have awaited you for a long time. Having discerned the state of his body, Lin Luochen slowly opened his eyes and surveyed the dilapidated wooden cabin. The Lin family had subsisted by hunting at the edge of the Moonbreak Demon Gorge for generations. But by the time of Lin Chongqing, they had fallen so destitute that no one dared to marry into the family. This aptly reflected the ancient saying, poverty does not last beyond 3 generations. After all, a lineage that has been impoverished for 3 generations is bound to become extinct. Just as extinction loomed, a gigantic white rat emerged from the Moonbreak Demon Gorge, delivering Lin Luochen to him. Upon picking up Lin Luochen, Lin Chongqing cast a reluctant glance at the white rat, which bowed a few times before vanishing. This led Lin Chongqing to firmly believe that Lin Luochen was no ordinary being, thus naming him Luocheng. Lin Chongqing harbored hopes that an immortal would come to take Lin Luochen away, bestowing upon him unparalleled celestial fortunes and wealth. Yet, he passed away without ever witnessing the fabled destiny he yearned for, and Lin Luochen, upon his death, likewise awaited his parents in vain. Perhaps they had perished long ago? Lin Luochen was not a true member of the Lin family. On his deathbed, Lin Chongqing urged him to seek a different path down the mountain. He did not leave immediately. Instead, he stubbornly maintained a 3-year mourning period on the mountain for his adoptive father. Now, observing the wild boars awaiting slaughter outside, Lin Luochen had a rough idea of the time. 3 days hence would mark the anniversary of his adoptive father Lin Chongqing's death. And this boar was the offering he had prepared, with the 3-year period nearly concluded. He had intended to pay his respects to his adoptive father and then descend the mountain, but fate intervened when he encountered that unfortunate woman, Cold Moon Frost. At that moment, he had foolishly thought it a divine sign from his father, presenting him with a wife. Little did he know, it was merely a lifelong provision of food and shelter. In this new life, Lin Luocheng's first instinct was to keep his distance from that woman. Vowing not to repeat past mistakes, he envisioned wandering far, seeking enlightenment, and, upon achieving mastery in his cultivation, returning to settle accounts with the Jade Maiden Sect. However, if he did not save that foolish woman, she might very well drown in the lake, leaving him with no one to confront. Her death would be a finality, offering no redemption for the century of his imprisonment. This century-long confinement was a debt that must be settled. Moreover, and most importantly, she possessed the fateful stone tablet. It likely contained the latter half of the destiny reincarnation technique, which was crucial to his rebirth. Such a treasure could not fall into the hands of that woman, Gucci Han. Yet, if he attempted to intervene again, he feared he would become ensnared in the same mire. Perhaps he should rescue that woman, seize the fateful stone tablet, and flee? But with both good and evil vying for it, could he truly escape with it in hand? Lin Luochen felt a sense of helplessness. Although he had been reborn, he was left with a mere 3 days. Even if he hurriedly cultivated, his power would only increase marginally. He slapped his forehead in frustration, sighing, "Is there any method to swiftly enhance my strength?" As he moved, a blood-red broken blade fell to the floor with a soft clink. The fragment resembled the tip of a longsword, its blade having vanished, leaving only a palm-sized point. This tip was crystalline and translucent, akin to amber, with a trace of blood glimmering as if it had absorbed some essence. Lin Luochen bent down to retrieve it, his face alight with the joy of rediscovery. According to Lin Chongqing, this broken blade had been found within the swaddling cloth he had been brought back in. Its material remained a mystery, but it could slice through iron effortlessly, remaining exceptionally sharp and impervious to fire and water. Lin Chongqing had once attempted to incinerate it for 3 days and nights, yet it remained as cold to the touch as ever. Since childhood, Lin Luochen had used this broken blade as a throwing knife, finding it immensely effective for hunting. However, during his escape from the Jade Maiden Sect in his previous life, its extraordinary nature had been revealed, resulting in Gu Qinghan confiscating it. Now, Lin Luochen gently polished the broken blade, a smile of joy gracing his lips. Old friend, it has been too long. He was unaware of the connection between this blade and his parents, but given its broken state, it was likely a portent of misfortune. The blade's ability to sever spiritual artifacts and injure cultivators confirmed its status as a celestial treasure. Thus, it followed that his parents were likely practitioners of the path. But some misfortune had led them to abandon him. With a sigh, Lin Luochen made a small incision on the blade, which immediately shimmered with an eerie bloodlight. By chance, he discovered that by offering his blood, the blade would become exceedingly sharp. Moreover, his wounds would heal swiftly, leading him to nourish it regularly with his blood. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Eureka! He exclaimed. He stowed the broken blade away and swiftly gathered his belongings to descend the mountain. If he could not confront them directly, he would resort to cunning. While he may lack the strength to overpower them, he was well aware of the events that were about to unfold. 3 days later, at the lakeside deep within the mountains, Lin Luochen leaned against a solitary grave, sipping wine, with a fishing rod propped before him as he cast his line into the water. With a hint of melancholy, he tapped his wine flask against the open vessel at the grave, speaking with a touch of nostalgia. Old Lin, it has been a while. But soon I must depart again. If you find yourself lonely, I shall burn a few celestial beings for you, living ones. Rest assured, I will return to visit when I can. May you and the heavens grant me fortune in my endeavors. Lin Luochen drained the flask, donned a half-masked iron visage, and resumed his fishing. I know you will miss me. Let me accompany you for one last fishing trip. This must be a great catch. Time drifted by. Yet no fish took the bait, but Lin Luochen remained unfazed. Holding his fishing rod, he gazed calmly at the sky, murmuring, it should be about time, right? Years ago, he had fished here, jokingly asking Lin Chongqing to find him a wife, lest he end up like him, forever single. As soon as the words left his mouth, that foolish woman had suddenly appeared midair, plummeting directly into the water. This had startled Lin Luochen, who questioned whether Lin Chongqing had become a deity in the afterlife. Given how uncanny the occurrence was, little did he know, once one enters the oyster door, freedom becomes a mere passerby. Just as Lin Luochen was lost in thought, a violent surge of spiritual energy erupted. The surface of the lake twisted, and a woman clad in blue and white palace attire materialized, her garments stained crimson with blood. Plunging headfirst into the lake before Lin Luochen, he observed with a calm demeanor as the water erupted in splashes, a cold smile forming on his lips. You have finally arrived, Cold Moonfrost. I have awaited your arrival for so long. He sat quietly by the shore, nonchalantly fishing as Cold Moonfrost struggled in the water, her blood rapidly staining the lake. Her spiritual power was bound, preventing her from circulating it. And being unaccustomed to the water, she could only plead helplessly for assistance. Help, help, I cannot swim. Yet Lin Luochen remained unmoved, calmly continuing his fishing, leaving Cold Moonfrost in despair. No, friend, please help me. Could it be that he was blind? She flailed helplessly in the water, but her injuries rendered her too weak to reach the shore. Soon, her strength waned, and she began to sink towards the lake's bottom, her heart filled with reluctance. Was she truly to perish in such an inexplicable manner? At that moment, a loud splash resounded as a figure leaped from the shore, creating a flurry of bubbles. Cold Moonfrost caught a glimpse of a person wearing a half-masked visage, revealing a pair of deep, water-like eyes that glimmered with cold light. In that instant, it felt as though an infinite expanse of time and space separated them, evoking a sense of déjà vu. But before she could dwell on it, the figure circled behind her, embracing her and propelling them both towards the surface. Chapter 3. Slow down. No need to see me off. Moments later, Lin Luochen rescued the unconscious Long Yuexiang from the water, placing her gently on the shore. At this moment, Long Yuexiang was drenched, her beautiful eyes tightly closed, her delicate face pale as if she were a celestial being fallen from the heavens. Lin Luochen gazed at the pitiful sight of Long Yuexiang, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Hey, wake up, wake up. Long Yuexiang showed no signs of response. Observing this, Lin Luocheng's lips curled into a slight smile as he tugged at her collar. He beheld the magnificent view before him and the fateful stone tablet deeply embedded within her chest. Lin Luochen retrieved the small iron tablet from its abyss and produced another nearly identical one, crafted from memory at the finest blacksmith in the city, an endeavor that had nearly cost him his fortune. Having just acquired this fateful tablet, Lang Yuexiang had yet to examine it closely, and due to her sealed cultivation, she could not discern the difference. It was a perfect opportunity for subterfuge. Swiftly, Lin Luochen swapped the two necklaces bearing the tablets, and then pressed down firmly on her chest several times. Long Yuexiang, do not perish. I have yet to settle the score with you. He harbored no reservations about propriety. He was intimately familiar with every inch of her, perhaps even more than she herself was. After a while, Long Yuexiang turned her head and coughed up some water, her eyes fluttering open in a daze. Upon seeing Lin Luocheng's hands resting on her chest, her beautiful eyes widened in alarm, panic etched across her face. Lin Luochen calmly withdrew his hands and, with an air of nonchalance, remarked, You're awake. Don't misunderstand. I was merely saving you. Also, don't expect me to take responsibility, otherwise I'll toss you back into the water. Understood? Long Yuexiang, still bewildered but grateful to be alive, instinctively nodded. The sensation of choking on water was unbearable. She would rather face any form of death than drown. Lin Luochen smiled with satisfaction, helping her up before tearing at the tattered fabric of her clothing. However, the garment proved surprisingly resilient, resisting his efforts, revealing itself to be a magical attire. Startled, Lang Yuexiang instinctively clutched her collar, stepping back cautiously, eyeing him warily. What do you intend to do? She questioned, fearing he might turn his aggression towards her despite her injuries. Lin Luochen picked up a bottle of liquor from the ground and said coolly, if you don't treat your wounds soon, I'll have to act swiftly. Though he spent most of his time at the unison sect, he had learned a great deal of crude language from Lin Luochen. While Lin Luochen seemed harmless in public, he was remarkably bold in private, filled with suggestive remarks. Lang Yuexiang did not fully grasp his meaning but understood he intended to assist her. I can manage on my own, are you sure you can handle it? Then I would appreciate your help. Her pale face flushed with embarrassment as she reluctantly removed her outer garment. Stripped of her spiritual power, she could not access the medicinal pills in her storage ring. If this continued, she would not survive until her powers were restored. As she removed her clothing, she inadvertently tugged at her wounds, causing her to break into a cold sweat, her brow furrowed, evoking sympathy. Lin Luochen examined the varying depths of her injuries and poured strong liquor over her back to cleanse the blood. Lang Yuexiang gasped, her body trembling slightly. With an impassive expression, Lin Luochen took out a small knife, ignited some paper money, and used the heated blade to scrape away the necrotic flesh. This time, he was prepared. Unlike in his previous life, his hand steady as he wielded the knife. Lang Yuexiang had never endured such pain. Tears brimmed in her eyes, feeling as if she were on the brink of death. Moments later, Lin Luochen poured the pre-prepared healing ointment onto her wounds, using several bottles to finally staunch the bleeding. He then took out bandages and wrapped her wounds with care. Although her injuries were on her back, the bandaging inevitably led him to her front. With immense willpower, Lin Luochen averted his gaze. He could not allow himself to become further entangled. After his ministrations, Lang Yuexiang was drenched in cold sweat, panting heavily, taking a considerable time to recuperate. Thank you, my lord. Lin Luochen remained silent, putting away the ointment while lifting Lang Yuexiang effortlessly and carrying her towards his small wooden cabin. Panic set in for Lang Yuexiang as she protested, my lord. I can manage on my own, be quiet. Unless you can fly, don't move. Otherwise, I shall toss you back into the water. His gaze was sharp, his tone icy, causing Lang Yuexiang's face to pale, curling into herself. For reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable familiarity towards Lin Luochen, a deep-seated reverence within her. Yet, she had never encountered him before. Where did this sense of familiarity stem from? Moreover, where was he taking her? Surely he did not intend to carry her off as a captive bride? Panic surged through her as she realized her spiritual power was sealed, rendering her incapable of resisting him. In a frenzy, she began to channel her energy, attempting to break the shackles within her. Lin Luochen, oblivious to her tumultuous thoughts, was lost in his own memories of what was to come. In his previous life, this foolish woman had stubbornly insisted on walking on her own, only to worsen her injuries and waste precious time. As a result, when the pursuers caught up, she was barely clinging to life, nearly costing him his own. This time, he could not afford to repeat the past. He must ensure she swiftly broke free from her spiritual restraints and regained her strength. Lin Luochen hastened to carry Lang Yuexiang back to the wooden cabin and laid her upon his bed. Heal quickly. Once you are well, leave at once. Gazing at the seemingly cold and indifferent Lin Luochen seated at the table, Lang Yuexiang felt a sense of bewilderment. After a long pause, she finally spoke, my lord. It seems you do not like me? Not at all. I treat everyone this way. But you appeared so intent on watching me drown by the lake, Lin Luochen replied coolly. You appeared suddenly. I thought you were a mountain spirit or water monster. So how could I dare approach? Lang Yuexiang was left speechless. His calm demeanor at that moment hardly suggested fear of the supernatural. Struggling to rise from the bed, she weakly bowed. My lord, I am being pursued and cannot linger. I am forever grateful for your life-saving grace and shall repay it when the opportunity arises. A smirk of derision curled at Lin Luochen's lips. You indeed owe me, but it cost me a century of confinement. He was acutely aware that Lang Yuexiang was being hunted, her pursuers seeking the fateful tablet she bore. Days prior, the Duanyue Demon Gorge had been illuminated by radiant celestial light, casting its glow across half the sky. The powerful cultivators from Lanjun and Xianzhou were drawn to the spectacle, with the unison sect arriving first. Though they had secretly acquired the fateful tablet, somehow the news reached the Maiden Sect. As the unison sect departed, they fell into an ambush by the Maiden Sect, resulting in the near-total annihilation of their elite forces. Lang Yuexiang had been captured, ultimately saved by Gu Qinghan, who utilized a teleportation talisman to ensure her escape while he diverted the enemy, leading away most of the Miaoin disciples. Most of the Miaoin sect believed the fateful tablet to be in Gu Qinghan's possession, pursuing him relentlessly. Though Lang Yuexiang had escaped with her life, she found herself trapped in this desolate wilderness, her power sealed, and had fallen into the lake. If not for Lin Luochen's timely rescue, this esteemed maiden of the unison sect would have met a humiliating end beneath the waters. According to Lin Luochen's memories from his previous life, the Miaoin sect would soon be on their trail. Noticing Lin Luocheng's silence, Lang Yuexiang hesitated. My lord? Lin Luocheng merely opened the door, his voice indifferent. Take care. No need to see me off. As the door slammed shut behind her, Lang Yuexiang remained in a daze, pondering, who am I? Where am I? He did not even attempt to retain her, allowing her to leave without a word. Although she had never expected Lin Luocheng to plead for her to stay. His silence still left her feeling a profound sense of disappointment. Throughout her life, she had never endured such cold treatment. Cold Moonfrost could not help but glance back, feeling aggrieved at the tightly shut wooden door before she took her unsteady steps away. Chapter 4. A proposal of devotion. As Lin Luocheng watched Lang Yuexiang depart, he made no attempt to stop her. He understood well the stubbornness of this woman. She would not turn back even upon encountering a formidable obstacle. Moreover, since he had already acquired what he sought, there was no longer any reason or necessity for him to intervene. Suddenly, a heavy snowfall began to fall, reminiscent of Lin Luocheng's memories. The only distinction was that he did not pursue her this time. He retrieved a metallic necklace from his pocket, from which hung an ancient iron plaque, the fateful marker he had surreptitiously swapped while Lang Yuexiang lay unconscious after falling into the water. The front of the small iron tablet bore the inscription Reverse Fate, while the back was inscribed with a dense array of minuscule characters, indecipherable to the naked eye. Lin Luocheng gently traced the surface with a blood-red blade, producing a shrill sound that, however, inflicted no harm. He attempted to infuse the marker with his spiritual energy, but having barely entered the first layer of chi refinement, his energy dissipated like a drop in the ocean. Undeterred, he murmured the incantation of the Wheel of Fate, and indeed, the marker began to emit a series of luminous glows. Yet, it seemed his spiritual energy was insufficient to activate it, and soon the light faded once more. Convinced that this was indeed the fateful marker, he returned it to his pocket. With his objective now achieved, he stole a glance at the wooden cabin and hastily departed this place of turmoil. However, he had not ventured far when he stumbled upon Lang Yuexiang, collapsed in the snow. Just as in a previous life, she had scarcely left before succumbing to her injuries. Observing her slowly being blanketed by the falling snowflakes, Lin Luocheng glanced at the darkening sky and sighed in resignation. He approached and lifted Lang Yuexiang into his arms, hastening toward the distant mountains. By the looks of it, that woman surnamed Luo had yet to arrive. He would deposit her in a cave, fulfilling his moral obligation. After all, they had shared 2 fleeting encounters. He had saved her twice, thus balancing the scales. As Lang Yuexiang lay in his embrace, the cold gradually dissipated, and she groggily opened her eyes to gaze at him. Puzzled, she wondered why he, who harbored disdain for her, would choose to save her. Lin Luocheng, as in his previous life, brought her to a cave he used as a temporary shelter while hunting in the mountains. The cave was deep, and he slightly obscured the entrance before igniting some dry wood within. With Lang Yuexiang still dazed, he held up a gourd of wine to her cherry-red lips, pouring it into her mouth. The strong liquor startled her awake, and she gazed at him wide-eyed, flailing her small hands as if she might choke. Lin Luocheng finally released her, and she coughed violently, her lips slightly parted, droplets of wine clinging to the corners of her mouth, her face flushed with embarrassment. Seeing her expression, Lin Luochen was reminded of a scene from his previous life and could not help but curse under his breath. Hey, you are the saintess of the Jade Maiden Sect. Could you refrain from making such a suggestive face? After a moment, as the warmth of the fire and the liquor dispelled the chill, Lang Yuexiang finally began to recover. You saved my life again, my lord. How can I repay you? In the future, Lin Luocheng took a sip of the wine to fend off the cold and replied nonchalantly, I am in need of a wife. How about offering yourself in devotion? Lang Yuexiang blushed furiously at the thought of him using the very gourd she had drunk from, feeling utterly embarrassed. My lord, you jest. Jest? I am quite serious. Lin Luocheng scrutinized her and playfully warned, you may be somewhat unattractive, but it seems you are not one to starve a child. And your ample figure is certainly suitable for bearing offspring. How about this? I have saved you twice, in exchange. You pledge yourself to me and stay to bear my children. Lang Yuexiang was taken aback, shaking her head vigorously. My lord, I am of the Jade Maiden Sect. I vow never to marry. Lin Luocheng dismissed her concerns nonchalantly. I care not for your sect. Just confirm that you are a woman and can bear children. Well, but Lin Luocheng interrupted her. If you are a woman and can bear children, that suffices. I do not mind your appearance. Never had Lang Yuexiang encountered such a brazen argument, let alone been criticized for her looks. Her mind spun in confusion. This man cannot possibly be serious in his demands. My lady, do reconsider. Surely you can propose something else. I tire of your hesitations. Regardless, you are not to my liking. Lin Luocheng feigned impatience, revealing his true intentions. Let us make a deal. Do you not possess elixirs, spirit stones, techniques, talismans, or magical artifacts? Bring me something. Once again, Lang Yuexiang found herself at the receiving end of his scornful remarks about her appearance, unsure whether to feel relieved or incensed. I cannot access my belongings. My spiritual energy is sealed within my storage ring. Lin Luocheng retorted, then why dally? Break your seal and hand over the treasures to me. Do hurry. If that demoness Luo Yaoyao catches up to you, you will have no chance to escape. Lang Yuexiang gasped, my lord, if someone truly is pursuing me, you should leave quickly. Lin Luochen growled, enough with your excuses. I see you intend to evade your debt. Be quick about it. Once you yield your treasures, I will take my leave. With a reluctant nod, Lang Yuanchuang shrank back, sitting cross-legged in submission. What a stubborn and unreasonable wild man. When the demoness from the Miaoyan sect arrives, I shall see if you remain so brazen. Yet, she worried about implicating him, and thus began fervently assaulting the seals within her body. Previously, when Gu Qinghan had sent her off, he had already shattered most of the seals. She only needed time to fully break free. Lin Luochen observed her, his expression filled with complexity. This foolish woman could neither discern urgency nor possess any spirit. She lacked the profound mastery of the Supreme Forgetting Emotions technique and was inexperienced in the world. Innocent and naive. Ah, what a perfect opportunity for manipulation. He wondered why Gu Qinghan had brought her along this time and entrusted her with the fateful marker. In a previous life, Lin Luochen had not pondered deeply, but now he sensed something amiss. Could this woman have a connection to the marker of fate? Unable to unravel his thoughts, he took another sip of the fiery liquor to warm himself. Once averse to drinking, years spent in the Jade Maiden Sect had instilled in him a habit of drowning his sorrows in wine. This cheap liquor, while inferior to the exquisite nectar of the Jade Maiden Sect, bore a more earthly flavor to him. As Lang Yuanchuang struggled against her seals, Lin Luochen glanced at the sky, confirming that the demoness from the Miaoyan sect had yet to pursue them. Very well, he would remain until she broke her seal before departing. His concern was not for her well-being, but rather to procure some spirit stones and treasures for his future cultivation. As for whether Lang Yuanchuang would become enraged upon regaining her powers, Lin Luochen was well acquainted with her character. He understood her motivations during this period. If she could have killed him, she would not have clung to him for 100 years, nor would she have been unable to forget him even in death. With this thought, Lin Luochen leaned against the cave wall, silently invoking the Wheel of Fate. At that moment, the azure lotus within his sea of consciousness began to illuminate fully, igniting his curiosity about what would unfold when it shone brightly. Would it be a return to the past? Or merely a fleeting dream before death? An illusion of the mind? Time passed, and as a surge of spiritual energy enveloped the area, Lang Yuanchuang slowly opened her eyes. The Supreme Forgetting Emotions technique within her began to operate anew, restoring her lost powers while calming her mind, her gaze tranquil as water. As Lang Yuanchuang looked upon Lin Luochen, she was astonished to discover that he emanated a wave of spiritual energy. He was a cultivator. Realizing this, her expression turned cold, her vigilance sharpening, her delicate features freezing into an icy glare. Though Lin Luochen understood that the Supreme Forgetting Emotions technique could influence one's state of mind, her piercing gaze ignited his ire. What are you staring at? Now that you've regained your powers, do you think you can escape your debt? The ethereal and frigid figure of the cold moon frost immediately faltered, hastily shaking her head. That is not what I meant. Chapter 5. Alas, I have encountered a female rogue. Lin Luochen gazed at Lang Yuanchuang, his eyes suddenly sparkling with clarity as he extended his hand and inquired, where are the items? Obediently, Lang Yuanchuang produced a considerable number of spirit stones, talismans, and disposable magical artifacts, placing them on the ground while regarding him with trepidation. Is this sufficient? Though this individual was an adept, his cultivation level was exceedingly low, likely a descendant of a wandering cultivator, honing his skills and hunting in these remote mountains. Lin Luochen expressed his dissatisfaction. Is your life worth so little? Hastily, Lang Yuanchuang rummaged through her belongings, nearly parting with her personal garments. Young master, the techniques of the Jade Maiden Sect are not to be disseminated, and I must retain some items for self-defense. Although Lin Luochen had successfully acquired treasures, he felt a mix of frustration and pity upon observing her innocent yet naive gaze. Sensing his scrutiny, Lang Yuanchuang anxiously stated, Young master, this is all I possess. If I miraculously escape, I shall surely return to repay your life-saving grace. Lin Luochen nodded, utilizing the storage pouch she provided to collect the items strewn on the ground. This place is perilous. You should depart swiftly, Lang Yuanchuang urged. Lin Luochen glanced at her, murmured in acknowledgement, and coolly remarked, remember your words, do not perish. Rising to his feet, he strode confidently towards the exit, leaving Lang Yuanchuang in a state of astonishment. So you have been guarding me all this time merely to seize my treasures? How foolish of me to harbor the illusion that you were benevolent and wished to protect me. At that moment, Lang Yuanchuang comprehended the deceitful nature of tales. Nevertheless, as she watched Lin Luochen depart, a heavy weight lifted from her heart. Despite his unpleasant demeanor, he had saved her twice, and she did not wish for him to meet his demise due to her. However, before Lang Yuanchuang could revel in relief, her expression shifted, and she turned her gaze towards the cave entrance. Meanwhile, Lin Luochen exited the cave, concealed the entrance, and quickly made his way away. After enduring a brutal experience in his previous life, Lin Luochen had lost interest in the heroic rescue of damsels in distress. After all, he had just begun cultivating qi. While the impending danger from the enchanting female, Luo Yaoyao, was a practitioner at the out-of-body stage, it is essential to recognize that there are 9 significant realms of cultivation: qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, out-of-body, integration, cave void, great ascension, and tribulation crossing. The disparity between each realm is monumental. Even Lin Luochen at the peak of the nascent soul stage was no match for Luo Yaoyao. What folly would it be to confront her head-on? Currently, with Lin Luochen's assistance, Lin Luochen had regained her cultivation ahead of time, ensuring her safety, allowing him to withdraw successfully. Contemplating this, Lin Luochen raised his head, only to be struck by a wave of dread. A purple streak of light surged from the distance, hovering above the mountain range. The figure was a woman clad in revealing attire, her purple gown barely concealing her vital areas, her ample bosom prominent. She scanned the mountains, seemingly searching for something. Lin Luochen swiftly concealed himself behind a tree, his disbelief palpable as he pondered how she had arrived so quickly. The woman was none other than the enchanting seductress of the Jade Maiden Sect, Luo Yaoyao. In Lin Luochen's memory, she was supposed to arrive at the hour of the dog tonight. Yet, it was barely the hour of the rooster, just after sunset. Why had she come so early? With Lin Luochen recovering her cultivation ahead of time, and Luo Yaoyao arriving early as well, was this some cosmic irony? Had she planted a psychic connection on her? Lin Luochen was drenched in cold sweat, his mind racing as he sought to mask his presence. In his previous life, he had been driven away by Lang Wadong at the hour of the dog, only to encounter Luo Yaoyao on his way out. She had directly controlled him with her eye technique, using him to locate Lin Luocheng's hiding place. Unable to withstand Luo Yaoyao's prowess, Lin Luochen had been forced to flee with Lin Luochen using a teleportation talisman, ultimately leading them into the Moonbreaker Demon Gorge. They had hidden along the way. Yet Luo Yaoyao eventually caught up, ensnaring them in her intoxication smoke. In the end, Lin Luochen and Lang Wadong had unintentionally become entwined as a couple, initially believing they would fall into the hands of the enemy. Little did they know, the emergence of the Blood Moon incited a rebellion among the demon beasts of the gorge, granting Lang Wadong precious time. Ultimately, with Lin Luochen's unreserved assistance, Lin Luochen broke through to the out-of-body stage and successfully turned the tide against her foes. Lin Luochen had thought that by leaving early in this life, he could avoid such a calamity, yet here Luo Yaoyao was, arriving early. He was bewildered and could only pray fervently that she would not notice him. However, fate had other plans, as Lin Luochen sensed something brushing against him. In the next moment, a purple light descended, and Luo Yaoyao appeared before him, startling him. Lin Luochen feigned fear, his voice trembling as he asked, "Are you human, or a mountain spirit?" Luo Yaoyao glided gracefully towards him, her form pressing against Lin Luochen. Her allure palpable. "Sister, I am a celestial being from the heavens, here to inquire about a matter." With her enchanting demeanor, Lin Luochen pretended to be smitten, his gaze drifting aimlessly. "Celestial, may I inquire?" Luo Yaoyao's eyes sparkled with a violet glow as she smiled. "Young master, have you encountered a woman clad in white palace attire?" Lin Luochen felt his mind whirl, as if he would sacrifice everything for the woman before him. He was about to blurt out a response when the azure lotus in his consciousness jolted him awake. Regaining his composure, Lin Luochen feigned a dazed expression. "What woman?" "I know not." Luo Yaoyao's brow furrowed slightly, yet she pressed on. "Then why is the young master here?" Lin Luochen replied earnestly. "I am merely a hunter from the mountains, here to hunt and prepare to return home." Luo Yaoyao observed the mask on his face and suddenly reached out to remove it, laughing. Why wear such a thing before she could finish her sentence? She became entranced by Lin Luochen's visage, unable to resist a slight movement of her throat. The man before her possessed striking features, a handsome countenance, and a robust physique, exuding an aura of masculinity. It was surprising to find such a remarkable figure in the depths of the mountains, truly delightful to her. Lin Luochen stood there, speechless and somewhat bemused. He was uncertain of his own attractiveness, only aware that many women in the town below sought him for marriage. The widow of the Zhao family in the city, still possessing her allure, would readily offer her vast wealth just to be by his side. During his time in the Jade Maiden Sect, he had employed his charm to sway numerous women, aiding in his escape. Yet, Lin Luochen never anticipated that his looks would lead him into trouble. Luo Yaoyao gazed at him with sultry eyes, her hand gently caressing his cheek as she licked her lips. "Ah, a young man yet untouched by desire. Such a rare find. I cannot let this opportunity slip away." She shed her outer garment, revealing herself as she leaned closer, delicately stroking Lin Luochen's chest. Ah, this youthful and sturdy physique is truly captivating. Although Lin Luochen had lived 2 lives, he had never encountered such a scene, nearly succumbing to the urge to retreat. "Alas, I have truly encountered a female rogue. In broad daylight, under the open sky, she dares to engage in such wanton acts in this desolate wilderness? Where are the principles of propriety, the sense of shame?" Luo Yaoyao pressed against Lin Luochen, yet she found him unresponsive, leaving her astonished as she looked up at him. Observing her shameless demeanor, Lin Luochen's fist clenched in resolve. Since resistance was futile, he might as well venture into this den of peril. Luo Yaoyao giggled, pushing him to the ground and leaning over him, a hint of regret in her expression. "Such a handsome young man, if it weren't for the need to capture that little girl, I would have been reluctant to drain you of your vitality. However, rest assured, dying beneath the peony is a romantic end. Even as a ghost, one can be charming. I shall not allow your demise to be too agonizing." Just as Lin Luochen was preparing to offer himself to the tiger, he found himself bewildered. What perilous den was this, so fraught with danger? Chapter 6. The devil's melody. Lin Luochen never anticipated that this enchanting woman would seek to extract every ounce of his essence at once. He inwardly cursed. This was nothing short of coercion. Perhaps it would be wise to yield, for Cold Moon Frost possessed a teleportation talisman, ensuring her survival. Just as he contemplated surrendering, a radiant beam of moonlight cascaded from afar, aimed directly at Luo Yaoyao's back. Simultaneously, a crisp, icy voice rang out, "Demoness, meet your end." At the moment Cold Moon Frost made her move, Luo Yaoyao sensed the surge of spiritual energy and swiftly turned to cast her spell. She hastily conjured several strands of purple silk to shield herself, but suddenly, a large hand encircled her neck from behind. Believing Lin Luochen to be under the thrall of desire, seeking her affection, she prepared to push him away. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a sharp pain shot through her throat, her eyes widening in shock as her movements halted abruptly. The large hand gripped a broken blade pressed against her delicate neck, and with a brutal swipe, blood gushed forth. With a resounding thud, the distracted Luo Yaoyao was flung backward by the moonlight, blood cascading down like a crimson waterfall. After slitting her throat, Lin Luochen immediately fell back to the ground. With Luo Yaoyao propelled away, he dared not linger, rolling swiftly to the side. In the next instant, a strand of purple silk struck the ground, creating a substantial crater. Lin Luochen sprang to his feet, and a white figure swept past, seizing him and soaring into the air. "You! Cough! Cough!" Luo Yaoyao clutched her neck, which was gushing blood. Attempting to speak but finding her voice utterly lost, shock and fury coursed through her. She had not anticipated Cold Moon Frost's presence, let alone her proximity. When Cold Moon Frost was captured by the Maiden Sect, she had been marked with a tracking spell. However, for reasons unknown, after teleporting, the tracking technique could only indicate her general location. Until recently, the mark had suddenly revealed a precise position, prompting Luo Yaoyao to hastily pursue her. Though the mark grew vague along the way, she managed to pinpoint the direction for her search. Upon arriving, however, the mark had vanished completely. Luo Yaoyao presumed Cold Moon Frost had fully regained her strength and had deliberately misled her with the mark, allowing her to indulge in pleasure without worry. Little did she realize that Cold Moon Frost had not left. She had orchestrated a trap against her, and this seemingly weak lad had somehow resisted her seductive magic, seizing the opportunity to inflict such a grievous wound upon her. Had that blade been longer, she feared she would have met her demise. While a throat slash would be fatal for an ordinary person, it was not necessarily lethal for a practitioner of the out-of-body stage. Yet, it seemed the broken blade was poisoned, rendering her wound incapable of healing in the short term. The gushing blood stained the snowy mountain, transforming it into a scene of horror. Having narrowly avoided disaster, Luo Yaoyao remained vigilant, scanning her surroundings. Only when she discovered Cold Moon Frost had fled did she regain her composure. This woman had not recovered. She was still gravely injured. Was this not a trap, but rather an act of desperation to save someone? Did this young man hold such significance for her? Disregarding her attire, Luo Yaoyao ascended into the air, pursuing the pair. At that moment, she longed to rend Lin Luochen into pieces, her alluring eyes filled with murderous intent and wrath. Determined, she unleashed a signal flare and relentlessly chased after them. Concurrently, she cast forth strands of purple silk, aiming to ensnare Cold Moon Frost and Lin Luochen. Cold Moon Frost wielded a long sword that glimmered with white light, continuously swinging to repel the oncoming purple silks. Her singular focus was on escape. Though Luo Yaoyao sought to detain her, she could not hinder her for long. The Maiden Sect was renowned for its soul attack technique, the Devil's Melody. Yet, with her throat slit, Luo Yaoyao was rendered incapable of speech, let alone employing the Devil's Melody. Lin Luochen gazed at the blood-soaked figure of Luo Yaoyao, resembling a bewitching specter as she pursued them relentlessly, and felt a pang of astonishment. Curse it, the vitality of these practitioners is truly formidable. The sight of this once pristine figure now drenched in blood left an indelible mark on his psyche, fortifying his resolve. He could never allow himself to falter again, to stumble into the abyss. Moments later, Luo Yaoyao managed to staunch the flow of blood and suddenly flashed a seductive smile, her voice echoing like silver bells. "Sister Moonfrost, you risked your life to save him. Could he be your lover?" Her voice was enchanting, weaving around them like a lover's whisper. Lin Luochen's mind buzzed, his gaze becoming entranced as visions flooded his consciousness. Cold Moon Frost also momentarily fell into a daze, realizing the peril. The Devil's Melody of the Maiden Sect. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Yaoyao exhaled a pink mist, enveloping the area rapidly. "Sister Moonfrost, and that detestable boy, there is no escape for you. Submit willingly." As Lin Luochen inhaled the fragrant mist, a wave of heat coursed through his body, his mind consumed with thoughts of desire. Within his consciousness, the azure lotus swayed, struggling to restore a semblance of clarity. Cold Moon Frost quickly warned, "Be cautious, this is the Maiden Sect's passion mist. It incites desire." She held her breath, continuously swinging her sword to disperse the encroaching pink fog. Yet, strands of purple silk darted out from the mist, striking from various angles like agile serpents. Cold Moon Frost was already at a disadvantage against Luo Yaoyao, and, weakened by her injuries, soon found herself overwhelmed. At that moment, Luo Yaoyao and Appo's beguiling voice resonated through the mist, imbued with an irresistible allure. Sister Moonfrost, have you never relished the joys of womanhood? Allow me to impart a lesson today. You will savor it endlessly, never wishing to return to your former life as a chaste saint. What say you? Cold Moonfrost retorted, shameless. Luo Yao feigned a few breaths, giggling. How can it be shameless? The harmony of yin and yang is the essence of existence. Without the so-called shameless affairs of men and women, where would you be? If everyone were like you of the Jade Maiden Sect, the human race would have long perished. Cold Moonfrost ceased to argue, for in mere moments, her wounds began to reopen. Her spiritual energy had yet to fully recover. And battling while injured left her no match for Luo Yao. Lin Luochen struggled. We must flee. Her reinforcements are approaching. Seeing herself succumbing to the effects of the passion mist and the devil's melody, Cold Moonfrost swiftly produced a talisman. With a twist of space, she and Lin Luochen vanished in an instant. Teleportation talisman? Luo Yao sneered, little girl, I see you possess a few of those. You cannot escape. She lingered in place for a moment, and soon, a dozen brilliant figures shot in from all directions, each one a strikingly beautiful woman. Senior Elder Luo, now clothed. Luo Yao was still stained with blood, exuding an aura of malice. Quickly, follow me. There within the waning moon demon gorge. Although the mark had been erased by Cold Moonfrost, she still relied on the lingering sin of the passion mist to approximate their location. The disciples were perplexed. Wasn't there only one person? Yet, they dared not inquire further, responding affirmatively as they followed Luo Yao deeper into the waning moon demon gorge. Chapter 7. Damn it. Does this woman really not have any feelings for me? In the desolate depths of the broken moon demon gorge, Cold Moonfrost appeared in midair with Lin Luochen, only to plummet downwards. In the distance, a colossal eagle noticed the two, retracting its wings as it dove towards them, its claws gleaming menacingly. Cold Moonfrost reacted swiftly, her longsword transforming into a streak of light, unleashing waves of sword energy. The giant eagle let out a piercing cry, rapidly soaring upwards as a violent wind swept down. The sword energy pierced through the tempest, striking the eagle and echoing with the sound of metal clashing. Blood mingled with feathers fell to the ground as the eagle recognized it had underestimated her, letting out a mournful cry before hastily retreating. Cold Moonfrost caught her returning sword, landing on the ground with Lin Luochen, and spat out a mouthful of blood. She quickly distanced herself from him, watching him warily, fearing he might succumb to his primal instincts. After all, he had inhaled quite a bit of intoxication smoke. She could barely withstand it, let alone him. Lin Luochen's face flushed, his gaze burning as he looked at her, feeling an overwhelming heat coursing through his body, yearning for an outlet. Damn it. Why did this enchantress use the intoxicating smoke on him so quickly? He couldn't afford to probe further into danger. This was a matter of life and death. At that moment, the azure lotus in his consciousness finally illuminated completely. The lotus swayed gently, and Lin Luochen felt a refreshing sensation cascading down from his head, swiftly calming him. Moreover, that cool stream flowed within him, lifting the weight off his entire being. Instinctively, he activated the wheel of fate, and the coolness rapidly coalesced in his vision. Before him, Cold Moonfrost appeared as if she was suspended beneath a resplendent moon, enveloped in a pure, silvery light, reminiscent of a moon goddess descending. Yet, at that moment, this moon goddess was surrounded by a faint pink mist, with blossoms of peach flowers blooming around her. Cold Moonfrost noticed that Lin Luochen exuded an ethereal charm, causing her heart to race and her cheeks to flush. So this was what he looked like. She had thought he wore a mask to conceal his ugliness, but who would have known he was so strikingly handsome? Under the influence of the intoxicating smoke, Cold Moonfrost sensed the allure of the opposite sex, her eyes becoming somewhat dreamy as she spoke in a trance-like manner. Are you all right? Lin Luochen snapped back to reality, raising the bloodied broken blade in his hand and stepping back cautiously. I'm fine, but you seem a bit off. Cold Moonfrost, caught off guard by the revelation of her inner turmoil, felt her cheeks flush crimson as she hurriedly consumed an antidote pill. Nonsense, don't say such things. Avoiding Lin Luochen and Appo's gaze, she leaned against a nearby tree, breathing heavily as she struggled to expel the toxic smoke from her system. Lin Luochen surveyed their surroundings, realizing a dense azure aura was wafting through the air. He was astonished. He could actually see the demonic energy. Upon noticing a towering ancient tree nearby and the distant black mountains shrouded in mist, his expression changed slightly. This was near the Myriad Bats Mountain. In his previous life, he and Cold Moonfrost had also landed near this ancient tree and ultimately fled to the distant Myriad Bats Mountain. Their landing point this time differed slightly from the last, but it was not far off. However, according to what Cold Moonfrost had told him, the landing spots of each teleportation talisman were supposed to be random. Why had they both ended up here again? At that moment, Lin Luochen felt the cruel malice of fate looming over him. Damn it, did the heavens insist on forcing him to assist her, offering everything he had? But soon, Lin Luochen regained his composure, piecing together the likely reason. Although each teleportation talisman had subtle differences in their runes, resulting in varying directions and distances, the direction of each talisman had already been fixed the moment it was drawn. Cold Moonfrost probably used the same teleportation talisman, and since their usage locations were similar, the landing points were not greatly divergent. However, This consistency with the previous life's landing point posed no harm to Lin Luochen. At least this route was somewhat familiar to him, preventing him from being completely in the dark. Looking back at Cold Moon Frost, he noticed the pink aura surrounding her had diminished considerably, and the moonlight enveloped her once more. However, under the moonlight, her blue and white dress was stained red with blood, a shocking sight. Lin Luochen understood that Cold Moon Frost's wound had reopened, and he couldn't help but sigh. Why did you intervene to save me? Wouldn't it have been better to just leave? Cold Moon Frost raised her head to look at him earnestly. You saved me. I couldn't just stand by and watch you die. Moreover, I merely wanted to test the waters. If things turned dire, I would have used the teleportation talisman to escape. Lin Luochen recognized her pursuit of the Tao as unimpeded, her thoughts clear. Yet, her actions made it difficult for him to maintain his own clarity. Do you still have any teleportation talismans left? Cold Moon Frost shook her head. No, that was the last one. Lin Luochen felt helpless. Then let us go. Based on the events of my previous life, it won't be long before that vixen, Luo Yaoyao, catches up to us. If I don't intervene, this foolish woman will surely fall into her hands. Luo Yaoyao has a somewhat twisted mindset. She seeks to witness the fall of Cold Moon Frost, the saintess of the Jade Maiden Sect. If I simply walk away, who knows where that demoness will find a man to torment Cold Moon Frost? What if she becomes even more deranged and finds someone inhuman? A night of marriage brings 100 days of kindness. Lin Luochen could not bear to merely stand by and watch. Cold Moon Frost, bewildered, asked, where to? Lin Luochen replied nonchalantly, of course. We need to find a place to hide. Can you still walk? Cold Moon Frost took a couple of steps, forcing a smile. I should be fine. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Luochen swiftly lifted her, causing her to let out a startled cry. I can manage myself. Before she could complete her protest, Lin Luochen shot her a cold glance. Stop being stubborn. Your life is at stake. Why be so pretentious? Cold Moon Frost, understanding his nature, meekly responded with an "oh" and settled into his embrace. After all, he had already held her once. Being held again was not a significant matter. Was it? Lin Luochen concealed the bloodstains on the ground, discerning the direction, and sprinted towards one of the paths. Cold Moon Frost noticed that he made an effort to avoid touching her wounds and sensitive areas, warming her heart. When this guy wasn't being fierce, he wasn't too intolerable. Still affected by the residual poison, Cold Moon Frost gazed at Lin Luochen's chiseled features, feeling the contact between their bodies, her cheeks slightly flushed. Lin Luochen looked down at her, slightly frowning. Why aren't you focusing on recovering? What are you staring at me for? Damn it. Does this woman have feelings for me? He did not want to be any sort of aphrodisiac. Cold Moon Frost gasped, her face turning crimson as she quickly recited the Taishang Forgetting Emotions mantra. What was she thinking? Lin Luochen continued to carry her forward, making an effort to avoid areas dense with demonic energy. Some of these areas were shrouded in dark clouds or glowed with a blood-red light. He speculated that demonic beasts were lurking within. Lin Luochen remained vigilant, carefully navigating the edges of various demonic beasts, and remarkably, he encountered no demonic creatures along the way, confirming his suspicions. However, he noticed that as time passed, the brilliance of the azure lotus gradually dimmed. This extraordinary divination technique actually had a time limit. Chapter 8. The Hunter. Moments later, Lin Luochen cautiously navigated a marsh while holding the delicate Cold Moon Frost. Intrigued, she inquired, is there something in the marsh? Lin Luochen quickly hushed her. Lower your voice. There is a crimson scale serpent within. Cold Moon Frost was taken aback, exclaiming, how can that be? The crimson scale serpent detests water. Why would it be in a marsh? Lin Luochen replied nonchalantly, though it abhors water, it lays its eggs in marshes. If you doubt me, feel free to venture closer, but do not run to me when the serpent chases you. In their past life, they had unknowingly trespassed into the territory of a spawning crimson scale serpent. Cold Moon Frost was forced to confront it, attracting 2 disciples from the Maiden Sect. And only through desperate measures were they able to escape. Yet, this incident exposed their location, leading to the pursuit by Luo Yaoyao and others, culminating in their discovery amidst a thorough search. Ultimately, a weakened Cold Moon Frost succumbed to the intoxicating smoke and fled into the Wanfeng Mountain. Had it not been for the coinciding blood moon and the ensuing beastly upheaval, they would have certainly found themselves in a compromising situation. After breaking through, Cold Moon Frost, in a fit of anger and humiliation, retaliated against Luo Yaoyao, but found herself ensnared once more. If not for Gu Qinghan's timely arrival, Lin Luochen and Cold Moon Frost would have fallen into the hands of the Maiden Sect. Unaware of this history, Cold Moon Frost listened attentively to Lin Luochen's account, recalling relevant records. How do you know there is a crimson scale serpent here? She asked. Lin Luochen replied with an air of confidence. I am a hunter. Cold Moon Frost, inexperienced and awestruck, was left in a daze, her mind swirling with questions. Are ordinary hunters this formidable? She remained skeptical. Yet as Lin Luochen traversed the marsh, he gently set her down and retrieved several luminous spirit fruits from his storage pouch, tossing them into the center of the marsh. Before the radiant fruits could touch the ground, Lin Luochen swiftly scooped Cold Moon Frost back into his arms and dashed away. Sounds erupted from the marsh behind them. Yet Lin Luochen had already fled far enough that the crimson scale serpent did not reveal itself. I do not doubt you. You need not prove anything. Cold Moon Frost exclaimed, her heart racing. The aura from the marsh had confirmed her suspicions about the serpent's presence. Lin Luochen, bemused, replied, you are overthinking. I merely wanted to leave a surprise for the enchantresses of the Maiden Sect. Cold Moon Frost gasped, suddenly realizing something, her eyes widening in astonishment. How did you know they were from the Maiden Sect? Lin Luochen felt a jolt of surprise, but maintained a calm demeanor. That shameless enchantress mentioned it. And did you not just refer to their intoxicating smoke as belonging to the Maiden Sect? Cold Moon Frost acknowledged this, but sensed something amiss about him. Lin Luochen, carrying her, cautiously followed a path etched in his memory. The beasts in this region often exhibited territorial instincts, avoiding unnecessary conflict. He navigated the fringes of the beast territories, avoiding areas thick with demonic energy. Cold Moon Frost, bewildered, noted their luck. They had not encountered any beasts along the way, leaving her both astonished and curious. How was he able to achieve this? However, as one walks by the water's edge, it is inevitable to get wet. Lin Luochen suddenly sensed a surge of demonic energy approaching from a distance and turned sharply. What kind of beast is so ravenous? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a vivid image materialized before him. A massive saber-toothed tiger, battered and scarred from battles lost, lay in the snow, having been driven to this desolate spot. It sprang to its feet upon hearing Lin Luochen's footsteps, charging towards them with fervor. A Yuan-Ing level beast. The sight jolted Lin Luochen back to reality. The world around him faded, the aura dissipating. The azure lotus dimmed, gathering strength once more. Regaining his composure, he hoisted Cold Moon Frost onto his shoulder and sprinted away. A beast approaches. Prepare for combat, and leave no trace. Mimic the beasts if you can. Cold Moon Frost felt the large hand on her behind. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, yet she instinctively gripped her sword. However, she scanned her surroundings and found no trace of the beast. Just as she was about to inquire, her senses detected a giant tiger pursuing them. Bewildered, she thought, how did he sense the beast before I did? But there was no time for contemplation. She swiftly formed a hand gesture, readying herself for the encounter. Lin Luochen freed a hand and began tossing spirit fruits into the woods while emitting a series of wolf howls. Moments later, a howling wind swept through the forest as the giant tiger leaped from the underbrush, lunging at them. Cold Moon Frost, prepared, crouched on Lin Luochen's shoulder and pointed, unleashing a wind blade that sent the tiger tumbling. The tiger, regaining its footing, roared defiantly, ready to retaliate, but was suddenly met with a chorus of wolf howls. The swift snow wolves of the region, agitated by Lin Luochen's actions, surged forth from the trees, numbering over 10. Lin Luochen, carrying Cold Moon Frost, leaped into the branches, deftly navigating through the trees as they fled. The snow wolves split into two groups. Some pursued the pair, while others encircled the giant tiger in a fierce assault. The forest echoed with roars and howls, a chaotic battle unfolding, allowing Lin Luochen and Cold Moon Frost to make their escape. After a brief but strenuous chase, Lin Luochen evaded the wolves, panting heavily as he found refuge in a secluded thicket. Cold Moon Frost, resting on his shoulder, shyly suggested, you can let me down now. Lin Luochen complied, asking, can you handle a Yuan-Ing level beast now? Cold Moon Frost nodded, I should be able to. Lin Luochen carefully pushed aside the snow-laden branches, revealing a well-concealed cave. Inside lay a hibernating ironback bear, a creature of immense strength, with its abdomen and eyes being its weak points. Strike swiftly and silently. We must not alert it, or all will be for naught. Cold Moon Frost's senses confirmed the presence of a concealed demonic aura within. She swiftly set down several formation flags to mask their presence before cautiously entering. Inside, the massive ironback bear stirred, awakening to the disturbance. Without hesitation, Cold Moon Frost unleashed a barrage of sword light, bombarding the bear relentlessly. The ironback bear roared, raising earthen walls for protection as it retaliated with spikes erupting from the ground towards her. Moments later, Cold Moon Frost emerged, clutching her shoulder, blood seeping from her wound. It's done, but how did you know it was a Yuan-Ing level ironback bear inside? Lin Luochen entered the cave, extracting a broken blade and expertly dissecting the bear's carcass. Do not question my expertise with your ignorance. I am a hunter. Cold Moon Frost felt a mix of admiration and confusion, grappling with the notion that a hunter could stand at the cave's entrance or by a lake, discerning the nature of the beasts within. As Lin Luochen prepared to dissect the body, she cautioned, the ironback bear has tough skin and flesh, typical weapons. She halted mid-sentence, realizing Lin Luochen had already extracted a golden inner core from the bear's body. Cold Moon Frost felt her worldview shatter, questioning if she had fallen behind the times. Are ordinary hunters truly this formidable now? Chapter 9. Nipping feelings in the bud. The cave was deep and narrow, its entrance concealed amidst the dense underbrush. Within, a large spiritual spring lay frozen under a layer of ice, exuding a chilling aura. After Lin Luochen retrieved the demon core, he instructed Lung Yuanshuang to incinerate the bear carcass with a fire talisman, erasing all traces. He then broke the ice, filled a gourd with the spring water, and washed his face, feeling a sense of relief. Having narrowly escaped danger, he hoped to endure until the blood moon arrived. Yet, Lin Luochen remained troubled by the question of why Luo Yaoyao had come prematurely. Could it be the surge of spiritual energy when Lung Yuanshuang broke her seal? Or was it because he had taken the reverse fate monument in this lifetime? As he suspected, the reverse fate monument possessed the ability to obscure heavenly secrets and conceal one's aura. Although it had yet to recognize its master, it could still interfere with the markings on Lung Yuanshuang within a certain range. However, when she had left Lin Luochen's side, unconscious in the snow, her location had been compromised. With his suspicions in mind, he dared not stray too far from her. Who knew if she had been subjected to any tracking spells? Please, tend to your injuries, he urged. Lung Yuanshuang nodded but hesitated, casting a glance at the spring. Young master, I wish to cleanse my wounds. Could you perhaps turn away for a moment? Observing her disheveled appearance, Lin Luochen cautioned, the water is quite cold. Do not use it for bathing directly. Your body cannot withstand it, and I do not wish to nurse you back to health. He added, moreover, the water flows to other areas, with hidden currents and ferocious beasts. Be careful. Lung Yuanshuang appeared bewildered. You are aware of this as well? This man, surprisingly attentive, showed concern for her well-being. Lin Luochen chose to ignore her astonishment, turning his back to her as he gazed outside the cave. Though a cultivator, Lung Yuanshuang had not trained her body, rendering her physique no better than that of an ordinary person. Having been injured, submerged in water, and poisoned, she could not endure bathing in such frigid waters. In his previous life, she had been on the verge of death, causing him to flounder in chaos and develop unwarranted feelings. He resolved to extinguish any affection she might have for him before it could take root. I understand, Lung Yuanshuang said, a slight smile gracing her lips as she cast a few array flags to obscure their surroundings. She shed her tattered clothing, employing her techniques to summon the water, heating it before cleaning her wounds. Occasionally glancing at Lin Luochen, she noted he showed no inclination to turn around, allowing her to relax. Did she truly appear so unappealing in his eyes? What kind of aesthetic could a wild man of the mountains possess? Hearing the splashing water behind him, Lin Luochen remained still, yet his mind inadvertently conjured images of the woman concealed beneath her tightly fitted clothing. The vigor of youth surged within him, and he found it difficult to suppress his imagination. However, he steeled himself to contemplate their current predicament. In just 2 days, when the blood moon descended, Gu Qinghan and her reinforcements would arrive. He had not touched Lung Yuanshuang, and Gu Qinghan could not possibly take him back to the Jade Maiden Sect, could she? Yet, he sensed that she was unpredictable and might seek an opportunity to escape. Lin Luochen would rather face the risk of being devoured by a beast than be imprisoned once more in the Jade Maiden Sect. But if Luo Yaoyao pursued him, should he offer himself as bait? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he felt increasingly agitated and indecisive. Moments later, Lung Yuanshuang's clear and melodious voice reached him. Young master, I am finished. Lin Luochen turned to see her clad in a flowing blue and white dress, her long black hair cascading over her chest, exuding an air of ethereal beauty tinged with vulnerability. Though he had seen her countless times, her celestial visage remained strikingly enchanting. In his previous life, Lin Luochen had often berated himself for being bewitched, allowing his lower instincts to override his reason. Yet, every time he gazed upon Lung Yuanshuang, he felt justified in his predicament. What man could withstand such a test? It was one thing for a woman to be beautiful, but her figure was truly captivating, making it hard to resist. Feeling Lin Luochen's gaze upon her, Lung Yuanshuang grew uncomfortable, as though she stood before him in the nude, and instinctively sought to retreat. Young master? Snapped back to reality, Lin Luochen felt a surge of embarrassment and hastily turned away, unwilling to look further. Focus on your recovery. Lung Yuanshuang acknowledged him with a soft hum, producing a jade slip. Young master, this is a breath-concealing technique, which can suppress your aura and life fluctuations. Originally a technique from the Jade Maiden Sect, she no longer cared about its origins. Surprised by this unexpected boon, Lin Luochen accepted the jade slip without hesitation. Lung Yuanshuang sat cross-legged, invoking her healing techniques to recuperate. After organizing his talismans and elixirs, Lin Luochen settled down to practice the breath-concealing technique. Time passed, and when Lung Yuanshuang finally opened her eyes, she found Lin Luochen quietly munching on dried rations. It dawned on her that he was merely a qi-refining cultivator and could not forego food and drink as she did. Young master, why do you carry rations with you? Lin Luochen could not divulge that he had prepared to flee down the mountain, so he deflected. It is customary for hunters to bring provisions into the mountains. Is that so strange? Lung Yuanshuang awkwardly replied, I did not bring any fasting pills. So I am fortunate you had rations. Lin Luochen refrained from commenting. In his previous life, he had gone 2 days without food, ultimately lacking the strength to act when the time came. How are your injuries? Lung Yuanshuang answered honestly, with 2 more days of rest, I should be nearly recovered. Can you defeat that demoness? Not a chance. We can only flee. The demoness' intoxicating smoke was exceedingly peculiar. Do you have any way to counter it? Upon hearing this, Lung Yuanshuang pondered deeply before uncertainly suggesting, perhaps an antidote pill could yield some effect? Lin Luochen felt disheartened, recalling their previous attempt had only provided temporary relief. This time, Lung Yuanshuang had inhaled a minimal amount. The next time they encountered the demoness, it might not work at all. Then give me two. Lung Yuanshuang poured him a few antidote pills, which he promptly tucked into his belt. As she reached to retract her storage ring, Lin Luochen cautioned, do not return everything to it. What if your spiritual energy becomes suppressed again? Lung Yuanshuang paused, glancing at her attire, unsure of where to conceal them. Lin Luochen pointed to his chest, and her cheeks flushed as she turned away to hide them in her bosom. Young master has rescued me numerous times. Yet I do not even know your esteemed name. Lin Luochen replied unenthusiastically, nameless. Lung Yuanshuang stammered, am I a burden to you, young master? What do you think? I apologize. I will find a way to protect your family. That is unnecessary. They are no longer here. Lung Yuanshuang expressed her regret. Then what are your plans for the future? Would you consider accompanying me to Xianzhou? Lin Luochen scoffed. To Xianzhou, do you intend to take me as an apprentice? Lung Yuanshuang quickly shook her head. Our Jade Maiden Sect does not accept males, but I could recommend you to other sections. Lin Luochen merely smiled, remaining silent. He held no affection for the righteous path. If the Jade Maiden Sect could imprison a man to the point of death, what could be expected of other righteous factions? In the path of cultivation, there was no distinction between righteousness and wickedness. It was merely a matter of the manner in which the strong devoured the weak. Let us discuss it later. The two individuals engaged in a desultory conversation when suddenly, from a distance, a fearsome roar of a beast echoed, accompanied by a thunderous explosion. They exchanged glances and employed a technique to conceal their presence as they approached the cave entrance, where they beheld two streaks of light ascending towards the heavens. Vaguely discernible were two exquisitely adorned women, pursued relentlessly by a colossal red-scaled serpent that soared through the air. The serpent unleashed a column of fire, striking one of the women with deadly precision. With her cultivation merely at the peak of the golden core stage, she was instantly charred and plummeted to the ground, swallowed whole by the beast. The remaining woman, pale with terror, realized that their attraction to the luminous fruit had led them into a perilous situation. Unaware of the lurking red-scaled serpent below, not only was the serpent at the nascent soul realm, but it also possessed remarkable stealth, having devoured one of them without warning. Although she managed to escape, she was astounded to witness the beast's ability to leap into the air, far beyond her expectations. In her frantic bid for survival, a dark streak swept past her, seizing the woman and soaring into the sky. Her anguished cries echoed as blood rained down, but soon fell silent. The red-scaled serpent let out an enraged roar before reluctantly retreating back into the mire. Lung Yuanshuang's eyes widened in horror. Unable to stifle the gasp that escaped her cherry lips, her heart gripped by fear. The presence of a nascent soul red-scaled serpent and an iron feather eagle. At that moment, Lin Luochen appeared to her as an enigmatic figure, shrouded in an aura of mystery, as if enveloped in a veil of fog. Who exactly was he? Why did he exude such an air of mystery and possess seemingly omniscient knowledge? Chapter 10 Heavenly Father, you are truly benevolent. Observing the successive demise of the three disciples of the Maiden Sect, Lin Luochen spoke calmly, let us return. Lung Yefeng, filled with confusion, replied with a hum and followed him back to the cave, hesitating to voice her thoughts. Suddenly, Lin Luochen recalled something and looked up at her. Do you possess any secret techniques that could aid in breaking through? In his previous life, with his generous investment, Lung Yefeng had successfully transcended to the out-of-body realm. In this life, he had no intention of indulging in excess, and could only place his hopes on Lung Yefeng achieving her breakthrough ahead of time. Embarrassed, Lung Yefeng replied, if I could break through, I would have done so long ago. Lin Luochen furrowed his brows. Yet in your previous life, you managed to break through just 2 days later. Surely you are not merely a step away from the out-of-body realm, unable to pierce through that last layer? I advise you not to conceal any means you possess. If you do, it may lead to your demise. Seeing his disbelief, Lung Yefeng retorted, my lord, I am not deceiving you. Lin Luochen pondered. Was his investment as an ordinary man truly that significant? Suddenly, he remembered the peculiar phenomenon he had witnessed when observing her aura, and the memories of her demise began to assail him. In his previous life, during that incident, she had emitted a luminous moonlight, which gradually became tainted with blood. Lin Luochen felt a chill in his heart. Heavenly Father, you cannot be jesting with me. Sensing Lin Luochen's grim expression, Lung Yefeng comforted him. There is no need for excessive worry, my lord. My master can sense my location. As long as reinforcements from the righteous path arrive, she will come for me. Lin Luochen acknowledged her words. Yet he felt that relying on others was less reliable than relying on oneself. He took out several manuals Lung Yefeng had given him and began to peruse them, desperate for a solution. In his previous life, as a man who could barely read, he would not have understood them. However, after spending a century in the Unison sect, he had become quite knowledgeable, mastering various arts such as music, strategy, and literature. After all, with nothing to occupy his time, He had no choice but to find ways to pass the hours. Among the manuals, there was only one attacking technique, titled Chinkping Sword Technique. It was Lin Luochen's first genuine encounter with an offensive technique, and he eagerly flipped through its pages. This sword technique was not a foundational method like the concealment technique. It was filled with numerous terminology related to cultivation, causing him to frown. He attempted to gesture with his hands, but found the movements clumsy and unsatisfactory. What did it mean to draw the energy of the earth from the Sun position into the Danzhong? The Danzhong was the central point of the Rin Meridian. How could it be connected to the 8 trigrams? Feeling a bit awkward, Lung Yefeng admitted that this sword technique was something she had stumbled upon. Not belonging to the Yunus sect, and she had not examined it in detail. She could only move beside Lin Luochen, observing closely before explaining. This refers to the practitioner receiving the thunderous energy of the Zhen Palace while stepping on the path, and then transforming it into the sword's momentum through the Danzhong point. Lin Luochen, intrigued, inquired further, but how does this sword momentum, which requires the Chinkping floating water, connect to the subsequent tempestuous sword intent? With a gentle smile, Lung Yefeng replied, the essence of Chinkping lies in softening the rigid. The initial movement requires 7 parts gentleness, and as the sword's momentum. Her expression was focused, occasionally tucking away the loose strands of hair that had fallen, creating an alluring fragrance that made Lin Luochen feel somewhat uneasy. Damn it, does this woman not realize her own charm? Once he had clarified his doubts, Lin Luochen hastily closed the sword technique manual and distanced himself from her. Thank you, Fairy, for your guidance. I shall contemplate the rest on my own. Lung Yefeng, observing his demeanor, smiled sweetly and said, if you have any further questions, my lord, feel free to ask me. Lin Luochen nodded. I understand. Please focus on your recovery. Being in close quarters with her felt more torturous than battling wild beasts, and he was reluctant to further challenge his own weaknesses. Thus, the two settled into the cave. Acutely aware of the slow passage of time, Lin Luochen desperately wished to escape this predicament, wanting to distance himself from Lung Yefeng as much as possible. Meanwhile, it was the first time she had shared a space with a man, leaving her feeling uneasy and uncertain of what to say. Fortunately, she had already entered a fasting state, sparing her the need for food and drink. Otherwise, she feared she might embarrass herself. 2 evenings later, Lung Yefeng slowly opened her eyes. After 2 days of recuperation, her strength had nearly returned. Although her internal injuries still required time to heal, her external wounds had fully mended, leaving no scars behind. Meanwhile, Lin Luochen practiced with a withered branch in the cave, his sword movements flowing like the wind, with the branch emitting a faint azure glow. His form was graceful and agile. Initially, his sword momentum was weak like ripples, but after several movements, it surged like a tempest. A hint of astonishment flickered in Lung Yefeng's eyes. This fellow possessed remarkable talent. His aptitude for swordsmanship was astonishingly formidable. With just a little guidance, he had progressed in mere days as if he had immersed himself in the art for years. He was indeed a prodigy born for the sword. Unfortunately, he was still in the chi refinement stage, and many techniques remained beyond his grasp. Noticing Lin Luochen lost in his practice, Lung Yefeng turned and reached into the abyss to retrieve the reverse fate monument. She felt that the iron tablet was different from before. It seemed much lighter, and the patterns appeared subtly altered. However, she did not suspect Lin Luochen, as few had ever seen the reverse fate monument. This item had always hung by her side. How could it possibly be a counterfeit or swapped? It must be a divine artifact concealing its own brilliance. Lin Luochen, secretly observing from the shadows, felt a weight lift from his heart and pretended to nonchalantly sheath his sword. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would never have guessed the tablet was so profound, hidden so deeply. Have your injuries fully healed? Yes, Lung Yefeng replied. What is the situation? It is manageable. We have yet to be found here, but it should not be long now. Over the past 2 days, streaks of light had occasionally darted across the sky, and fireworks had risen, creating a lively atmosphere among the mountains. The disciples of the Maiden Sect had not only failed to locate them, but had also suffered considerable losses at the hands of the mountain beasts. However, more disciples were arriving, beginning a thorough search, and it was only a matter of time before they found them. Nevertheless, the current situation was far better than in his previous life. At least they were not enduring a relentless chase. In his previous life, after exposing their approximate location, they had been quickly discovered, despite being hidden away. Now, under Lin Luochen's foresight, the two were comfortably concealed within the cave. Yet Lin Luochen felt no joy. Anxiously approaching the cave entrance to observe the dimming sky, would the blood moon appear tonight? Would Gu Qingshan and the righteous reinforcements arrive? As night fell, a bright moon ascended the sky and gradually climbed higher. When it reached its zenith, gentle moonlight cascaded down, casting a soft glow over the vast expanse of the world. Yet Lin Luochen felt a chill in his heart. The blood moon did not emerge. The beasts remained calm. Gu Qingshan had not appeared. As he watched the moon descend, his heart sank further. Lung Yefeng, puzzled, asked, "My lord, are you all right?" She sensed his sudden shift in demeanor, his eyes reflecting a mix of reluctance and helplessness. Lin Luochen sighed softly, revealing a resigned smile. I am fine. I shall keep watch tonight. You should rest. It seems a fierce battle awaits us. Lung Yefeng wished to say more, but upon seeing his unwavering gaze, she complied and settled down to meditate, though she frequently glanced at him. What on earth was troubling him? As dawn's first light illuminated the earth, Lin Luochen finally resigned himself to despair. His suspicions had proven correct. The blood moon did not arise out of thin air. It is intricately linked to that foolish woman, Lung Yuxuan. The reversal monument is likely capable of concealing tracking. Yet this very fact renders Gu Qinghan unable to locate Lung Yuxuan. It is probable that Gu Qinghan discerned their whereabouts through the blood moon, or perhaps the changes in Lung Yuxuan's body. Lin Luochen sighed in despair, realizing that this brought him back to the original dilemma. Presently, unraveling this predicament seems straightforward. All he requires is a decisive stroke, which would provide a permanent solution, allowing him to languish peacefully within the Jade Maiden Sect for the rest of his days. Oh heavens, you truly are benevolent towards me. Chapter 11. Finally free from this woman. Lin Luochen returned to the cave and sat down, his heart in turmoil as he gazed at Lung Yuanshuang. Though he was unaware of the extent of the blood moon phenomenon, it was evident that Lung Yuanshuang was no ordinary individual. After all, how could such an extraordinary event occur at the moment of her loss of purity, causing a blood moon to hang in the sky and stirring the beasts? Thus, it seemed that Lung Yuanshuang's breakthrough was due to the shattering of her primordial yin, leading to an outpouring of power from within her. This incident must have affected her significantly, otherwise, Gu Qinghan would not have reacted so frantically. To be honest, Lin Luochen did not mind offering Lung Yuanshuang a helping hand. Based on his previous life experiences, Gu Qinghan appeared 2 hours after the blood moon emerged. After completing his task, he could flee, and with the reverse fate tablet in his possession, there was a genuine possibility of escape. However, Lin Luochen did not wish to be at the mercy of fate nor risk being pursued by the Jade Maiden Sect. He simply wanted to discreetly take the reverse fate tablet, find a secluded place to cultivate, and eventually settle scores with the Jade Maiden Sect. After a brief contemplation, Lin Luochen resolved to distance himself from Lung Yuanshuang. In the event that the reverse fate tablet became ineffective, Gu Qinghan would likely sense Lung Yuanshuang's location. It would then be a matter of who would arrive first, Gu Qinghan or the enchanting demoness of the Miaoing sect. Yet, Lin Luochen refrained from acting immediately. Given his current condition, venturing out would merely serve as an offering to the beasts. He needed to wait until the energy accumulation in his consciousness was complete to ensure his survival in this land plagued by demonic creatures. Lin Luochen swallowed several spirit-gathering pills, quietly sitting cross-legged to cultivate and strive for a breakthrough to the second level of qi refinement. Every bit of strength gained was a step closer to survival. Lung Yuanshuang watched him with curiosity, but hesitated to ask. They remained hidden in the cave for an entire day until dusk descended, at which point Lin Luochen finally opened his eyes. The world appeared different to him once more. For the Blue Lotus had ignited anew. This power was entirely uncontrollable. Once the energy was fully charged, it would be unleashed recklessly. Lin Luochen glanced at Lung Yuanshuang, who was illuminated by the bright moonlight. However, the radiant moon bore an ominous blood hue, surrounded by a veil of pink mist. Oh, so it's a calamity of blood and a peach blossom tribulation, is it? Lin Luochen rose and approached the water's edge to glimpse his reflection, only to find nothing unusual. His brow furrowed. Was it that ordinary individuals bore no anomalies, or was he simply unable to see himself? Lung Yuanshuang, intrigued, called out. Young master? Lin Luochen knelt to fill a gourd with water and replied calmly. Since you have nearly recovered, I shall take my leave. Lung Yuanshuang's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, You're leaving, young master? Lin Luochen affirmed. We met by chance, and I have done all I could. Should any enemies pursue you, you may escape through the hidden current beneath this spiritual spring. Once outside, head towards that black mountain, avoid entanglements, and buy as much time as possible. In his previous life, Lung Yuanshuang had managed to evade capture even in her severely wounded state, hiding within the 10,000 Bat Mountain. Now that she had nearly fully recovered, he speculated she would be able to hold out until Gu Qinghan arrived. Hearing this, Lung Yuanshuang felt a pang of disappointment. Having faced little hardship in her life, this sudden trial was daunting. Thankfully, this man had accompanied her, otherwise, she feared she would not know how to cope during these days. Although their conversations were scarce, Lin Luochen's presence gave her a sense of security. At this moment, seeing Lin Luochen prepare to leave, Lung Yuanshuang felt a sense of loss and quickly urged, Young master, this broken moon demon gorge is perilous. Why not wait for my sect members to arrive? Lin Luochen shook his head, saying, No need. I can protect myself. Take care, fairy. A tinge of disappointment crossed Lung Yuanshuang's face as she quickly turned away, retrieving 5 gleaming golden talismans from the abyss before presenting them to him. Young master, your life-saving grace cannot be repaid. These talismans are a token of my gratitude, ensuring your safety. She elaborated on the functions of the 5 talismans. The feathering talisman for brief flight, the divine travel talisman for swift movement, the golden light talisman for defense, the mirage talisman for concealment, and the celestial sword talisman, capable of delivering a strike equivalent to a golden core attack. Lin Luochen furrowed his brow, saying, "You have kept such treasures hidden?" Lung Yuanshuang's gaze flickered, feeling somewhat shy. "Young master, these were intended for my survival in dire situations. But it seems they are not needed now." Lin Luochen took the warm talismans from her, smiling. "You have learned quite quickly." Lung Yuanshuang's cheeks flushed as she asked again, "Young master, is your name truly nameless?" Lin Luochen rolled his eyes, thinking it impossible to reveal such a thing. Lung Yuanshuang pressed, "Then what is your esteemed name?" Without turning back, Lin Luochen walked outside, replying nonchalantly, "I shan't tell you." Lung Yuanshuang pouted in dissatisfaction, finding him truly vexing. Would it kill him to share his name? She extended her consciousness towards Lin Luochen, only to discover he seemed shrouded in a veil of mist. Were it not for her persistent focus, she might have overlooked his presence entirely. Although Lin Luochen sensed someone observing him, he paid it no mind, assuming it was merely Lung Yuanshuang's gaze. Upon leaving the cave, he activated the concealment technique, cautiously slipping through the night and circumventing the beast's territory. Utilizing his ability to perceive demonic energy, Lin Luochen found a snowy spot on a mountain peak opposite the cave, where he lay low. As the snowflakes fell, he quickly blended into the surroundings, covertly observing the cave. His concern was not for the woman, but rather to seize the opportunity when it arose. Regardless of whether the demoness or Gu Qinghan arrived first, chaos would ensue, creating the perfect moment for his departure. Alas, this snow is indeed frigid, so chilling. Lin Luochen remained unaware that every move he made was clearly visible to Lung Yuanshuang. After all, only those at the golden core level possessed spiritual awareness, a domain beyond his knowledge. As Lung Yuanshuang watched the snowflakes envelop Lin Luochen, her heart stirred. This seemingly tough exterior concealed a tender heart. He claimed he would leave, but secretly guarded her from outside. Not all men were as fearsome as her master had described, consumed by desires. Perhaps it was because he lived in the mountains, untouched by worldly corruption? Why did she feel an inexplicable fondness towards him? Half an hour later, Lin Luochen suddenly noticed a surge of blood light in the distance, accompanied by ominous dark clouds. He hastily activated the mirage talisman, employing the cycle of fate and concealment techniques to minimize his life fluctuations. Moments later, 4 streaks of light hovered above, revealing 4 alluring women. Lin Luocheng's heart sank. The demoness had arrived first. These 4 women bore blood light above their heads, their faces shrouded in a thick, ominous aura. Was this the legendary omen of impending doom? The leading woman held a round, specialized artifact in her hand, atop which floated a blood-red orb. The blood-inducing disc had evidently sensed her presence nearby. She urgently signaled to the saintess and elders. Barely had she spoken when a beam of moonlight cascaded from above, enveloping the women entirely. The 3 golden core women were silenced before they could scream, their bodies cleaved in twain. Only the leading woman managed to summon a shield in time, her face paling as she exclaimed, "You are indeed here." Lung Yuanshuang surged from the cave like a fleeting shadow, brandishing her sword towards the woman. Yet, even with her swiftness, the early-stage nascent soul woman managed to fire off a signal flare before her demise. As she watched the flare burst into bloom in the night sky, Lung Yuanshuang sighed softly, casting a fleeting glance towards Lin Luocheng's direction. Though she could not see him, nor could her consciousness locate him, she was acutely aware that he was undoubtedly watching her, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. Lung Yuanshuang refrained from speaking, fearing he might assume the illusion shell had failed. Instead, she silently murmured in her heart, "We shall meet again if fate allows." Without hesitation, she swiftly retreated to her cave dwelling, heeding Lin Luochen's advice to escape through the water. As Lin Luochen observed her departure, a sense of melancholy washed over him. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, questioning his own thoughts. Finally, he had managed to rid himself of this woman. He had already shown utmost benevolence, and now it was left to her own fortune. She bore only the calamity of bloodshed, her face devoid of deathly pallor, so she should be safe. Just as Lin Luochen was lost in his musings, a sudden surge of demonic aura caught his attention. A gaunt saber-toothed tiger, its body marred with bite marks, emerged from the forest. This was indeed the defeated Tiger King he had encountered before, evidently drawn by the disturbances of their earlier confrontation. The creature eyed the distant cave warily, then suddenly twitched its nostrils, lowering its head to sniff the snow-covered ground. Lin Luochen's heart sank. Could it be that the illusion shell failed to mask one's scent? In an instant, the saber-toothed tiger lifted its head, gazing in Lin Luochen's direction. Its eyes filled with confusion. Lin Luochen cursed inwardly. Damn it, so if I do not enter the tiger's den, I must fall into the tiger's mouth. Chapter 12. Fairy, please exercise restraint. As the colossal tiger approached Lin Luochen, following the scent, several streaks of light appeared in the distance. Unmistakably the disciples of the Maiden Sect drawn to the commotion. With a ferocious tiger glaring from close range, and the enchanting maidens of the Maiden Sect encircling from afar, Lin Luochen found himself between the jaws of death and the mouth of a dragon. Without hesitation, he chose the latter, activating the talisman in his hand. He leapt and sprinted towards the cave. Given his bond with Luo Yaoyao, falling into the hands of the Maiden Sect would be worse than perishing at the tiger's claws. The saber-toothed tiger was momentarily startled, then its eyes gleamed with fervor as it pursued Lin Luochen relentlessly. It unleashed fireballs from its mouth, forcing Lin to dodge and evade. Yet he was still splattered with mud and snow. If it were not for the talisman and the tiger's injuries, he feared he would have met his demise long ago. However, even so, the saber-toothed tiger drew ever closer, fireballs brewing in its maw. In a moment of desperation, Lin Luochen activated the heavenly sword talisman. The paper radiated a brilliant golden light, and the air was filled with a torrent of sword energy cascading down like a torrential rain. The saber-toothed tiger, momentarily blocked by the sword energy, could only release its fireballs prematurely, obliterating the sword energy. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Luochen widened the distance and dashed towards the cave as distant feminine shouts echoed behind him. "Stop! Where do you think you're going?" Ignoring the voices, Lin activated the golden light talisman and surged into the cave ahead of the tiger and the maidens. Inside, it was deserted, but the roars of the colossal tiger and the whoosh of its claws reverberated behind him. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin dove into the spring, feeling a sharp pain in his back. The golden light enveloping him shattered, yet he barely managed to submerge, swimming towards the depths. The fire element saber-toothed tiger clearly detested water. It floundered a few times before scrambling back to shore, shaking off its fur. Steam rose from its body as it turned to glare at the Maiden Sect maidens at the cave entrance. With a thunderous roar, the tiger sent the maidens scrambling in disarray, their startled cries ringing out. Having suffered a claw from the saber-toothed tiger, Lin Luochen might have fainted from the pain had it not been for the icy spring water. He swam deeper, his blood dispersing in the water, curiously surging back towards his chest. There, an ancient iron tablet was quietly absorbing his blood, inscribed with swirling runes. Lin felt himself growing heavier, swept along by the current towards an unknown destination. Severely injured, he was powerless against the rushing current, helplessly tossed about in the dark river. Fortunately, there were no beasts lurking in the current. Otherwise, he would have surely become a meal. After what felt like an eternity, he finally emerged from the dark flow back into the normal river. But Lin was already on the brink of collapse. As a mere second-layer chi cultivator, he could not hold his breath for long, and his consciousness began to fade. In the murky depths of the river, he felt himself sinking, gazing vacantly upwards. Was he truly to perish here without reason? Cold moon frost. Had she really fled so swiftly? Just then, he hazily glimpsed a beam of moonlight shining down. A fairy cloaked in lunar radiance swimming towards him. Behind her, a full moon illuminated her figure, her garments billowing in the water, ethereal and otherworldly. She grasped him and swiftly propelled them both towards the surface, as if to rescue him from this torment. Lin Luochen, in a daze, caught a glimpse of her. Feeling as though his lungs would burst, his heart thundering. Cold moon frost gazed at his pale face, suddenly biting her red lip, cradling his face and kissing him. Lin felt a surge of celestial energy flooding into him, greedily returning the embrace. With wide, beautiful eyes, Cold moon frost held him with one arm while wielding her sword with the other, dispatching any river beasts in their path as they ascended. Moments later, they broke the surface of a river several yards wide. Lin gasped for fresh air, overwhelmed with the sensation of having survived a near-death experience. Cold moon frost, her cheeks slightly flushed, looked at him, her figure glistening in the water, a vision of alluring beauty. "Are you all right?" she asked. "I am not well. My head is spinning," Lin Luochen replied before collapsing against her chest. It was not a matter of taking advantage, but rather a consequence of excessive blood loss. In his foggy state, he heard Cold moon frost's panicked voice. Sir. Time felt distorted, and Lin Luochen was abruptly awakened by the sound of rushing winds and explosions. Upon regaining consciousness, he felt as if he might explode, gasping for breath. Was this how intense the awakening reaction was? A familiar, sultry voice chimed in. "Fairy Moon Frost, why cling to your little lover so desperately? Come back to the Maiden Sect with me, and I promise you a life of endless excitement." Cold moon frost remained silent, her sword unleashing beams of light as she navigated the vessel to break free. At that moment, Luo Yaoyao, along with a dozen Maiden Sect disciples, surrounded them, intent on capturing her. Yet, with her injuries healing and her cultivation prowess, this exceptional woman was not so easily subdued. If not for her concern for Lin aboard the vessel, she would have likely escaped by now. Luo Yaoyao was more than willing to let her absorb more of the intoxicating smoke, slowly simmering her like a frog in warm water to prevent any desperate actions. Lin's presence proved immensely beneficial to the effects of the intoxicating smoke. Indeed, the Maiden Sect Saintess was already flushed, nearing the point of losing control. "Fairy, why are you silent? Is it that unbearable, akin to being eaten alive by a swarm of ants? Just say the word, and we shall distance ourselves, allowing you and your little lover to indulge in your desires." Laughter erupted among the maidens, accompanied by breathy sounds and teasing remarks. Surely, the fairy does not misunderstand. How could the pure and virtuous Miaoyin sect comprehend? Sisters, enlighten her. Don't underestimate the Miaoyin sect. They've consumed more salt than we've eaten rice. Furious, Cold Moon Frost slashed with her sword, gritting her teeth, shameless. Just as her mind was besieged by the cacophony of seductive voices, Lin Luochen finally regained his senses and swallowed an antidote pill. Ignore them. Make for Wanfu Mountain, towards that large tree, quickly. Perhaps due to his earlier unconsciousness, he could now perceive the varying intensities of demonic energy surrounding them. Cold Moon Frost exhaled in relief upon seeing him awake. But her thoughts unwittingly drifted back to their earlier kiss, her gaze growing dreamy. However, she quickly recited the Taishang Forgetting Emotion Sutra, adjusting their course towards the distant tree. Lin realized Cold Moon Frost was not in the best condition. She had undoubtedly inhaled a significant amount of intoxicating smoke. After all, if he was feeling ready to burst, how much worse was it for her, the primary target? Where are your antidote pills? I've used them all, Cold Moon Frost panted. Lin fished out the last pill from his belt, placing it in her mouth for relief. Their bodies brushed against each other, and Cold Moon Frost instinctively licked his fingers, causing Lin to jump back in surprise. Fairy, please exercise restraint. I am not that sort of person. Cold Moon Frost shot him an annoyed glance. Yet she appeared so enchanting in that moment that Lin found himself retreating behind her. Don't look at me. I fear you may lose control. Ridiculous. Who would? Certainly not me. Silence yourself. Do not utter a word. Upon hearing this, Lin Luochen promptly complied, sealing his lips. Indeed, a man must take care to safeguard himself while venturing into the world. Chapter 13. Oh no, why does this woman become more beautiful the more I look at her? Cold Moon Frost swiftly piloted the flying vessel to the towering tree. Lin Luochen quickly instructed her, strike at the treetop, then fly close to the ground. Following his command, the vines descending from the tree suddenly sprang up, coiling around them like ethereal serpents. Moreover, numerous demon snakes with large, fleshy wings leapt from the tree, gliding through the air and exhaling toxic mist. Cold Moon Frost was startled and immediately dived closer to the ground. Unfortunately, the enchanting disciples of the Miaoyin sect trailing behind were not as fortunate, ensnared by the vines and demon snakes. Seizing the opportunity to distance herself, Cold Moon Frost adhered to Lin Luochen's guidance, skillfully navigating the perilous terrain while dragging the Miaoyin sect disciples through the chaos. The demon beasts they encountered were predominantly at the nascent soul level, posing little obstruction to Cold Moon Frost. After startling the beasts, they fled. The enraged creatures could only unleash their wrath upon the Miaoyin disciples hot on their heels. Unable to discern friend from foe, the beasts recognized only that these humans had intruded upon their territory. The path was rife with commotion as demon beasts were disturbed, causing a cacophony of flapping wings and frantic cries. The Miaoyin disciples faced relentless obstacles, wasting precious time as more and more fell behind. In the end, only the formidable Luo Yaoyao, accompanied by 3 nascent soul disciples, managed to keep pace, their appearances disheveled and grimy. You cannot escape, Luo Yaoyao exclaimed sharply, unleashing a flurry of colorful ribbons that swirled around her like petals, attempting to ensnare the two. Cold Moon Frost seized Lin Luochen and soared into the air, directing the small flying vessel straight towards Luo Yaoyao. Boom! The azure vessel emitted a brilliant flash, and a violent explosion shattered the ribbons, sending the two flying from the chaos. Luo Yaoyao's face turned pale with fury. Let us see how many magical artifacts you can destroy. These celestial women were truly relentless. A mid-grade magical vessel was squandered in such a manner. In the Qingsu realm, treasures were classified into 5 tiers: spirit tools, magical artifacts, celestial artifacts, divine artifacts, and sacred artifacts. The latter was solely wielded by those transcending tribulations, an unattainable dream. As for divine artifacts, only those favored by fortune could possess them, with most residing in the hands of great ascension cultivators. A common cultivator's pinnacle was often merely a top-grade celestial artifact left behind by a sect elder upon ascension. As an out-of-body cultivator, Luo Yaoyao possessed only a top-tier magical artifact. The thought of this woman treating a mid-grade artifact as disposable was truly wasteful. Once she captured her, she would ensure that the woman paid dearly for her transgressions. Little did Cold Moon Frost know of Luo Yaoyao's mounting ire. At that moment, she was cornered and desperate, resorting to self-destruction of her own vessel. While engaging Luo Yaoyao in battle, she guided Lin Luochen towards Wanfu Mountain, her delicate face growing pale and blood trickling from her lips. Meanwhile, more disciples of the Miaoyin sect arrived upon receiving the signal, and the situation grew increasingly dire. Most alarmingly, the intoxicating smoke within Cold Moon Frost's body flared up, igniting a feverish sensation, as if swarms of ants were crawling beneath her skin. She instinctively tightened her grip on Lin Luochen's hand, causing him to pale in fright. It's over. This woman is about to ignite the flames of chaos. In a moment of desperation, they finally reached Wanfu Mountain, located on the edge of the demon gorge. Night had fallen, and under the moonlight, countless bat demons circled the mountain, varying in size and numbering in the millions, shifting like a dark cloud. The Black Mountain, resembling the outspread wings of the bat demons, was riddled with innumerable caverns. Cold Moon Frost felt a chill run down her spine and anxiously asked, "Where do we fly?" "Anywhere. Envelop yourself in your moonlight and fly in haphazardly." Upon hearing Lin Luochen's reply, Cold Moon Frost surrounded herself in moonlight and soared toward Wanfu Mountain. As the bat demons noticed their approach, they spread their wings and swooped toward them, emitting inaudible sound waves that disoriented the two. Cold Moon Frost gasped, instinctively wielding her sword to part the swarm of bat demons, guiding Lin Luochen inward. Yet to her surprise, the bat demons bypassed them entirely, ferociously charging toward Luo Yaoyao in the rear. The creatures seemed indifferent to her presence, inadvertently assisting her by obstructing her pursuer, leaving Cold Moon Frost perplexed. "Don't stand there foolishly, hurry. Once inside, block the entrance." Responding to Lin Luochen's urgency, Cold Moon Frost hastily sought a cavern and flew inside, sealing the entrance behind them. The cave was filled with countless hanging bats, their crimson eyes fixed curiously on the two newcomers. However, the bat demons showed no intent to harm them, merely observing with interest. Though bewildered, Cold Moon Frost swiftly ventured deeper, seeking another escape route. However, the interior of Wanfu Mountain was a labyrinthine maze, and she soon became disoriented. As Cold Moon Frost and Lin Luochen entered Wanfu Mountain, an uproar erupted in the adjacent Duan Yu Demon Gorge. Faint sounds of chains rattling echoed from below, as if something was thrashing violently. Moments later, amidst the swirling demon mist, a pair of scarlet eyes slowly opened. Then, a thunderous crash resonated, as if something had been forcefully restrained. An air of unrest enveloped the entire Duan Yu mountain range, causing the demon beasts to grow increasingly agitated. Outside Wanfu Mountain, Luo Yaoyao and her companions were the first to notice, as the multitude of bat demons suddenly went berserk. These bat demons seemed inexhaustible, having barely escaped. Yet another wave surged forth. By the time they managed to reopen the entrance, Cold Moon Frost and Lin Luochen had vanished without a trace. Surveying the myriad of passageways, Luo Yaoyao instructed her female disciples, "You all stay here and guard this area, setting up formations for the Saintess's arrival. Do not let them escape." With that, she plunged into the cave, but found herself aimlessly wandering like a headless fly. Meanwhile, Cold Moon Frost led Lin Luochen through a chaotic flight, arriving at a junction. Just as she intended to turn back, Lin Luochen stopped her. "Let us rest for a moment. Don't run aimlessly." Cold Moon Frost was already on the brink of exhaustion. Heeding his words, she carved out a cave in the stone wall, large enough for both of them. They entered, casting several formation flags to conceal their newly created refuge. Then she pushed Lin Luochen back and lowered her head, gasping for breath. Lin Luochen took a few steps back, his gaze fixed intently on Cold Moon Frost, panting heavily. "Oh no, why does this woman become more beautiful the more I look at her? Is this the insight into all things?" Cold Moon Frost's chest rose and fell erratically as she struggled to sit cross-legged, attempting to suppress her turmoil with the Taishang forgetting emotion technique. "Why you? Don't come near me." Upon hearing her voice, Lin Luochen felt a surge of respect, but was also filled with trepidation. He swiftly shifted his weight, wincing in pain. Cold Moon Frost looked up in shock, noticing blood dripping from his back, leaving her momentarily bewildered. "Why does he appear to be more adept at practicing the Taishang forgetting emotion technique than I am?" Lin Luochen, wincing from the pain in his back, struggled to regain some semblance of clarity. He quickly activated the Destiny reincarnation technique, attempting to quell the heat surging within him. Yet, he had inhaled too much intoxicating smoke, and the azure lotus had long since dimmed. "It's over with my injuries. Even if I manage to assist Cold Moon Frost in healing, I doubt I'll be able to flee. Must I choose between healing and eradicating the source? No, I cannot. There are 3 great acts of filial piety, and having no descendants is the gravest. The Lin family cannot come to an end in my hands." Chapter 14. Where is this place, and what year is it tonight? Although Lung Yushuang was desperately trying to suppress her feelings, her skin began to flush, and her gaze grew increasingly dazed. Lin Luochen cautioned, "Calm down, don't act recklessly." Embarrassed and irritated, Lung Yushuang retorted, "Calm? How can I remain calm in this situation? Perhaps you should bind me instead?" Lin Luochen resolutely shook his head. "No way, I wouldn't dare come near you." Tears almost brimmed in Lung Yushuang's eyes as she lamented. "What shall we do then?" An idea suddenly struck Lin Luochen, and he suggested, "What if you could manage on your own?" Lung Yushuang stared at him in confusion, not comprehending his meaning. Lin Luochen, with a serious expression, assured her, "Don't worry, I will turn my back and not look." Only then did Lung Yushuang realize, her face reddening to the point of embarrassment, and she shot him a glare. Who would engage in such shameless acts? Moreover, this required the harmony of yin and yang. Lin Luochen hadn't anticipated that harmony would be necessary. Was his ancestral skill rendered useless? What would happen if they failed to comprehend it? Breathless, Lin Luochen replied, "Who knows? I've never experienced this before." Lin Luochen felt a wave of dizziness, thinking it was due to blood loss. Oblivious to the fact that his blood was gushing from the wound, flowing across the surface of his skin into the reversal tablet nestled against his chest. Inside the tablet, two streams of light, one blue and one red, were incessantly clashing, seemingly trying to break free. Lin Luochen was unaware of this. But then a flash of inspiration struck him. Wherever venomous snakes dwell, antidotes are always within 7 steps. Check those demoness' storage rings for any antidotes or relevant techniques. Upon hearing this, Lin Luochen hurriedly retrieved the storage rings of the demonesses, wiping away her spiritual consciousness before pouring out a heap of items. As Lin Luochen gazed at the pile of garments and peculiar artifacts, he was left dumbfounded. Goodness, the tales from the books had materialized into reality. Although Lin Luochen didn't fully understand, the sight of those shapes made her cheeks flush, and she quickly waved her hand to destroy the ghastly items. Lin Luochen sifted through the books and elixirs, finding several bottles, but hesitating to consume any. What if they were aphrodisiacs? That would only exacerbate the situation. However, among the techniques, he discovered that several individuals possessed a parchment titled The Harmony of Yin and Yang. Eureka! Lin Luochen joyfully opened it, only to be astonished. It was a manual of intimate positions. The illustrations were vividly depicted alongside text. No wonder it required parchment. Vile material. Lin Luochen was about to destroy the book when Lin Luochen quickly stopped her. No, this is a technique. Perhaps the solution lies within. He perused the pages intently, searching for any clues to decipher their predicament. Reluctantly, Lin Luochen followed suit, her face flushing to the point of nearly bleeding. This was her first encounter with such content, and to be experiencing it alongside a man under these circumstances was mortifying. Oh, how she wished for death. Together, they diligently read from beginning to end, gaining knowledge but ultimately finding no resolution to their plight. Lin Luochen's complexion grew increasingly flushed, her warm breath brushing against Lin Luochen. At that moment, Lin Luochen felt as if he might explode, with two voices clamoring in his mind. Come on. This is the moment for heroes to save damsels in distress. We cannot shy away from such perilous situations. Yet, Lin Luochen still resisted resigning to fate, wondering if he might truly lose everything. Is there anyone to assist? The fated cycle of reincarnation should allow for reversal. Can it just reverse now? At that instant, Lin Luochen felt a searing heat in his chest, and the world around him spun. He found himself in a dim, gray realm where a massive stone tablet loomed before him. Within the tablet, two colossal dragons, one red and one blue, were relentlessly striking, causing characters to appear and obstruct their path. These characters seemed to convey the profound truths of heaven and earth, elucidating the principles governing the cosmos and revealing underlying logic. Though Lin Luochen was bewildered, he recognized the gravity of the situation as he observed the dragons attempting to break free. Fate plucks the strings of the past. Reincarnation severs bygone ties, tracing back through the river of time, reversing causal paths. He chanted the reincarnation formula to help suppress the chaos. But as he began to speak, a gentle voice whispered in his ear. The woman was reciting the essence of the reincarnation formula, her voice growing clearer as it approached. The two dragons, invigorated as if fueled by a surge of energy, let out deafening roars and broke free from the tablet. As they surged towards him, Lin Luochen instinctively raised his hand to shield himself. However, the dragons merely circled around him, enveloping him in a whirlwind of dark mist. A colossal black river seemed summoned from the heavens, flowing ominously across the sky. A shadowy figure, like a shooting star, plummeted from the dark river and collided directly with Lin Luochen. Curse it, not again. Lin Luochen jolted awake, only to find himself still in the cave. Faced with a breathless Lin Luochen, was this merely an illusion? As he pondered, a woman's voice resonated in his mind. Oh dear. Where has this reversal tablet transported me? Is this the sea of consciousness? It bears some resemblance to the sacred monarch of reincarnation. Could it be that I have succeeded? But why does this body feel so wrong? If I don't act quickly, it seems I might explode. Listening to her mutterings, Lin Luochen, even in his fervent state, broke out in a cold sweat. What kind of demon is this? Realizing the newcomer was within his sea of consciousness, he quickly immersed himself. Opening his eyes in the ethereal realm, before him stood an exquisite woman in a black dress, gazing at him with curiosity. Not only that, beneath the azure lotus, there were two colorful koi fish, one blue and one red, joyfully swimming about. Lin Luochen's head spun. Was his sea of consciousness an inn? Why were all manner of spirits intruding? He regarded the woman warily. Who are you? And why are you in my sea of consciousness? The woman in black smiled sweetly. I am Chulingyin. May I ask, fellow cultivator, where is this place, and what year is it tonight? Lin Luochen was taken aback. Where is this place? And what year is it tonight? What an absurdly tricky question. This must be an otherworldly demon, in the Broken Moon mountain range. It is the year 5202 of the Qingsu calendar. What manner of demon are you? Yet Chulingyin ignored his query, murmuring, Qingsu calendar, 5202. It seems I have arrived too early. Lin Luochen, filled with confusion, pressed further. Who exactly are you? I don't mind explaining the circumstances. But if you don't address the situation outside, we may face dire consequences. Chu Ling-yin raised her hand to shield her eyes, her fingers revealing a pair of mischievous eyes. Go on with your business. I promise I won't peek. We can speak once you are done. Lin Luochen forced a smile. By the time I finish, the game will be over, and that woman outside is. He disregarded whether the woman before him was a malevolent entity, opting to relay the current predicament honestly. Even if he was drinking poison to quench his thirst, he had to navigate this immediate crisis. Otherwise, if he succumbed, he would be at the mercy of Gu Qinghan, and all would be lost. Chu Ling-yin, upon hearing this, was left speechless. Was this truly a life-and-death situation from the outset? Chapter 15. Resonance of Souls. Lin Luochen felt increasingly uneasy and struggled to ask, do you have a way to dispel this intoxicating mist? Chu Ling-yin pondered briefly before replying, there is a method, but it will be quite torturous. It all depends on your willpower. Lin Luochen was pleasantly surprised to learn that she indeed had a solution and urged, please, tell me. Chu Ling-yin calmly explained, yin and yang do not necessarily require physical union. A resonance of souls will suffice. I possess a technique known as the Taishu Divine Harmony Scripture, which can channel the energies of yin and yang through the mouth, achieving a resonance of souls. However, to be frank, this technique is often employed by wicked practitioners to deceive naive young women. Its effects are present but minimal. Once the energies of yin and yang intermingle, it can become an intensely potent aphrodisiac, leading to genuine entanglements. Moreover, since you are already afflicted by this so-called intoxicating mist, perhaps it would be wiser to accept your fate and seek a way to escape later. Lin Luochen resolutely declared, transmit it to me. Today, I shall challenge my own vulnerabilities. Chu Ling-yin's lips curled into a slight smile as she waved her hand, projecting the Taishu Divine Harmony Scripture into his consciousness. This was bound to be an amusing spectacle. I advise you to step outside and take a look. Otherwise, you might miss the opportunity. Upon opening his eyes, Lin Luochen was startled to find that Lung Yueshuang had bound him without him noticing. At that moment, she was manifesting several sword lights aimed at herself, seemingly intent on self-destruction. Lin Luochen was immediately drenched in cold sweat and exclaimed, Lung Yueshuang, what are you doing? Such a situation had never occurred in his previous life. Could it be that he had not rushed to her side as he had before? Lung Yueshuang looked at him and suddenly realized something, her expression turning to one of shock. How do you know my full name? She asked. Her intention was not to end her life. Rather, she had contemplated using her sword energy to pierce herself, to avoid committing any act that could bring shame. Lin Luochen hesitated momentarily before responding, release me. I possess a secret technique that can resolve our current predicament. Lung Yueshuang took a few steps back, skepticism in her eyes as she reluctantly loosened the ropes binding him. She simply could not bear it any longer. Lin Luochen swiftly carved the Taishu Divine Harmony Scripture into the ground with a broken blade and began to explain it to her. However, Lung Yueshuang shook her head repeatedly, insisting, no. Absolutely not. This will definitely lead to problems. She understood quite well that it was no different from being handed a gift. Try it? Do you have so little faith in me? No, I lack confidence in myself. Lung Yueshuang said, once more attempting to restrain Lin Luochen with the rope. Not wishing to accompany her to her demise, Lin Luochen hurriedly interjected, did you not just ask how I know your full name? I know much more than that. I know you joined the unison sect at the age of 3, established your foundation at 7, and achieved the golden core at 13. You are now not yet 24 and have attained the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, regarded as a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, unison sect's most promising disciple. Lung Yueshuang stared at him in astonishment. Who are you? Lin Luochen slowly approached her, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Lung Yueshuang, I am your husband. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, and she retorted, you speak nonsense. I have no husband. Lin Luochen cut straight to the point. You are a white tiger. Am I wrong? Lung Yueshuang's mind went blank. How could he possibly know about her flawless reputation? Had he taken liberties while saving her? That was impossible. Seizing the moment of her disarray, Lin Luochen stepped forward and enveloped her in his embrace. Lung Yueshuang attempted to struggle, but the instant he held her, all her strength evaporated. If you do not wish to lose your purity, cooperate with me in channeling the Taishu Divine Harmony Scripture. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaned in to kiss her. Lung Yueshuang let out a soft gasp, collapsing in his arms, her gaze becoming hazy. In that moment, she felt as if she were a powder keg ignited, the intoxicating mist within her exploding. Only when Lin Luochen pinched her slim waist did she awaken from her stupor and begin to channel the Taishu Divine Harmony Scripture. Despite her mind swirling with questions about Lin Luochen's assertions, she lacked the energy to ponder them further. The restless energy within her finally found release, bringing relief yet simultaneously intensifying her urgency. As she repeatedly reassured herself that she was merely purging poison through cultivation and was being forced into this situation, Lin Luochen began to grasp Chu Ling-yin's earlier words. How could one possibly maintain control in such circumstances? He shouted with the last vestige of rationality, someone, help me. If I am caught, I will be the first to expose you to the outer realm demons. Chu Ling, who had been observing the scene, retorted irritably. My name is Chu Ling, not someone and certainly not an outer realm demon. Nevertheless, she promptly struck at Lin Luochen's consciousness, jolting him awake. Simultaneously, two dragon phoenix koi continually circled around the Qinglian, its radiant light allowing Lin Luochen to regain a semblance of calm. Without hesitation, Lin Luochen pinched Long Yueshuang again, restraining her errant hands and holding her down firmly. In the throes of passion, Long Yueshuang met his gaze and found herself regaining a measure of composure as they continued to harmonize their energies. The two of them wrestled endlessly between clarity and indulgence, monitoring each other, yet occasionally succumbing together, drawing ever closer to the abyss. Garments frequently appeared on the ground only to be hastily discarded again, the cycle repeating itself. As Chu Lingyan had remarked, this technique was effective yet severely limited. It felt more akin to a form of torture. Both were drenched in sweat, more exhausted than had they battled 100 foes, perpetually oscillating between heaven and hell. Long Yueshuang, please stay calm. I'm sorry, I cannot control myself. Long Yueshuang, do refrain from wandering hands. I'm not that kind of person. But you're also touching me. The esteemed saintess, is this all the composure you possess? Ugh. In the end, had Lin Luochen not been holding her down with all his might, Lang Yueshuang would have longed for a swift resolution. What sort of torment was this? Were it not for the remnants of decency within her, she might have taken charge and allowed Lin Luochen to enjoy the fruits of her surrender. Lin Luochen, caught in an endless cycle of ascent and descent, would have succumbed were it not for the assistance of Chu Lingyan and the Qinglian. In his consciousness, Chu Lingyan was left astounded. This young man truly possessed a heart of iron, pitying the celestial maiden who longed to descend into the mortal realm yet was thrust back up. Time flowed unceasingly, and Lang Yueshuang eventually succumbed to a state of numbness, resigned to being held down by him. Exhausted, she thought, whatever will happen, will happen. She felt as though she had gone through withdrawal, her entire being in a state of disorientation. Lin Luochen was similarly affected, and the two silently channeled the Taishu divine harmony scripture, their souls resonating at an extraordinary level. At that moment, it felt as if everything fell into place, and their souls intertwined. Lang Yueshuang's eyes widened in astonishment, her gaze sparkling with newfound clarity. Lin Luochen experienced an ethereal sensation and tightly grasped her hand. Chu Lingyan was left speechless, exclaiming, this flawed technique can truly achieve the fusion of souls? They have even entered a state of enlightenment and activated the reverse fate monument. How utterly absurd. Chapter 16. I advise you to run faster at this moment. As Lin Luochen and his companion experienced a resonance of souls, the dual energies of yin and yang flowed within them. Their souls intertwined, each containing the other, entering a wondrous state of enlightenment. This direct stimulation from their souls rendered Lang Yueshuang bewildered. She entered a state of oblivion, feeling as though she had ascended to a higher realm. Lin Luochen was not much better off, his body and hair unfurled, completely entranced by this extraordinary sensation. At this moment, the bright moon in the sky radiated its brilliance, casting soft moonlight like flowing water upon the Wanfu mountain. The moonlight pierced through the rocks, coalescing around Lin Luochen and Long Yueshuang, enveloping them entirely. The reverse on Lin Luochen was activated, releasing countless words that suspended the two in midair. Surrounded by the moonlight and golden characters, they transformed into a giant cocoon. The sounds of the Tao echoed around them, the moonlight continuously flowing into their bodies, elevating their cultivation levels. Through the circulation of yin and yang energies, Lin Luochen derived immense benefit from the primordial yin energy he received from Lang Yueshuang. He smoothly broke through to the second level of qi refinement and soon ascended to the third level, continuing to rise. Yet, Lin Luochen and Apos, his thoughts were no longer here. The resonating sounds of the Tao intoxicated him. With the assistance of the reverse, his comprehension of the cycle of fate deepened. In a state of soul resonance with him, Long Yueshuang, though unaware of the specifics, instinctively absorbed the experience. Being at the peak of the nascent soul stage, she radiated the essence of the Tao, seemingly on the verge of breaking through to the out-of-body realm. Chu Lingyan also benefited, entranced by the Tao sounds, nearly lost in the experience. It turned out the legends of the reverse were true. Within it lay a complete set of heavenly rules. Outside, as the moonlight cascaded down, the sound of chains shaking violently echoed from the Duanyue demon gorge, producing a series of explosive sounds. Those enormous crimson eyes opened once more, bearing sharp fangs that glinted with cold light. The colossal beast leaped and landed heavily upon something, producing a tremendous noise that completely sealed whatever lay beneath. It howled toward the sky as a fierce light erupted from its forehead, followed by a surge of powerful demonic energy. The surrounding beasts, stimulated by this energy, began to rampage, attacking everything in sight. Time passed without notice, and a furry white rat crawled out from the beast and Apos' forehead. The beast and Apos' eyes dimmed, maintaining its howling posture as it rapidly turned to stone. The white rat glanced back reluctantly before swiftly leaping down, climbing up the rocky wall. Thousands of miles away, a man and a woman were ambushing a serene and captivating woman, the three entangled in a fierce struggle. The serene woman gazed at the falling moonlight, her expression suddenly changing drastically. Shuang and Apos, ignoring the risk of mutual destruction, she repelled her foes and swiftly darted toward the place where the moonlight fell. The man and woman exchanged glances, and the woman in the pink dress coldly commanded, "Pursue." The three raced through the Duanyuan mountain range, effortlessly slaying the approaching demon beasts. Meanwhile, Lin Luochen and his companion were lost in their state of oblivion, intoxicated by their soul fusion. Suddenly, Long Yueshuang slightly parted her lips, transmitting a purine energy that enabled Lin Luochen to successfully break through to the 6th level of qi refinement. This astonishing speed of cultivation left Lin Luochen insatiable. Just as he contemplated seeking more, Lang Yueshuang went limp in his embrace, emanating a unique fragrance. A plea for mercy resonated from her soul. She could not endure any more, lest she lose her very essence. Instinctively, Lin Luochen intended to ask for just one more time when a wave of Tao essence erupted from Long Yueshuang. They awakened from their soul resonance, and Lin Luochen was forced back, descending to the ground. Just as he was filled with doubt, Chuling and Appo's voice rang out. She had broken through to the out-of-body realm. The heavenly tribulation was imminent. Inadvertently, during their soul resonance, Long Yueshuang comprehended what it meant to transcend, though she was uncertain if her understanding was entirely correct. At this moment, Lin Luochen looked up at the bright moon, reflecting on its fullness, unable to restrain himself from recalling a poem. The bright moonlight before my bed. Perhaps it is frost on the ground. I raise my head to gaze at the bright moon, and lower it to think of my hometown. However, the pristine moonlight was soon obscured by white clouds, and the celestial beings above cast a glance at him, though this glance bore no harm. It stirred certain emotions within him. Long Yueshuang, clad in scant attire and glistening with fragrant sweat, felt sticky and had no choice but to don a new dress to conceal her modesty. Lin Luochen had no spare garments, so he could only adjust the tattered clothes the celestial being had torn. Fortunately, the reverse remained hidden within his attire, preventing Lang Yueshuang from discovering it, lest trouble ensue. Lin Luochen thoughtfully gathered the celestial garments that had been discarded, placing them into a storage ring. You don't want these, right? I'll take them away for you. Next time, don't litter. Long Yueshuang was momentarily speechless, wanting to say something yet unable to find her voice, but he preempted her. No time for chatter. Let us hurry. What if the heavenly tribulation descends and the cave collapses? Recalling the earlier circumstances, she felt an urge to bury herself there. It was truly too embarrassing. Yet, she understood the urgency of the situation and could only pull Lin Luochen to flee. Along the way, the bats surprisingly led the two, which felt particularly miraculous. Lin Luochen, inhaling the fragrance emanating from Long Yueshuang, casually inquired, "Do you have confidence in weathering the tribulation?" Long Yueshuang responded with a muted tone, "I should be fine." Lin Luochen was at a loss for words. The previously intimate atmosphere between them turned silent and awkward. In his consciousness, Chuling was thoroughly entertained, finding these two little ones quite amusing. After a while, Lang Yueshuang timidly asked, "What is your name?" The question made her feel embarrassed. After nearly sharing such an intimate moment, she realized she didn't even know his name. Lin Luochen paused before softly replying, "Lin Luochen." Lang Yueshuang repeated it twice, earnestly stating, "I will remember." Before long, they swiftly exited the cave, and at the entrance, Lang Yueshuang set Lin Luochen down. "Young master, activate the mirage charm and hide. Be extra cautious." Lin Luochen could no longer maintain his aloof demeanor, responding, "Yes, you too." Seeing him activate the still potent mirage charm again, Long Yueshuang resolutely flew out from the cave. Illuminated by the moonlight, the demonesses outside did not catch a glimpse of her exit and hurriedly pursued her. As Long Yueshuang boldly attracted the heavenly tribulation, the demonesses retreated in fear of being caught in its wake. Lin Luochen observed her, ethereal and seemingly divine, as if the moon goddess had descended. His gaze was complex. This woman, appearing as a serene celestial being, was actually socially awkward and reticent. He shook his head, steeling his resolve and continuing to run deeper into the Wanfu mountain, seeking an escape from the base of the mountain. Most of the bat demons in the cave had dispersed, leaving only some small demons, which he could handle. Chuling, Kuden, and Appo's help but tease, "You're quite clever. Not just standing around foolishly." Lin Luochen replied nonchalantly, "Entrusting fate to others is not my style." Chuling chuckled, "Then I advise you to run faster. If her master arrives, you will be in serious trouble." Confused, Lin Luochen asked, "Why?" Chuling, unable to contain her laughter, explained, "You absorbed so much of her energy. While you might deceive outsiders, it's unlikely you can fool her master. Seriously, you might have neutralized the poison. But why absorb her purine energy? You've harmed her essence." Lin Luochen was taken aback and exclaimed, "Unison and Appo's her primordial still intact?" Chuling chuckled, "Indeed. But the damage to her energy is an undeniable fact. Why didn't you alert me?" "I did. But you were so enthralled at the time that you completely missed it." Lin Luochen felt like crying without tears. "What was the point of my painstaking restraint all this time?" Chuling continued to laugh. "There is a distinction. If the primordial is broken, it leads to an unavoidable demise. If that girl helps conceal it, it might not be a significant issue. Just pray she possesses some wisdom." Upon hearing this, Lin Luochen decisively activated the divine movement talisman and took off running. He harbored doubts regarding Long Yueshuang's intelligence. Chapter 17. The White Mouse. At this moment, the sky was filled with flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder as bolts of lightning struck down from above, holding a shimmering silver sword. Long Yuanchuang danced gracefully in the air, resembling a celestial being. Luo Yaoyao swiftly emerged from the depths of Wanfu Mountain, encircling Lang Yuanchuang with a group of demon maidens in silence. To her astonishment, instead of making a break for it, Long Yuanchuang remained steadfast and began to cross the tribulation right where she was. Was this woman paralyzed by fear? Suddenly, Luo Yaoyao recalled something and ordered her demon maidens to search for Lin Luochen within Wanfu Mountain. Lang Yuanchuang and Appo's expression indeed shifted to one of urgency, confirming Luo Yaoyao and Appo's suspicions. Ah, this Jade Maiden Sect saintess, still yearning for a man? Luo Yaoyao chuckled coldly, eagerly awaiting the moment Lang Yuanchuang completed her tribulation to deliver a crushing blow. Meanwhile, Lin Luochen dashed through the depths of Wanfu Mountain, slaying the bat demons that charged towards him. Now at the 6th level of Qi refinement, his power had surged, and his wounds healed under the moonlight, leaving him in an unprecedented state of well-being. With the aid of a movement talisman, he maneuvered swiftly through the caverns, his speed akin to that of thunder. Although the thunderous roars outside stirred some worry within him, he did not pause for a moment. It was more prudent to concern himself with his own safety than to fret over Lang Yuanchuang. Qingyin, is there a way to ensure they cannot find me? The illusion talisman, no matter how effective, would eventually deplete its spiritual energy, and who could say whether it would fool higher-tier cultivators? Qingyin replied casually. The reversal monument possesses the ability to obscure heavenly secrets. You only need to infuse it with spiritual energy. Lin Luochen was taken aback by the simplicity of the solution and hurriedly infused the reversal monument with his energy before continuing to flee through Wanfu Mountain. However, the labyrinthine paths of Wanfu Mountain led him to stray significantly, leaving him somewhat disoriented. At that moment, a squeaky sound startled Lin Luochen, nearly causing him to drop his broken blade. A plump little white mouse appeared in the cave, staring at him with its round, glistening eyes. Its fur was fluffy, its tiny paws impeccably clean, and its short tail concealed within its fur was hardly noticeable. In the mouse's black grape-like eyes, he perceived a hint of human-like emotion that left him momentarily stunned. The little white mouse suddenly waved its pristine paw, squeaking twice as if beckoning him to follow. Qingyin, is there something peculiar about this white mouse? Qingyin chuckled wryly. How would I know? I am not a deity. Lin Luochen watched as the little white mouse scampered a few steps away, then turned back to look at him. After a brief hesitation, he decided to follow. After all, he was uncertain of where to run. Perhaps following this mouse would lead him to safety. Moreover, perhaps due to being raised by this little creature, he felt an inexplicable fondness for it. Outside, a brilliant bolt of lightning fell, seemingly tearing the dark sky asunder. With a deafening crash, the lightning scattered, and the storm clouds gradually dispersed, allowing the bright moonlight to shine through once more. Cloaked in moonlight, Long Yuanchuang ingested several pills, her icy gaze fixed on the encroaching Luo Yaoyao and her companions. Luo Yaoyao licked her red lips and smiled charmingly. Sister Yuanchuang, how does it feel to indulge in the pleasures of love? Hearing her dare to bring it up, Lang Yuanchuang's teeth clenched in fury, a flash of cold light sparking in her eyes. Demoness, silence. She abruptly summoned her long sword, transforming it into dozens of brilliant sword lights that sliced through the air, striking towards Luo Yaoyao and the others. The nearest demon maidens were caught off guard, letting out a scream as they plummeted from the sky. Luo Yaoyao had not anticipated that Long Yuanchuang, having just broken through, would possess such formidable strength. Even more unexpectedly, the bat demons surrounding Wanfu Mountain recklessly charged towards them. Luo Yaoyao's expression changed drastically as she hastily commanded, form the formation. The disciples of the Miaoing sect swiftly executed the Tiangang step, enveloping themselves in swirling pink mist, conjuring various illusions. However, as the disciples were preoccupied with fending off the approaching bat demons, the formation's effectiveness was greatly diminished. At this moment, Long Yuanchuang had transcended to a new level, her power vastly superior to before. Surrounded by moonlight that shielded her from the toxic gas, she transformed into a dazzling streak of light, thrusting her sword towards Luo Yaoyao, intent on eliminating this instigator. Luo Yaoyao wielded her silken ribbons, laughing mischievously, continually using her enchanting voice to disrupt Long Yuanchuang. Sister Yuanchuang, you seem quite irate. It appears you have indeed tasted the fruit of spiritual roots. TSK, TSK. TSK, who would have thought that the pure and virtuous saintess of the Jade Maiden Sect would be sullied by a mere mortal? If the young talents of Xian province were to discover that their celestial goddess was entangled with a common man, how heart-wrenching it would be. Unable to suppress her recollection of recent events, Lang Yuanchuang felt a mix of shame and anger, growling, silence, you demoness. Her long sword glimmered with light, slicing through the air like a tempest, overwhelming Luo Yaoyao. The effects of Luo Yaoyao's intoxicating smoke were minimal against her, especially now that Lang Yuanchuang had attained a saintly composure, devoid of desire, laden only with profound exhaustion and self-reproach. How could she have committed such a disgraceful act against her sect? Oh, how impure she felt, transforming her sorrow and indignation into strength. Lang Yuanchuang increasingly wielded the Jade Maiden sword technique with finesse. Luo Yaoyao, unable to withstand the onslaught, was pushed back relentlessly, her surprise and anger mounting. She let out a fierce cry, summoning all her disciples. The disciples of the Miaoing sect, surrounding Wanfu Mountain, hurriedly soared to assist, but their efforts were nearly futile. The countless bat demons overwhelmed them, leaving no room to aid Luo Yaoyao. Meanwhile, at the foot of Wanfu Mountain, Lin Luochen followed the little white mouse out of a cave, taking a deep breath as he gazed upon the forest before him. He turned back, only to be obstructed by the immense Wanfu Mountain, from which he could only hear the intermittent sounds of battle. Lin Luochen, lacking the ability to foresee danger, hesitated as he surveyed the dark woods under the night sky. Squeak, squeak. The little white mouse continued to call out, occasionally waving its tiny paw, urging him to follow. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Luochen steeled himself and chose to continue running alongside this little creature. He would rather perish in the forest than be captured and return to the Jade Maiden Sect. Little one, do not lead me to the jaws of a tiger. The little white mouse squeaked twice in response, as if to say it would never do such a thing. With bated breath, Lin Luochen followed the mouse as it deftly weaved left and right for some time, discovering that he had indeed not encountered any demon beasts. Little one, you've managed to avoid being devoured by the beasts. You truly possess some skill. The little white mouse proudly squeaked twice. Though it had shed its old skin and lost its cultivation, it still knew where the demon aura lingered. Moreover, the lingering scent on its body had yet to dissipate, causing the demon beast to avoid it instinctively. If it weren't for the fear of startling Lin Luochen, it would have taken him on a direct path. After a considerable distance, Lin Luochen suddenly noticed several streaks of light zipping by in the distance and hurriedly concealed himself in the shadows. A chilling gust swept towards him. Snowflakes danced in the air, and a striking white figure wielding a long sword soared past. Clad in white, her garments clung tightly to her figure in the wind, accentuating her graceful silhouette, yet evoking no thoughts of defilement. For the woman's breathtaking beauty was overshadowed by an icy demeanor, her eyes exuding a bone-chilling coldness. As serene and majestic as a celestial being from the heavens, Lin Luochen gazed at the woman soaring above him, his grip on the tree trunk tightening slightly, a glint of resentment flickering in his eyes. Guqi Han. It seemed Guqi Han sensed something amiss, glancing back, yet failing to notice Lin Luochen lurking in the shadows of the forest. She did not linger, swiftly passing by, for behind her trailed a man and a woman relentlessly in pursuit. Chapter 18. A futile effort. In the distance, the beleaguered Luo Yaoyao spotted reinforcements and exclaimed with uncontainable joy, "Sect leader, Master Zhou." Cold Moon Frost felt a rush of panic within her. If these enchantresses divulged her predicament, how could she ever face anyone again? Absolutely not. With this thought, a glimmer of crimson flashed in her eyes as she gripped the sword as hilt, allowing her blood to stain the blade. A hue of sanguine moonlight illuminated the surroundings as a multitude of blood-red crescents materialized behind her, entwining around her form. With a fierce thrust, Cold Moon Frost declared, "Blood Moon Slash." The dazzling yet mournful blades of blood swirling around her rapidly expanded, enveloping her entirely. The disciples of the Maiden Sect caught in the tempest screamed in horror as they were mercilessly reduced to a sanguine mist, amplifying the storm of blood blades. Luo Yaoyao fought valiantly within the tempest, but her situation grew dire. With a steely resolve, she muttered, "Cold Moon Frost, you will pay for this." She detonated her own body, dispersing the storm of blood blades, and her primordial infant surged forth, fleeing into the distance. Yet Cold Moon Frost's hatred for this enchantress burned fiercely. There was no way she would let her escape. Her eyes glowed with a fierce crimson. Attempt to flee? Not so easily. With a swift motion, she hurled her sword, the blade transforming into a streak of light that pierced through Luo Yaoyao's primordial infant, utterly annihilating her. Cold Moon Frost stood in the air, her complexion as pale as death, surrounded by the fallen disciples of the Maiden Sect, none of whom survived. As she sensed Guqi Han's imminent arrival, she swiftly descended into the cavern below, but found no trace of Lin Luochen. Young Master Lin? The silence around her was deafening. Her spiritual sense failed to detect anyone, and a wave of dread washed over her. Had he been captured by the enchantresses of the Maiden Sect? At that moment, a streak of light descended as Guqi Han arrived, frowning. "Frost, what are you searching for?" Cold Moon Frost opened her mouth, uncertain of how to respond. After all, she was acutely aware of her master's disdain for men. If she revealed this, it would surely spell trouble. Guqi Han, disregarding her hesitation, grasped her hand and ascended, intent on fleeing. However, their delay allowed a man and woman, who had been pursuing them, to encircle the pair. "How dare you kill in my presence? You possess extraordinary audacity." The woman in a pink dress spoke with an icy demeanor, while the imposing man behind her exuded a palpable pressure aimed at Guqi Han. Guqi Han tightened his grip on his sword, cold energy swirling around him as he regarded them with disdain. "And what of it? Song Xianjun, do you wish to fight again?" Song Xianjun seethed with frustration. She excelled at seducing men, but in combat, she found herself outmatched by this woman. Moreover, this woman stood at the pinnacle of the fusion stage, just a step away from the Void Realm. If circumstances were different, they wouldn't have been entangled for so long without capturing her. "Guqi Han, I advise you to surrender the item. The treasures of the Unisect are beyond your grasp." Guqi Han retorted with a cold laugh. "If the Unisect cannot possess it, can the Maiden Sect?" Song Xianjuan's expression darkened, yet she exchanged a glance with the man beside her, reluctantly continuing, "Naturally, the Maiden Sect would not be so foolish as to underestimate ourselves. We would present this item to the Reincarnation Holy Temple." As soon as she finished speaking, A light laugh echoed. Song sect leader, your loyalty to our temple is commendable. Song Xianjuan's countenance shifted as she quickly bowed. Xianjun pays her respects to the Holy Maiden of the Nine Hells. The burly man beside her also bowed respectfully. I pay my respects to the Holy Maiden. A woman clad in a flowing black dress approached, a playful smile gracing her lips. So, you are Gu Qinghan? Hand over the item, and I shall spare your life. Gu Qinghan's expression shifted. Was this the Holy Maiden Xiarjioyu? One of the 6 Holy Maidens of the Reincarnation Holy Temple? Although she was merely at the early stages of the Void Realm, as a Holy Maiden, she wielded a fragment of the temple's sacred artifact. Moreover, her status was extraordinary. She likely had protectors in tow. This situation was indeed troublesome. Just as Gu Qinghan hesitated, a voice, ancient and authoritative, resonated through the air. Xiarjioyu, do you believe our holy court to be inconsequential? How dare you brazenly rob one of our sects? Gu Qinghan felt as though a great weight had been lifted. She quickly bowed. Master Zhou, an elderly woman, leaning on a cane, stepped forth and approached her with measured strides. Sect leader Gu need not worry. With our holy court present, these demonic intruders cannot act with impunity. Thank you, Master Zhou, for your impartiality. Although Gu Qinghan had summoned her, she felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. After all, she had lost both her treasure and her comrades. What a futile endeavor this had turned out to be. Initially, Gu Qinghan sought to secretly hoard the reversal monument, but after being ambushed by the Maiden Sect, she realized this matter could no longer be concealed. She opted to request aid from the Holy Court while striving to prevent the artifact from falling into enemy hands, lest she face repercussions afterward. The elder spoke with a calm demeanor. Xiarjioyu, will you have your protectors engage in battle with me, or will you retreat? Xiarjioyu's finely attuned ears twitched in annoyance as she turned to leave. Let us go. This old witch Zhou is at the peak of the Great Ascension stage. Her protectors are not a match for us. Though reluctant, Song Xianjun had no choice but to follow suit. The elder turned to Gu Qinghan and Cold Moonfrost, smiling. Sect leader Gu and Young Frost, are you both unharmed? Gu Qinghan replied with a gentle smile. Thank you for your concern, Master Zhou. Fortunately, your timely arrival prevented the treasure from falling into the wrong hands. She then turned to Cold Moonfrost. Frost, why have you not handed the item to Master Zhou? Cold Moonfrost hurriedly removed the iron tablet and presented it to Master Zhou. The elder examined it closely, her brow furrowing as she discerned that it seemed to be merely an ordinary iron tablet. Is this truly all there is? Indeed, this is all. Gu Qinghan glanced at Cold Moonfrost, who quickly added, if Master doubts it, I can swear an oath. Master Zhou's expression softened at this and she smiled. I naturally trust you. Now, please recount the events leading up to this. Gu Qinghan explained. We detected unusual movements at the Duan Yue Demon Gorge and feared the emergence of a demon. We ventured here to investigate. Just as we intercepted this item flying from the gorge, we were ambushed by the Maiden Sect, resulting in the deaths of all our disciples, leaving only the 2 of us. The elder, wise and astute, recognized her intentions and a look of sorrow crossed her features. Sect leader Gu, my condolences. Your unisect has worked tirelessly, and I shall report this on your behalf. As for this item, I will present it to the Holy Temple. If confirmed to be genuine, I will ensure it is returned to you. Gu Qinghan scoffed internally. Would it truly return after being submitted? Yet she maintained her composure. I appreciate your efforts, Master Zhou. Master Zhou nodded, smiling. Let us depart. We must not allow those demonic intruders to regroup. Cold Moonfrost hesitated, then inquired, Master Zhou, might there still be others within the Wufeng Mountain? Upon hearing this, Master Zhou unleashed her formidable spiritual sense, which surged forth like a tempest, and her eyes glinted with cold light. Ah, little Moonfrost, you are indeed observant. I did not expect there to be 4 little mice still lurking within the cave. With a swift motion, she shattered the rocks, revealing 4 figures ensnared from the cavern. Cold Moonfrost broke into a cold sweat, preparing to speak, only to realize that all 4 were women. They were the ones tasked with capturing Lin Luochen but had become lost, missing their opportunity to escape. The 4 women begged for mercy, but with a flick of her wrist, Master Zhou reduced them to mere blood mist. Good riddance. These enchantresses dared to siphon your Yin energy. Allow me to avenge you. Gu Qinghan's expression shifted, and she grasped Cold Moonfrost's hand, relieved to find her primordial Yin intact. How has your Yin energy been so severely compromised? In such circumstances, how could Lang Yuxuan possibly disclose the truth about her affairs with Lin Luochen? Would she really divulge such an embarrassing personal matter? She still felt sticky and yearned to return quickly to bathe and don a clean set of intimate garments. I was pursued by them and absorbed some of the ominous energy, but it no longer posed a concern. Gu Qinghan's expression softened. If any more disciples were to be sacrificed, it would truly be a loss that would echo back to her ancestral home. Zhuangzhu said no more, leading the 2 of them as they soared through the skies, leaving the Duanyu mountain range far behind. Lang Yuxuan glanced back at the mountain range, a flicker of worry crossing her eyes. Had he truly left on his own? Or had the enchanting woman from Maiden Sect captured him? Reflecting on Lin Luochen's extraordinary abilities, she leaned towards the belief that he had departed of his own volition. Nevertheless, she decided it best to leave for now and seek an opportunity to return and find him later. Below, amidst the forest, Lin Luochen observed their departure, his gaze a complex mix of emotions tinged with mockery. It was just like the previous life, an endeavor in vain, laboring for another's benefit. Yet, he could not fathom why the fateful tablet had ultimately returned to Lang Yushuang in his past life. Did the Holy Court truly uphold such righteousness? Or was it that they could not unravel the mysteries of the fateful tablet and turn their intentions towards Lang Yushuang instead? Lin Luochen found himself unable to comprehend, and he was disinclined to ponder deeply. With external threats now averted, it was time to address the internal challenges. Very well. Then, speak, who exactly are you? Chapter 19. The Reincarnation Saint Lord. Upon hearing Lin Luochen's inquiry, Chu Ling sighed with a wry smile. You are quick to burn bridges, aren't you? Lin Luochen replied in a calm tone. You are glaring at me within my consciousness. Do you expect me to be overly courteous? Chu Ling chuckled. Do not be hasty. Let us discuss this outside, for this place is far from secure. Lin Luochen considered her words, acknowledging the necessity of caution. With both righteous and wicked forces on the move, what would happen if the beastly hordes went mad? He followed the little white mouse ahead, continuing onward. Feeling quite fatigued despite his cultivation. Suddenly, the little white mouse scurried to a brilliant red spiritual fruit, chattering incessantly. Chu Ling exclaimed, the fire spirit fruit. What a treasure! Lin Luochen, clutching his broken blade, cautiously surveyed the surroundings, yet saw no sign of the guarding beasts. When he regained his composure, the little white mouse proudly presented a fruit larger than itself, as if offering a precious gift. Noticing the absence of danger, Lin Luochen's expression turned peculiar. Could it be that the guarding beasts had lost their minds and ventured out? This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. You may keep that for yourself, he declared, decisively uprooting the spiritual fruit and departing with the little mouse in tow. Once they left, a massive python trembled back, gazing at the deep pit left behind. At a loss for tears. Is it fair for such a formidable beast to bully a mere snake? The little white mouse found this quite justifiable, as its residual aura would soon dissipate. Consequently, it led Lin Luochen through the winding paths of the Duanyue mountain range, allowing him to collect numerous heavenly materials and treasures. Lin Luochen felt as though he were in a dream, stumbling upon spiritual herbs sprouting along the roadside like weeds, or discovering large crystal formations embedded in caves, which he effortlessly severed and carried away with his broken blade. He felt a sense of disorientation, as if he might awaken from this dream at any moment. Little one, what is your origin? The treasure-seeking little white mouse froze, realizing it had been exposed too soon. It blinked its round eyes innocently, attempting to feign ignorance. Seeing its demeanor, Lin Luochen wondered if it truly was a fierce beast. Was it perhaps the descendant of the white mouse that had guided him? Yet, this was not the time for such musings, especially with Chu Lingyin present in his consciousness. Lin Luochen waved his hand. Let us move quickly. It would be troublesome if those beasts return. The little white mouse felt a wave of relief and joyfully scampered along, its round body appearing exceedingly adorable. Chu Ling remarked, it resembles the treasure-seeking mice described in ancient texts. Lin Luochen murmured, a treasure-seeking mouse. Indeed, it lives up to its name. He followed the little mouse over mountains and valleys, gathering heavenly materials and treasures throughout the night, truly collecting to the point of exhaustion. Lin Luochen was oblivious to the exact number of treasures he had amassed, but he reveled in the experience. While these items might not hold much value for high-ranking cultivators, for him, they were indeed a windfall. As he continued his treasure hunt, he traveled through the night and finally reached the outskirts of the Duanyue Demon Gorge. Having distanced himself from the gorge, he exhaled deeply, locating his usual hunting outpost, and plopped down in the cave. Observing the little white mouse, which also appeared fatigued, he tossed it 2 spiritual fruits, smiling, you've worked hard, little one. The little mouse, with its keen instincts, squinted its eyes in delight, rapidly consuming the fruit larger than itself in mere moments. Lin Luochen was taken aback. You can eat that much? Chu Ling responded nonchalantly. Treasure-seeking mice can surmount virtually any cultivation bottleneck as long as they have sufficient heavenly materials. However, the quantity they require to advance is astronomical. Truly an insatiable pitfall you cannot afford. Lin Luochen casually tossed a few more spiritual fruits, remarking, well, they were found by it, so it matters little. He swallowed a spiritual fruit and then seated himself, immersing his mind within his consciousness, gradually opening his eyes. Before him stood Chu Ling, adorned in a flowing black gown, her beauty unparalleled, causing Lin Luochen to regard her with caution. Speak, who are you, from where do you hail, and why do you reside in my consciousness? Chu Ling pondered for a moment before stating, I hail from 1,000 years in the future. What? Lin Luochen instinctively retorted, you must be jesting. Chu Ling reiterated, I am not jesting. I come from the year 6202 of the Qingshu calendar, which is a millennium ahead of your time. Lin Luochen's mind buzzed, struggling to comprehend her revelation. Even if Chu Ling claimed to be an otherworldly demon, he would not have been this astonished. Had he not experienced rebirth, he would have scoffed, deeming her insane. Yet, given his own resurrection, her claim of coming from 1,000 years hence seemed almost plausible. Why then, do you inhabit my consciousness? Chu Ling sighed. I am uncertain. I recited the Destiny reincarnation mantra before the reversal monument. Suddenly, a dark river appeared and pulled me in, inexplicably depositing me into your consciousness. Lin Luochen believed her words to a significant extent, for his own experience mirrored hers. The only difference was that he had come from a century in the future, whereas Chu Lingyan had come from a millennium ahead. However, was it appropriate for individuals to be cast into another's consciousness? Lin Luochen suddenly recalled that Chu Lingyan had not merely been thrown into his consciousness. She had been cast into a dark space housing a massive stone tablet. It was those two transformed koi that had brought her into his consciousness. Could that dark space be a temporal station? From what you previously mentioned, you are aware of the reversal monument's capabilities and came here with intent. Chu Lingyan affirmed. It is said that the reversal monument possesses the ability to traverse time and space. I came here in search of someone. Lin Luochen was taken aback. Someone? Are you searching for your ancestor? Gasp. Could it be that this woman, wielding the reversal monument, was seeking her own descendant? Was it possible that he had been so remiss that his progeny had traversed time to spur him on? Chu Lingyan replied, half amused, not an ancestor at all. I am in search of the legendary reincarnation Saint Lord. But it seems I have arrived rather prematurely. At this time, the reincarnation Saint Lord has yet to appear. And the reversal monument is in your possession. Upon hearing this title once more, Lin Luochen queried, the reincarnation Saint Lord? Who is he? Chu Lingyan answered candidly. The reincarnation Saint Lord is a saint of the human race, but all records pertaining to him have been thoroughly erased. However, from the scant remaining texts, it appears that many crucial junctures for humanity since ancient times have borne his influence. He seemingly manipulates the threads of fate, guiding humanity step by step to the present day. Some even suspect that the reincarnation Saint Lord has been present since ancient times, supporting humanity from that era onward. He is elusive, appearing prominently at times, yet disappearing for centuries at others. He is said to be neither alive nor dead, capable of traversing time and space. This human saint is referred to as the primordial Saint Lord, alongside the other 9 saints, yet he finds it unappealing and prefers to call himself the reincarnation Saint Lord. Lin Luochen mused, primordial Saint Lord, is that not quite a splendid title? It sounds rather imposing. Chu Lingyan shrugged, I cannot speak to that. It is merely how the legends go. Intrigued, Lin Luochen asked, what is your purpose in seeking him? Chu Lingyan's eyes shimmered with determination. I wish to ascertain whether he is truly dead. Lin Luochen exclaimed in astonishment, did you not claim that he was immortal? How could someone so formidable meet his demise? Chu Lingyan responded with a touch of melancholy, in this world, who can truly claim to be eternal? He was vanquished by the combined forces of formidable adversaries. The Fate Reincarnation Technique and the Reverse Fate Monument are but remnants of his legacy. Chapter 20. A Dark Future. Lin Luochen was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. Just moments ago, he had looked up to the reincarnation saint as an exemplar, believing that one should aspire to such greatness. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he was doused with cold water. If even such a figure had perished, what fate awaited him? Was it possible that the Reverse Fate Monument and the Fate Reincarnation Technique in his possession were relics left behind by that very saint? If what you claim is true, then at this juncture, the saint must have already fallen. How can you assert that you arrived here early? Chu Lingyan shook her head and replied, no. He perished amidst the battles against various races and the resistance against external malevolent forces. At this point in time, he should not yet have fallen. Where did you acquire that Reverse Fate Monument? You seem to possess the Fate Reincarnation Technique as well. What connection do you have with that saint? Peering inquisitively at Lin Luochen within the spirit platform, she remarked with a peculiar expression, you wouldn't happen to be the reincarnation saint, would you? Lin Luochen rolled his eyes, saying, I wish I were, but alas, I am not. This Reverse Fate Monument emerged from the Broken Moon Demon Gorge. As for the Fate Reincarnation Technique, I obtained it from within the monument. Don't you possess it as well? He was uncertain of Chu Lingyan's trustworthiness and felt it impossible to divulge the entirety of his rebirth experience. Chu Lingyan pondered thoughtfully, the Broken Moon Demon Gorge? Shall we go and take a look? Lin Luochen shook his head vigorously, exclaiming, are you foolish? That is the Broken Moon Demon Gorge, a place even great ascendants dare not enter recklessly. Chu Lingyan was taken aback. Is the Broken Moon Demon Gorge so perilous at this time? Could it be that the reincarnation saint lies dormant within? Lin Luochen shrugged. How would I know? In any case, I refuse to enter and meet my demise. What is your connection to him, going through such elaborate measures across time just to ascertain his fate? After a moment's hesitation, Chu Lingyan sighed. Beyond confirming his life or death, I wish to alter the future. Alter the future? Lin Luochen gazed at her in astonishment. Chu Lingyan nodded affirmatively. Yes. To change the impending doom of humanity. Upon witnessing Lin Luochen's wide-eyed surprise, Chu Lingyan recounted the events in detail. According to her, in the future, humanity, after enduring multiple calamities, would rise to prominence only to subsequently decline, heading toward extinction. The lineage of humanity would be nearly severed, with cultivators scarce, facing the peril of annihilation. They would regress to an era akin to ancient times, hunted and enslaved by various races, their former glory lost. All creatures would pin their hopes on the legendary reincarnation saint, yearning for his return to lead humanity back to prosperity. Although that saint had long been slain by formidable foes, he had left behind resounding declarations before his demise. He claimed he would not die nor perish, and he would ultimately return. When that day came, he would sweep across the heavens and realms, settling all scores. No one knew if he had intended to intimidate his enemies while simultaneously offering hope to humanity. Indeed, The future generations of humanity clung to this belief, struggling to survive against the odds. Chu Ling sighed. Centuries have passed, and the reincarnation saint remains silent. Humanity has begun to languish. I worry for humanity's future and wish to ascertain whether the reincarnation saint is truly dead, so I recited the fate reincarnation technique before the reverse fate monument. In truth, countless others, including myself, have attempted this, yet the monument remained unresponsive. However, this time, I was drawn into that dark river and inexplicably found myself here with you. Lin Luochen listened in disbelief. As if hearing a myth, you claim that humanity faces extinction in the future? Are you jesting? Humanity is currently thriving. And the great races such as demons, spirits, and witches do not dare to act recklessly. How could it possibly deteriorate to the brink of extinction within a mere millennium? You must be deceiving me. Though he had been imprisoned, he was well versed in the history of humanity and was somewhat aware of the general situation in Qingxiu. Yet, recalling the rumors he had heard in his previous life, a sense of unease lingered in his heart. Perhaps the future was indeed not as tranquil as it seemed. Chu Ling, with an air of detachment, remarked, "At present, humanity is indeed robust, and it will be even more so in the next 2 to 3 centuries. It will be a golden age, teeming with talent and brilliance, yet such prosperity will ultimately be devastated." Lin Luochen spoke in a grave tone. And the enemies? The demon race, the beast race, or the witch race? Surely not the spirit or ghost races. Chu Ling shook her head. I do not know, as that part of history has been deliberately erased. However, the races you mentioned will likely be complicit in the enslavement and hunting. Perhaps all of them share in the blame. Though Lin Luochen was reluctant to accept this, he found no grounds to refute her, still maintaining a skeptical attitude. If the reincarnation saint fell to the hands of enemies, then why do you possess the reverse fate monument and the fate reincarnation technique? Chu Ling sighed. To reclaim the reverse fate monument, humanity has sacrificed countless lives. Yet, the monument has shown no response. Had I not activated it this time, I would have doubted its authenticity. Lin Luochen nodded. So, you are here to alter humanity's future? Chu Ling affirmed. Indeed, I seek to reverse the fate of humanity's decline. Are you not afraid that altering the future might lead to your own disappearance? Upon hearing Lin Luochen's words, Chu Ling spoke passionately. If my death can save the lives of countless beings, what fear should I have? Lin Luochen regarded Chu Ling's tragic demeanor with an unsettling feeling that something was amiss. This woman did not strike him as one of the righteous. Could she truly commit such a noble act? Feeling his gaze, Chu Ling quickly shifted the topic. Enough of this. I have said what must be said. You must confess. What is your relationship with the reincarnation saint? Lin Luochen had not anticipated that she would still doubt his identity as the reincarnation saint. He rolled his eyes in exasperation. I have no connection with him. The only link is likely the reverse fate monument and the fate reincarnation technique. This concerns the survival of humanity. Do not jest. Chu Ling, agitated, insisted. I am not jesting. I truly do not know anything about the reincarnation saint. Lin Luochen felt utterly helpless. Why would no one believe his honesty? Yet, he harbored a suspicion that his father, whose fate remained uncertain, might be the reincarnation saint. But he could not disclose this to Chu Ling, who knew how much truth or deception lay within her words. He needed to delve deeper to understand her thoroughly before proceeding. Chu Ling muttered, this should not be. The reverse fate monument is in your hands, and you can activate it. You should have some connection to him. Lin Luochen retorted with irritation. But you can also activate the reverse fate monument. Does that not imply you have some connection to him as well? That is different. I am from a time. What? Lin Luochen regarded Chu Ling skeptically, sensing that she was concealing something. Chu Ling asserted confidently, in my timeline, the reincarnation saint is already dead. The reverse fate monument is an unclaimed artifact. At this moment, it should belong to the reincarnation saint. How could it possibly recognize you as its master? You must be connected to him. Lin Luochen chuckled. By your logic, does that not make me the reincarnation saint? Chapter 21. Seeking immortality. Chu Ling gazed at the frail Lin Luochen, rendered speechless, only able to scratch her head in confusion. Could it be that there are 2 destiny monuments? Or is it possible that he truly traverses time and space, with the destiny monument merely serving as an anchor point? Lin Luochen wore a peculiar expression. Do you not have any information about his appearance, name, or other details? Chu Ling replied helplessly. No, he is shrouded in mystery. We possess only a portrait capturing his silhouette. Lin Luochen curled his lip, feeling a tinge of jealousy. Turning one's back to the world certainly exudes an air of superiority. If I were to ascend to the pinnacle of existence, I would do the same. Chu Ling huffed. Do not entertain such thoughts, if this continues. The human race will face extinction soon. This young man must know something but refuses to disclose it. Lin Luochen understood her implication but feigned indifference. A carefree smile gracing his lips. Whether I survive until that time remains uncertain, after my demise, let the floods rage. Chu Ling, taken aback, exclaimed. Do you not possess a sense of ethnic pride? Lin Luochen laughed heartily. The future of humanity is not my concern, nor do I have the ability to influence it. Now that we have strayed from our path, should you not take your leave and take these 2 fish with you? Seeing him cut off the bridge behind him, Chu Ling pouted. Those 2 fish are not mine to take. Lin Luochen glanced at the 2 koi, waved his hand dismissively. No matter, you may leave first. Chu Ling, vexed to the core, retorted, Then you must clear the spiritual platform and hand over the destiny monument. Lin Luochen, eyeing her warily, replied. So the evil spirit has finally revealed its true intentions? You indeed wish to occupy my body. Ling shot back. What would I want with your wretched body? How can I leave without the destiny monument? Regardless of her protests, Lin Luochen stubbornly refused to relinquish control over the spiritual platform. Ling scoffed. You think that by staying put, I am powerless against you? Suddenly, she extended her hand, seemingly attempting to draw Lin Luochen out. Startled, Lin Luochen was relieved when the azure lotus promptly cast a shimmering green light, enveloping Ling, trapped within this seemingly fragile barrier. Ling struck at it several times but failed to break free. What is this strange thing? Who exactly are you? Lin Luochen, witnessing this, felt a wave of relief wash over him as he beamed. I am merely an ordinary person. Ling, taken aback by her predicament at the hands of a mere novice, felt a sense of frustration. What is this young man's background that allows him to claim the destiny monument and exhibit the azure lotus phenomenon within a sea of consciousness? I merely wish to borrow the destiny monument to return. I trust you as far as I can throw you. Old Lin said that women's words cannot be trusted. As he prepared to leave, Ling quickly called out, Young man, let us converse properly. We should discuss this further. There is nothing left to discuss. You should reflect on your actions. Lin Luochen ignored the flustered Ling and decisively exited the sea of consciousness, slowly opening his eyes. He took out the seemingly ordinary destiny monument, his gaze flickering with uncertainty, his mind in turmoil. Is what Ling said true? Does the human race truly face annihilation? What is the connection between the so-called reincarnation holy monarch and myself? Will he return to claim this destiny monument? The little white mouse tilted its head curiously, letting out a weak squeak. Lin Luochen snapped back to reality, shaking his head to cast aside the chaotic thoughts. Why worry about so much? Let fate unfold as it may. He turned to the little white mouse and smiled. Little one, I am leaving. Do you wish to return to the mountain? If you want to go back, I will split my belongings with you, and we shall part ways. The little white mouse quickly shook its head. Lin Luochen gently tapped its tiny head with his finger, offering a warm smile. Since you do not wish to go back, then let us journey together. The little white mouse excitedly nodded and adeptly climbed onto his shoulder. Lin Luochen rose and exited the cave, grinning at the bright sunlight outside, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. At last, he was free. Gucci Han, wait for me. One day, I shall make you pay dearly. He strode forth, determined to seek a suitable sect and immerse himself in the path of immortality. In the pursuit of cultivation, one must not neglect law, wealth, companionship, and land. As a self-taught practitioner, Lin Luochen sought to minimize detours and therefore intended to join a sect for learning. He dismissed the notion of the Jade Maiden Sect in Xianzhou and resolved to head toward the Demon Sect in Lanzhou. Though it is a realm of the strong preying upon the weak, it is also where one's strength can be honed most rapidly under pressure of life and death. And what he lacked most was time. In Lanzhou, within the reincarnation holy palace, an astronomical device composed of several concentric rings suddenly began to spin faster, emitting a series of strange lights. A pair of frosty eyes opened, observing the illuminated astral device with intrigue. After several centuries, you have finally re-emerged? Coincidentally, in Xianzhou. Within the holy court, a valiant and heroic man sat with closed eyes atop the celestial palace, radiating divine light as if he were a deity. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, murmuring, the trajectory of fate is shifting, the world has changed. The man calculated with his fingers, but could only glean a vague understanding, unable to discern the precise reasons, causing his brow to furrow. To obscure the heavenly secrets, is the reverse reborn of fate, or have foreign evils descended? Alas! With the return of the Demoness, the lifespan of the Demon Emperor drawing to a close, and the unrest among the other clans, it is indeed a season fraught with turmoil. Aside from these two, other saints also sensed the changes, yet none could unravel the mysteries at hand. Reactions varied. Some rejoiced while others despaired, particularly the saints of the witch and demon clans, who thrived on chaos. Lin Luochen remained blissfully unaware of these developments as he resolutely made his way down the mountain. However, reality proved to be a stark contrast to his ambitions. After descending the mountain, Lin Luochen scoured the nearby town for several days, yet found no path to immortality. The townsfolk, though aware of the existence of cultivators, were utterly ignorant of where to find any sections. Over the next month, Lin Luochen inquired throughout several cities near the Broken Moon Mountains, but to no avail. He recalled the legends of recluses dwelling in the mountains and eagerly ventured into the deep forests, only to return disheartened. The once flourishing cultivators of the Broken Moon Mountains had seemingly vanished without a trace. Lin Luochen did not anticipate that his grand aspirations would falter at the very first hurdle. And in frustration, he sat in a tavern, drowning his sorrows in drink. His eyes glimmered with an ethereal light as he fixated on the passers-by below, attempting to discern any cultivators among them. The pedestrians bore various auras, some vibrant, others dim, some glowing red or black, yet all were mere ordinary individuals, devoid of any spiritual energy. At that moment, the little white mouse squeaked twice, snapping Lin Luochen back to attention. This little creature possessed a faint demonic aura. Yet its fortune was remarkable, clearly not an ordinary mouse. It tapped on a nearby bowl, looking up at Lin Luochen with an endearing expression. Do you wish to drink too? Upon receiving a nod, Lin Luochen cautiously poured a bowl for it. The little creature eagerly leaned in, drinking rapidly, startling Lin Luochen. Slow down, little mouse. He had suggested several names for the little one, yet none had met its approval. And it even presented him with a root vegetable as a token. Lin Luochen tentatively uttered the name Shushu, to which the creature nodded repeatedly, solidifying its newfound identity. Before long, Shushu became inebriated, its belly submerged in the bowl, prompting Lin Luochen to hastily fish it out. Shushu, pull yourself together. Shushu leaned against the chopstick holder. Its gaze dazed and blissful, seemingly lost in thought as it grinned widely. Lin Luochen could only shake his head in exasperation, muttering, "You little drunkard." He turned his attention to the street below, where he sensed a hint of amusement from Chu Ling in his consciousness. "What are you staring at, kid? Do you expect to see characters written upon the foreheads of cultivators?" Lin Luochen was taken aback. How could this woman not know that the cycle of destiny technique reveals one's aura? With an impassive demeanor, he replied, "Perhaps there truly are characters to behold." Chu Ling scoffed at his remark, "If you manage to locate a cultivator with that approach, what is it?" After a moment of contemplation, Chu Ling added, "If you succeed, I shall teach you a sword technique. If you fail, may I borrow your body to return via the reversal fate steel?" However, she stipulated that this arrangement would expire by the end of the day. Lin Luochen hesitated, but then his eyes brightened, a slight smile gracing his lips. Agreed. It's a deal. He certainly did not take his life lightly. Rather, he had noticed a man and a woman approaching in the distance, both radiating waves of spiritual energy. Unmistakably cultivators. Chapter 22, A Heroic Rescue? Lin Luochen downed his drink in one gulp, a carefree smile gracing his lips as he said, "Prepare your sword technique." Chu Ling, puzzled, though she shared Lin Luochen's experiences, could not perceive the aura of fortune. Yet, when a man and a woman appeared in her line of sight, her heart skipped a beat. They bore the demeanor and ethereal essence of cultivators. Particularly, the woman, exuding grace and vitality, was unmistakably extraordinary. Chu Ling, feigning indifference, retorted, "Just because someone is beautiful doesn't mean she is a cultivator, you know? I shall prove it to you." Lin Luochen, cradling the inebriated mouse in his arms, hastily left the tavern, leaving a few coins behind. This was a rare encounter with cultivators, and judging by their apparent strength, he couldn't let them slip away. As he reached the entrance, the man and woman approached. The man, clad in splendid attire and possessing striking features, fanned himself with a folding fan, exuding an air of elegance. Yet, his pallid complexion and sunken eyes betrayed a life drained by indulgence. The woman, draped in a flowing black gown, was wrapped tightly, even donning black silk gloves, radiating beauty and mystery. Her delicate features, reminiscent of a fallen flower, coupled with a somewhat pale visage, elicited a sense of pity. Behind them trailed two attendants, one of whom exhibited a faint aura of spiritual energy. Lin Luochen intended to approach and engage, but halted abruptly as he neared. Now within proximity, he discerned a veil of black mist cloaking the faces of the man and his attendants, ominous clouds overshadowing them. The woman, too, was ensconced in a ghastly redness, with dark tendrils swirling around her, an unsettling sight. Cursing his bad luck under his breath, Lin Luochen lamented the misfortune of encountering dead cultivators. Through weeks of exploration, he had come to understand the significance of such manifestations. The black mist signified death, its density indicating proximity to demise. The unfortunate souls before him bore such a thick layer that their faces were nearly obscured, a clear indication of imminent death. The blood-like aura on the woman's face hinted at a calamity of blood. While the dark tendrils were a first for him, they certainly did not bode well. Thus, he refrained from pursuing further. His unwavering gaze caught the attention of the duo. The woman's eyes sparkled upon noticing Lin Luochen, prompting her to glance back a few times, finally bestowing upon him a charming smile. The man, observing her reaction, exhibited a flicker of jealousy before turning to engage the woman beside him. "Qiuji, we must hurry. The city gates will soon close." The woman nodded, whispering in response, drawing the attention of passers-by. Their group moved past Lin Luochen, heading towards the city's outskirts. A few men exchanged glances, stealthily following, seemingly entranced by the woman's graceful figure. At that moment, a thick veil of deathly energy enveloped them, prompting Lin Luochen to shake his head. Such folly. Fortunately, he was not of that ilk. As he contemplated, he activated his breath-concealing technique, trailing the group from a distance. His intentions were not to commit a lewd act but to seek potential leads regarding a cultivation sect. If necessary, he could stage a heroic rescue, employing charm to extract information. However, should he encounter formidable foes, he would not hesitate to retreat. Unbeknownst to the group, they were being followed. Upon exiting the city, they arrived at an abandoned post station. As darkness descended, the man scanned the dilapidated surroundings, fanning himself. "Qiuji, why has your sister arrived yet?" Worry etched on the woman's face as she replied, "But we did arrange to meet here." The young man, gazing at her with longing, yearned to comfort her but hesitated, his hand raised only to fall back down, as if held back by unseen forces. "Do not fret, Qiuji. Perhaps Xiaozhu has been delayed. Let us deal with a few pests first." The woman appeared momentarily puzzled, while the man, hands clasped behind him, boomed, "Those following us have lingered long enough. It's time they revealed themselves." No sooner had he spoken than a dozen masked, burly bandits emerged from the shadows. Encircling the quartet, the leader raised a large blade, menacingly pointing it at the young man. Boy, if you have any sense, surrender quietly and hand over the beauty and valuables. We'll have your family pay for your release. The young man's attendants bristled with alertness, drawing their weapons. He waved his folding fan dismissively, sneering, and what if I refuse? The bandit leader's eyes darkened with malice, grinning wickedly, then do not blame us for being merciless. The young man retorted with disdain, a band of ruffians dares to rob me? How audacious. With a swift motion, he snapped his fan shut and commanded, kill them. The two attendants complied, charging at the bandits with the ferocity of tigers. Chaos erupted as the duo fought valiantly, managing to hold their ground. One attendant slapped the talisman onto his blade, igniting it in roaring flames that illuminated the night. With this fiery edge, he wreaked havoc among the bandits, leaving them in disarray. The bandits, now aghast, exclaimed, "It's a cultivator. Now you fear? It's too late." The young man effortlessly repelled incoming attacks, the sharp edge of his fan carving deep wounds into his foes. His fan whirled gracefully as he dispatched adversaries, his movements exuding nonchalance and finesse. Stay close, Jiuji. Be wary of their desperation. He intentionally showcased his prowess before her, ensuring her safety while disregarding his attendants' fates. Yes, when you be careful too, she replied softly. The bandits, no match for their might, began to scatter in fear. Pursue them. Leave none behind, commanded the young man coldly. After a moment of hesitation, the attendants, bound by duty, pursued the fleeing bandits but remained cautious. Spare us. We were merely. One bandit whimpered, but his pleas were met with unyielding blades. As the last of the bandits fell, a cold smile crept across the young man's lips. Yet, a sudden pain pierced his back, disbelief flooding his senses as he glanced down at the charred hole in his chest. Damn it, she was supposed to be unable to cultivate. Turning with great difficulty, he saw the woman behind him still wearing a gentle smile, her eyes now icy as she held a dimming talisman. My brother won tea. His words fell short as he collapsed, lifeless. The woman, now devoid of warmth, severed his head with a cold chuckle. He won tea ever know? She glided toward the two horrified attendants, her presence as ethereal as a specter. Miss Muro, spare us. They pleaded, desperation evident in their voices. Yet, the woman offered them no mercy, her eyes glinting with murderous intent as she declared, only the dead shall keep silence. The mightiest youth in the arena has perished at her hands, and the remaining two subordinates are no match for her prowess. With a swiftness that rivals lightning, she swiftly vanquishes one of them, while the other, in a state of panic, flees towards Lin Luochen's direction. Lin Luochen feels quite vexed. He had intended to play the gallant hero, only to discover that this enchanting beauty is a harbinger of doom. He flicks a pebble, striking the man's leg, acknowledging that there is no escape for him now, and it is unnecessary to involve himself further. Let the dead companion rest. May you fare well on your journey. Moments later, the unfortunate subordinate, having stumbled and fallen, meets his demise, following his master into the netherworld. The woman in the black dress retrieves the storage bag, incinerating the body and erasing all traces with a flame talisman. She then turns her gaze towards Lin Luochen, a charming smile gracing her lips. Thank you for your assistance. Kind sir, having observed for so long, may I inquire whether your intentions lie in thievery of wealth or of beauty? Chapter 23, In My Eyes. You are no different from pork. Lin Luochen had not anticipated that he would be exposed. Without uttering a word, he fled. The woman clearly intended to eliminate him, and he was not foolish enough to reveal himself. From their previous encounter, it was evident that although this woman was not significantly stronger than him, being merely at the late stage of chi refinement, she had evidently undergone systematic training and possessed a far greater repertoire of techniques than he did. With only one feather transformation talisman left, Lin Luochen felt uncertain about confronting her directly, thus opting to change the battlefield. The woman in the black dress was enveloped by a gentle breeze, her toes barely touching the ground as she leaped far ahead, relentlessly pursuing him. Where are you in such a hurry to go? Lin Luochen's movement talisman had long since been rendered useless, and lacking any training in body techniques. He could only watch as she drew closer. I was merely concerned for your safety, and now that you seem unharmed, I shall not intrude further. The black-dressed woman, light as a swallow, effortlessly closed the distance. Please don't go. I have yet to thank you. She waved her hand, unleashing a talisman that transformed into a semi-transparent golden giant sword, aimed directly at Lin Luochen. He leaped aside, evading the strike, and without looking back, darted into the woods, agilely leaping between the treetops. Since running in a straight line was futile, he decided to utilize his agility to see if he could shake her off amidst the trees. I harbor no ill intentions. Are you truly intent on exterminating me? The black-dressed woman remained unmoved. Your intentions may be good, but unfortunately, you have seen things you should not have. As she cast spells, blades of wind shot forth but were thwarted by the dense foliage. Observing Lin Luochen's erratic movements akin to that of a monkey, she furrowed her brow. Is this fellow a monkey, so agile? Forced into a high position among the treetops, she tried to track Lin Luochen's movements, though it drained her energy significantly. Lin Luochen continued to leap through the forest, remaining calm, for he still possessed a feather transformation talisman. Chuling, you have lost. Where is the promised sword technique? Chuling was taken aback that he still had the leisure to contemplate spoils at such a critical moment, unable to suppress her laughter. You may have one. But you are still going to die. Or perhaps you could offer your body to me, and I shall assist you in turning the tables? Lin Luochen replied calmly. Do not dream. Even in death, I will not relinquish my body to you. Do you possess any throwing knife techniques? Otherwise, prepare to die here with me. Chu Ling retorted, is your last-minute preparation of any use? Lin Luochen replied nonchalantly, that is not your concern. Chu Ling, frustrated to the point of despair, thought that finding a throwing knife technique suitable for the chi refinement stage was far more challenging than seeking out forbidden techniques capable of annihilating the world. However, seeing the relentless pursuit of the woman in black, she searched her mind and finally recalled a technique. This technique is called Flying Star. It should be the most powerful throwing knife technique you can utilize at present. In this life and death situation, Lin Luochen's thoughts were exceptionally clear and active. After observing the technique twice, he grasped its essence. He intentionally exposed several flaws, and the black-dressed woman, as expected, seized one of the opportunities. With a sharp cry, a tempest surrounded her as she leaped into the air, a dozen wind blades swirling around her. What Lin Luochen sought was this brief moment of suspended motion. Suddenly turning back, he hurled the broken blade in his hand. The blade, augmented by a spell, transformed into a piercing crimson light, rushing towards the woman's heart. This technique lived up to its name, indeed swift as a shooting star, arriving in an instant. The black-dressed woman's pupils constricted, and she hurriedly waved her hand to unleash her surrounding wind blades for defense while simultaneously dodging to the side. However, the blood blade was far too swift, shattering the wind blades and piercing through her body with a speed that was impossible to evade. With a cry of anguish, she plummeted from the treetops like a bird with broken wings, crashing to the ground. Although she had narrowly avoided a fatal blow to her heart, the broken blade still penetrated her shoulder bone, disrupting her spell. The black-dressed woman coughed up blood, struggling to rise while intending to retreat. But Lin Luochen had already lunged forward, pinning her down and delivering a punch to her head without a shred of compassion. His instincts from hunting on the mountain kicked in. He pinned his prey and struck a couple of blows to the head to daze her first. She quickly turned her head, a dull thud resounding as dust flew, and the ground was smashed into a crater, leaving her horrified. If that punch connected solidly, her face would likely be crushed. Please wait. I have something to say. His fist, laden with dirt, hovered near her nose, stirring gusts of wind that drained the color from her face. Lin Luochen, without hesitation, seized her wrist and twisted it behind her back, forcing her into a half-kneeling position. The black-dressed woman, pressed to the ground, felt the thick cushioning yet was still acutely aware of her wound being aggravated, tears brimming in her eyes. It hurts. Be gentler, you brute. Do you not understand the concept of cherishing the fair sex? Lin Luochen's gaze was as cold as ice. Give me a reason not to kill you. He was no saint, devoid of any bad habit of repaying kindness with kindness. The woman weakly replied, we bear no grudge. It was merely a moment of folly on my part, and I realized my mistake. Lin Luochen coldly responded, you do not realize your mistake. You simply know you are about to die. If you do not provide me with a reason not to kill you, you may start considering how to plead with the king of hell. The black-dressed woman was taken aback by his ruthlessness and quickly exclaimed, wait, I can offer an apology. Lin Luochen sneered, do not be foolish. If I kill you, everything you possess will still belong to me. Not only your belongings, but you as well will be my spoils. What right do you have to offer anything? The woman was dumbfounded and hastily stated, my family possesses considerable wealth. They can pay for my release. Lin Luochen slowly raised his hand, gathering strength as he coolly stated, I am not well versed in kidnapping. I prefer a straightforward transaction. The woman caught a glimpse of his movements, her heart quaking at the cold glint in his eyes, leaving her pale with fear. Wait. Whatever you desire, I can offer you. Lin Luochen then inquired, do you know how to enter the immortal sect? The woman, as if granted a reprieve, quickly responded, of course, I possess a token for ascending to immortality. Lin Luochen's eyes gleamed with interest as he asked, oh, pray tell. The black-dressed woman, feebly, replied, young master, please release me. At this rate, I shall perish. Lin Luochen, observing the blood staining the ground, suddenly produced a vial of elixir and forced it into her mouth. She coughed violently, frowning. What is this nonsense? Lin Luochen replied nonchalantly, soul-dispersing pill. Without the antidote in 3 days, you will die a miserable death. After speaking, he began to search her body, causing her to scream in alarm. What are you doing? This is inappropriate. Help. I'm still a maiden, if you do this. I want to be able to marry. Lin Luochen remained unfazed, rummaging through her waist, extracting several storage bags, and then retrieving a short dagger from the inner thigh. After a moment's hesitation, he reached into her chest area and, indeed, discovered a few talismans hidden within. The black-dressed woman froze, whining, I can't possibly marry now. Lin Luochen released her and stood, warning, behave yourself, or I can kill you at any moment. The black-dressed woman, teary-eyed, rose, clutching her wound while glaring at him in embarrassment and anger. Cough. Please provide me with healing medicine. Lin Luochen opened his storage bag and retrieved 2 bottles of healing elixirs, tossing them over. The woman in the black dress was about to turn and apply the medicine when Lin Luochen cautioned. Do not turn your back to me to engage in any underhanded actions. But I need to change the medicine. She protested. Feel free to change it. I shall not hinder you, he replied. Yet you refuse to turn around or allow me to do so. What do you mean by that? Lin Luochen, with an air of nonchalance, remarked, I never turn my back on an opponent. Rest assured, in my eyes, you are no different from a piece of pork. The woman in the black dress seethed with fury, contemplating how she might strike him down, but the pain from her wound was unbearable. She attempted to lower her collar. Yet the tightly fitted garment would not budge, forcing her to tear the neckline to apply the medicine. Fortunately, the injury was on her shoulder, allowing her to awkwardly reach her back. Otherwise, she would have been compelled to ask him for assistance. Lin Luochen gazed at the majestic snow-capped mountains in the distance, where the snowy plum blossoms were faintly visible at the summit, lost in thought. Though he appeared as steadfast as a seasoned warrior, there was a flicker of evasion in his eyes, which he instinctively sought to conceal. Chu Ling shared his gaze and could not help but chuckle. Young man, did you not claim that I was no different from pork? Lin Luochen candidly admitted, I concede that there is, indeed, a slight distinction. Chapter 24. The Ascension Order. The woman in the black dress sprinkled medicinal powder on her wound, yet blood continued to flow profusely. In a flurry, she pressed her hands against the injury, disregarding her disheveled appearance. What on earth was happening? Lin Luochen was aware that the wound caused by the broken blade was notoriously difficult to heal, but he never anticipated that even the spiritual medicine of cultivators would prove ineffective. Previously, when Luo Yaoao's injury healed, he had assumed that her ability was ineffective against cultivators, only to realize it depended on their cultivation level. Lin Luochen picked up the broken blade that had fallen some distance away and approached the woman slowly, causing her to pale in fear. What do you intend to do? If you wish to live, do not move. He sliced his palm with the blade and pressed it directly against her shoulder wound, murmuring incantations. In truth, he was reciting form is emptiness, emptiness is form, solely to confuse Chu Lingyin and the woman in black. Although Lin Luochen did not understand why his blood could negate the power of the broken blade, he recognized the necessity of concealing this secret from outsiders. The woman in black felt Lin Luochen's warm hand pressing against her wound, causing her to sweat profusely from the pain, and regret flooded her heart. Murong Xiaozhu, why did you provoke this calamity? She lamented, woe is me. Now he has seen and touched me all over. How will I ever marry? She wanted to glare at Lin Luochen in anger, but upon meeting his strikingly handsome visage, her gaze faltered and shifted away. Apply the medicine again. It should suffice now. Lin Luochen's words jolted Murong Xiaozhu back to reality. She reapplied the medicine and, indeed, the wound began to heal. Thank you. As the words escaped her lips, she realized the absurdity. Wasn't he the one who had injured her? Damn it. This face is too beguiling. It has left me confused. Lin Luochen responded with a nonchalant wrapping bandages around his hand to prevent others from noticing how rapidly his wound was healing. Now, tell me, what is the Ascension Order? Murong Xiaozhu felt a twinge of pain from her injury as she gazed into his icy eyes. Is he truly a man? Every 3 years, the cultivation sects of Lanzhou collaborate to hold an Ascension Conference to recruit disciples. Those who possess the Ascension Order may participate in the assessment, and successful candidates will be selected by the various sections. Lin Luochen responded with interest. Oh, how does one obtain this Ascension Order? Murong Xiaozhu explained. Each cultivation family has a fixed quota, and it is also bestowed by the elders of the sections. The order remains valid indefinitely and is not tied to an individual. As long as one possesses the Ascension Order, they may partake in the assessment. I happen to have an Ascension Order. I am willing to bestow it upon you, provided you show mercy. Lin Luochen scanned his storage bag, but found no Ascension Order, then scrutinized her from head to toe. Where could this woman possibly conceal such a token? Perceiving Lin Luochen's intense scrutiny, Murong Xiaozhu felt a sense of offense, a mix of shame and anger. What are you thinking? I do not have the Ascension Order on me. It is with a friend in the city. Just give me the antidote and swear not to kill me, and I will take you to her to present the Ascension Order. Lin Luochen nodded. Very well. I shall provide you with the antidote. Murong Xiaozhu pouted in frustration. Fine, let us first return and clean up the battlefield. The two made their way to the abandoned post station, neither speaking nor inquiring about each other's names, for they understood that even if they asked, they would likely receive a false name. Moments later, Murong Xiaozhu requested a fire talisman from Lin Luochen and incinerated the bodies near the post station. Observing her adept movements, Lin Luochen couldn't help but marvel at the talents of Lanzhou and its unpretentious populace. Murong Xiaozhu noticed his gaze and, with an awkward smile, explained, I acted in self-defense. They were all lecherous scoundrels, not worthy of pity. Lin Luochen responded with a disinterested then inquired, you were quite cautious. Is the man you travel with of notable origin? Murong Xiaozhu nodded, feeling a bit embarrassed. He is a scion of a prominent family, with a golden core cultivator among his kin. Had he not sought to exploit me, I would not have wished to kill such a noble, as it would bring trouble. Chu Lingyin scoffed. A golden core cultivator dares to call himself noble? How absurd. Lin Luochen, however, was not as dismissive, resolving to handle the belongings of that nobleman with utmost care. Young master. Murong Xiaozhu gazed at Lin Luochen with a pitiful expression, beginning to act coyly. Could you return some of the items from my storage bag? It contains my clothing. Those are women's garments. You have no use for them. And I need to disguise myself further in the city. Lin Luochen hesitated before retrieving the clothes one by one, examining them carefully before tossing them back to her. As Murong Xiaozhu watched him awkwardly handle her sheer undergarment, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, nearly wishing to dig a hole and hide. Are you a pervert? Lin Luochen maintained a stoic expression. One must be cautious. How am I to know if you have hidden any treasures within? Murong Xiaozhu's chest heaved with anger, her wound throbbing painfully, feeling as though she would die of social embarrassment. Stop rummaging. I no longer want them. Just find me a set of men's clothing and a roll of bandages. Overwhelmed, she could not bear it any longer. Lin Luochen tossed her a set of men's attire. His expression bemused. You have such peculiar tastes? This is merely for convenience, not a peculiar inclination. Murong Xiaozhu retorted angrily, binding her chest with the bandages before hastily donning the men's clothing. Even if she appeared somewhat bulky, she would not give this man an advantage. After a moment, Murong Xiaozhu changed into the men's attire, transforming into a dashing young man, albeit with somewhat exaggerated musculature. Let us depart. If we linger, the city gates will soon close. Lin Luochen nodded, following her into the city, his wariness heightened. He could not trust this woman, who knew what kind of ambush she might have set for him. As it turned out, Lin Luochen's concerns were well-founded. Half an hour later, he followed Murong Xiaozhu into a bustling thoroughfare. The streets were lined with flamboyant, scantily clad women, who continually cast flirtatious glances at the two. What a handsome young master. Come play with us. We do not charge. Hee hee. Young master, come here. I can give you 10 taels of silver. Though Lin Luochen had never been here before, he had heard tales, recognizing this as the infamous pleasure district. Why have you brought me here? This place holds nothing of merit, certainly not for one of my disposition. His slightly flustered expression did not escape Murong Xiaozhu's notice. My friend resides here. How else can I retrieve it? Lin Luochen hesitated. And this friend of yours is male or female? Female. Murong Xiaozhu winked playfully. A courtesan. Would you care to meet her? Lin Luochen frowned slightly. You entrusted the Ascension Order to a courtesan? What's wrong with that? Murong Xiaozhu retorted confidently. Young master, one must not harbor prejudices. They are often trapped by circumstance. They are often more trustworthy than those who preach righteousness. Lin Luochen found himself at a loss for words and could only follow her into an establishment named Drunken Flower Pavilion. If I do not venture into hell, who will? Today, he decided to abandon all caution and delve into the depths of the abyss that old Lin had spoken of. Chapter 25. Do you think that covering your face will prevent me from recognizing you? As they entered, Murong Xiaozhu nudged Lin Luochen. Hey, don't just stand there in a daze. Take out the silver notes. Do you really think you can rely on your looks to get something for nothing? Lin Luochen furrowed his brow slightly. Aren't we here to find someone? Well, we still need to leave a tip and pay for drinks. Murong Xiaozhu reasoned persuasively. Lin Luochen, seeing the logic in her words, reached into his storage bag and pulled out several silver notes to hand to her. After all, this money did not belong to him. It was from that noble scion and Murong Xiaozhu herself. Murong Xiaozhu frowned. This isn't enough. Give me a bit more. I need to offer her some compensation for her trouble. With no choice, Lin Luochen reluctantly handed her a few more notes, and only then did she appear satisfied. Upon entering the Drunken Flower Pavilion, the dashing Lin Luochen immediately drew the attention of numerous women. A graceful lady approached them, smiling warmly. You two gentlemen are new here, I presume? Is this your first visit to my Drunken Flower Pavilion? Murong Xiaozhu waved her hand dismissively. Let's talk. Summon all the ladies in your establishment for my master to choose from. She casually pulled out a silver note and shoved it into the madam's bosom, adopting a carefree demeanor. My master is not short of money. If he takes a liking to any of your girls, you will not miss out on the benefits. The madam, already struck by Murong Xiaozhu and Appo's striking beauty, instantly recognized her as a lady. Could she be some noblewoman out for a bit of fun with her personal maid? Upon seeing the denomination of the silver note, the madam's smile grew even brighter. Please head upstairs to the private room. The ladies will be with you shortly. I assure you, you will be pleased. Lin Luochen, feeling bewildered, was ushered into the private room, casting a perplexed glance at Murong Xiaozhu. What are you doing? Murong Xiaozhu grinned mischievously. I don't want to reveal our relationship, and I thought it might help her gain some popularity. Lin Luochen hesitated, pondering whether this popularity would lead to more customers for her. However, this was a place where people lived by these means. They sought kindred spirits amidst their desires. He felt it inappropriate to voice his thoughts further. Moments later, a group of flirtatious women gathered in the private room, curiously examining the poised Lin Luochen. Upon seeing him, many of them sparkled with excitement, feeling a renewed belief in love. This gentleman looked like a celestial being. Even if it cost them silver to share a fleeting moment with him, it would be worth it. They cast flirtatious glances at Lin Luochen, flaunting their charms and giggling playfully. Lin Luochen felt increasingly uncomfortable, as if he were surrounded by a pack of wolves, nearly ready to flee. Murong Xiaozhu approached the 30 or so women, casually remarking, Is everyone here? Lin Luochen wanted to join her but stopped short at the sight of the predatory gazes from the women. Why did they all look as though they were ready to pounce? The madam beamed. All the ladies are here except those who have clients. Murong Xiaozhu displayed a large stack of silver notes before the ladies, then handed them to the madam. Let's play a little game. Whoever kisses my master first will claim this reward of 10,000 taels. As soon as her words fell, the women, who had been eyeing Lin Luochen hungrily, surged forward. with even the madam joining the fray. This gentleman was not only handsome, but a kiss would earn them 10,000 taels. My master is a bit shy, so ladies, please take good care of him. Morong Xiaozhu laughed gleefully as she dashed out, turning back to make a funny face at him. Goodbye. Stop. Lin Luochen attempted to chase after her, but was quickly surrounded by the throng of women. His sword was obscured by the multitude, rendering him unable to defend himself. Get out of the way. Don't block my path, he exclaimed angrily, pushing through the women, only to find more rushing towards him, each pouting their lips to plant kisses on his face. Me first, me first. Don't crowd me. You'll tear my clothes. Master. While Lin Luochen felt himself engulfed by the swarm of women, the scene before him chaotic and overwhelming. Every touch was soft and delicate, and he was uncertain where to place his hands, fearing to touch something inappropriate. Please let go. I'll give you the money. Just don't touch me. But the women only grew more spirited, giggling as their hands roamed over him. Don't be shy, young master. I won't ask for money, and I'll even give you a big red envelope later. Ouch, something bit me. Even the little mouse, intoxicated in Lin Luochen's arms, was tugged at, its head popping out in confusion. It stared at the sea of white around it, bewildered. Where am I? Moments later, shrieks erupted as the women scrambled away. A few collapsed in the private room, having been knocked unconscious by Lin Luochen. After hastily adjusting his attire, Lin Luochen stepped out, his heart racing. Old Lin was right. This place is a den of iniquity, and the women here are like ravenous tigers. When cornered, they will resort to anything. Chuling laughed heartily. Young man, now that you're here and have spent your money, why not indulge a little? Lin Luochen glared at her. Get lost. I'm not that kind of person. This place was devoid of virtue, and he had no intention of letting his guard down. Surveying the chaotic scene, he realized Morong Xiaozhu was nowhere to be found. Just then, he noticed some commotion in the adjacent room. Lin Luochen kicked open the door, only to be met with startled cries from women inside. A portly man lay atop a bed, and upon seeing Lin Luochen burst in, he began to curse. You little brat, who do you think you are? Daring to. Lin Luochen's expression turned icy as he conjured a long sword in his hand. The portly man trembled and quickly pulled the blanket over himself. Brother, please, do as you wish. If you fancy her, go ahead. Lin Luochen had no interest in lingering, and upon realizing that Morong Xiaozhu was not there, he turned to leave. He opened the doors to several rooms, only to find various guests engaged in their own activities with the women. Everything was orderly and systematic in this place. With a dark expression, Lin Luochen exited the Drunken Flower Pavilion before the officials arrived, feeling both exasperated and amused. You foul woman, just wait. The little mouse looked up at him, its round eyes full of confusion. Lin Luochen poked its little head, exasperated. You little drunkard. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and his eyes brightened. He retrieved a black gauze dress from his storage bag. It resembled the style that Morong Xiaozhu wore today, but she had fewer of these garments. Mouse, your sense of smell is quite keen. Can you use it to track her down? The mouse nodded eagerly and sniffed the dress, then hopped to the ground, scurrying around to catch a scent. However, it soon looked back at Lin Luochen. Confusion written across its face. Young master, are you sure this is the right scent? Lin Luochen, not understanding its meaning, inquired, what's the matter? Any results? The mouse could only awkwardly lead Lin Luochen around the city, but they found nothing. With no other options, Lin Luochen reluctantly sought refuge in an inn for the night. The next day, he arrived early at the city gate to wait. This small town had 2 gates, and he could only try his luck. Chuling chuckled. If you manage to find her like this, I'll do anything you ask. Lin Luochen scowled, but just then, a beast cart entered the city from outside. Suddenly, the little mouse squeaked excitedly and jumped down from him, chasing after the horse-drawn carriage. Mouse. Lin Luochen hurriedly followed suit. The mouse gestured animatedly, indicating that the person he sought was aboard that very carriage. Chuling was taken aback. Had she truly gained the ability to speak so boldly of late? Lin Luochen, skeptical yet intrigued, kept pace alongside the beast-drawn cart, occasionally peering inside. However, the carriage was tightly sealed, preventing him from discerning anything within, which only elicited suspicious glances from the middle-aged woman driving the cart. At that moment, a familiar voice emerged from within the carriage. Aunt Shou. Have we arrived at Qingshan City? Lin Luochen's eyes brightened instantly, and he swiftly closed the distance to the beast cart, leaping aboard. The woman at the reins was taken aback, exclaiming, Who are you? Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Luochen had already flung open the carriage door and stepped inside. Within the carriage sat a woman clad in a flowing black dress, her face obscured by a veil, her hands adorned with black silk gloves. Upon his entrance, she appeared flustered. Despite her meticulous concealment, Lin Luochen recognized her instantly. It was the same woman who had toyed with him. He grinned. Well, who would have thought we would meet again so soon? The woman, now visibly panicked, stammered. Why you? Who are you? Lin Luochen let out a cold laugh. Do you think that by merely veiling your face, I would fail to recognize you? He reached out and pulled away the veil, revealing a stunningly pale visage, exuding an aura of delicate vulnerability. Yet, Lin Luochen would not be deceived again. This woman was exceedingly cunning. Chapter 26. Weave vigorously. As Lin Luochen lifted the veil from the woman in the black dress, Her beautiful eyes widened in alarm. With a hint of a smirk, Lin Luochen asked, "What do you have to say now?" The woman, flustered, raised her hand to cover her face and meekly replied, "Young master, I am the twin sister of Sister Xiaozhu. You must have mistaken me for someone else." At that moment, a middle-aged woman outside shouted sternly, "Who dares to be a scoundrel? Come out at once, or I shall report you to the authorities." Yet, she seemed to be wary of something. For even in her urgency, she did not dare to step into the carriage, only calling out from outside. Lin Luochen, ignoring her, scrutinized the woman before him, whose features mirrored those of Murong Xiaozhu, and frowned slightly. "Still pretending?" "I am not pretending," she said. If you are to believe me, then you must be calling me Qiuju?" The woman shook her head and softly replied, "I am called Qiuji, which means autumn day fragrant grass." Lin Luochen, noticing her eloquence and the distinct aura that set her apart from Murong Xiaozhu, felt a flicker of uncertainty. However, upon observing her pallid complexion and recalling his trust in Shushu, he felt reassured. "How cunning. You still wish to toy with me?" Lin Luochen scoffed, "Weave your tales. But your wounds are still unhealed." As his words fell, he abruptly tugged at the fabric of her shoulder, aiming to unveil the truth. As her fragrant shoulder was partially exposed, Lin Luochen was left speechless, his disbelief evident. The woman's shoulder was smooth and unblemished, resembling fine jade with no trace of injury. His actions inadvertently revealed an astonishing sight, alluring yet elusive. The woman, equally stunned, flushed a deeper shade of red and stammered, "Why, young master?" Lin Luochen, incredulous, touched her shoulder, finding it as smooth as the finest silk. "Is it an illusion? There truly are no wounds?" As he dared to touch her, the woman finally regained her composure, gasping as she slapped at him. "Pervert." Lin Luochen quickly seized her hand, narrowly avoiding a blow, and chuckled awkwardly. "My dear lady, I truly mistook you for someone else. It was unintentional." With a look of indignation and embarrassment, she suddenly remembered something and struggled to free her hand. "Young master, you must let go. Being in contact with me will bring you misfortune." Lin Luochen, confused, released her hand. Murong Qiuji hurriedly adjusted her attire and replaced her veil. Lin Luochen scrutinized her once more, still struggling to comprehend the uncanny resemblance. Could there really be someone so similar in this world? However, after his tactile verification, he discerned subtle differences. Murong Xiaozhu's eyes sparkled with mischief, always adorned with a mischievous smile, vibrant and lively. In stark contrast, the woman before him possessed tranquil eyes, a gentle demeanor that exuded fragility. Once Murong Qiuji had composed herself, she addressed the middle-aged woman outside before turning her gaze back to Lin Luochen. With a hint of regret, Lin Luochen said, "I did not mean to offend. It was truly a case of mistaken identity. I hope you can forgive me." Murong Qiuji shook her head. "Sister and I are twins, and people often confuse us." Lin Luochen, relieved that she did not pursue the matter further, felt an odd sensation from the way she looked at him. Was it sympathy and guilt? "But I have offended you. Why do you feel guilty?" He dismissed the thought and inquired, "Do you know where your sister is?" Murong Qiuji shook her head. "I have just arrived in Qishui City and do not know her whereabouts." Lin Luochen had not expected her to provide any information about Murong Xiaozhu and simply smiled nonchalantly. Murong Qiuji hesitantly asked, "Young master, do you seem to have some conflict with my sister?" "Not much of a conflict, just a matter I need to discuss with her. Since you are unaware of her location, I shall not disturb you any longer." Lin Luochen inclined his head slightly and exited the carriage, leaping down to depart. Murong Qiuji hesitated, wanting to say something, but ultimately sighed and shook her head. "What a pity." The middle-aged woman outside quickly asked, "Miss, are you all right?" "I'm fine, Aunt Shou, just mistaken someone." Murong Qiuji instructed softly, "Let us continue on. We shall circle the city before exiting." And Zhou paused momentarily before responding and continued to guide the beast cart forward. After they departed, Lin Luochen stealthily followed from a distance. If he was not mistaken, the sisters were likely to meet here. By trailing Murong Qiuji, he could find Murong Xiaozhu. Just as Lin Luochen set off, he suddenly sensed a stir within his consciousness. The blue lotus began to sway gently, as if dispelling or shedding something. Lin Luochen was baffled but pressed on, bringing Shushu along. "Shushu, do not lose track this time." Shushu nodded vigorously but felt wronged. "I did not mistake anyone." Unbeknownst to it, the gauzy dress Lin Luochen had taken belonged to Murong Qiuji. It was the very garment Murong Xiaozhu had intended to use to impersonate her sister. Lin Luochen had picked up the one she had yet to wear, imbued with Murong Qiuji's scent. Lin Luochen remained oblivious to this, simply following the beast cart from afar. However, Murong Qiuji seemed to anticipate his pursuit, intentionally weaving through the city. Lin Luochen scoffed at her attempts to shake him off. "You think such trivial tactics can rid you of me?" Yet, just as he derided her efforts, a bamboo pole unexpectedly fell from above, landing at his feet. Looking up, he saw a beautiful woman leaning out of a window, smiling apologetically at him, her eyes sparkling with warmth. "Young master, I am truly sorry. Could you please help me retrieve it?" Lin Luochen was taken aback by the glitch of it all. The alluring woman gazed at him with a glint of seduction, stirring thoughts in his mind. However, he remained unmoved, picking up the fallen pole, intending to toss it back and leave. Just as he grasped it, a burly man wielding a meat cleaver burst from the alley, glaring angrily. "Ah, finally found you." You scoundrel! Prepare to die. Lin Luochen jumped in surprise, swiftly disarming the man and elbowing him back. My good fellow, you have misunderstood. The man persisted, shouting. You're a scoundrel, and you dare to fight back? Brothers, seize him. Several imposing men with meat cleavers surged forward, but Lin Luochen, perplexed, quickly fended off a few. At that moment, a row of officials approached, accompanied by a weeping woman. Upon seeing Lin Luochen, the brothel matron shrieked, Officer, it is this rogue who caused a ruckus at our establishment. Lin Luochen cursed under his breath and swiftly leaped onto a nearby rooftop to escape. Chase him. Don and Appos, let this rascal get away. The officials and the meat cleaver-wielding men pursued relentlessly, causing chaos throughout the city. Lin Luochen barely managed to slip into a courtyard, only to stumble upon the county magistrate's wife, who was alone with her thoughts. Thus, Lin Luochen transformed into a notorious flower thief, wanted throughout the city. Initially, he believed the Murong sisters were behind the mischief, but a series of unexpected events left him questioning his very existence. Have I crossed some divine law? In the distance, Murong Qiuji, hearing the commotion behind her, revealed a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. I warned you not to touch me. Now, you face the consequences. Seemingly accustomed to such outcomes, she coolly instructed, and Zhou, change the carriage. Half an hour later, a completely different carriage slowly emerged from the city gates. A figure clad in a hood hurriedly approached, prompting Aunt Zhou, who was driving, to regard her with caution. Aunt Zhou, it's me. The individual lifted her head, revealing a pale visage, which allowed Aunt Zhou to relax her guard. Mississippi Murong Xiaozhu leaped onto the carriage, urgently urging, we must leave the city at once. Inside the carriage, Murong Qiuji expressed her delight. Sister, are you unharmed? Murong Xiaozhu removed her hood, her delicate face ashen, letting out a soft sigh. I am fine. But the others are all gone. Murong Qiuji and Appos, eyes dimmed as she spoke disconsolately. Sister, did I cause their demise? Grasping her hand, Murong Xiaozhu reassured her, you are overthinking. It is not your fault. It is merely fate. Murong Qiuji chose not to dwell further on the matter and instead remarked, Sister, a gentleman sought you just now, I am aware. Otherwise, I would not have dared to come looking for you at this moment. Murong Xiaozhu replied with a hint of exasperation. That fellow must be in dire straits by now, if he is not already dead. No sooner had the words left her mouth than the carriage jolted unexpectedly, as if intercepted by someone. And Zhou's astonished voice rang out, Is it you? Murong Xiaozhu opened the carriage door, staring in astonishment at the handsome man blocking their path. You're unharmed? Lin Luochen regarded the bewildered sisters within the carriage, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. I'm quite well. Have I disappointed you? Chapter 27. Is it truly so sinister? At this moment, Lin Luochen was seething with rage, wondering how he had managed to endure the past half hour, scaling walls only to encounter dogs, stumbling into a compromising situation, and nearly collapsing a rooftop. Such absurdity was beyond belief. Had his luck not been as resilient, he might well have perished along the way. Now, upon confronting the two instigators, his ire surged uncontrollably, and he gripped the broken blade firmly in his hand. Seeing the murderous intent radiating from him, Murong Xiaozhu felt a pang of unease. Who was this young man, and how had he emerged unscathed? Protectively positioning herself in front of Murong Qiuji, she forced a laugh, saying, Young master, it's a misunderstanding. Let us discuss this calmly. Her injuries had yet to heal, and she knew she stood no chance against Lin Luochen, particularly fearing his flying daggers. With a cold snort, Lin Luochen cast a wary glance at the bustling city, then leaped onto the carriage. Let us go. Although he harbored no fear of the city's officials, he preferred to avoid complications and deemed it wise to depart promptly. As the carriage advanced, Lin Luochen confidently settled into the central seat, asserting his dominance. From his prior observations of Murong Xiaozhu, he discerned that this woman was not adept in close combat, relying instead on her sorcery and the talisman she wielded. However, having confiscated her talismans, he knew she stood no chance at this distance. Murong Xiaozhu, pulling Murong Qiuji far from him, appeared anxious and restless, wishing to distance herself from the potential fallout of their encounter. Lin Luochen sneered, So, Murong Xiaozhu, you've made it easy for me to find you. The two women sat side by side, nearly indistinguishable. Had it not been for their differing attire and demeanor, he could hardly tell them apart. Murong Xiaozhu's eye started, and she forced a smile. Young master, how did you find me? Lin Luochen merely snorted in response, knowing that had it not been for the mouse's timely intervention, he might have lost track of the two sisters. I'll settle my score with you later. Murong Qiuji, quickly undo whatever strange sorcery has been cast upon me. According to Chu Ling, he must have fallen victim to some form of magic, explaining his recent misfortunes. Reflecting on Murong Qiuji's words, Lin Luochen suspected he had been ensnared during their encounter. Murong Qiuji hesitated. Young master, I lack any cultivation. How could I have cast a spell on you? Lin Luochen paused, uncertain, as he needed 3 days to use his fortune-telling ability and could not be sure if she was indeed a practitioner. Furthermore, probing with spiritual energy required physical contact, a risk he was unwilling to take with Murong Qiuji. Are you suggesting that touching you brings misfortune? Murong Qiuji nodded. Young master, I am born under an ill omen. All who come into contact with me suffer misfortune. Lin Luochen remained skeptical, frowning slightly. Is it truly possible that a mere touch could bring such calamity? Indeed it is. The Murong sisters affirmed in unison, with Murong Xiaozhu casting a sympathetic glance at him. Young master, if you have any unfulfilled wishes, now is the time to act. Do not leave with regrets. Lin Luochen scoffed. I refuse to believe in such superstition. Just as he spoke, an urgent voice called from ahead. Miss, be careful, there's an ambush. The carriage jolted violently, causing Lin Luochen to bang his head against the carriage wall, eliciting a grimace of pain. The Murong sisters were tossed about like rag dolls, and Murong Qiuji stumbled forward, landing at Lin Luochen's feet. Instinctively, he reached out to steady her, avoiding her headlong plunge into danger, but inadvertently knocking her against his chest. They found themselves in an awkward position, staring at one another, the atmosphere growing palpably tense. A sense of foreboding washed over Lin Luochen as the azure lotus within his consciousness began to thrash violently. Damn it, was this collision counted against him? Just then, a chilling sensation gripped him, as if death itself loomed nearby. He caught a fleeting glimpse of a scene, a burly man pursuing the carriage, hurling a spear straight toward the compartment. Instinctively, Lin Luochen shifted aside, and the spear shot through the rear of the carriage, exiting through the door. A woman's anguished scream pierced the air as Murong Qiuji cried out, and Zhou. Lin Luochen was drenched in cold sweat, had he not dodged in time. That spear would have pierced his skull. At this moment, he could no longer dismiss the notion of ill fortune, cursing under his breath. Loose the arrows. Came a booming command, and arrows rained down from all directions, the sound of arrows striking the carriage resounding ominously. The horses cried out in distress, the carriage lurching forward, accompanied by a muffled groan from a woman up ahead. Lin Luochen struggled to keep Murong Qiuji steady, deftly deflecting the incoming arrows. Murong Xiaozhu pressed closely against the carriage, casting spells with haste, a whirlwind swirling around them as she anxiously inquired, Aunt Zhou, are you all right? But Aunt Zhou was clearly far from unscathed, and the sounds of approaching footsteps indicated that foes were closing in. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Murong Xiaozhu's eyes as she spoke in a low voice. Keep an eye on Qiuji for me. I will fulfill my promise of the ascending immortal order. With a gust of wind surrounding her, she flung open the carriage door and leaped outside. The sight that met her was grim. The horse pulling the carriage lay dead from an arrow to the head, and Aunt Zhou was sprawled nearby, riddled with arrows, a gaping wound in her chest. A group of masked assailants in black advanced, their leader brandishing a spear with menacing intent, while a burly figure above them drew a bow, aiming at Murong Xiaozhu. With determination, Murong Xiaozhu channeled her magic, gritting her teeth. Yuhua, Luoyao, you seek death. The tempest surrounding the carriage transformed into razor-sharp blades of wind, claiming lives with ruthless efficiency. The spear-wielding brute remained silent, parrying the wind blades with his weapon, while the archer above loosed an arrow, forcing Murong Xiaozhu to divert its trajectory with all her might. As the distance between them diminished rapidly, the hulking man suddenly leapt 3 zhang into the air, drawing his arm back as if readying a bow. The spear in his hand gleamed ominously, prepared to be hurled once more. Just then, the roof of the carriage exploded, amidst the flying splinters. A white figure surged forth like a dragon breaking through the waves, wielding an otherworldly bloodied blade. With a swift flick of his wrist, the blade shot out with blinding speed, aimed directly at the head of the burly man in midair. The man was caught entirely off guard, lacking the aerial maneuverability of Murong Xiaozhu. A dull thud echoed, reminiscent of a watermelon bursting, as the man's head exploded in an instant. His headless body was propelled by inertia, crashing heavily into a nearby pile of rubble, convulsing once before falling still. Blood sprayed forth, showering the black-clad assailants, inducing a wave of terror among them as they froze in shock. This was a practitioner at the pinnacle of chi refinement. Was he truly dead? The white figure landed gracefully atop the shattered carriage roof, his garments fluttering like clouds, hair billowing wildly, exuding an air of elegance. The onlookers were momentarily paralyzed by astonishment, while Murong Xiaozhu felt a surge of relief mixed with trepidation. Having offended such a figure, she couldn't help but wonder if she too would meet a similar fate. Lin Luochen cast a glance at the grotesquely disfigured giant, his resentment dissipating significantly. He detested having others aim for his head, be they large or small. With an icy glare directed at Murong Xiaozhu, he coldly declared, remember what you just said, otherwise, that man's fate shall be yours. Murong Xiaozhu nodded obediently, though a sense of panic surged within her. Oh no, could it be that next year on this day would mark her own demise? Chapter 28. The calculated gambit. Lin Luochen tossed a few talismans to Murong Xiaozhu and said lightly, those individuals up there are your responsibility. He was unable to match Murong Xiaozhu's grace and agility, so it was more fitting to leave the pursuit to her. After all, he had already detained Murong Qiuji and was not concerned about her escaping. Murong Xiaozhu glanced at Murong Qiuji, hesitated for a moment, and then nodded. Take good care of Qiuji. With a gentle push off the ground, she soared upwards like a dragonfly skimming the water, riding the fierce winds toward the mountains. Lin Luochen, however, found himself in a dilemma as he looked at Murong Qiuji in the carriage. This woman was not to be touched. Yet leaving her here posed the risk of her abduction. How was he to bring her along in the fight? As he observed the black-clad figures scattering, Lin Luochen steeled himself and extended his hand. Let us go. Murong Qiuji looked up at Lin Luochen, who was towering over her with an outstretched hand, and asked in confusion, where to? With an unperturbed tone, Lin Luochen replied, I am taking you to kill. For a moment, Morong Qiuji was taken aback. But after a brief hesitation, she reached out and grasped his hand. Lin Luochen pulled her up, and she gasped as he encircled her slender waist. Hold on tight, and don't move. Upon hearing Lin Luochen's words, Morong Qiuji blushed and wrapped her arms around his waist, doing her best to ease his burden. Morong Xiaozhu, glancing back while ascending, nearly dropped her jaw in disbelief. Seriously, buddy, you truly have no fear of death. Feeling Qinglian begin to sway once more. Lin Luochen understood he needed to act swiftly. With a sense of humility and fortitude, he drew a long sword, channeling his spiritual energy beneath his feet, and leaped outward. Although he could not match Morong Xiaozhu's lightness, he easily covered several strides with each step. The black-clad assailants were already paralyzed with fear, their sole desire to flee. But they could not outrun him. Lin Luochen swung his sword, unleashing a faint azure sword aura, reminiscent of legendary sword energy. Several slower fleeing figures were struck by the invisible force, crashing heavily to the ground and begging for mercy. Spare us, young master. We are merely following orders. Lin Luochen's expression remained impassive as he continued his pursuit of the remaining few. Regardless of their myriad grievances, he had no obligation to consider them. In their place, would the enemy feel pity and choose to spare him? Seeing their escape was futile, the black-clad men shouted, "Let us fight back." This played right into Lin Luochen's hands. He employed the chinkping sword technique, unleashing sword energy as if traversing an uninhabited realm. Though it was his first time engaging in combat with this technique, he quickly grasped its essence and found his rhythm, executing his movements with elegance. Despite the presence of a few initial stage chi refinement cultivators, they were utterly no match for Lin Luochen. He wreaked havoc in the midst of the fray, dispatching foes with ease. Had it not been for his embrace of Morong Qiuji, which occasionally led to miscalculations, there would have been no survivors left on the battlefield. Morong Qiuji refrained from witnessing the gruesome scene and instead gazed at Lin Luochen's profile, lost in thought. This man seemed unfazed by his own condition. There was something intriguing about him. She hoped he truly wouldn't perish. Unaware of her musings, Lin Luochen was entirely focused on vanquishing his enemies. It must be said. Cradling a beauty in his arms rendered his thoughts remarkably clear, and his fighting stance exuded a certain grace. He silently admonished himself that posturing in front of a lady was not a commendable habit. Moments later, nearly all the black-clad figures lay slain, leaving only two fledgling cultivators attempting to escape. After dispatching one, Lin Luochen hurled his sword at the last remaining foe, but missed entirely. Damn, my luck is truly abysmal. After several failed attempts, he finally dispatched the black-clad figure, who had nearly been reduced to a pincushion. Brother, I'm not sure if it's my misfortune or yours. Lin Luochen mused cautiously, ensuring no survivors remained and refraining from inquiries. He wished to avoid entangling himself in the Morong sisters' affairs and simply wanted to acquire the Ascension Order and depart. It was only after Lin Luochen obliterated the evidence that Morong Xiaozhu returned, panting heavily. Seeing both of them safe, she sighed in relief, her gaze shifting to Lin Luochen with a peculiar expression. What exactly is this fellow's background? How does he possess such resilience? At that moment, Morong Qiuji was solemnly reciting the sutra for the deceased, her expression grave, her eyes dim and filled with resignation. Lin Luochen leaned against the carriage, wiping the shattered blade, and remarked coolly, "The Ascension Order." Morong Xiaozhu's smile faltered, and she awkwardly replied, "The Ascension Order is at my home. If you come with me." Lin Luochen exhaled, infusing his spiritual energy into the broken blade, his gaze frosty and his tone devoid of warmth. "I knew I couldn't trust you. Do you have any last words to convey?" Morong Xiao hurriedly insisted, "I swear, the Ascension Order truly exists in my home. It was left to my sister and me by our parents." A mocking smile tugged at Lin Luochen's lips as the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. "Do you truly believe I would still trust you?" "Young master, please don't act impulsively." Morong Qiuji interjected, stepping in front of Morong Xiaozhu with outstretched arms. "What my sister said is true. Our parents indeed left each of us a piece of the Ascension Order. Since I cannot cultivate, I can willingly offer my portion to you." Morong Xiaozhu turned pale with fright, quickly pulling her sister back and shooting her a glare. "One person bears the consequences for their actions. As long as you return with us, I will ensure you receive a piece of the Ascension Order." She knew all too well that this man had no qualms about harming them. Offending him could truly lead to death. Lin Luochen scoffed, "From your words, it seems your parents are no longer among the living. If I am not mistaken, these individuals were sent by your clan to assassinate you, correct? They have no intention of granting you the Ascension Order, yet you wish to deceive me into becoming your bodyguard?" Morong Xiaozhu was taken aback. How could this fellow be so astute? Yet Morong Qiuji remained remarkably composed and admitted, "Young master, you are not mistaken. These individuals were indeed sent by our kin. However, this reflects only the intention of a few elders and does not represent the views of all our clansmen. According to clan rules, the Ascension Order must be given to us sisters upon reaching adulthood. As long as we return safely, they must provide it. Otherwise, they would lose credibility. Qiuji pledges her life that upon our safe return, I will spare no effort to secure a piece of the Ascension Order for you. Young master, your strength is formidable. Protecting us would surely be a simple task, so why not?" Lin Luochen chuckled in disbelief. "I did not expect you to be so silver-tongued. Yet I still cannot place my trust in you." Once more, Murong Qiuji resolutely positioned herself in front of Murong Xiaozhu, biting her lip as she said, "Then you may as well kill me too. Do you think I would shy away?" Lin Luochen raised his hand slightly, the broken blade shimmering with a hint of crimson light. "Step aside, otherwise, I truly want to hold back." Murong Qiuji simply closed her eyes, while Murong Xiaozhu hurriedly pulled her back. "Hey, don't act rashly. Anyone seeking to harm Qiuji will meet a grim fate. One person bears the consequences for their actions. If you truly wish to kill, then take me instead. Do not harm Qiuji." Chapter 29. What is the young lady like about me? I shall change it. Lin Luochen initially intended to frighten Murong Qiuji, but he soon realized that the Qinglian was frantically signaling him, leaving him in a state of perplexity. Is this woman truly so ominous? He dejectedly set down the broken blade in his hand, and Murong Xiaozhu let out a long sigh of relief. "My lord, I assure you I am not deceiving you this time. If I utter even a half-truth, you may do as you wish." Lin Luochen scoffed. "Whether you speak truth or falsehood is of no concern to me. I suppose this is simply my misfortune." After saying this, he turned to leave, leaving Murong Xiaozhu utterly stunned. "Hey, where are you going? If I cannot provoke you, can I not also avoid you? Go play with someone else." Lin Luochen was genuinely disinclined to involve himself further with the two sisters and planned to venture to Qixia City in search of fortune. In his previous life, when he had just been imprisoned on Panlong Peak, there had been disciples of the unison sect responsible for his sustenance. From one of those women, he learned that an extraordinary prodigy had emerged in Qixia City after a millennium. It was said that this individual, in pursuit of cultivation, had exterminated his own kin and even performed blood sacrifices on the citizens of Qixia City, causing quite a stir. Such actions would be deemed unforgivable in Xianzhou. Yet in Lanzhou, they were not considered particularly grave. Furthermore, this person was exceptionally gifted, rumored to possess the legendary heavenly demon sacred body. The major sects of Lanzhou, vying for the rare sacred body, had erupted into a fierce contest. Ultimately, this individual joined one of the 6 sects, the Heavenly God Sect, and became a member of the Reincarnation Holy Palace, where he was cultivated with utmost dedication. Lin Luochen intended to wander near Qixia City, hoping to find an opportunity to join a sect. Naturally, he did not plan to enter the city itself, for the risk of being blood sacrificed was too great. Murong Qiuji had not anticipated that Lin Luochen would actually leave and quickly called out to him. "My lord, the ascension tokens are in the hands of prominent families, and it is exceedingly difficult for ordinary people to acquire one. In 2 months, the ascension conference will commence. If we miss this opportunity, we shall have to wait another 3 years. My lord, if you simply escort us back to Qixia City, you shall receive an ascension token. Why seek the distant when the near is within reach?" Lin Luochen halted abruptly, astonished, and turned back to ask, "You say to escort you back where?" "To Qixia City in Lanzhou," Murong Qiuji exclaimed. Lin Luochen maintained an impassive expression, yet countless thoughts raced through his mind. Is there truly no escaping this? Seeing his reaction, Murong Qiuji seized the moment. "My lord, if you merely escort us back to Qixia City, we shall not trouble you further with any subsequent matters. Is that agreeable?" After a moment of hesitation, Lin Luochen inquired, "How strong is the most powerful member of your clan?" Murong Qiuji replied without hesitation, "The family head has reached the peak of foundation establishment, but he will not intervene against us." Murong Xiaozhu nodded vigorously and added, "The one targeting us this time is my uncle, who is at the late stage of foundation establishment. He certainly will not act personally to avoid leaving evidence. He only has 2 subordinates at the early stage of foundation establishment." Lin Luochen fell silent for a while, prompting Chu Lingyin to tease him. "What? Are you unable to move in the presence of a beauty?" Lin Luochen was not incapacitated by beauty. He merely feared wasting 3 years of time. Moreover, the fact that these 2 sisters hailed from Qixia City compelled him to entertain further thoughts. Could the prodigy of Qixia City possibly be these 2 sisters? As the saying goes, when one ascends, even chickens and dogs rise to the heavens. Would he be able to catch up with such a powerful figure? Chu Lingyin, is there a way to restrain them and prevent us from falling into their trap again? Chu Lingyin did not expect that he would truly be moved, and her thoughts began to race. Should she also play the damsel in distress and employ her own beauty strategy? This is simple. Have them swear an oath. Lin Luochen, taken aback, asked, "What use is an oath? Can we rely on the heavens above? You truly know nothing about cultivation." Chu Lingyin explained helplessly, "For ordinary people, oaths are indeed of little significance, as their binding power is minimal. However, cultivators defy the heavens. Oaths cannot be taken lightly. A minor oath may lead to the invasion of one's heart demon, while a grave one may result in the destruction of both body and spirit. Oaths can be classified into ordinary oaths, blood oaths, and Dao oaths, each with varying degrees of binding power. Your current realm can only utilize ordinary oaths, which still possess a reasonable level of constraint among you." Lin Luochen was astonished to discover such intricacies and turned to the Murong sisters. "I must lay the groundwork. If we encounter a foe beyond our capabilities, I shall not hesitate to abandon you." Murong Qiuji, relieved by his agreement, smiled brightly and replied, "That is only natural. If circumstances become dire, my lord may depart without a trace of resentment from us." Lin Luochen nodded and said coolly, "Swear the oath." The Morong sisters exchanged glances and then raised their hands toward the heavens to swear their oath in front of Lin Luochen. At the moment the oath was completed, the Qinglian in Lin Luochen's consciousness stirred, as if some unseen force descended. It was his first time experiencing the potency of a heavenly oath so vividly, and he felt a flicker of curiosity. Morong Xiaozhu noticed him lost in thought and waved her hand. "My lord." Lin Luochen came back to his senses and stated blandly, "You go into the city to procure a carriage and a map. We shall prepare to set off." Morong Xiaozhu replied in astonishment, "Am I to go alone?" Lin Luochen nodded. "It is inconvenient for me to enter the city again. Be swift in your return, and we shall await you here. I thought you truly feared being entangled in misfortune." Morong Xiaozhu chuckled as she took the silver and a few talismans from Lin Luochen and entered the city. Morong Xiaozhi, feeling anxious, asked, "My lord, could you assist me in laying Aunt Zhou to rest?" Lin Luochen nodded and carried the body up the mountain to dig a grave. However, as he was digging, he was suddenly confronted with an avalanche, causing him to panic and scoop up Morong Xiaozhi, fleeing with all haste. After finally reaching a safe location, Lin Luochen, still shaken, gasped for breath. "This is truly bizarre." Morong Xiaozhi, wrapping her arms around his neck, shyly remarked, "My lord, it would be better if you set me down now." Only then did Lin Luochen realize the Qinglian was swaying incessantly and could not help but curse under his breath. Hastily placing her down, "Miss Xiaozhi, have you always been like this?" Morong Xiaozhi nodded, her expression forlorn. "I suppose so, aside from my sister. Everyone close to me encounters misfortune." Lin Luochen could only lament helplessly, realizing that Morong Xiaozhi was indeed the most resilient of them all, which explained why she could be considered a blood sister to Morong Xiaozhi. "With such persistent misfortune, how have you managed to live this long?" Morong Xiaozhi replied awkwardly, "My lord, it is not I who brings misfortune, but rather those who come into contact with me. Just like earlier, had you not taken me away, the avalanche would likely have stopped before me." Lin Luochen was taken aback. "So what you're saying is, if I had simply stood still, nothing would have transpired?" Morong Xiaozhi shook her head earnestly. "I would be unharmed, but you would likely be buried." Lin Luochen was struck dumb. Can it truly be played this way? If so, why then do you seek my escort? Morong Xiaozhi confessed, "I would be fine, but my sister would be affected by me, and I do not wish for her to come to harm." Lin Luochen suddenly comprehended, since Morong Xiaozhi could not cultivate, she could be stripped of her ascension token without any pretense. It became apparent that Morong Xiaozhi was their primary target, which explained why the two sisters intended to switch identities. They were deliberately employing Morong Xiaozhi's peculiar circumstances to deal with the assassins that were closing in. "Have you never sought help regarding your situation?" Morong Xiaozhi offered a bitter smile. "How could I not? But those who came either met untimely ends or vanished without a trace after leaving. Some in my clan believe I am an omen of misfortune and wish to eliminate me, yet they all perished before me, with no other options. My clan had no choice but to invest heavily in sending me to the Howren Academy in Xianzhou, hoping to suppress my aura of misfortune with its righteous energy. Now that we have reached adulthood, my sister and I can no longer remain in the academy, and since I am unable to cultivate, it is highly probable that I will have to stay within the clan. Their desire for us not to return seems to stem from their fear of the calamity I bring upon the family." Lin Luochen, upon hearing this, took a sharp breath, realizing why she had boldly stood in front of Morong Xiaozhi earlier. "Chuling, have you encountered such a situation before?" Chuling shook her head repeatedly within her sea of consciousness, her expression exceedingly peculiar. "I have not seen this, young one. Perhaps you should reconsider. For this girl is quite ominous." Afraid of scaring him away, Morong Xiaozhi quickly reassured him. "My lord, as long as you maintain your distance and do not entertain any thoughts of intimacy with me, all will be well." Lin Luochen pointed to Aunt Zhou, who had been forced into the earth, and retorted, "Isn't she maintaining her distance?" Morong Xiaozhi replied awkwardly, "Well, it might be because I harbor some affectionate feelings for her." Lin Luochen instantly broke into a cold sweat. This was utterly unpredictable. "Miss Xiaozhi, I wish to live a little longer, so I kindly ask you to refrain from harboring any affectionate feelings towards me." Morong Xiaozhi blushed deeply, gazing at his handsome visage. She softly said, "I will try my best. No, you must." Lin Luochen asserted with a serious demeanor, "If there is anything you find appealing about me, I shall change it immediately." Morong Xiaozhi chuckled, covering her mouth, and remarked, "I did not expect you to be quite amusing." Lin Luochen was utterly perplexed. "How am I amusing? This is a matter of life and death." Chapter 30. Spiritual Roots Taking Advantage of Morong Xiaozhi's Absence. Lin Luochen subtly probed into the affairs of the Morong family through Morong Xiaozhi. After all, knowledge of both oneself and one's adversary is essential for victory. Aware of his intent, Morong Xiaozhi spoke candidly. According to her, the Morong clan had once basked in glory, producing cultivators at the nascent soul stage. However, each generation diminished in strength, and after the death of their ancestor, the clan began to decline. Their father, Morong Nanchuan, was the only golden core cultivator in the family, but tragically fell during a moment of reckless cultivation. Their uncle, Morong Dongwei, at the peak of foundation establishment, was thrust into the role of clan leader during a crisis. Without any golden core cultivators, the Morong family's status plummeted, relegating them to a second-rate clan. They were forced to abandon the bustling metropolis and relocate to the impoverished outskirts near the Duanyue mountain range, Qishir City. Since then, the Murong clan had lost their eligibility to obtain the ascension tokens from the sect, and the few remaining tokens became their last glimmer of hope. With many vying for limited resources, conflicts and disputes naturally arose. The Murong sisters, vulnerable and possessing 2 ascension tokens, became prime targets for envy and resentment. These tokens could not be taken by force, but if the sisters were absent, they would become easy prey. Upon hearing this, Lin Luochen felt a sense of relief, realizing that it was indeed a fallen family, which explained their solitary foundation establishment guardian. In such a remote and impoverished area, truly prominent families would scarcely give them a passing glance. Miss Jiuji, was it your uncle who acted against you? Morong Qiuji nodded. It should be. The ones pursuing us were indeed under his command. Lin Luochen pondered, suggesting that others might also be involved in the competition. As their conversation continued, a carriage approached from the distance, driven by none other than Murong Xiaozhu. Let us depart. Lin Luochen ushered Murong Qiuji into the carriage, taking on the responsibility of driving. After all, being confined in a carriage with her left him apprehensive about his own fate. The little mouse, sensing the absence of onlookers, peeked out curiously from his embrace. Scanning its surroundings, Lin Luochen offered it a spiritual ginseng while he began to tally his spoils, including the gains from the noble heir and Murong Xiaozhu. He found himself quite fortunate. Aside from spiritual stones and silver, he had acquired numerous basic talismans, 3 low-grade spiritual artifacts, and 1 mid-grade spiritual artifact. The mid-grade artifact was a folding fan belonging to the noble heir, which Lin Luochen found unsuitable and discarded aside. Additionally, there were various medicinal pills, techniques, and assorted items, along with some clothing. He decided to keep the sisters' clothing, intending to return it to them at a later time, while incinerating the rest to avoid complications. As he fed the spiritual herbs to the little mouse, he noticed its disinterest, much to his dismay. This little creature had become rather picky. With an ample supply of rare materials, the mouse's progress was astonishing. It had reached the 5th layer of qi refinement in a remarkably short time. Lin Luochen speculated that soon it might surpass him. To avoid being outdone by a mere mouse, he devoted every moment to his own cultivation, refusing to rest. Meanwhile, at the abandoned relay station, a beast resembling a wolf yet akin to a dog was sniffing around restlessly. A man clad in fine attire observed the hesitant creature and spoke coldly. Have you ascertained the situation? A nervous attendant replied, yes. The second young master left the city with Miss Murong, and after that, there has been no word. The young man crouched down, stroking the beast's head, murmuring, Murong Xiaozhu? Do not think that just because your Murong clan is in Lanzhou, I cannot touch you. For daring to kill my brother, you shall pay dearly. On another front, in Xinzhou, at the Unison Sect, Long Yue spent a month consolidating her realm upon her return, meticulously documenting the techniques she had encountered during her journey. Gu Qinghan had initially thought that the expedition to the Duanyue Demon Gorge had yielded nothing, but to her surprise, she discovered unexpected treasures in the form of profound texts that seemed both esoteric and whimsical, yet appeared to encapsulate the principles of the universe. Noticing her eagerness, Long Yue seized the opportunity to speak. Master, I wish to venture outside. Yu Qinghan was taken aback, exclaiming, outside? Where do you intend to go? Long Yue replied solemnly. Master, the journey to the Duanyue Demon Gorge has made me acutely aware of my own inadequacies. I have been too insular in my cultivation, my understanding has been lacking. Therefore, I wish to travel and gain experience. Yu Qinghan, though concerned, recognized her insight and could not outright forbid her. Shuer, you lack experience, and traveling alone poses dangers. I will have Elder Xie accompany you. However, Lang Yue was determined to uncover Lin Luochen's whereabouts and found the idea of having a companion burdensome. Master, I am no longer a child. I do not wish to remain under the protection of my elders. I desire to forge my own path. Reluctantly, Gu Qinghan acquiesced. Very well, if you must go alone, remember to exercise caution and contact me if anything arises. Yes, Master. Lang Yue nodded enthusiastically, rushing off to prepare for her journey. Yet, Gu Qinghan could not truly rest easy, ordering the sect elders to discreetly follow and protect her. Long Yue soon detected the elder trailing her and resolved to find a way to shake them off. Intending to return to the Duanyue Demon Gorge in search of Lin Luochen, unbeknownst to her, Gu Qinghan was unaware that her disciple was entering a rebellious phase. Captivated by the profound texts, at that moment, Lin Luochen was oblivious to the fact that a certain rebellious young lady was on her way to find him. As he sat by a fire in the wilderness, though sheltered by the trees, the cold was biting, and the 3 of them could only kindle a bonfire for warmth. Leaning against a tree, Lin Luochen perused a technique for yin-yang cultivation, acquired from the noble air storage bag. It seemed that the young man had ulterior motives, intending to exploit Murong Xiaozhu, but she had turned the tables on him instead. It was rumored that he was a fellow disciple from their academy and had often eyed the sisters with desire. Somehow, he had learned that the Murong family did not wish for the sisters to return and planned to engage in nefarious deeds, only to be outsmarted and met an untimely demise. Murong Xiaozhu watched Lin Luochen with bewilderment until she caught sight of the book in his hands, sending a chill down her spine. Could he possibly be harboring ulterior motives? He seemed unfazed by Qiuji's cursed fate. What could this lead to? The reckless might fear nothing, but what if he merely sought indulgence? Lin Luochen was oblivious to her wild speculations as he tossed the cultivation technique into the fire. Trash. Even the Maiden Sect Yang harmony technique is superior. He continued to sift through his other acquisitions, most of which consisted of fundamental elemental techniques and swordplay. Intrigued by the elemental techniques, Lin Luochen attempted to practice them, but became increasingly frustrated when he found himself unable to execute even the simplest of spells. Is this thing truly that difficult? He lamented, repeatedly trying and beginning to question his own abilities. Stop trying. You cannot use them without the 5-element spiritual roots. Chu Ling interjected helplessly. Lin Luochen was taken aback as Chu Ling explained, apart from utilizing talismans to wield elemental techniques, one must communicate with the heavens through their own spiritual roots. Lacking the 5-element spiritual roots, it is entirely natural that you cannot manifest the elemental powers. Lin Luochen was taken aback by the convoluted circumstances and anxiously pondered, could it be that I lack a spiritual root? Chu Ling rolled her eyes and retorted. If you had no spiritual root, you wouldn't be able to cultivate it all. You must possess a mutated spiritual root, and it should be of decent quality, otherwise you wouldn't even have a trace of the 5 elemental roots. Upon hearing this, Lin Luochen's eyes lit up, recalling the notion of a mutated spiritual root. As far as he knew, aside from the common 5 elemental roots, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, there were also 3 types of mutated roots, ice, wind, and thunder. Mutated roots were not only exceedingly rare but also stronger than the 5 elemental roots. Although Lin Luochen was puzzled by the sudden kindness of this woman, he believed in seizing opportunities. He immediately inquired, how can I determine my spiritual root? Chu Ling replied nonchalantly, aside from using a specialized spiritual measuring instrument, you could directly practice the corresponding techniques. Enlightened, Lin Luochen turned his fervent gaze towards Murong Xiaozhu, startling her. What are you planning? She asked. Lin Luochen replied solemnly. Do you know wind-based spells? Murong Xiaozhu nodded. Lin Luochen succinctly stated, teach me, and I shall provide you with the antidote tomorrow. Murong Xiaozhu's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, isn't that the spirit-gathering pill? She had boldly abandoned Lin Luochen earlier precisely because she had tasted the spirit-gathering pill. Are you telling me it's truly the scatter soul pill? Lin Luochen, with faint seriousness, insisted, of course not. It is merely the scatter soul pill disguised as the spirit-gathering pill. Murong Xiaozhu, though skeptical, dared not gamble. I can teach you, but I cannot guarantee that you will master it, as wind-based spells require a wind spiritual root to learn. Wind spiritual roots are mutated roots exceedingly rare. 1 in 10,000, and wind spells are quite challenging to master. Lin Luochen responded calmly, I understand. Just proceed with the instruction. Reluctantly, Murong Xiaozhu began to teach him the wind spells, crossing her arms and preparing to enjoy the spectacle of his failure. Moments later, as gentle breezes swirled around Lin Luochen, he remarked in confusion, this doesn't seem too difficult. Murong Xiaozhu, who had anticipated watching him falter, felt like a fool herself, her expression a vivid tapestry of emotions. Was this fellow deliberately trying to outshine her? Chapter 31. This woman is truly deadly. Though Murong Xiaozhu was deeply affected, she maintained her stubborn demeanor. You're not entirely foolish. This is the simplest technique. The more challenging aspects lie ahead. Lin Luochen took her words to heart, nodding attentively as he focused on her. Watch closely. I will only demonstrate this once. This is the Gale Slash. Murong Xiaozhu swiftly cast her spell, unleashing several blades of wind that sliced through a distant tree. Lin Luochen imitated her, producing a wind blade of his own, and asked, what next? Murong Xiaozhu felt a heat rise to her cheeks, thinking that his expression plainly read. Is that all? Don't get too pleased with yourself. Look carefully. This is the wind control technique. She chanted the incantation, and suddenly, a fierce wind whipped around them, sending snow swirling everywhere. Murong Xiaozhu quickly stood up and moved away. With a single hand gesture, Murong Xiaozhu summoned wind and snow, rising several feet into the air. Defiantly gazing at Lin Luochen. Want to give it a try? She had spent nearly half a month mastering this technique, enduring many falls, and was skeptical that he could grasp it instantly. Lin Luochen was particularly enamored with this move. Without hesitation, he began to chant the incantation, summoning a gust of wind. He wobbled as he lifted a few feet off the ground, struggling to maintain his balance, leaving Murong Xiaozhu utterly astonished. What kind of monster is this? In that moment, the self-proclaimed gifted Murong Xiaozhu witnessed the disparity among individuals. This was Lin Luochen's first experience of levitating through his own efforts, and a smile involuntarily spread across his face. However, his distraction caused the wind to spiral out of control, sending snowflakes flying in all directions. Ah! A startled cry erupted as Murong Xiaozhu clutched her skirt, which had been lifted by the wind, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she looked at him. Lin Luochen, noticing the slowly descending hem of her skirt, hurriedly exclaimed, Miss Xiaozhu, I didn't mean to. Murong Xiaozhu, feeling shy, lowered her head, wishing she could dig a hole and hide. Murong Xiaozhu quickly descended, enveloping Murong Xiaozhu in her arms while casting a wary glance at Lin Luochen. I see you're clearly doing this on purpose, you rogue. Xiaozhu, let us move away from this lecture. Feeling defeated, Murong Xiaozhu pulled Murong Xiaozhu away, no longer wanting to endure his antics. Lin Luochen, feeling awkward, reflected on the earlier incident, realizing that one should not judge a book by its cover. Who would have thought that the bashful Murong Qiuji had such a bold sense of style? Indeed, purple possesses a certain allure. The two women returned to the carriage to rest, while Lin Luochen practiced a few more times until he could stabilize his form before stopping. Having mastered this technique, he could now achieve a lightness akin to Murong Xiaozhu, momentarily suspending himself in the air. Though the wind control technique required considerable spiritual energy and necessitated using one hand for the gesture, effectively rendering the other arm useless, the advantages of mobility and speed outweighed the drawbacks. Lin Luochen added some firewood, reigniting the nearly extinguished campfire before sitting cross-legged. Lingyan, isn't it time to fulfill the wager you lost? He believed in fairness, ensuring that all shared the rewards equally. Lingyan, taken aback, replied, "Didn't I teach you the flying star technique?" Lin Luochen asserted. "What you lost was a sword technique, and didn't you lose again afterward?" Lingyan, feeling frustrated, retorted, "But you were with Murong Qiuji at that time. Just tell me, did I not find Murong Xiaozhu?" Lin Luochen countered, his logic unyielding. Hearing his stubborn reasoning, Lingyan chose not to argue further, merely smiling lightly. "All right then, what do you want?" She had come to understand that this fellow was more amenable to gentle persuasion than forceful tactics. Given that she was merely a spirit, she had little to fear. Lin Luochen was somewhat taken aback by her willingness, which made him feel slightly embarrassed. Do you possess the complete manual for the destiny reincarnation technique?" Currently, he only had the first 3 layers and sought to acquire the full doctrine from Lingyan. To his surprise, Lingyan shook her head. "I'm afraid I truly don't have it." Lin Luochen frowned, pressing, "Do not feign ignorance. How could you possibly lack it?" Lingyan chuckled softly. "This is the technique of the reincarnation saint. How could I possibly have it? I genuinely only possess the outline of the destiny reincarnation technique, not the complete manual." Lin Luochen felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, finally understanding why she was unaware of his ability to read the winds. It dawned on him that she had never practiced the destiny reincarnation technique. Where could the subsequent teachings of this technique be found? Seeing him in thought, Lingyan suggested, "Why not change your request?" Lin Luochen pondered seriously before asking, "Is there a way to make my broken blade return after being thrown?" Lingyan candidly explained, "What you're referring to is object control. I can teach you, but you would need to reach foundation establishment to utilize it. Please choose another request." Frustrated by his repeated setbacks, Lin Luochen lamented, "Then do you have any suggestions to quickly enhance my strength?" Lingyan considered before responding, "From my observations, you prefer a decisive strike, yet your broken blade disappears after being thrown. Besides that blade, your folding fan is of the highest quality. I recommend you refine that fan. As a wind spirit root, you could use it to achieve the return you desire after defeating an enemy. The folding fan can be used for defense and surprise attacks. While in regular combat, you can switch to your sword. The broken blade should only be used as a trump card, unless you're certain of a kill. Do not use it lightly." Lin Luochen understood the wisdom in her words. Once an enemy became cautious, the trump card lost its effectiveness. Just like Murong Xiaozhu, who was always on guard against his flying knives, preventing him from executing a guaranteed kill. "Thank you for the guidance." Lin Luochen was pragmatic. Although he felt the folding fan had a hint of flamboyance, it was certainly preferable to risking his life. Lingyan, satisfied, remarked, "You're not entirely rigid. I shall teach you another technique for evasion, ensuring your safety." She stood within his consciousness, gracefully moving as the imprint of the Tai Chi Bagua appeared beneath her feet. This is the 8 trigrams dragon step, which follows the principles of heaven and earth, harmonizing yin and yang, aligning with the 8 trigrams, and allowing for transformative movements. Lin Luochen watched intently, feeling as if her form was ethereal, shifting unpredictably and mysteriously. Lingyan deliberately challenged him, imparting the incantations and heart methods while moving swiftly, ultimately coming to a halt. "How much have you learned?" Lin Luochen, drenched in cold sweat, admitted, "I've only grasped about 20%. "How much?" Lingyan was taken aback. 20%. Lin Luochen responded, standing up and mimicking the movements, capturing the essence though not perfectly. Lingyan regarded him with a peculiar expression. "Only 20%? Your comprehension still needs improvement. Let me demonstrate again," internally cursing him as a peculiar individual. She wondered how he could only learn so little from a single demonstration. What was his background? Could he truly be connected to the reincarnation saint? Oblivious to her thoughts, Lin Luochen, having never encountered other cultivators, believed her teachings wholeheartedly and continued to study earnestly. After demonstrating 3 times, Lingyan observed that Lin Luochen could only remember the rough outline, needing time to contemplate. While he wandered through the snow, a graceful figure emerged from the carriage, carrying a blanket. "Young master, it's bitterly cold. Please make do with this blanket to avoid catching a chill." Recognizing her attire, Lin Luochen smiled and replied, "What about you, Miss Qiuji?" Murong Qiuji beamed. "My sister and I can share one blanket. It's not so cold in the carriage." "Then I shall respectfully comply." Although Lin Luochen is a practitioner of qi refinement, he remains immortal and cannot disregard the biting cold. Murong Qiuji brushed a stray lock of hair blown by the wind and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said, "Young master, I am yet to learn your esteemed name." Lin Luochen replied nonchalantly, "Lin Luochen, with Lin representing the double woods, Luo signifying falling snow, Inchin meaning dust. Morong Qiuji repeated the name twice, gazing at his strikingly handsome visage, and smiled brightly. Indeed. Young master, your name is truly befitting. Lin Luochen found himself at a loss for words, offering an awkward smile. The two stood amidst the snow, exchanging glances. And the atmosphere turned slightly uncomfortable. Morong Qiuji's cheeks flushed a delicate hue as she gracefully bowed, saying, Young master, I shall take my leave to rest now. Do take care and rest early as well. As she hurriedly departed, Lin Luochen could not help but smile faintly, only to be startled shortly thereafter. Remain calm, remain calm. This woman is indeed a force to be reckoned with. Just as he pondered this, he heard a rustling sound. And a creature resembling both a wolf and a dog emerged slowly from the woods. Chapter 32, The Puppeteer as a Hunter. Lin Luochen keenly sensed the hostility emanating from the strange beast. Without hesitation, he snapped a dry branch and hurled it forth. The branch, imbued with the technique of celestial star, pierced the beast's head like a sharp arrow. The creature, taken aback by the sudden violence, let out a cry, feeling utterly wronged as it succumbed to its fate. Upon the beast's collapse, Lin Luochen heard footsteps and shouts resonating through the forest. He caught up to Morong Qiuji, swiftly embracing her slender waist and leaping toward the carriage. The approach of their pursuers was ominous, and lingering carelessly could lead to encirclement by the enemy. What is it? Morong Qiuji asked, astonished, but her question was cut short as Lin Luochen pushed her into the carriage. There are enemies. We must flee, he urged, swiftly attaching the reins to the horses and driving the carriage away. Morong Xiaoju swiftly cast a spell to lighten the carriage while remaining vigilant against archers. Lin Luochen noticed the carriage's speed surged and exclaimed, Teach me. Without hesitation, Morong Xiao shared the incantations and techniques with him. Together, they combined their magical prowess. And the horse surged forward with unprecedented speed. Stop. Don't let them escape, came the shout from behind, as several figures rapidly pursued them, their long blades glinting ominously. Lin Luochen handed several talismans to Morong Xiaoju, instructing her to drive the carriage while activating thick earth talismans around the vehicle. He stood atop the carriage with his sword drawn, vigilant and alert, his garments billowing in the wind. The wind howled around them, and the snow churned as if something was racing beneath the surface. Lin Luochen cast several explosive talismans, and the snow erupted in a cacophony of blasts. Strange beasts emerged from the snow, baring their mouths and launching iron hooks toward the carriage. Lin Luochen soon realized these were puppets resembling pangolins, their bodies clad in iron armor. He managed to dislodge 2 hooks but was still ensnared by 3 iron chains that latched onto the carriage, causing it to slow. Prepare to die. With a chilling wind, 2 men clad in azure robes leapt down from the treetops, brandishing large blades aimed at Lin Luochen. He met their attack with his sword, employing the recently learned 8 trigrams dragon step, executing the chinkping sword technique with precision. The 3 engaged in a fierce battle atop the narrow carriage, a flurry of blades and swords clashing perilously. Inside the carriage, Morong Qiuji could only hear the sounds of footsteps and weapons clashing, causing her to break into a cold sweat. Meanwhile, Morong Xiaoju was left astounded, as Lin Luochen's movements had become ghostly, far surpassing his previous abilities. I only taught him the wind command technique. I did not impart any extraordinary skills. What is happening? The 2 men engaging Lin Luochen were equally astonished, as he seemed to vanish and reappear behind one of them, swiftly dispatching him from the carriage. The other, alarmed, soon met the same fate, falling to the ground, lifeless and unresponsive. However, their struggle had bought time, and the carriage was forcibly halted, surrounded by figures. Interesting, remarked Chuling. It appears we have encountered a puppeteer. I wonder if you were fortunate or unfortunate. Lin Luochen observed the encircling figures and noted that, aside from a few martial artists, most were puppets clad in armor. They wielded bows and blades, moving in a rigid yet orderly fashion, resembling a miniature army. These 6 martial artists coordinated with a dozen puppets, surrounding Lin Luochen and his companions but refraining from attacking, as if awaiting something. Amidst the sounds of footsteps, a young, handsome gentleman emerged from the forest, followed by a hunchbacked elder. Lin Luochen's eyes widened in recognition, for the young man bore a striking resemblance to the deceased nobleman. Yet he distinctly recalled Morong Xiaozu incinerating that individual, with the fan and other treasures now in his possession. The young gentleman, fixing his gaze on Morong Xiaozu, narrowed his eyes and a cruel smile crept upon his lips. Morong Xiaozu, did you kill Wenyu? Morong Xiaoju's complexion paled. She had not anticipated they would catch up so swiftly. Wei Wenchuan, you mustn't speak recklessly. I did not kill Wei Wenyu. Everything requires evidence. Wei Wenchuan replied nonchalantly. Evidence? When did those from Lanzhou begin to speak of evidence? Unaware of the incident involving Morong Xiaoju, Morong Qiuji poked her head out from the carriage. Senior brother Wenchuan. There must be a misunderstanding. How could my sister have killed senior brother Wenyu? Wei Wenchuan glanced at her, his tone flat. Wenyu is dead. Whether she killed him or not is irrelevant. The crux of the matter is, he was quite fond of her in life. I shall send her to accompany him. He will surely be pleased. Morong Xiaoju's face grew pale with fear, her voice trembling. Wei Wenchuan, without proof, do you dare to kill me? Do you not fear the Morong family will seek retribution? Wei Wenchuan scoffed. A declining little clan? What I have to fear? Moreover, the Morong family would rather see you perish. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Kill the men, leave the women alive. I wish to take her back to honor when you." The woman in the black dress posed no threat but was enigmatic. "Do not harm her. Be wary of igniting a conflagration." "Yes." In response, a host of subordinates and puppets surged forward, arrows raining down upon Lin Luochen. Lin Luochen cursed under his breath. Why was it that the men were to be killed while the women were spared? Did men possess no rights? He wielded his sword in one hand while using magic to deflect the arrows with the other, simultaneously repelling the approaching foes. Meanwhile, Murong Xiaozhu unleashed a barrage of wind blades, sending the encroaching puppets flying. However, these puppets, with their ironclad bodies, were impervious to her wind blades, which proved ineffective. Had it not been for Murong Xiaozhu occasionally shielding her, causing the martial artists and puppets to hesitate, she would have likely been captured already. Lin Luochen, facing these impervious iron figures, felt a headache coming on, relying solely on the 8 trigrams dragon step to evade. Yet, the pressure had made him increasingly adept in its use. Chu Lingyan cautioned, the elder beside Wei Wenxuan is a puppeteer, likely a foundational cultivator. However, his abilities are tied to the puppets. If you can close the distance, there may still be a chance. Lin Luochen aimed to capture the puppeteer first. But the peculiar formation of the puppets left him with no opportunity for escape. He wielded his sword with grace and agility, employing the 8 trigrams dragon step, showing no signs of succumbing. The puppeteer deftly commanded numerous puppets, attacking both Lin Luochen and Murong Xiaozhu with ease. "Young master, this one possesses some skill. He might be from a notable background." Having painstakingly reached the foundational realm, Wei Wenxuan was reluctant to offend any influential noble or talented disciple. Wei Wenxuan nodded, his voice serious. "Boy, what is your name, and which family do you hail from?" Lin Luochen understood his intent but had no family name to offer. "You are not worthy to know." Wei Wenxuan's expression darkened. "Subdue him first, and we shall see if any guardians intervene." The hunchbacked elder nodded, his fingers moving slightly, launching several beads into the air. The beads suddenly emitted a radiant glow, transforming into strands that cascaded downward like a waterfall. Despite Lin Luochen's mastery of the 8 trigrams dragon step, he found himself unable to evade the overwhelming onslaught of threads. The silken threads, akin to a spider's web, ensnared Lin Luochen and Murong Xiaozhu, rendering them immobile. "Sister, young master Lin." Murong Xiaozhu, unharmed by the assault, tirelessly tugged at the threads binding Murong Xiaozhu. Yet they proved utterly unyielding. Lin Luochen exerted all his strength to break free, but the threads possessed remarkable resilience, and he found himself unable to escape their grasp. Chapter 33. Youngster, wait for me. The hunchbacked elder smiled faintly and said, "Young master, it would be futile to struggle. My 1,000 threads of silk are not so easily escaped from." With a subtle movement of his fingers, the sword in Lin Luochen's hand was instantly snatched away by the silken threads and fell into the elder's grasp. Although you possess formidable strength, the disparity between refining qi and foundation establishment is far greater than you might imagine. If you wish to avoid suffering, it would be wise to reveal your identity. Otherwise, this old man will not hold back. Chu Ling quickly urged, "Lin Luochen, hasten to entrust your body to me, or you will truly be in peril." "There's no need to rush." Lin Luochen remained composed despite the predicament, for while the silken threads had ensnared him, they did not bind the spiritual power within him. Moreover, the mouse in his embrace was swiftly climbing up his sleeve, seemingly intent on gnawing through the threads. Considering that the elder was wary of his purported background, Lin Luochen feigned desperation. "Su Qing, why aren't you coming out? This young master is about to be killed. Damn it, you foul woman, at such a critical moment. And you still linger? I shall not let this go." His loud tirade genuinely startled Wei Wenxuan and the others, who glanced around warily. Meanwhile, Murong Xiaozhu produced a small knife from somewhere and attempted to cut the threads binding Murong Xiaozhu, but her efforts were in vain. Resolute, she sliced a line across her palm and pressed it against the threads, staining them crimson with her blood. A peculiar force surged back along the threads towards the caster. Unnoticed by anyone present, Lin Luochen continued to act ostentatiously, casting a haughty glance at the hunchbacked elder. "This young master is a member of the Maiden Sect. If you know what is good for you, release me at once. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences." The onlookers were momentarily stunned, their expressions blank. Wei Wenxuan could scarcely contain his laughter, shaking his head helplessly. "So it turns out he is merely a blustering fool." The elder's expression turned peculiar. "Young master, do not jest. The Maiden Sect consists solely of women. How could you possibly?" Yet Lin Luochen retorted with a cold smirk. "I am a member of the Maiden Sect, not merely a disciple." The elder paused, curiosity piqued. "What do you mean by that?" Lin Luochen's lips curled into a slight smile. "Are you certain you wish to know?" The elder's mind raced, suspecting Lin Luochen was the illegitimate child of some enchanting woman from the Maiden Sect. "No need for that. Might I ask if you have any proof to substantiate your claim?" Lin Luochen tugged at the threads irritably. "Loosen them a bit. Do you not require proof?" The elder eased the grip of the threads slightly, allowing Lin Luochen to laboriously retrieve an item from his storage pouch. "What do you think this is?" The elder cautiously stepped back 2 paces, and once the object landed, he discerned it was a vial of pills. A talisman was affixed to the bottle, seemingly for sealing purposes. On the cap bloomed a purple thorn flower, unmistakably the emblem of the Maiden Sect. compelled by an inexplicable urge. The elder stepped forward to examine the intricate design. Yet, the talisman on the vial suddenly radiated light, sending a chill down his spine. "Be cautious," he shouted. But it was too late. The vial erupted, releasing a dense pink mist that enveloped the area. This mist seemed to infiltrate every crevice. And the elder felt his head spinning. After remaining motionless for so long, he found himself inexplicably stirred. Alarm bells rang in his mind. Was this the Maiden Sect's harmony powder? His apprehension was not misplaced. Indeed, this was the harmony powder from the Maiden Sect, which Lin Luochen had collected after Cold Moon Frost had poured it out while searching for an antidote. Over the past month, Lin Luochen had personally tested several substances, identifying a few. He had deliberately affixed an explosive talisman to this harmony powder, never expecting it would serve him so well. At this moment, Lin Luochen grasped the broken blade concealed in his sleeve, decisively sharpening its edge with his own blood. A glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he exerted all his strength to wrench the threads, propelling the broken blade outward with force. Die. The elder could only see a flash of blood streaking through the pink mist, hurtling towards his head with blinding speed. Though he hastened to cast a spell to block the attack, his reaction was a fraction too slow, leaving him vulnerable. Once Lin Luochen launched the broken blade, the threads yanked him back painfully. Wei Wenchuan immediately affixed several talismans to himself, retreating hastily while conjuring a rain of fire directed at Lin Luochen. Kill them. Yet the elder lay dead, his puppets immobilized, and the silken threads formed a barrier between both parties. Most of Wei Wenchuan's fire rain was intercepted by the threads, leaving only a few embers to strike Lin Luochen. The 6 subordinates struggled to release a few arrows, but obscured by the mist and affected by the harmony powder. Their aim was woefully inaccurate. After all, even the hunchbacked elder had been revitalized by the harmony powder. How much more so would it affect them? Most arrows were thwarted by the elder's threads, and those that pierced through were easily evaded by Lin Luochen. Suddenly, a cry broke through the chaos, prompting Lin Luochen to glance back. Morong Xiaozhi had shielded Morong Xiaozhu, an errant arrow having grazed her arm. "Xiaozhu, are you all right?" Morong Xiaozhu exclaimed. Concern etched across her features. Morong Xiaozhi furrowed her brow, shaking her head gently. "I'm unscathed." Lin Luochen felt a wave of relief as he dodged arrows and fervently sought to free himself from the threads. As the pink mist dispersed, albeit faintly, it still enveloped them. With the elder now deceased, Lin Luochen, aided by the mouse, swiftly disentangled himself from the threads, suppressing the heat within him. He immediately cast a spell to blow the returning pink mist away. After an arduous struggle, Wei Wenchuan, who had finally escaped the mist's grasp, found himself ensnared once more and could only continue his frantic retreat. "Youngster, wait for me." Wei Wenchuan was no longer concerned about settling scores with Lin Luochen. He felt as if he might explode. At that moment, even a souse seemed alluring, and he yearned to descend the mountain in search of a woman. Yet, he feared he might not last until then. The remaining subordinates, unable to withstand the effects any longer, howled as they fled, desperate to escape the clutches of the pink mist. Lin Luochen abandoned the mouse to assist Morong Xiaozhu, taking a deep breath as he plunged into the pink mist. Ultimately, with the mist's aid, he dispatched 4 adversaries, leaving only Wei Wenchuan and 2 subordinates to escape. Though Lin Luochen felt an urge to pursue further, he refrained, dispersing the pink mist to the surroundings. With his assistance, the once frigid winter landscape transformed into a scene of vibrant spring, teeming with life. Upon his return, he discovered that the horse had long since departed, pulling the cart away to an unknown location. Morong Xiaozhu had already been freed from her bindings by the mouse and was now attending to the agitated Morong Xiaozhi. Frowning, Lin Luochen inquired, "What is wrong with Miss Xiaozhi?" Morong Xiaozhi's brow was tightly knit, her cheeks flushed, as she tugged relentlessly at her clothing, seemingly caught in a frenzy. "What do you think?" Morong Xiaozhi was hardly faring better, holding on to her tightly, gasping as she extended her hand towards Lin Luochen. "You scoundrel, the antidote, quickly, the antidote." Lin Luochen replied impassively, "There is no antidote." Morong Xiaozhu, naturally disbelieving, retorted, "You lie. How could there be no antidote? You are clearly seeking to take advantage of us." Lin Luochen shrugged, "Perhaps others possess it, but I truly do not." Morong Xiaozhi gazed at him incredulously, on the verge of tears. "What are we to do now?" Though Lin Luochen felt overwhelmed, he maintained a calm demeanor. "Fear not. Endure a little longer, and it shall pass." The Hehuan powder differs from the drunken mist, possessing solely the ability to stimulate desire, and can be unraveled without the need for the harmonization of yin and yang. Morong Xiaozhu's throat quivered slightly, wishing fervently to sink her teeth into this scoundrel. What a fool. You possess no antidote, yet you recklessly administer poison. Chapter 34. A sudden revelation. Upon hearing Morong Xiaozhu's accusations, Lin Luochen remained unmoved, silently collecting his spoils. He did not even spare the puppets scattered on the ground, gathering them all, upholding the principle of frugality. "Let us depart." Lin Luochen turned to call for the Morong sisters to leave when suddenly, a warm, delicate figure clung to him. It was Morong Xiaozhi, who, having inexplicably freed herself from Morong Xiaozhu, unceremoniously crashed into him. "Young Master Lin, I feel so unwell." Lacking any cultivation, she could hardly withstand the effects of the Hehuan powder. Now, she stood on her tiptoes, instinctively leaning in to kiss Lin Luochen. Morong Qiuji's luscious red lips were mere inches away, and Lin Luochen could feel her warm breath, reminiscent of orchids. He barely restrained himself, opting for a precautionary strike to her nape to render her unconscious. That was close. He nearly fell into the abyss again. Lin Luochen controlled his strength perfectly, leaving her dazed but unharmed. Morong Qiuji's beautiful eyes widened in surprise before fluttering shut, her body going limp in his embrace. Lin Luochen propped her up to prevent her from accidentally hurting herself, casually glancing at Morong Xiaozhu. Can you still walk? Morong Xiaozhu swallowed hard, nodding. I'm all right. Is this fellow even a man? After inhaling the Hehuan powder, how could he remain so composed in the presence of a beautiful woman? Chulin shared the same doubts. Pondering deeply, this young man seems to instinctively resist women? What has he experienced to achieve such composure? Lin Luochen lifted Morong Qiuji effortlessly, stating, then let us go. Breathless? Morong Xiaozhu hurried after him, anxiety creeping into her voice. Will Qiuji be okay? Lin Luochen replied in a calm tone, she will be fine once she wakes up, though she may feel weak for a while. Morong Xiaozhu nodded, struggling to keep pace with him in the snowy terrain, feeling utterly wretched. She observed Lin Luochen ahead and felt that every move he made exuded masculine charm. Daring not to look too much, she recited the 4 books and 5 classics in her mind to calm herself. Lin Luochen, unaware of her fluttering heart, remained vigilant against potential misfortunes lurking nearby. Though the Qingmian continued to sway, they encountered no further calamities on their journey. Could it be that I have developed immunity from being cursed so many times? Meanwhile, Wei Wenxuan and his companions stumbled upon a wooden cabin in the mountains, rushing in with excitement. However, the cabin was utterly deserted, not even a villager in sight. The 3 had inhaled a significant amount of toxic mist and were struggling to cope. One of the warriors, his face a mask of despair, lamented, young master. What should we do? Before he could finish, Wei Wenxuan noticed the warrior's delicate features and couldn't help but swallow hard. Xiaoluo. The warrior instantly became flustered, fearfully exclaiming, young master, please don't. Nearby, a rugged, burly man also realized the delicate appearance of his master, leading to a tense atmosphere within the cabin. At the same time, Lin Luochen found a secluded cave and gently laid down Morong Qiuji. Even in her unconscious state, she fidgeted restlessly, nearly revealing more than intended. Lin Luochen had to hold her hand down, only to discover that her palm bore wounds wrapped in bandages. What happened? Morong Xiaozhu explained. Qiuji's blood seems to carry a curse. She cut her palm to help us. A wave of apprehension washed over Lin Luochen, increasing his wariness towards Morong Qiuji. Fortunately, he had maintained his composure earlier. Otherwise, he might have found himself in grave danger. Who could tell whether a mere prick would harm her? What if she inexplicably perished due to his actions? Lin Luochen resolved that even if Morong Qiuji offered herself to him, he must keep his distance. He bound her with cloth to prevent her from injuring herself, but the act seemed rather inappropriate. It must be the influence of the yin yang Hehuan Fu that has led me to such impropriety, Morong Xiaozhu weakly suggested. Why not knock me out and bind me too? Lin Luochen decisively shook his head. No, I must pursue my enemy shortly. I cannot spare the time to look after you both. Crucially, if both sisters fell unconscious, he feared he might succumb to darker impulses. Morong Xiaozhu, taken aback, questioned. You intend to hunt down Wei Wenxuan and the others? Lin Luochen affirmed, his tone unruffled. They will not let this go, since we have crossed them. We must eliminate the threat completely. Lin Chongqing had taught him that to survive long, one must harbor no mercy towards enemies. It is best to root out threats entirely, ensuring that even the smallest remnants are obliterated. Breathlessly, Morong Xiaozhu bit her lip, casting him a pitiful glance. Will you not stay with me a little longer? Given their current situation, she feared letting Lin Luochen leave, anxious about encountering any wild creatures in the mountains. Lin Luochen found it strange that this woman had such trust in him. The mouse had already memorized the scents of the 3, and he wasn't in a hurry to pursue, especially as his own mobility was somewhat limited. Rest assured, I will wait until you recover before we depart. Lin Luochen consumed a spirit-gathering pill to recuperate, while Morong Xiaozhu observed him with a peculiar expression. Does this fellow not feel unwell? Her gaze drifted downwards, and her cheeks flushed crimson, quickly averting her eyes, her heart racing. So, he is not entirely indifferent, he merely exercises restraint. Is this what is referred to as unperturbed in the presence of beauty, a true gentleman? After a moment, Morong Xiaozhu finally regained her composure, her rationality returning. She had not inhaled much of the Hehuan powder, and with her cultivation, although her reaction was intense, it dissipated quickly. Seeing this, Lin Luochen stated coolly, wait for me here. I will return shortly. Without looking back, he ventured into the dark night, his gaze icy as he tightened his grip on the broken blade. Wei Wenxuan, is it? The roles have reversed. Are you ready to meet your demise? Yet, Lin Luochen's confidence was short-lived. After taking only a few steps, he misstepped and fell into an icy pit, cursing under his breath. Damn, misfortune may be delayed, but it has arrived. Morong Xiaozhu blinked, and in an instant, Lin Luochen had vanished into the night, leaving her in awe. He comes and goes without a trace. This fellow seems to be growing ever more formidable. Morong Xiaozhu quickly slapped her cheeks, feeling her face heat up. What am I thinking? Surely the effects of the Hehuan powder are still muddling my thoughts. But it seems this young man possesses a remarkable fate. Qiuji appears quite fond of him. Turning her gaze to Morong Qiuji. She inadvertently missed the sight of someone clumsily rising from the ground. Half an hour later, at the wooden cabin in the mountains. Ugh, die, die. Wei Wenchuan roared repeatedly, dry heaving as he wildly swung his sword at the two corpses before him. Damn that brat, no matter who you are. I will ensure your body is torn asunder. After venting his fury, Wei Wenchuan clutched his backside, limping towards the exit. Only to be horrified to find a man standing outside. Under the moonlit night, amidst the snow. A man clad in white stood with a fluffy white mouse perched on his shoulder, appearing like a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. At that moment, he gazed at Wei Wenchuan with a peculiar look of disgust, as if repulsed by his very presence. This was the last image Wei Wenchuan saw. As a streak of bloodlight shot forth, piercing through his forehead in an instant. No, my friend, did you just reveal yourself to meet your end? At least grant me a chance to speak. Wei Wenchuan, filled with indignation, collapsed, clutching the golden talisman he had just retrieved from his storage ring, yet to activate it. Lin Luochen, from a distance, added another strike before approaching to collect the spoils from Wei Wenchuan's person. One must exert maximum effort even against a seemingly insignificant adversary. Having grown up amidst the mountains, Lin Luochen never underestimated any foe. Had it not been for the terrifying commotion of the recent confrontation, Lin Luochen would have met his demise within the wooden cabin. After setting the house ablaze, he turned to depart, treading cautiously and with trepidation. He had discovered that one of the attendants inside the cabin was the very individual who had previously shot arrows at Murong Qiuji. Lin Luochen had found it strange that this person, who had harmed Murong Qiuji, had somehow survived. Little did he realize that fate had no intention of granting him such a swift end. This woman was undeniably formidable. Why did he continually encounter such extraordinary women? Chapter 35. Within a decade, ascend to the Jade Maiden Sect. When Lin Luochen returned to the cave, Murong Qiuji had already awakened. Curled up in a corner under her blanket. Upon seeing Lin Luochen, memories of her actions before losing consciousness flooded back, causing a faint blush to tint her pale cheeks. Murong Xiaoju, noticing his safe return, inquired, "How did it go?" Lin Luochen replied nonchalantly, "They're all dead." Murong Xiaoju was taken aback by his ease in dispatching late-stage qi refiners, silently marveling at his rapid progress. It was said that absence makes the heart grow fonder, however. This fellow's strength had surged far too swiftly. Lin Luochen glanced at the shivering Murong Qiuji and frowned at Murong Xiaoju. Why not light a fire for warmth? Murong Qiuji quickly interjected, "I told my sister not to, lest we attract enemies." With a resigned shake of his head, Lin Luochen gathered some firewood and ignited a bonfire, illuminating the cave and dispelling the chill. "Come, warm yourself. We wouldn't want you falling ill." The Murong sisters finally approached, and the three settled around the fire. Lin Luochen took a sip from his flask to warm his body, then offered it to the two women. "Care for a drink to ward off the cold?" Murong Xiaozu decisively shook her head, unwilling to share the same flask with him. Murong Qiuji, having never tasted alcohol, felt tempted due to her coldness. "If I drink your wine, you might end up unlucky." Lin Luochen chuckled inwardly, recalling her earlier boldness in kissing him. He pressed the flask into her hands. "Drink up." "Do you think I lack this little bit?" Feeling embarrassed at their previous encounter, Murong Qiuji took a sip but immediately coughed from the strength of the drink. "Why is it so spicy?" Lin Luochen smiled at her reaction. "You'll get used to it after a few more sips." After a few tentative drinks, her cheeks flushed a vibrant red, glowing beautifully in the firelight. Lin Luochen found himself momentarily entranced and quickly recited a calming mantra to regain his composure. The little mouse, having caught the scent of the wine, eagerly climbed out of his embrace and squeaked twice, having already revealed itself during the rescue. It saw no reason to hide any longer. Lin Luochen, in a playful tone, said, "Let us pour some for this little drunkard." Murong Qiuji snapped back to reality and hesitantly poured a bit for the mouse, which immediately perked up and began drinking joyfully. What a cute little creature. Murong Qiuji's eyes sparkled with delight, longing to pet it but too shy to extend her hand. Lin Luochen inquired, "What is the background of Wei Wenchuan? Should we anticipate trouble?" Murong Xiaoju explained, "Wei Wenchuan is from the Wei family in Xian Prefecture's Tianqing City, where there are golden core cultivators. However, they are akin to my Murong family, belonging to a lesser clan. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in such a border region. Ordinarily, they wouldn't dare to come after us in Longjun, but we must remain cautious." Lin Luochen nodded thoughtfully, curious, "Is Haran Academy located in Xian Prefecture?" Murong Xiaozu confirmed. And Lin Luochen suddenly comprehended. He had previously wondered how a righteous academy could exist in Longjun, a place notorious for its demonic influences. It turned out the sisters had been sent to study in the righteous domain of Xian Prefecture. Glancing at the sky, Lin Luochen suggested, "Let us rest early. I will keep watch tonight." Murong Qiuji, feeling drowsy from the wine, nodded and rested her head on Murong Xiaozu's lap, falling into a deep sleep. Murong Xiaozu looked at Lin Luochen, whispering, "Thank you for not abandoning us." Lin Luochen replied coolly, "I simply hadn't the chance. Next time, I might run." Murong Xiaozu was both amused and exasperated, while Lin Luochen retrieved a storage ring and several pouches to assess his spoils. The storage ring belonged to Wei Wenchuan and bore no spiritual imprint, rendering it an unclaimed item upon his demise. Following Chulin's guidance, Lin Luochen dripped a drop of blood, and the contents of the storage ring materialized before him. True to his lineage, Wei Wenxuan possessed far more wealth than the hunchbacked elder at the foundation establishment stage. Among his treasures, the most valuable was a golden talisman he had drawn just before his death. According to Chu Ling, this talisman could unleash a full-force attack akin to that of a foundation establishment cultivator, serving as a life-saving charm. Lin Luochen felt a wave of relief. Had he given Wei Wenxuan the opportunity to speak, he might have encountered grave danger. In addition to the talisman, there was also a volume titled Howren Righteous Qi Scripture, a mid-grade spiritual weapon longsword, and several refining pills suitable for the Qi refinement stage, which Lin Luochen cherished immensely. As for the hunchbacked elder, he possessed a book on controlling puppets and a handful of unique beads capable of activating threats. Lin Luochen's bountiful harvest led him to reflect on the notion that engaging in violence and arson was indeed the swiftest route to wealth. He donned the storage ring, which, despite its modest capacity, was far more convenient than pouches. Lin Luochen tucked his folding fan into his waistband, placed the mid-grade longsword into the storage ring, and concealed the broken blade within his sleeve. Though the storage ring allowed for easy retrieval, he preferred the concealment of his sleeve for swifter action. Having completed his preparations, Lin Luochen consumed a supplementary pill and drew upon spirit stones, indulging in an extravagant method of cultivation. If he continued to dawdle, how could he seek vengeance against the Jade Maiden Sect? His goal was set. Within a decade, he would storm the Jade Maiden Sect and make Gu Qihan weep for her mother. The efficacy of burning spirit stones proved remarkable. By the following morning, Lin Luochen successfully ascended to the 7th layer of Qi refinement, albeit at the cost of hundreds of spirit stones, with only over 3,000 spirit stones remaining. At this rate, he could sustain his training for merely a month. Yet, Lin Luochen remained undeterred, for strength was the foundation of all. With greater power, acquiring resources would be a simple matter. If necessary, he could resort to theft. While Lin Luochen was filled with ambition, he suddenly noticed that Murong Qiuji was not quite herself. After a day of turmoil, her already frail constitution had succumbed to illness. Murong Qiuji's delicate appearance overwhelmed Lin Luochen with concern. "Mouse, go fetch the horse." Moments later, Lin Luochen gazed mournfully at the horse that had been reduced to mere bones. "Did you unleash your primal instincts on a pack of wolves last night?" Lin Luochen turned to Murong Xiaoyu. "How about you carry her?" Murong Xiaoyu, her eyes darting, replied pitifully, "Do I look like I can carry her?" "Sir, I can walk on my own," Murong Qiuji insisted, her pallor indicating otherwise. With a sigh of resignation, Lin Luochen squatted down. "Miss Qiuji, hop on. I shall carry you." After their numerous encounters, he had come to understand that with Qinglian present, mere physical contact would not lead to her demise, at worst. It would only bring him misfortune for a time. For the sake of obtaining the Ascension Order, Lin Luochen had no choice but to proceed. Moreover, he had discerned a pattern. As long as he maintained contact with Murong Qiuji, calamity would not befall him. However, if he distanced himself, he would face all manner of tribulations. If that were the case, he would simply carry her until he secured the Ascension Order. Murong Qiuji hesitantly exclaimed, "But, Lin Gongzi, being in contact with me brings misfortune." Lin Luochen replied nonchalantly, "No worries, my fate is resilient. I shan't perish. Also, Miss Qiuji, I am solely focused on the Ascension Order, so please harbor no improper thoughts." Though contact seemed harmless, who could say how she might feel about him? Upon hearing this, Murong Qiuji's delicate face flushed crimson, and feeling somewhat guilty, she murmured, "I understand." She cautiously leaned against his back, supporting herself with her hands to maintain a respectful distance between them. However, when Lin Luochen and Apos, as hand inadvertently rested upon her dairy re, an unsettling discomfort enveloped her, rendering her as restless as if seated upon needles. Observing their interaction, Murong Xiaoju and Apos' eyes sparkled with a hint of anticipation. "Young man, allow me to see if your resilience is as formidable as they say." She playfully winked at Murong Qiuji, who, overwhelmed with embarrassment, lowered her head like an ostrich. Before long, Murong Xiaoju noticed that Lin Luochen was not traversing the main road, but rather an obscure path. "Have you taken a wrong turn?" she inquired. Lin Luochen replied nonchalantly, "No mistake here. This is indeed the right path. This route leads to Qishir City, where numerous official roads crisscross, yet there exists one indispensable thoroughfare. Aside from the flying cultivators, the grand bridge spanning the gorge is a mandatory passage for all travelers. The Murong clan, having diminished in stature, could scarcely maintain dominance over every road. They would undoubtedly be lying in wait along this route. After all, the Murong sisters lacked any flying spiritual treasures, rendering flight impossible. Did it not? Yet, as fate would have it, Lin Luochen, despite not possessing a flying spiritual artifact, was indeed capable of flight. Chapter 36. If I were to fall to my death, I would haunt you. 3 days later, hundreds of miles away from the Grand Canyon Bridge, Lin Luochen and Murong Xiaoju glided above the treetops, their figures ethereal as if carried by the wind. Despite the absence of a carriage, both were adept at wind manipulation, allowing them to traverse swiftly to the canyon's edge. The trio followed an unconventional path, encountering numerous predators, yet no enemies were present. As Lin Luochen soared toward the canyon's upper reaches, Murong Xiaoju, filled with trepidation, exclaimed, "You can't possibly intend to fly over this canyon, can you?" Lin Luochen replied nonchalantly, "Why not? Morong Xiaozhu quickly countered. This canyon spans several hundred zhang in width. We merely manipulate the wind, not truly fly. I am aware, Lin Luochen retorted, continuing his ascent toward the canyon and Apos, as precipice, leaving Morong Xiaozhu perplexed. Soon, they arrived at the canyon and Apos' edge, confirming its vast width in the fierce winds that roared above, making it perilous for birds to cross. Lin Luochen lowered Morong Xiaozhu and gazed at the canyon, frowning slightly at the unexpected ferocity of the winds. Is there a constant gale raging above this canyon? Morong Xiaozhu shook her head. Not quite. It halts for an hour each evening at the hour of the rooster. You can't still be harboring hopes, can you? This is far beyond our capabilities to traverse. Lin Luochen smiled. What if I could? Morong Xiaozhu regarded him with an odd expression. Do you possess a flying magical artifact? None. Morong Xiaozhu rolled her eyes in exasperation. Without a flying artifact, how do you expect to cross? Lin Luochen's lips curled into a slight grin. That is precisely what you said. Recalling her previous losses in bets, Chu Lingyin suddenly perceived the darkness of his intentions. As the trio waited at the cliff's edge, Lin Luochen extracted a folding fan, practicing spells and combat techniques. The Morong sisters entertained themselves with their pet mouse while observing him from a distance. The mouse, fond of their company, particularly favored Morong Xiaozhu. Despite Lin Luochen's attempts to catch it, the mouse continued to evade him, prompting him to relent. After all, it would learn its lesson soon enough. Yet, the mouse seemed impervious to Morong Xiaozhu's influence, leaving Lin Luochen dumbfounded. Was this treasure-seeking mouse truly blessed? Regardless, it showed no fear, and Lin Luochen chose to disregard it. Following 3 days of rest, Morong Xiaozhu's condition had significantly improved. At this moment, she gazed at Lin Luochen, admiration evident in her eyes. Young Master Lin truly progresses at an astonishing pace, and his mastery of the folding fan is remarkably elegant. Morong Xiaozhu leaned in, teasing, Xiaozhu, have you developed feelings for him? Morong Xiaozhu blushed deeply. Sister, please refrain from such talk. I'm merely stating the truth. How could anyone miss that gaze full of affection? Sister, Morong Xiaozhu pouted, you know my circumstances well. Morong Xiaozhu chuckled, that's precisely why I ask. Have you not noticed how resilient he is? This lad has been with you for some time now, and aside from a few misfortunes, he remains lively, truly your destined partner. Morong Xiaozhu shyly lowered her head, but sister, we've only known each other for a few days. Isn't it too early to discuss such matters? Morong Xiaozhu insisted, what do you mean too early? It's rare to encounter someone so resilient. If you don't take the initiative, he may slip away. Feeling a stir of emotions, Morong Xiaozhu glanced at Lin Luochen with a mix of shyness and apprehension. At that moment, Lin Luochen's folding fan unexpectedly spiraled out of control, nearly grazing his head. Morong Xiaozhu quickly dismissed her earlier thoughts, murmuring, perhaps I should remain alone. I wouldn't want to bring misfortune to others. Morong Xiaozhu, exasperated, rolled her eyes, plotting something in her mind. Lin Luochen withdrew the fan stuck in a tree, observing the now diminished winds. That's enough. Come here. The sisters approached, with Morong Xiaozhu expressing concern. You cannot genuinely intend to fly over, can you? What else is there? Lin Luochen affixed a talisman to himself, and 2 enormous, semi-transparent wings unfurled from his back. This was the last of the 5 talismans given to him by Lang Yefeng, enabling ordinary individuals to fly for a limited time. Morong Xiaozhu was taken aback, witnessing a flying talisman activated without drawing upon spiritual energy. Such a high-level talisman was beyond the capabilities of even the Wei family. What was this young man's background? Was he truly a prodigious figure from the Maiden Sect? Let us proceed. Lin Luochen stepped forward, enveloping one sister in each arm. Amid their startled cries, he spread his wings and soared toward the opposite bank. The gale rushed past them, prompting Morong Xiaozhu to cling tightly to Lin Luochen and Apos' chest, resembling a sloth. Morong Xiaozhu, apprehensive at the sight of the abyss below, wrapped her arms around his neck. Could you not manage one at a time? Lin Luochen, embracing both, quipped, I prefer to soar together. Uncertain if the talisman could sustain the return journey, he realized he must hold Morong Xiaozhu tightly to avoid the sudden gales that might arise. Feeling the awkwardness of their positions, Morong Xiaozhu huffed. If I fall to my death, I swear I will haunt you. Lin Luochen laughed heartily. Rest assured, you won't meet your demise. As the trio flew above the canyon, they encountered no threats or beasts, only a serene atmosphere. The 2 women relaxed, their curiosity piqued as they marveled at their surroundings. Morong Xiaozhu extended her hand to feel the airflow, her eyes gleaming with longing. Is this the sensation of riding the wind? Morong Xiaozhu also reached out, her spirit soaring. Xiaozhu, I promise to take you on adventures around the world, with no choice but to hold the sisters closer to prevent them from falling. Lin Luochen noted that Morong Xiaozhu felt slightly softer than Morong Xiaozhu, whose waist was more slender and elastic due to her training. Involuntarily, Lin Luochen pondered whether the sisters shared other subtle distinctions. What on earth am I thinking? After a brief moment, they landed on the opposite bank, and Lin Luochen released the 2 women from his embrace. All right, you may disembark. As they steadied themselves, a dreamlike quality enveloped them, hardly believing they had truly crossed. Lin Luochen stored the remaining usable talisman, casting a playful glance at Morong Xiaozhu. You've lost. Murong Xiaozhu pouted in dissatisfaction. What do you intend to do about it? Lin Luochen scrutinized her, causing her to retreat a few steps in alarm. What are you planning? Lin Luochen rolled his eyes, shaking his head in resignation. I merely realized you are devoid of resources, nothing to seize. Consider it a debt for now. We shall address it later. Murong Xiaozhu felt insulted, huffing in indignation. You are insufferable. Lin Luochen surveyed the desolate landscape, stating, let us move on. We still have several mountains to traverse. Though they had reached the opposite bank, their journey was far from over. They still had to navigate several peaks to evade potential foes. Following their previous battle, Lin Luochen was reluctant to confront any foundation-building cultivators while burdened with 2 companions. The Murong sisters nodded and followed him into the mountains. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away, at the entrance of a broad bridge, more than a dozen individuals had established a checkpoint, halting passersby for inspection before allowing them to proceed. Among the travelers, some expressed discontent, but as the elder at the forefront emanated the aura of a foundational cultivator, they quickly fell silent. Most of those traversing the bridge were ordinary people, with only a few practicing qi cultivation. Even if a foundational cultivator accompanied them, a mere exchange of greetings would suffice for passage. Higher-tier cultivators possessed their own flying spiritual tools and had no need to cross this bridge. The group continued their scrutiny of the passing pedestrians, searching for the Murong sisters, yet yielded no results. Not far off, a group was covertly observing them. One young man inquired, Elder, should we not go out to greet the second elder? The elder shook his head and replied, no, if they discover us, it would complicate matters. The family head wishes to ensure the safe return of the 2 young ladies without unnecessary entanglements. After all, we share the same roof. Creating a rift would be troublesome. The young man nodded, expressing, the family head is indeed compassionate, showing concern for the 2 young ladies. A flicker of intrigue flashed in the elder's eyes as he smiled. After all, they are the last bloodline of the second master. The family head has always regarded them as his own. He then inquired, by the way, have there been any updates from Luo Jin and his group? Have they caught up with Luo Yao? The young man, with an odd expression, responded, no. Luo Yao and his companions have vanished without a trace, and the 2 young ladies are also missing. The elder's expression darkened as he murmured, could a third-party force be involved? Chapter 37. You must be the enchantress of the Maiden Sect. At the outer edge of the Broken Moon Demon Gorge, within a quaint wooden cabin, Lang Yushuang gazed at the long-abandoned dwelling with a sigh of helplessness. Where could that fellow have gone? After much effort to shake off the following elder, she had taken a detour to arrive here in search of Lin Luochen's whereabouts. She had inquired about him in the town below and learned that he had briefly entered the city before swiftly departing. This news had eased her worries. He was safe. At least not in the clutches of the Maiden Sect's enchantresses. However, apart from knowing that Lin Luochen was unscathed, she had gained nothing else, save for the realization that a multitude of women were vying for his attention. From alluring widows to innocent maidens, all were enamored with him. Though she could have returned home at this juncture, Lang Yushuang felt a lingering dissatisfaction for not having seen Lin Luochen. She meticulously searched the room, and at last, discovered several strands of his hair on the bed. Binding her hair with his, she held them tightly while murmuring incantations. Longing entwines the soul. The spirit transforms into a blue butterfly, binding hair as a pledge, igniting yearning to seek my Lord's return moments later. The strands in her hands were consumed by a faint blue flame, morphing into a delicate blue butterfly. Could it truly be effective? Her cheeks flushed slightly. For this technique was known as the Longing Summon, a spell employed by the women of the Witch clan to locate their beloved. This practice was forbidden in the Jade Maiden Sect, yet Lang Yushuang had memorized it purely for its melodious name. She never anticipated that she would find herself invoking this spell, nor that it would yield results. Did this imply that she biting her crimson lip? She quickly cast aside such thoughts. Her feelings towards him were merely gratitude. She simply wished to see him and confirm his safety. Yes, just a brief encounter. Exhaling softly, the butterfly took flight, soaring into the distance. Lang Yushuang, unwilling to delay, ascended into the air, pursuing the butterfly like a celestial maiden of the Moon Palace. Days later, amidst a range of mountains, she finally caught sight of her longed-for Lin Luochen, and her expression darkened instantly. For he was not alone. He was accompanied by a pair of breathtakingly beautiful sisters. He even had the audacity to embrace one of them intimately, gliding through the mountains with an air of nonchalance and charm. Upon witnessing Lin Luochen's pale and lethargic demeanor, Lang Yushuang nearly turned to leave. Was this not the very definition of indulgence? How infuriating. She had been worried about him, only to find him reveling in pleasure. With a sharp motion, she crushed the ethereal butterfly, her gaze icy as she observed Lin Luochen without revealing herself. Silently trailing behind the trio, she continually reassured herself. She was not envious. She merely sought to ascertain whether these 2 women were indeed enchantresses of the Maiden Sect. Gripping her sword tightly, her gaze turned frigid. They had to be the enchantresses of the Maiden Sect. Though Lin Luochen sensed an icy glare upon his back, he dismissed it as merely a beast lurking nearby. After all, he had experienced an unfortunate string of mishaps lately, nearly to the point of being unable to sip water without it becoming a misadventure. He had stumbled upon hibernating demonic beasts and found his cultivation efforts thwarted, leaving him in despair. Although Murong Qiuji was recovering well, Lin Luochen dared not release her from his embrace. After all, holding her shielded him from misfortune. The moment he let go, calamity would surely ensue. If it were not for the inappropriateness of the situation, he would have preferred to sleep while holding her close. Lin Luochen realized he was in a predicament. Would he truly be able to embrace her for a lifetime? Strangely enough, ever since he had come into contact with Murong Qiuji, the azure lotus had ceased to glow. It seemed that all its energy was expended in its constant swaying, leaving no surplus strength to store. He no longer expected it to provide him with insight. Being spared from calamity was already a cause for celebration. At this moment, he cast a doubtful glance at Murong Qiuji. Could this woman have developed feelings for him? Murong Qiuji had observed his recent misfortunes and felt a twinge of guilt. Surely, she could not have developed affections for Lin Gongzi. Meanwhile, Murong Xiaoju's sparkling gaze revealed her belief in Lin Luochen's indomitable fate. He was undoubtedly the destined husband of Qiuji. Thus, throughout their journey, Murong Xiaoju relentlessly sought to bring the two together, creating opportunities for them. After all, her sister had finally encountered a suitable match. She could not afford to let him slip away. Yet, whenever she recalled Lin Luochen's gaze upon her, her heart twisted uncomfortably. How could a brother-in-law behave in such a manner towards an elder sister? Nevertheless, recognizing Lin Luochen's irreplaceable nature, Murong Xiaoju suppressed her strange thoughts. As evening fell, the trio stumbled upon a natural hot spring nestled in the mountains. Exhausted from their journey, the Murong sisters found themselves unable to proceed, prompting Lin Luochen to halt as well. Let us rest here for the night, Murong Xiaoju suggested with a twinkle in her eye. I've grown weary of consuming energy-replenishing pills daily. I shall procure some wild game. If I take my time, you two might find yourselves in a position to indulge in some fiery passions. With that, she dashed off, leaving Lin Luochen speechless. Meanwhile, the concealed Lang Yushuang clenched her small hands in indignation, muttering a curse for the shamelessness on display. These were undoubtedly the enchantresses of the Maiden Sect. Were it not for Murong Qiuji's lack of spiritual energy, she might have acted decisively against them. She decided to observe further, curious about the tricks these enchantresses would employ. At this moment, Murong Qiuji, her cheeks flushed, addressed Lin Luochen. My dear sir, my sister merely enjoys jesting. Do not take her words to heart. Lin Luochen shook his head in response. Not at all, Miss Qiuji. How is your health? Lang Yushuang pouted, feeling a surge of frustration. This fellow had never expressed such concern for her. It turned out he was not a warm-hearted man. He simply reserved his warmth for another. Murong Qiuji replied softly, I am much better now. I appreciate your kindness throughout our journey. Lin Luochen waved his hand dismissively, then, with a peculiar expression, inquired. Miss Qiuji, you do not harbor feelings for me, do you? Murong Qiuji's face flushed crimson as she averted her gaze, her eyes darting to her own delicate figure, nearly burying her face in her chest. Surely not. Lin Luochen frowned. Are you truly unaffected? Why then? Does my misfortune seem to increase? Murong Qiuji, feeling guilty, replied, perhaps it is because you have been in my company for too long? Lin Luochen nodded thoughtfully, sitting down to speak earnestly. Miss Qiuji, aside from my handsome appearance, I am utterly devoid of merit. A facade of gold concealing decayed fabric, the hidden Lang Yushuang was left bewildered by his discourse. What was he trying to achieve? Murong Qiuji, listening to Lin Luochen's daily self-deprecation, responded indifferently. Yes, I understand. I shall not develop affections for you. In the distance, Murong Xiaoju, noticing their lack of progress, felt exasperated. Was this fellow even a man? If not for the absence of the harmony powder, she would have considered administering a dose. With this thought in mind, while hunting, Murong Xiaoju gathered various aphrodisiac herbs and even procured a snake's reproductive organ to take back. That would bolster his vigor until he could no longer bear it. Unbeknownst to Murong Qiuji, her sister was preparing to take drastic measures against her, oblivious to the brewing storm. After a long wait, Lin Luochen finally seized the opportunity during a brief pause as he took a sip of water to soothe his throat. Summoning her courage, she inquired, Young Master Lin, is your fear of my affections for you due to the presence of a beloved in your heart? In the shadows, Long Yuema immediately perked up, straining to listen intently. Chapter 38. I refuse to believe in evil. Upon hearing the question, Lin Luochen instinctively wanted to deny it. But a vivid image flashed through his mind. After a moment of hesitation, he resolved to dispel Murong Qiuji's unfounded aspirations toward him. Yes. At his words, Murong Qiuji's eyes dimmed, and she forlornly asked, the one who has caught your fancy must be exceptionally beautiful, am I right? Quite so. Instantly, hope rekindled in Murong Qiuji. And she pressed on, is she more beautiful than I? Lin Luochen hesitated for a moment, steeling himself to affirm with a sound. Murong Qiuji's eyes lost their luster. Yet she remained somewhat unconvinced. Is there truly someone so beautiful? You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? I am not deceiving you. Then draw her for me. Lin Luochen was taken aback. It seemed that even the usually gentle Murong Qiuji was insistent when it came to matters of beauty. Ah, the wretched competitive spirit of women. Yet, in order to quell her hopes entirely, Lin Luochen had no choice but to retrieve his brush and ink and place them upon the smooth blue stone. Standing beside him, Morong Qiuji ground the ink, clearly unwilling to concede defeat. Lin Luochen took up the brush, recalling the visage of Lang Yuanchuang, and began to sketch. His intent was pure. He merely found Lang Yuanchuang enchanting and hoped to dissuade Morong Qiuji from her aspirations. To be fair, the two were not vastly different in appearance. However, Lang Yuanchuang's years of cultivation had certainly bestowed upon her an elevated grace. Curiosity piqued, Lang Yuanchuang wondered about the identity of Lin Luocheng's beloved. Could it be herself? She felt an irresistible urge to peek over. It wasn't that she was particularly interested, it was simply, well, never mind, she would just look. Having studied for a century on Jade Maiden Peak, Lin Luochen had become proficient in various arts, and he was considered a master in the mortal realm. Soon, the ethereal figure of Lang Yuanchuang emerged vividly on the paper, her features captured with remarkable precision. In the painting, Lang Yuanchuang stood under the moonlight. Her gaze tender yet sorrowful, tears glistening in her eyes, as if she held 1,000 unspoken words. This scene was reminiscent of the time in his past when Lang Yuanchuang had visited him, a moment he held dear. It was one of the few instances he felt no regrets. Gazing at the painting of herself, Lang Yuanchuang's expression turned dazed, and a wave of melancholy surged within her. It felt as though the image had come to life, creating a disorienting sense of time. When had she ever worn such an expression? Why did it evoke such sadness within her? In that moment, she suddenly grasped the incomprehensible law of fate and reincarnation. Morong Qiuji, upon seeing the painting, was entranced. Unable to fathom that such beauty existed in the world, the poignant and profound gaze was enough to captivate any heart, even that of a woman. Defeated, utterly vanquished. Could you share with me the tale of your relationship with her? I'm merely curious, nothing more. Lin Luochen, contemplating the painting of Lang Yuanchuang, gathered his emotions and began to speak. Our encounter was serendipitous, perhaps even fated. I was fishing that day when she descended from the heavens, as if a celestial being had fallen to the mortal realm. In an effort to extinguish Morong Qiuji's unwarranted hopes, Lin Luochen embellished the narrative, painting Lang Yuanchuang as a paragon of beauty, a celestial maiden who had inadvertently tumbled into the mortal world. Listening discreetly, Lang Yuanchuang felt a rush of shyness. Covering her face with her hands, wishing to flee, yet unable to resist the urge to listen. Ah, so this seemingly aloof fellow harbored such thoughts in his heart? How utterly embarrassing. Surely, she was not as remarkable as he portrayed. Just as Lang Yuanchuang was becoming engrossed in the tale, and Morong Qiuji was captivated, Lin Luochen found himself at a loss for words when suddenly, Morong Qiuji returned, dragging a wild boar behind her. Lin Luochen, come help. We have dinner sorted for tonight. In that moment, both women shared a thought. Eat, eat, eat. That's all they ever think about. Lin Luochen felt as though he had been granted a reprieve, for he was nearly out of embellishments and felt quite nauseated by the sentimentality. Thankfully, the women had not overheard his musings. Otherwise, he might have to abandon his life in the realm of Qingxiu. He tucked away the painting and approached, frowning. Why didn't you store it in your spatial pouch? Because it stinks. What if it dirties my clothes? Morong Qiuji retorted, then proudly revealed the precious herbs she had gathered. Tonight, we shall make some soup to replenish ourselves. I shall ensure you both are well fed. However, her smile quickly faded as Lin Luochen examined the herbs and discarded them to the side. These herbs possess aphrodisiac properties. We cannot consume them recklessly. It could lead to complications. Initially worried that Lin Luochen might fall prey to Morong Qiuji's tricks, Lang Yuanchuang felt a surge of relief. Well done. Do not succumb to the temptress's schemes. Morong Qiuji, feeling frustrated, thought, is he really so keen on severing connections? I refuse to believe in evil, she exclaimed, her eyes glinting mischievously. By the way, can you grill meat? Lin Luochen nodded. I have some knowledge. Then it's your responsibility. I'll take Qiuji to soak in the hot springs. Make sure you don't sneak a peek. As Morong Qiuji spoke, she pulled Morong Qiuji along. But Lin Luochen quickly interjected. Wait a moment. He meticulously inspected the hot springs, ensuring no demonic creatures lurked within or around, before finally feeling at ease to depart. All is well. Call for me if needed. I will be nearby. Morong Qiuji responded softly, her gaze as gentle as flowing water. Lin Gongzi is truly so considerate. Morong Qiuji rolled her eyes, thinking how overly cautious he was, clearly fearing that the matchmaker would intertwine their fates. She led Morong Qiuji into the water, leaving behind a modest garment for modesty. Morong Qiuji assumed her sister was merely concerned about Lin Luochen and said nothing further. Lin Gongzi is such an upright gentleman. He would never engage in peeking. She felt completely at ease as she stripped down, and the sisters frolicked in the water, their laughter ringing like silver bells. Listening to the sounds from afar, Lin Luochen felt his thoughts wandering, yet he maintained his restraint. A gentleman knows when to act and when to refrain. Though he was not a gentleman in the traditional sense, he had no desire to indulge in such voyeuristic behavior. If he wished to observe, would he need to sneak? Unperturbed, Lin Luochen remained on the shore, tending to the wild boar while remaining vigilant against any approaching threats. Seeing Lin Luochen and Appos as condiminer, Lang Yuanchuang felt a wave of appreciation. She had misjudged him. He truly was an honorable man. At that moment, A startled cry pierced the air. Ah, what is that? Murong Xiaozhu and Apos. S voice echoed. Don and Apos. Be afraid. I'll dive down and catch it. Lin Luochen rushed over but hesitated to advance further. What happened? Sister, where are you? Ah, there's a snake. As a shriek rang out, Murong Xiaozhi, clutching her garment to cover herself, hurriedly ran toward him. Lin Gongzi. There's a snake beneath the water. However, as she approached Lin Luochen, she stumbled over her dress, letting out a surprised cry as she fell into his arms. Lin Luochen stepped forward to catch her, but his foot slipped, and they both tumbled to the ground, landing heavily. Why is this happening now? He muttered, feeling as though misfortune had befallen him. Yet, it must be said that this stroke of bad luck had rendered him a cushion, as Murong Xiaozhi, landing atop him, suffered no harm. Lin Luochen, caught off guard, felt a remarkable curve against his hand, instantly becoming acutely aware of the situation. The two exchanged glances. Murong Xiaozhi and Apos' cheeks flushed crimson, and with a startled gasp, she quickly scrambled to her feet. Apologies. She was so preoccupied with the present that she neglected everything else. Her crumpled dress, insufficient to conceal her distress, nearly brought to tears. Lying on the ground was Miao Renfeng. Lin Luochen was momentarily disoriented by the dazzling reflection of the water, struggling to regain her composure. Why had misfortune befallen her this time, accompanied by such alluring circumstances? Did the heavens believe she was taking advantage of her? Was her life in peril? Yet, Lin Luochen undeniably felt a chill creeping down her spine, unable to discern its origin. Chapter 39. Joining the family. Lin Luochen turned his head aside, rising to remove his outer garment, and handed it to Murong Xiaozhi. Please put this on quickly. Be wary of catching a chill. Murong Xiaozhi accepted the clothing with a soft thank you, rising to drape it over herself. Lin Luochen glanced towards the hot spring and inquired, Miss Xiaozhu, are you all right? From a distance, Murong Xiaozhu and Apos' voice emerged, accompanied by the rustling of fabric. I and Apos, am fine. There and Apos' a small water snake, so please Don and Apos, come over yet. Lin Luochen frowned, surprised that there was still a creature lurking in the spring. Miss Xiaozhi, can I turn around now? You may. After a moment, Murong Xiaozhi and Apos' feeble voice reached him. Lin Luochen turned back, only to find her blushing, her small hands clutching the garment tightly, on the verge of tears, appearing utterly distressed. Are you all right, Miss Xiaozhi? Upon hearing this, Murong Xiaozhi lowered her head, her delicate toes digging into the ground, nearly bursting into tears. How can I be all right? How will I ever face young Master Lin again? Lin Luochen was at a loss for words, the atmosphere becoming both enchanting and awkward. After a short while, a fully dressed Murong Xiaozhu emerged, clutching a limp water snake. I can and Apos, believe there was a snake down there. Thankfully, it and Apos, harmless. Murong Xiaozhi gasped and hid behind Lin Luochen, gripping the hem of his garment, disregarding her state of undress. She had always harbored a profound fear of snakes. Otherwise, she would not have fled in such terror moments ago. Lin Luochen scrutinized the water snake with suspicion. Could this truly be an escaped creature? Why did it not appear to be freshly dead? Yet, surely Murong Xiaozhu and Apos have brought the snake out merely to frighten Murong Xiaozhi, would she? Meanwhile, in the shadows, Lung Yefeng clenched her fists, certain that the snake had been dead for quite some time. These demonic women would stop at nothing to ensnare men. She could no longer remain a bystander. Otherwise, Lin Luochen might fall prey to their schemes. However, she found herself pondering how best to make her entrance. Surely, she couldn't and Apos simply say she was worried about him and traveled such a distance to find him? At that moment, Murong Xiaozhu and Apos' nostrils flared slightly as she hesitated. What is that smell? My roasted meat. Lin Luochen took off running, but it was too late. He could only start over. As night fell, the three gathered around, feasting on the perfectly charred wild boar meat and a pot of snake stew. Murong Xiaozhu had stewed the unfortunate serpent, claiming it was to bolster Murong Xiaozhi's courage. Although Murong Xiaozhi was too frightened to eat, she continuously added firewood to the pot, clearly harboring deep resentment towards it. Murong Xiaozhu, somewhat sheepishly, savored her meat skewer, exclaiming, I never knew you had such culinary skills. Murong Xiaozhi nodded vigorously, taking small bites while her delicate lips glistened with grease. The aged and tough wild boar meat was masked by Lin Luochen's bold spices and fiery seasonings. He had roasted it to perfection, crispy on the outside and tender within. Rich yet not greasy, paired with fruit wine, it was simply exquisite. Aside from your lack of self-love, young Master Lin, you are truly remarkable. Lin Luochen replied nonchalantly. I was a hunter. This is essential in the wild. In his youth, the meat he roasted was so poorly done that even dogs would refuse it, often earning the disdain of Lin Chongqing. However, Lin Luochen, being a stubborn individual, eventually honed his roasting skills after ruining countless catches. Murong Xiaozhi curiously asked, Are you truly not from a noble family? Lin Luochen shook his head, and Murong Xiaozhu and Apos' eyes lit up. Being from a non-noble background is ideal. It opens the door for you to join our family without the weight of expectations. The only concern would be whether your relatives meddle in your affairs. Little did Lin Luochen know Murong Xiaozhu was already contemplating names for the children he might have with Murong Qiuji as she offered a skewer of roasted meat to the little mouse. Little fellow. Wherein and Oppos. Tea you quite eager to eat earlier? Why not give this a try? The mouse, eyeing the delectable roasted meat, felt apprehensive. However, after taking a bite, it gazed at Lin Luochen in disbelief, utterly astonished. This flavor is unusual. How can it be so delicious? Has the young master been swapped? Murong Xiaozhu kindly cautioned. Lin Luochen, I advise you to conserve your spirit stones. Cultivation consumes a great deal of resources, magic tools, elixirs, talismans, refining your body. And even lodging and meals at the sect all require spirit stones. Lin Luochen interjected, wait, lodging at the sect also requires spirit stones? Murong Xiaozhu replied matter-of-factly, otherwise, do you think the sect would accept you as a disciple? Out of goodwill? The founding purpose of sects is to have disciples support their masters in cultivation and free them from mundane affairs. The sect provides protection, a place for cultivation, and techniques. While you contribute to the sect, it is a mutually beneficial relationship. Thus, in the sect, all aspects of living require spirit stones, and everyone must contribute in some way. Lin Luochen was left speechless. Where was the grandiosity of the immortal realm he had envisioned? What if one could not provide spirit stones? Murong Xiaozhu replied with a peculiar smile, you would be sent to work in the outer sect. If you cannot perform adequately, you will be expelled. Therefore, the sect preferred to recruit children of noble families, as they possessed wealth and resources accumulated over generations. Within the sect, aside from those exceptionally talented individuals who swore unwavering loyalty to the sect, ordinary disciples faced exploitation. Lin Luochen nodded, realizing that in this world, everything revolved around interests. As Murong Xiaozhu observed him deep in thought, a glimmer of mischief flashed in her eyes. Young man, prepare to witness the harsh realities of life. She continued to elaborate on the ruthless nature of the cultivation world, the significance of resources, leaving Lin Luochen somewhat bewildered. However, he was eager to comprehend the workings of the sect and listened attentively, posing questions from time to time. As they sipped their drinks and conversed merrily, they tacitly avoided mentioning the awkwardness of the evening. In the shadows, Lung Yefeng inhaled the aroma of the meat and wine, feeling a twinge of despair. Why were they enjoying roasted meat and laughter while she could only stand in the cold, drooling? How infuriating. Coincidentally, in the depths of her consciousness, Chu Lingying gazed at the trio, nearly moved to tears by her longing for food. I want to eat too. At the hour of the night. After Murong Qiuji had fallen asleep, Murong Xiaozhu stealthily approached Lin Luochen. Instantly, Lung Yefeng heightened her vigilance, her sword at the ready to strike down this enchantress. Unbeknownst to Murong Xiaozhu, her name flickered on the death list as she sat opposite Lin Luochen. Hey, how do you plan to handle tonight's events? Lin Luochen glanced at Murong Qiuji and replied helplessly, it wasn't intentional. Murong Xiaozhu huffed, regardless of your intentions, the fact remains that you saw Qiuji's body, right? Lin Luochen nodded honestly, and Murong Xiaozhu cleared her throat, adopting a serious demeanor. Let me not make it difficult for you. I will guide you and help you avoid 30 years of detours. Lin Luochen looked at her with a strange expression, as this sentiment had once been echoed by a widow in the city. At that time, the alluring widow had proposed that he join her family and bear a child. You wish for me to join your family? How did you know? Murong Xiaozhu gazed at him in surprise, muttering, you are quite astute. What do you think? Qiuji harbors a favorable impression of you. She is beautiful and gentle. Lin Luochen succinctly stated, the crux is, she might take my life. Murong Xiaozhu rolled her eyes. If she didn't care for your life, would you even stand a chance? After all, you need not fear her entrapment. You two are truly a match made in heaven. My family, the Murongs, once basked in affluence, and my parents, in addition to the Ascension Order, bequeathed us ample resources. If you are willing to wed Qiuji, I can take the liberty of offering you my share of resources. What do you think? Not far away. Murong Qiuji's ears perked up, and the hidden cold moonlight, Shuang, grew increasingly anxious. Can he withstand this beauty's allure, the pressure of righteousness, and the final temptation? Chapter 40. Did I just see Lang Yushuang standing by the roadside? Lin Luochen finally comprehended why Murong Xiaozhu had chosen to recount the harsh realities of the path of cultivation to him. It dawned on him that this was merely a tactic to intimidate him, to lay the groundwork for the proposition of marrying into their family. The terms were indeed alluring, yet he resolutely declined. Murong Xiaozhu was instantly flustered. Why is that? Is there something amiss with Qiuji? She is splendid, but I, Lin Luochen, shall never become a son-in-law, nor shall I live off a woman. Everything is negotiable. In fact, the matter of marrying into the family can be discussed further. Lin Luochen continued to shake his head. I have someone I admire. I must regretfully decline your kind offer. Murong Xiaozhu, with heartfelt persuasion, implored him. You must think carefully. The path of cultivation consumes vast resources. Can the one you admire provide you with such resources? Can she aid your cultivation and future? Lin Luochen replied calmly. No, she cannot. But matters of the heart cannot be forced. Murong Xiaozhu, infuriated, retorted. You have laid eyes on Qiuji, and you would let it in there? How will she marry in the future? Lin Luochen coolly responded, I have not only gazed upon you, but I have also touched you. Does this mean you must marry me as well? Not far off, Mu Rongqiu Ji tightened her small hand, nearly gasping in shock. Her mind a whirlwind. In the shadows, Lung Yushuang's fair countenance turned icy, feeling an unnamed fury surge within her, nearly provoking her to draw her sword. So, all this time, he intended to pursue both sisters? Mu Rongxiaju hurriedly placed her hand over Lin Luochen's mouth. Cold sweat beading on her brow as she glanced at Mu Rongqiu. Hush, are you trying to get us killed? Forget that matter. It was merely a misunderstanding. Lin Luochen also noticed the violent swaying of Qing Lian and, though confused, felt a chill run down his spine. My relationship with Qiuji is also a misunderstanding. But ultimately, I have wronged her. If there is ever a way I can assist her, I would not hesitate to face any danger. Seeing that this tactic bore no fruit, Mu Rongxiaju adopted a pitiful expression. Qiuji cannot cultivate and has a lifespan of at most a century. She cherishes you so deeply. Can you not fulfill her wish? These resources could at least elevate you to the foundation-building realm, granting you 200 years of life. During this time, you would not only gain a beauty but also enhance your cultivation. What could possibly be more beneficial? Lin Luochen stubbornly shook his head. She is not an object. Emotions cannot be bestowed as charity. I must refuse. Mu Rongxiaju did not anticipate his steadfastness, her chest heaving with indignation. Humph. You will regret this in the future. Lin Luochen watched her retreating figure, letting out a helpless sigh and shaking his head. His century-long experience at the Jade Maiden Sect had rendered him wary of easily falling for a woman. He sought only to enhance his strength and redeem his past failures. Unbeknownst to Lang Yushuang, who looked upon him with a complicated expression, she found herself at a loss. Should she commend his steadfastness or chastise him for his flirtations? Never mind, given his unwavering devotion, she would make an effort to meet him, since it was inconvenient for her to approach him. She could instead wait for him along his path, allowing for a serendipitous encounter. Pleased with her cleverness, Lang Yushuang decided to guide them through the mountains first. Thus, with her assistance, Lin Luochen and his companions found themselves lost in the mountains, venturing deeper and deeper. Although the Mu Rong sisters said nothing, Lin Luochen began to question his own abilities. Had a century of confinement truly robbed him of even basic survival skills? Fortunately, under Lang Yushuang's protection, the trio encountered no ferocious beasts and safely navigated their way out of the dense forest. Days later, at the gates of Qingshi City, a disheveled captain inspected passers-by with disinterest, while several soldiers cast furtive glances, seeking to take advantage of the women who passed by. Just then, a carriage approached slowly, driven by a remarkably handsome young man, who was sipping from a flask of wine. Halt! A gaunt guard suddenly stepped forward with a spear, blocking the carriage and scanning its interior. Where do you hail from? What is in the carriage? Lin Luochen replied with composure, we come from Dongyu City. There are women inside who are not to be disturbed. After returning to the official road, they sought a nearby inn for rest. Having just arrived back in Qingshi City, upon hearing that women were aboard, the guard's eyes lit up, and his gaze began to roam over the carriage. There have been reports of malevolent spirits in the city. All passing vehicles must be inspected. Step aside. He attempted to lift the curtain, but Lin Luochen seized his wrist, rendering him immobile. How dare you lay hands on an officer? The guard signaled to his comrades, who surrounded them, seeking to create trouble. Lin Luochen was about to teach these ruffians a lesson when a delicate hand, grasping an official token, emerged from the curtain. What is this? Do the members of the Mu Rong family returning home also warrant scrutiny from you filthy scoundrels? At this, the captain jolted, kicking the guard viciously. You fool. How dare you offend Miss Mu Rong? He turned, adopting a sycophantic demeanor. My apologies, Miss Mu Rong. This newcomer is ignorant of the rules. Begone. The simplicity of her command made the guard captain feel as though he had been granted a reprieve, hastily shoving aside several guards. Miss Mu Rong, please take care. As the carriage moved on, the chastised guard nervously inquired, Captain, could that be the Miss Mu Rong from the family? One of the guards murmured. No wonder there have been mysterious deaths recently. It must be this harbinger of doom. Silence. The captain clamped a hand over his mouth, glancing around in panic. Are you seeking death? Before he could finish, a chill wind swept through, carrying with it paper money that danced around their feet. In the distance, a mournful wail echoed, mingled with cries of another death. The guards shivered collectively. As Lin Luochen drove the carriage, he noticed the townspeople appeared anxious. The entire city shrouded in an eerie atmosphere. Along the streets, nearly every few households displayed white mourning flags, and the fluttering paper money swirled around the wheels. Through the window, Mu Rongqiu observed this scene. Bewildered, what has happened in the city? Is it because of my return? Mu Rongxiu grasped her hand, offering comfort. You are overthinking it, Qiuji. You have just returned. It cannot have such an immediate effect. Mu Rongqiu responded lightly, yet continued to gaze out the window, concern etched on her face. Lin Luochen furrowed his brow, recalling rumors from his past life, his heart sinking. Oh no. Could it be that the so-called heavenly demon sacred body has already begun to act? He silently resolved that once he acquired the token, he would find an excuse to lead the Mu Rong sisters away from this perilous place. As for the citizens of the city, any sane person would flee from this chaos. Those who remained could not be persuaded. Moreover, if he interfered with the plans of the heavenly demon sacred body, who could foresee the repercussions? As Lin Luochen surveyed the city, he caught sight of a masked woman standing beside a street vendor. The figure clad in a flowing blue and white dress was selecting hairpins, sunlight casting fragmented reflections upon her veil. The jade pendant at her waist swaying gently with her movements. The woman was breathtakingly beautiful, yet Lin Luochen felt a cold wave of dread wash over him, his heart racing. Lin Yuxuang, why is she here? Lin Yuxuang felt a surge of nervousness, pondering how to respond to Lin Luochen's advances. Should she be aloof, warm, or maintain a neutral demeanor? As a disciple of the Jade Maiden Sect, she practiced the art of emotional detachment, striving to remain composed. No, she must sever all ties to affection. But would being too cold be inappropriate? Considering his unwavering devotion, perhaps a faint smile would suffice. In the midst of the celestial confrontation, Lin Yuetong found herself entangled in a predicament, while Lin Luochen hastily sought aid from Chu Lingyin. Chu Lingyin, did I just glimpse Lin Yuetong standing by the roadside? Am I succumbing to madness? Chu Lingyin stifled a laugh, replying, perhaps she truly is there. Lin Luochen grew increasingly anxious. What could she possibly want from me? Chu Lingyin, perplexed by his evident fear of Lin Yuetong, teased, maybe she seeks to hold you accountable? Upon hearing this, Lin Luochen gripped the reins tightly, exclaiming, do not frighten me. She must have come here for a purpose. Indeed, with the troubles in Qingshi City, she is undoubtedly here on a mission. With this thought, Lin Luochen swiftly turned his face away, feigning ignorance as he passed by Lin Yuetong. Though she wore a smile, the sight of the carriage whizzing past left her utterly disheveled in the wind. She had envisioned countless dialogues, yet never imagined he would choose to ignore her entirely. Chapter 41, Lin Luochen. The stall owner gazed anxiously at the misshapen hairpin in Lin Yuxuang's hand, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he cautiously spoke, Mississippi. Ah, my apologies. Lin Yuxuang regained her senses, hurriedly tossing down some silver coins before dashing off to catch up with Lin Luochen and the others. Surely, it was the throngs of people on the street that had caused him to overlook her. Once again, Lin Yuxuang positioned herself directly in Lin Luochen's path, deliberately turning her profile towards the street. To her dismay, the carriage did not come to a halt. Instead, it sped away even faster, prompting her to stomp her foot in frustration. You scoundrel, are you not a hunter? Are you blind? Calm down, she reassured herself. Recalling that she had worn a veil, he likely failed to recognize her. This time, she boldly removed the veil, her dark tresses cascading freely as she strode directly towards Lin Luochen. Lin Luochen, upon witnessing the persistent presence of Lin Yuxuang, felt an overwhelming sense of panic. This is it. She must be here to confront me. Was it possible that, due to the intertwining of their souls, she was compelled to bring him back to the Jade Maiden Sect? As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Luochen broke into a cold sweat, his eyes darting around anxiously, fearing that Gu Qinghan might suddenly appear from anywhere. Lin Yuxuang's enchanting beauty captivated the attention of everyone on the street. Yet Lin Luochen appeared oblivious. As he drove his carriage past her once more, Lin Yuxuang clenched her delicate fist in indignation. This is utterly intolerable. I have removed my veil, and the entire street is staring. Do you truly think you are the only one with sight? Lin Luochen. She pronounced his name with deliberate emphasis, startling Lin Luochen to the brink of abandoning his carriage. However, reason prevailed, and he instinctively reined in the carriage, turning back with a look of surprise. Fairy Long, it truly is you. I thought I was imagining things, he exclaimed. The Murong sisters, hearing the commotion, curiously leaned out from the carriage. Murong Qiuji gasped, isn't she the fairy from the painting? Meanwhile, Murong Xiazhu was rendered speechless by her ethereal beauty, marveling at the existence of such a breathtaking woman. Lin Yuxuang's gaze swept across the three of them before a light of realization dawned upon her. So, this fellow is simply feeling guilty. He must be afraid that I will discover he is accompanied by two beauties, hence his deliberate ignorance. With this revelation, Lin Yuxuang felt she had unraveled the truth and couldn't and oppose. T helped but let out a soft huff. A misperception? Is it possible for me to have such a significant misunderstanding? Lin Luochen let out a dry chuckle, feeling a strange sense of being caught in an act of infidelity. What brings you here? Lin Yuxuang and Appo's ears flushed slightly, and she fabricated. I am here to carry out a mission for my sect. Upon hearing that she was not here for him, Lin Luochen immediately straightened his posture. Then what is there for me to fear? She is not related to me in any way. Ah, I see. Is there anything you wish to convey, fairy? Lin Yuxuang was momentarily taken aback. Lin Luochen's demeanor was entirely different from what she had anticipated. However, recalling his attitude when discussing her with Murong Qiuji, she felt a sense of relief. This guy may appear aloof, but he must be secretly delighted to see me. Humph, such a contradictory character. When encountering an acquaintance, should one not extend a greeting? Feigning curiosity, Lin Yuxuang inquired, where are you headed? I am escorting these two young ladies home. If the fairy has no business, I do have business. Lang Yushuang interjected, stepping closer and feigning shyness. I have just arrived and have yet to find a place to stay. Lin Luochen subtly leaned back, pretending not to grasp the underlying implication of her words. There are inns within the city. The fairy may choose to lodge there herself. Lang Yushuang gritted her teeth in frustration. This insensible scoundrel. If the fairy does not mind, you may stay at my humble abode. Morong Qiuji timely intervened with a gentle tone, feeling both sour and helpless. Since Lin Gongzi has met someone he cares for, it seems his emotional intelligence has diminished considerably. Lin Luochen felt as though he could die from embarrassment, wishing he could slap himself. What was he trying to portray with this day of deep emotion? Now, he found himself in a predicament, surprised by the unexpected assistance from the enchanting woman. Lang Yushuang and Appo's expression transformed into a radiant smile. Then I shall impose upon you both. She resolved to keep a watchful eye on these two enchanting women, ensuring they did not lead this innocent young man astray. With a light leap, Lang Yushuang ascended to the carriage and Appo's yoke, casting Lin Luochen a warning glare before slipping inside. Lin Luochen felt tears welling up, contemplating fleeing the carriage if he could. With a sigh, he resigned himself to drive forward, firmly deciding to collect the token and make a swift exit. Inside the carriage, the three women exchanged glances, seemingly caught in an unspoken current of tension. Morong Qiuji smiled lightly, breaking the silence as she inquired, Fairy, did you come to Qingshi City due to some event? Lang Yushuang, having arrived only briefly before, had no knowledge of current happenings. Ahem. I am still investigating and cannot provide any information at this time. Morong Qiuji acknowledged with an O, while Morong Xiazhu curiously asked, from which sect does the fairy hail? Even Lang Yushuang, despite her naivety, understood she could not disclose her affiliation with the Jade Maiden Sect, responding evasively. Just a small sect. Morong Xiazhu realized she was reluctant to share and shifted her inquiry. Do you know Lin Gongzi from before? Was this the so-called beloved he had mentioned, despite claiming not to hail from a prominent family? Yet, judging by his earlier demeanor, it did not appear so. Lang Yushuang affirmed with a hum, her fingers twirling around her tresses as she softly stated, he is my savior. Morong Xiazhu, recalling their earlier conversation, felt a sense of alertness surge within her. Oh no, this could be a rival for Qiuji's affections. Isn't it a coincidence? Lin Gongzi has also saved us. A cold snicker echoed in Lang Yushuang's mind, though she maintained a composed smile on her exterior. This man is tough on the outside but soft on the inside. He probably helps every stray cat and dog he encounters. Morong Xiazhu, filled with indignation, retorted, who are you calling a stray cat or dog? This woman, while seemingly ethereal, had a surprisingly sharp tongue. You seem quite knowledgeable about him, which suggests you must have known each other for quite some time. Lang Yushuang merely nodded, skillfully sidestepping the core of the inquiry. I suppose it has been a bit longer than you. Morong Xiazhu responded with curious intrigue. Then how did you and he first meet? Lang Yushuang cast a glance at Morong Qiuji and succinctly recounted the tale of their acquaintance. Morong Qiuji, upon hearing a description akin to Lin Luochen's, felt her spirits dim slightly. She gazed at Lang Yushuang and inquired, Fairy, do you also harbor feelings for Lin Gongzi? The also she uttered implied that she believed Lin Luochen had affections for Lang Yushuang. However, to Morong Xiazhu and Lang Yushuang, it sounded like a declaration of intent, a challenge issued. Morong Xiazhu's expression brightened with excitement. Well done, Qiuji. You have not lost face. Lang Yushuang was taken aback. Is it customary to spring such a question upon someone? Indeed, a barking dog does not bite. She found herself momentarily at a loss for words, while Lin Luochen, eavesdropping outside, was drenched in cold sweat. Morong Qiuji, after all I have done to protect you, is this how you repay me? Meanwhile, Chu Lingyin, in Lin Luochen's mind, relished the unfolding drama, thoroughly entertained. This is delightful. More, please. Chapter 42. The demonization faced with Morong Qiuji's sudden and scathing remark, Lang Yuanshuang found herself at a loss, diverting her gaze elsewhere. Could it be that the young lady harbors feelings for him? Morong Qiuji gasped, her fair cheeks instantly suffused with a rosy hue. Even the tips of her ears flushed crimson. No, I meant Lin. She intended to express that Lin Luochen had affections for Lang Yuanshuang. Yet the words faltered on her lips. How could she be the one to unveil such a truth? Noticing Morong Qiuji's flustered demeanor, Lang Yuanshuang managed a subtle smile, feeling a sense of triumph. It turned out that these demonic enchantresses were not as formidable as they seemed. A few well-chosen words could leave them utterly discomposed. Just as Morong Xiaozhu prepared to re-enter the fray, Lin Luochen timely interrupted the trio's subtle skirmish. We have arrived at the Morong residence. Lin Luochen exhaled in relief, silently grateful that Qingshi City was not vast and that the Morong estate was within close proximity. Throughout the journey, he had felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles, fearing that the three young ladies might come to blows at any moment. Although, in terms of strength, the entire Qingshi City combined could not match Lang Yuanshuang's prowess. Morong Qiuji's enigmatic body of misfortune was even more terrifying than any weapon of causality. Who could predict when she might suddenly erupt? The tense atmosphere inside the carriage dissipated as if the earlier confrontation had never occurred. Morong Qiuji broke into a smile. Ladies first. Long Yuanchuang nodded slightly, readjusting her veil before gracefully alighting. The Murong sisters followed suit, wafting an enchanting fragrance in their wake. The doorman at the Murong estate, caught in a drowsy stupor, perked up at the sight of Long Yuanchuang. However, upon recognizing the arriving Murong sisters, his complexion paled significantly, nearly toppling from his seat. Miss. Miss too? Murong Xiaozhu replied with a nonchalant hum. Is the head of the family present? Yes. I shall inform him immediately. The doorman scurried inside, almost tripping over himself. Murong Xiaozhu shook her head in resignation and turned to Lin Luochen with a smile. Shall we proceed? The four of them ventured into the Murong estate, Lin Luochen and his companion curiously observing their surroundings. The Murong family, renowned for their affluent lineage, showcased a beautifully arranged compound with pavilions and terraces, rockeries, and flowing water in harmonious interplay. Although it could not rival the ethereal ambience of the Unison sect, it exuded a unique craftsmanship, far removed from the vulgar taste of nouveau riche. As they traversed the winding corridors, they arrived at the main hall, where maidservants cautiously presented fragrant tea. Amidst the fragrant steam, a dignified middle-aged man strode in briskly. The Murong sisters simultaneously rose. Uncle. This man was none other than their paternal uncle, the current head of the Murong family, Murong Dongwei. Upon seeing his nieces, a glimmer of joy and confusion flashed in his eyes. Xiaozhu, Xiaozhi, you have finally returned. And these two are? They're our friends. This is Lin Luochen. And this is... Murong Xiaozhu hesitated as she realized she did not know Lang Yuanchuang's name. Long Yuanchuang inclined her head slightly. My surname is Lang. Ah. Miss Lang, Murong Dongwei responded with a hint of surprise, returning the salutation politely. Once everyone was seated again, he regarded the Murong sisters with a puzzled expression. Where is Elder Zhou? Did he not accompany you back? Elder Zhou? We did not see him. Murong Xiaozhu replied, bewildering Murong Dongwei even further. I distinctly instructed Elder Zhou to retrieve you. Could it be that he missed you? Murong Xiaozhu pondered for a moment. That seems likely. We did not take the main roads along our journey. Murong Dongwei realized, as long as you have returned safely, that is what matters. You did not encounter any dangers along the way, did you? How could we have avoided danger? Had it not been for Lin Gongzi, we might not have returned at all. Murong Xiaozhu's voice rose in agitation as she recounted the ambush they had faced, though she tactfully omitted the involvement of the Wei brothers to prevent her family from discovering the serious trouble they had encountered. Upon hearing this, Murong Dongwei promptly stood to express his gratitude to Lin Luochen. Due to recent events in the city, I was unable to assist and had to send Elder Zhou to escort Xiaozhu and the others. I had no idea they would miss each other. I am deeply grateful to you, Lin Gongzi, for your protection. Lin Luochen replied with a calm demeanor. There is no need for thanks, head of the Murong family. I merely fulfilled my duty for the remuneration I received. Murong Dongwei looked at him in astonishment, as Lin Luochen chose to be forthright, hoping to avoid unnecessary complications. I escorted Miss Murong back, and they promised me a piece of the ascension token. Murong Dongwei turned to the Murong sisters, who nodded in affirmation. Uncle, I am aware that some in the family do not welcome us sisters, and we do not wish to remain a burden. Our intent in returning is to retrieve our parents' legacy and depart from the Murong family. Murong Dongwei grew anxious. Nonsense. Where can two young ladies go if you leave the Murong family? This incident was instigated by certain avaricious relatives, and I will provide a proper explanation. You can stay without worry. As long as I am here, such matters shall not arise again. However, Murong Xiaozhu remained resolute. Uncle, you know well who is behind this. I know you mean well, but can you always stand by us? Direct attacks are easier to evade than hidden dangers. We do not wish to live in fear any longer. We simply desire a peaceful existence. We ask for your understanding, Uncle. On their way back, she had already resolved to take Murong Xiaozhi away from the Murong family. She could no longer endure the stifling existence of being dependent on others, especially with the persistent threat posed by the Wei family. It would be better to swiftly take the resources left by their parents and escape with Murong Xiaozhi. If the Wei family were to come after them, the Murong family could deal with them in their own time, for none of them had noble intentions. Murong Dongwei attempted to persuade them further, but Murong Xiaozhu firmly declared, Uncle, our decision is final. Murong Dongyue's expression wavered, ultimately letting out a long sigh. This matter is of great importance. I must discuss it with the elders in the clan. You shall stay for now, and we will deliberate further. Murong Xiaozhu nodded and exchanged a glance with Lin Luochen. With the Ascension Conference approaching, we ask you, Uncle, to address this matter swiftly, so as not to delay Lin Gongzi's participation. Murong Dongwei nodded with a sigh. There have been many disturbances in the city lately. I will do my best to arrange my schedule. Upon hearing this, Murong Xiaozhi inquired curiously, Uncle, what exactly is happening in the city? Lin Luochen and his companion also leaned in with interest as Murong Dongyue's expression turned grave. Recently, for reasons unknown, there have been individuals going mad in the city, turning against their kin and murdering indiscriminately. It appears they have succumbed to demonization. We have searched extensively but have yet to uncover the cause, and the afflicted continue to emerge. The populace is in a state of panic, and I have sought assistance from the nearby Maiden Sect, yet they have yet to respond. Lin Luochen pondered thoughtfully, recalling how the celestial demon body had once performed blood sacrifices on its kin and the citizens of Qishir City for the purpose of cultivation. Could these afflicted individuals be connected to that entity? He had previously suspected that one of the Murong sisters might be the fabled celestial demon body. But having spent time with them, he felt that even Murong Xiaozhu could not commit such atrocities. Now that they had just returned and the city was already experiencing cases of demonization, it seemed they were truly not the celestial demon body. Suddenly, Murong Xiaozhu's eyes lit up, and she turned to Long Yuan Shuang. Fairy Lang, you mentioned you came here to investigate. Could it be that you are a disciple of the Maiden Sect? Murong Dongyue's expression shifted, looking at Lang Yuan Shuang in astonishment as if he had stumbled upon an extraordinary revelation. Chapter 43. I cannot stand by as young Master Lin falls into demonic hands. Cold Moon Frost stared blankly, perplexed as to how she had become the demoness of the Maiden Sect. Yet, having already spoken, she found herself in a predicament, compelled to nod in acquiescence. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Murong Dongwei cast a puzzled glance at Cold Moon Frost. Forgive my boldness, fair maiden, but might I request you to present your token? With a flash of brilliance, Cold Moon Frost calmly produced a token from the Maiden Sect. She possessed numerous tokens from her sect, though none from others. Murong Xiaozhi, with an expression of disbelief, finally comprehended why this celestial maiden had withheld her sect's name. It turned out that this ethereal beauty belonged to the Maiden Sect. Young Master Lin's affection was directed towards a demoness from the Maiden Sect. It was said that the fairies of the Maiden Sect drained the essence of men. Was young Master Lin not in peril? No. She could not allow young Master Lin to fall into the clutches of demons, having initially relinquished hope. Murong Xiaozhi was suddenly ignited with a fierce determination to rescue Lin Luochen from danger. A flicker of confusion crossed Murong Dongyue's eyes, yet he still rose to bow respectfully. It is an honor to have the celestial maiden of the Maiden Sect grace us with her presence. I apologize for my inadequate reception. Cold Moon Frost waved her hand dismissively, saying, You are too polite, Murong clan leader. I have only just arrived. Lin Luochen observed Murong Dongwei, sensing something amiss, though he could not articulate it at the moment. Unaware of Cold Moon Frost's actual prowess, Murong Dongwei regarded this mysterious maiden with caution. Since the maiden has arrived, I presume the issues plaguing the city will soon be resolved. Allow me to express my gratitude on behalf of the citizens. Cold Moon Frost felt a pang of anxiety. As a novice, how could she be expected to vanquish demons? However, considering her own strength, she nodded. Was there truly a master of the out-of-body realm in this humble Chingstone city? Might you elaborate on the current situation, clan leader Murong? Murong Dongwei nodded, preparing to speak when a constable rushed in, breathless. Clan leader Murong, another individual has succumbed to madness in the city, and their strength is formidable. The city lord requests your assistance. Murong Dongyue's expression shifted, and he nodded, then turned to Cold Moon Frost. Fair maiden, shall we discuss this further on the way? Cold Moon Frost responded affirmatively. Murong Dongwei hesitated for a moment, then addressed the Murong sisters. Xiaozhu, Qiuzhi, you should accompany us. Lin Luochen's expression turned peculiar. It seemed the Murong clan was not as secure as he had thought. At this juncture, he still relied on the Murong sisters for his ascension token, lest he could only follow them resolutely. Upon exiting the hall, a massive broadsword fell at Murong Dongyue's feet, and he hesitated as he looked at the others. The clan leader shall proceed first. I shall guide them. Cold Moon Frost summoned a flying vessel, and Lin Luochen, familiar with the routine, stepped aboard, followed closely by the Murong sisters. Then we are in your debt, fair maiden. Murong Dongwei, along with the constable, soared into the air, with Cold Moon Frost expertly navigating the flying vessel in pursuit. The group flew through the skies and soon arrived at the northern corner of the city. Here, cries of alarm echoed. Many citizens fled in terror, while guards swiftly cordoned off the area. From their elevated vantage point, they observed a bare-chested man frantically darting through the streets. He was emaciated, with bloodshot eyes, and a visible black aura swirling around him. Moving with the agility of a monkey, he employed both hands and feet. A well-dressed man wielding a blade relentlessly pursued him, shouting, Do not concern yourselves with me. Fire arrows, do not let him escape. As soon as he spoke, the guards surrounding them unleashed a barrage of arrows, each tethered with ropes. The man moved like a specter, evading most of the arrows. Occasionally, one would strike, but he would swat it away. However, he was briefly ensnared by the ropes, and the blade-wielding man seized the opportunity to strike, forcing him down. The two faced off in the alley, while the city guards, armed and trembling, encircled them, too fearful to approach. The possessed man spat black saliva, roaring, You all shall die. Die. He lunged at the man in the embroidered robe, intent on tearing him apart. The embroidered-robed man noticed the airborne figures, and his demeanor shifted to one of calmness. He wielded his long knife, engaging in a fierce clash with the possessed individual. Although he was strong, the opponent's physique was formidable, and he fought with reckless abandon, making it difficult for him to gain the upper hand. Observing the scene, Cold Moon Frost frowned, remarking, Do all possessed individuals possess foundational strength? Murong Dongwei, his expression grave, replied, Not necessarily. This individual is among the stronger ones. Initially, the possessed were merely physically superior, yet now most can rival peak chi refinement cultivators. Their physical strength far exceeds that of ordinary individuals. A careless chi refinement cultivator could easily perish, whereas only a foundation establishment cultivator can be assured of victory. Cold Moon Frost felt a shiver of trepidation. Indeed, the true demonic entities were formidable. If an ordinary person turned possessed could rival a peak chi refinement practitioner, what then of the cultivators? Morong Chioji inquired, Uncle, can they return to normal? Morong Dongwei shook his head. They have completely succumbed to madness. Even if we do not kill them, they shall soon perish. Cold Moon Frost understood that while these possessed individuals had gained power, it was evident they were consuming their own flesh and blood. Unless this man continued to kill and absorb the essence of others, he would soon exhaust his life force. This was the horror of possession. Once one succumbed, there was rarely a path back. Let us subdue this individual first. Cold Moon Frost elegantly raised her hand, and a radiant moonlight cascaded from her palm, resembling a falling galaxy, enveloping the possessed individual. The moonlight gradually constricted, forming a prison. The possessed man thrashed against the luminous barrier, yet his struggles were futile, akin to a trapped beast, until he was ultimately subdued, kneeling helplessly on the ground. Cold Moon Frost's effortless suppression of the possessed individual left the onlookers in stunned silence. Morong Dongwei inhaled sharply, pondering the true realm of this cold maiden. Previously, Morong Xiaozhu had thought Cold Moon Frost's ability to save Lin Luochen indicated she was at most a foundation establishment cultivator. Yet witnessing her prowess now sent chills down her spine, making her realize her earlier words may have been too loud. Oh no, Chioji, your rival is quite formidable. However, Morong Chioji's gaze remained unwavering, as steadfast as if she aspired to join the celestial ranks. Soon, the embroidered robed man secured the possessed individual and soared upwards on a green leaf. His gaze fell upon Cold Moon Frost, captivated by her beauty and poise. Glancing at Morong Dongwei understood and introduced, City Lord Su, this is the Cold Maiden of the Maiden Sect. Su Jinhu, taken aback, displayed astonishment and regret, but quickly composed himself. Ah, it is the Cold Maiden. I am Su Jin, the City Lord of Qingstone. Thank you for your assistance. Cold Moon Frost replied coolly. There is no need for excessive courtesy. I have come for this purpose. City Lord Su, please share the specific circumstances with me. Upon learning that Cold Moon Frost had come to exterminate demons, Su Jin's demeanor grew even more cordial. Fair Maiden Cold, having traveled a long distance, you must be weary. I shall host a feast tonight to extend my hospitality and discuss matters further. Cold Moon Frost replied, indifferently, there is no need for such trouble. I prefer solitude. Su Jin nodded in concession, then I shall prepare a document for you, Fair Maiden. Might I inquire where you intend to rest? His insinuation was evident. But Cold Moon Frost cast a glance at Lin Luochen, leaving him bewildered. Why are you looking at me? Cold Moon Frost replied nonchalantly, I appreciate the City Lord's kindness, but I have grown fond of these two Murong sisters and would like to trouble them at the Murong residence. She had no desire to stay in the City Lord's mansion. She still needed to keep an eye on this fellow to prevent him from falling victim to the demoness. However, this scene, as perceived by the onlookers, transformed into the notion that this esteemed disciple of the Maiden Sect had already selected her prey. As Su Jin's heart settled, he felt an inexplicable sense of regret and sorrow. Such a stunning beauty, why must she belong to the Maiden Sect? Although her fall from grace provided him an opportunity, others sought monetary gain for a fleeting moment of passion, but she demanded a life. Lin Luochen, observing this moment, finally discerned the source of his previous unease. When Morong Dongwei learned that Lang Guodong hailed from the Maiden Sect, he exhibited only shock and confusion, devoid of any sense of lamentation. Shouldn't a normal man feel sorrow over such a celestial being's descent into the mundane? What, then, was he truly puzzled about? Chapter 44. How is this different from what the senior sisters said? Lang Yushuang inquired and learned that the possessed individual was a widower from Qingshi City, who had lived a life of poverty and was recently plagued by severe illness. Unexpectedly, on a day when he was expected to succumb, he suddenly fell into madness, brutally killing several people before being discovered. Lang Yushuang was curious about how he became possessed and attempted to cast a spell to restore his sanity. However, the man had completely lost his mind, consumed solely by the desire to kill. Even bound, he continued to struggle and roar, muttering incessantly about slaughter, his form terrifying beyond measure. There was no saving him. Lang Yushuang shook her head, waving her hand lightly, and the man ceased to breathe entirely. To her, it was better to grant him a swift release than to let him suffer in such a wretched state. The onlookers were taken aback by her calm demeanor, realizing that this enchanting maiden from Maiden Sect was not someone to be trifled with. Morong Chioji's resolve to rescue Lin Luochen from peril only grew stronger. This enchantress might be formidable, but with her unique constitution, she was not without her chances. Unbeknownst to Lang Yushuang, her rival was sharpening her wits, beginning to search the city for clues about the possessed. According to Su Jin, most of the possessed were discontented commoners living at the bottom of society. The reasons for possession were unknown, occurring randomly and irregularly, with varying levels of strength among the afflicted. Some, like today's case, were driven to madness after being pushed to their limits, while others fell into madness for reasons unknown. This was the first time Lang Yushuang had to deal with such a matter alone, and she felt a mix of nervousness and excitement. She cast her spell to seek traces of demonic energy and creatures within the city, but after searching thoroughly, she found nothing. However, Lin Luochen discovered that the buildings and even the cobblestones in the city were made of a special blue brick, resembling some sort of unique mineral. Upon inquiry, he learned that these were the famed Qingyu bricks of Qingshi City, known for their excellent quality and durability, found nowhere else. Yet, these bricks had been around for ages and should have no connection to the recent madness of the townsfolk, so Lin Luochen dismissed it. Lang Yushuang stood quietly, appearing to ponder, yet she was uncertain of her next steps. Logically, under her moonlight technique, should not the lurking demons be rendered visible? Then, she would effortlessly slay the demons like cutting through melons and leave amidst the crowd's admiration. How was this different from what the senior sisters had described? What should she do now? With so many people following her, failure would be embarrassing. Lin Luochen, aware of her predicament, cleared his throat helplessly. Very long. Should we not examine the bodies of the previous possessed and victims? Lang Yushuang felt a wave of relief, eagerly nodding. That was precisely my thought. Yet, she soon regretted it, as the mortuary was eerie, and the bodies within were grotesquely disfigured. Morong Qiuji, upon seeing the horrific corpses, turned pale, covering her mouth as she rushed outside to vomit. Frowning, Lang Yushuang, despite feeling nauseous, cast her spell, only to find no trace of demonic energy on the corpses. Lin Luochen noticed that the bodies appeared emaciated and, recalling what he knew from his previous life, decided to weigh one. Indeed, all the corpses felt weightless, as if their essence had been drained. Su City Lord, have these bodies always been this light? Sujin stepped forward to weigh one as well, his expression shifting as he quickly summoned the coroner for inquiry. Moments later, he spoke gravely. These bodies were not this light when they first arrived. Lang Yushuang's consciousness swept over the corpses, whispering, the essence of blood and flesh has all been siphoned away. Lin Luochen inquired, are all the bodies here? Some of the victims' bodies have been claimed by their families, Sujin replied. Understanding Lin Luochen's intent, he stated solemnly, I will have someone open the coffins for examination. Lin Luochen nodded, his expression growing increasingly serious. If he was correct, this was part of a blood ritual, and the heavenly demon's sacred body had begun its actions. He glanced at Lang Yushuang, although she seemed a bit foolish. It should not be too difficult for her to suppress the heavenly demon's sacred body, right? However, the pallor of her face beneath her veil, which was due to nausea, shattered his unrealistic fantasies. This woman was still unreliable. Sujin led people to investigate the condition of the corpses while also arranging for someone to keep a close watch on the possessed individual from the day. Murong Dongwei, noticing Lang Yushuang's discomfort, proactively suggested returning to the Murong residence to await news. Upon returning to the Murong residence, they found 3 additional individuals in the main hall. A shadowy middle-aged man sat with a cup of tea, flanked by 2 youths resembling him. Upon seeing their return, the man stood, his gaze fixating on the Murong sisters, his eyes dark as water. Eldest brother, I heard there was a foundation establishment stage possessed individual. Is it nothing serious? Murong Dongwei shook his head, fortunately. With the presence of Fairy Lung from Yaoying Sect, there were no major mishaps. Third brother, allow me to introduce you. This is Fairy Lung from Yaoying Sect. Her strength is unfathomable. After introductions, Lin Luochen learned that the man before him was named Murong Shichen, the uncle of the Murong sisters. It was said that their grandfather attempted to gather the 4 directions but overestimated his reproductive abilities, passing away without producing a northern offspring. The 2 youths behind Murong Shichen were his sons, Murong Bo and Murong Kong, who had both failed to succeed in the Immortal Ascension Conference twice, hence turning their ambitions toward the Murong sisters' tokens. The trio was particularly interested in Lang Yushuang, yet she did not even offer a smile, merely nodding indifferently. Murong Shichen, unable to perceive Lang Yushuang's cultivation, refrained from expressing anger, instead turning his attention to the Murong sisters. Why do my 2 nieces return without greeting their uncle? Murong Xiaju responded with a sarcastic tone. Xiaju pays her respects to third uncle, wishing uncle a long life and an early ascension to the ranks of immortals. Murong Shichen's face darkened, as he appeared youthful, yet in due time he would celebrate his centenary. Did the Howren Academy teach you this? Murong Xiaju did not feign civility, retorting. The academy certainly did not teach us to turn against our kin. You. Murong Shichen was about to retaliate when Murong Dongwei cleared his throat, attempting to mediate. All right. Let us all refrain from further banter and not embarrass our esteemed guests. You must be weary from your journey. Allow me to arrange for your rest. Lang Yushuang nodded, proposing to reside near the Murong sisters, citing a preference for tranquility among women. Murong Qiuji eagerly welcomed this, extending an invitation for Lang Yushuang to stay with her for closer companionship. Both parties held the intention of keeping a watchful eye on one another, wary of any covert actions against Lin Luochen. Thus, they reached an agreement, disregarding Murong Dongwei's protests, and decided to stay together. Lin Luochen watched, cold sweat trickling down, uncertain of whom to be more concerned about. As a man, it was naturally inappropriate for him to join them. Yet, for reasons unknown, Murong Dongwei arranged for him to stay in a nearby courtyard, perhaps to facilitate Lang the Great Demoness's midnight excursions to harvest certain crops. The Murong sisters and Murong Shichen exchanged glances of mutual disdain, using the excuse of taking Lang Yushuang to rest to depart. After the 4 left, Murong Shichen's expression darkened considerably. These 2 girls were actually getting along famously with the enchantress from Yaoying Sect. This could become troublesome. Eldest brother, what is their background? Murong Dongwei's expression grew grim as he signaled for Murong Bo and his brother to step outside before slowly sitting down. Third brother. Shouldn't you first explain to me what happened with Luo Yao and the others? Murong Shichen, however, responded nonchalantly, eldest brother, what are you talking about? I don't quite understand. Murong Dongwei declared, third brother, I warn you for the last time, do not lay your hands on Xiazhu and the others. Murong Shichen chuckled softly, eldest brother, your protective demeanor makes one wonder if those sisters are your own offspring. Murong Dongwei slammed the table in a fit of rage, retorting. Murong Shichen, you've crossed the line. Regardless of the circumstances, Xiazhu and her sisters are the last remnants of Nachuan's bloodline. Do you not possess a shred of brotherly affection? Yet, Murong Shichen appeared unfazed, rising from his seat with a slight smirk. Eldest brother, spare me your pretense. Do you think I am unaware of how second brother met his demise? What do you mean? What I mean is clear to you. Speaking too bluntly diminishes the intrigue. Murong Shichen replied, striding towards the exit, leaving Murong Dongwei seated in silence, his face darkened as he crushed a teacup in his grasp. Chapter 45, The Wicked First Complains? The Murong sisters resided in a tranquil corner of the Murong manor, isolated from the other inhabitants. The courtyard was elegantly arranged and impeccably clean, suggesting that the servants frequently attended to it, with no signs of mistreatment of the mistresses. After all, one of these esteemed ladies possessed the ability to kill with a mere touch, while the other could bring about a person's demise with a glance. Thus, the maidservants dared not provoke them. The three-story building featured a reception area on the ground floor, while the second and third floors were designated for Murong Xiaozhu and Murong Qiuji's chambers, respectively. The sisters had graciously vacated the third floor for the residence of Lang Yu and Shuang, while they themselves occupied the second floor. Lin Luochen accompanied them, thoroughly inspecting the surroundings before feeling reassured. The reward had yet to be secured, and the employer must not perish. As Lin Luochen prepared to depart, Murong Qiuji bit her lip and suddenly grasped the corner of his garment. Young Master Lin, allow me to escort you, she insisted. There is no need. I can manage on my own, he replied. Nonsense. A guest must be attended to. So I shall trouble my sister to entertain the esteemed Lang Xianzi. Upon uttering these words, Murong Qiuji tugged Lin Luochen's sleeve and set off, leaving Murong Xiaozhu in a state of astonishment. What had prompted this girl to act so boldly? Murong Xiaozhu understood her sister's intentions to keep an eye on Lang Yu and Shuang. Heavens! You want me to watch her? She exclaimed. Qiuji, do you realize how formidable she is? Yet, for her sister's happiness. Murong Xiaozhu managed to force a smile at the cold-faced Lang Yu and Shuang. Lang Xianzi, may I show you around the Murong manor? Lang Yu and Shuang's lips curled into a smile. I would be most grateful, Miss Xiaozhu. Her consciousness extended outward, closely following the movements of Lin Luochen and Murong Qiuji. Humph, little vixen. Let us see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Should you dare to act recklessly, do not blame me for being merciless. Meanwhile, Lin Luochen walked alongside Murong Qiuji and initiated a conversation. Is there something you wish to discuss, Miss Qiuji? To which Murong Qiuji softly responded, young Master Lin. Are you aware of Lang Xianzi's true identity? Lin Luochen paused momentarily before enlightenment dawned on him, followed by a resigned smile. You mean she is a disciple of the Miaoing sect? Yes, I am aware of that. Concern etched on her face, Murong Qiuji warned, young master. The disciples of the Miaoing sect are highly skilled in the art of siphoning the male essence. Lin Luochen smiled gently. Do not worry, she is different. Murong Qiuji grew anxious, urging, young master, do not be deceived by her appearance. The Miaoing disciples excel at masquerading as the type that men find appealing. Their chilly beauty and alluring demeanor are mere facades. Once a man becomes infatuated and engages in close contact, he risks being drained of his vitality. Lin Luochen nodded in agreement. Rest assured, I am aware and will maintain my distance. Murong Qiuji recalled her own experience of being incapacitated and felt a flicker of doubt. Could young Master Lin truly resist the temptations posed by the Miaoing vixen? On the other side, Lang Yu and Shuang followed Murong Xiaozhu absent-mindedly, internally mocking the situation. What a nefarious vixen, resorting to slander first, accusing me of draining vitality when it is she who does so. Her ire intensified upon witnessing Murong Qiuji tenderly preparing Lin Luochen's bed. These enchantresses are truly cunning. How audacious to steal another's task without any shame. As evening approached, Suzhen arrived to deliver the results of the coffin examination. All the deceased had transformed into desiccated corpses, yet curiously, there were no signs of disturbance to the graves. Seated in the hall, Lang Yu and Shuang quietly perused the records of the possessed individuals, appearing lost in thought. Alas, I am utterly at a loss. What should I do? My master has always said that in times of crisis, one must remain calm, like a mountain unshaken amidst a tempest, ensuring the enemy cannot gauge one's true intentions. Despite her mind being clouded, Lang Yu and Shuang forced herself to regain composure and, adopting Gu Qinghan's demeanor, spoke with an air of nonchalance. Understood. Lord Su. You may return for now. I shall handle this matter swiftly and ensure tranquility in Qishir City. Suzhen expressed his gratitude profusely before departing, while Lang Yu and Shuang cast a glance at the others and gracefully exited with the documents in hand. The onlookers sensed that this celestial maiden was profound and inscrutable, seemingly confident in her course of action. Lin Luochen, well aware of her facade, felt an unsettling stirring of memories. Could Gu Qing'an be lurking nearby, observing from the shadows? However, if she is indeed present, the demonic body in the city would hardly stir up any trouble. Feeling increasingly anxious, Lin Luochen rose to pursue Lang Yuanshuang, inquiring along the way of Chu Lingyan. Chu Lingyan, is the blood sacrifice formation truly in play in the city? Chu Lingyan had been silently observing and, somewhat astonished, replied, "You actually understand this?" Lin Luochen pondered. "So it seems, can you discern how far along the blood sacrifice has progressed?" Based on his recollections from his previous life, this incident would transpire approximately half a month later, though the exact timing remained uncertain. At that time, he had just been imprisoned, preoccupied with thoughts of escape, and had paid little attention to such matters. Chu Lingyan replied helplessly, "I am no deity. I can only deduce from the signs that it is some form of blood sacrifice ritual. If only you would let me examine your body personally, I could uncover more information." Lin Luochen swiftly declined. "No need for that." Chu Lingyan scoffed. "You naive fool, this ritual is no trifling matter. Do not assume you are safe simply because Lang Yuanshuang is present." Lin Luochen frowned. "What do you mean?" Chu Lingyan crossed her arms within his consciousness, coldly retorting, "I cannot disclose anything. I advise you to leave promptly." Increasingly unsettled, Lin Luochen called out to Lang Yuanshuang ahead. "Long Xinzi, please wait. I have something to discuss with you." Lang Yuanshuang glanced at him, then at the Murong sisters following behind, and suddenly smiled brightly. "Perfect. I have matters to discuss with you as well. Let us converse at your place." Murong Qiuji instinctively chimed in. "I shall accompany you." With a smile that was both teasing and enigmatic, Lang Yuanshuang replied, "We are discussing serious business. It would not be appropriate for Miss Qiuji to be present, would it?" Lin Luochen nodded and followed Lang Yuanshuang into the courtyard, leaving Murong Qiuji in a state of anxious urgency. Before entering, Lang Yuanshuang glanced back at Murong Qiuji. A subtle display of dominance. "Little vixen, do not think you can sow discord. He knows I am not truly a vixen." Murong Qiuji clenched her fist, biting her lip. "This is disastrous. Young Master Lin has been bewitched by this enchantress. I must resort to extreme measures." Observing her sister's determined expression, Murong Xiaozhu quickly cautioned, "Qiuji, remain calm. She is very formidable." Murong Qiuji responded earnestly, "Sister, do not worry. I have a plan. This enchantress has developed enmity towards me. If she harbors murderous intent, I shall strike her down. As for how to incite her wrath, it is simple. I shall thwart her plans and compete for the affections of the man." To ensure young Master Lin's safety, she was prepared to plunge into the fray herself. Unbeknownst to Lin Luochen, he was unwittingly surrounded by two factions of enchantresses, all the while focusing solely on making his escape. Upon entering the courtyard, he fixed his gaze intently on Lang Yuanshuang and directly inquired, "Lang Yuanshuang, what brings you here?" As clarity returned, Lin Luochen began to sense the peculiarity of the situation. What matter could possibly compel a member of the unison sect to travel such distances to Lan province? Could it be that she had come specifically for him? Lang Yuanshuang was momentarily taken aback. Where had she revealed any signs of her true intentions? "I have stated it clearly. I am here on my master's orders." "Really?" Lin Luochen questioned skeptically. "When has the unison sect's influence reached Lan province?" Maintaining her composure, Lang Yuanshuang replied earnestly, "I am here to gain experience. My master has foreseen that there is an opportunity for me here." Lin Luochen became increasingly alarmed. "An opportunity for Lang Yuanshuang? It is done. It seems to be a direct challenge aimed at me, and I simply cannot resist this temptation. Have your esteemed master and the elders of the sect accompanied you?" Cold Moonfrost shook her head and replied, "No, I am alone." Lin Luochen felt a sense of relief that Gu Qing'an had not come along. Yet he was also concerned about being accompanied only by this unreliable woman. "Cold Moonfrost, if I am not mistaken, there are demonic cultivators performing a blood sacrifice here. You would be wise to exercise caution." Cold Moonfrost inquired with curiosity, "How do you know?" This individual always possessed an uncanny ability to foresee events, leaving her perplexed. Lin Luochen casually brushed her off. "It matters not. Simply trust me." Cold Moonfrost responded with an "oh," and hesitantly asked, "Hey, are you worried about me?" "Indeed." Lin Luochen observed the blush creeping onto her face and replied mercilessly, "Because I do not wish to rescue you a second time." Cold Moonfrost retorted indignantly, "Do not underestimate me. I am not so helpless." Lin Luochen chuckled and gestured invitingly, "Then by all means, do your best. I shall not intrude. Continue your quest to vanquish demons." Cold Moonfrost was taken aback, looking at him pitifully, and awkwardly said, Lin Gongzi, could you please assist me?" Lin Luochen understood that she had come for him, lying in wait to seize the opportunity at this moment. He simply wished to escape and had no intention of helping her. "I am unable to assist. I shall depart in a few days. Then could you help me before you leave?" "I lack the capability. Fair maiden cold, seek assistance elsewhere." "Lin Gongzi, please do not look at me like that. I will not be swayed." Half an hour later, Lin Luochen walked alongside Cold Moonfrost through the streets, the chilly night breeze brushing past them. "Let me make it clear, once the immortal ascension order is in my possession, I shall take my leave." Cold Moonfrost obediently replied, "Understood." Chapter 46, please. "Don't be like this. I am afraid." Lin Luochen, cautious of alarming the enemy, stealthily slipped out of the room with Lang Yuanshuang. Before departing, he took care to extinguish the candle, creating the illusion that the two had fallen asleep together. With her identity as a demoness of the Miaoing sect, Long Yu and Shuang unwittingly facilitated their nocturnal escapade. After all, no one dared to disturb a demoness during her cultivation of the yin energy. Are you certain they are safe? Upon hearing Lin Luocheng's inquiry, Long Yu and Shuang pouted in dissatisfaction. Tonight, the moonlight is abundant, and the entirety of Qingstone City lies within my perception. If anything amiss occurs, I shall be the first to know. She paused, her tone tinged with a hint of jealousy. Are you so worried about them? Lin Luocheng's expression remained indifferent. I am merely concerned about my ascension token. This response brought a smile to Long Yu and Shuang's face. What shall we do next? Lin Luocheng replied in a low voice. First, we will survey the city and search for traces of the blood sacrifice formation. Based on the information he had gathered, those possessed by demons often appeared at night, presumably when the yin energy was at its peak, making them more susceptible to demonic transformation. Furthermore, with the night being tranquil and the townsfolk securing their doors, it would be easier for them to investigate discreetly. Long Yu and Shuang nodded in agreement, her steps light as she followed Lin Luocheng. The desolate streets were void of life. The recent spate of terrifying incidents had caused the citizens to retire early for the night. Pale paper offerings fluttered in the wind, and the soul-calling banners crackled ominously, enveloping the entire city in an eerie silence. In the distant shadows, a slender figure stood silently. As the night breeze swept by, the figure transformed into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing without a trace. Long Yu and Shuang sensed something amiss, suddenly turning her head, but all she beheld was the empty street. Lin Luocheng, alert, gripped his folding fan. What is it? Nothing, let us proceed. Long Yu and Shuang averted her gaze, though her brow furrowed slightly. A moment later, deep within the subterranean palace, a man in a black robe hurriedly entered, bowing respectfully before the indistinct shadow before him. Master, you have finally returned. The woman cloaked in black stood with her hands clasped behind her, her voice cold. What has become of the people you arranged? The man, drenched in cold sweat, replied. I did not expect them to be so incompetent. They failed to find the sisters. The woman scoffed. Incompetent? Tell me, why are the Miaoing sect members present in the city? The man hastily defended himself. Forgive me, master. I have eliminated all those who sought assistance. Perhaps someone used other channels to inform the Miaoing sect, thus attracting this woman. The woman fell silent, and the man, anxious, ventured. Is there no way to eliminate her quietly? She snorted disdainfully. This woman is no weakling. She possesses significant fortune. It is not so easy to kill her. Moreover, if we slay her, what if others from the Miaoing sect come seeking revenge? Find a way to make her leave quickly. Do not ruin my plans. The man hesitated. To make her leave, we may need to provide an explanation. The woman smirked. Then provide them with an explanation. Did you not already prepare a scapegoat? With a nervous chuckle, the man spoke uneasily. Master, the Morong sisters have brought back a young man, and it seems the demoness from the Miaoing sect is interested in him. The Morong sisters are also determined to leave Qingstone City with him. What shall we do? The woman asserted. Find a way to keep them here. They must not leave. The man frowned. Keeping the young man here is manageable. But what if the demoness from the Miaoing sect refuses to depart? She is merely a plaything, the woman retorted mockingly. The demoness of the Miaoing sect would never develop genuine feelings. At most, she will seek to absorb some energy before departing. If she insists on staying, her eyes gleamed coldly. Once the summoning formation is activated, let them all remain. The foremost priority is to avoid attracting any further attention and to let them lower their guard swiftly. The man nodded. Understood. I shall take my leave now. As he bowed and retreated, he greedily inhaled the blood-scented air, a look of intoxication flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Luocheng and Long Yu and Shuang had scoured the city but found no traces of the formation. Doubt began to creep into Lin Luocheng's mind. Could it be that there was no blood sacrifice formation after all? Let us discreetly monitor the possessed individual's body. Long Yu and Shuang nodded, shyly reaching for his hand. I merely wish to cast a spell. Do not misunderstand. Lin Luocheng tightened his grip on her delicate hand, saying softly, I shall not misunderstand. Just do not overthink it. With a dissatisfied Long Yu and Shuang grasped Lin Luocheng's hand and soared towards the city lord's mansion. The moonlight enveloped them, lifting their forms into the air, concealing them entirely. As Lin Luocheng gazed at Long Yu and Shuang's profile illuminated by moonlight, he momentarily felt as if he were a mortal being whisked away by a celestial being. His heart a tumult of emotions. Had he not encountered her, he might have remained trapped in that small town for eternity. Moments later, they alighted upon a tree, observing the mortuary from a distance. The area surrounding the mortuary was teeming with hidden guards, with Sujin himself concealed in the shadows, awaiting the appearance of the demonic entity. However, it was evident that the demon had yet to materialize. The surroundings were eerily tranquil, lending an unsettling ambience to the night. With Long Yu and Shuang's formidable strength far surpassing that of the others present, their arrival went unnoticed. Lin Luocheng stood with her atop the tree for a while, his expression curious. Why are we perched atop the tree? Long Yu and Shuang exclaimed. My senior sisters said that celestial beings must maintain grace, that every movement should be as ethereal as the heavens. Lin Luocheng's idealization of celestial beings shattered in an instant. No wonder her every frown and smile appeared so perfect. It turned out she had undergone specialized training in celestial poise. You should have mentioned this earlier. You have made my legs sore. Lin Luochen led her down to a sturdy branch to sit. Why stand when we can sit? Does standing not tire your legs? Is the wind not cold? Sitting alongside him, Lang Yuanchuang confessed, initially, standing was quite exhausting, but now I have grown accustomed to it. Lin Luochen shook his head in exasperation. There were no celestial beings, merely pretenders. Your unisect seems fond of such superficial theatrics, all show and no substance. Lang Yuanchuang inquired curiously, you appear to know quite a bit about the unisect? Just a glimpse, Lin Luochen replied dismissively, shifting the topic. Is there anything unusual around? Not for now. Lang Yuanchuang swung her legs, looking at him curiously. By the way, how did you manage to escape that day? I returned and could not find you. I thought you had been captured by the demoness. Lin Luochen casually remarked, I left early, fearing you would be caught in the crossfire. Humph. Were you not supposed to wait for me? Lin Luochen jested. I feared you would take a liking to me and drag me back to the unisect. Lang Yuanchuang's cheeks flushed, and she playfully kicked the branch with her foot. I wouldn't tea. Just because you wouldn't tea, doesn't tea mean your master wouldn't tea. Seated atop the branch, the two engaged in light-hearted banter while keeping watch over the mortuary in the distance. A peaceful night passed until dawn broke. And only then did Lin Luochen and Lang Yuanchuang return home, having not slept the entire night and having spent hours perched in the tree. Lin Luochen emerged from his room, yawning, feeling sore all over. In stark contrast, Lang Yuanchuang, with her profound cultivation, appeared radiant and full of vitality. Her skin glistening like jade in the morning light. As they stepped outside, they were greeted by the sight of the Murong sisters standing at a distance. Having spent an equally sleepless night, Murong Qiuji gazed at the two with a pout, feeling a surge of indignation. One could hardly trust a man, just in the evening. He had vowed not to draw near her, yet by nightfall, they found themselves sharing the same bed, although Lang Yuanchuang regarded her as a demoness. A twinge of compassion stirred within her upon witnessing Murong's plight. Alas, these enchantresses truly possessed profound skills. She had nearly fallen into their snare. To show mercy to one's adversary is to be cruel to oneself. With this thought in mind, Lang Yuanchuang feigned curiosity, inquiring, what brings you two ladies here? Murong Qiuji bit her crimson lip, regaining her composure, and adorned her face with a radiant smile, brimming with fighting spirit. Fairy Lang, young Master Lin, breakfast has been prepared. My uncle has sent us to invite you both. I shall not yield to the enchantresses of Maiden Sect. Sensing the hostility in the air, Lang Yuanchuang swiftly retorted. Turning to Lin Luochen with a smile, Luochen, let us depart. Upon hearing this affectionate address and feeling the palpable tension, Lin Luochen nearly bolted in fright. Please. Don't act this way, I am terrified. Just then, someone rushed in from outside, momentarily taken aback by the scene before them. Fairy Ling, it's dire news. The corpse of that possessed individual has been completely drained. Lin Luochen and Lang Yuanchuang exchanged glances, both reflecting shock in their eyes. They had vigilantly observed the body throughout the night, only just returning. How could calamity strike so suddenly? Chapter 47. The grand array enveloping the entire city. Lin Luochen and Lang Yuanchuang barely had time for breakfast as they hurried to the city lord's mansion. The Murong sisters, perplexed yet intrigued, followed closely behind. The quartet arrived at the mortuary, where they beheld the corpse of the possessed individual, shriveled like a withered branch, utterly devoid of any trace of vitality. In disbelief, Lang Yuanchuang exclaimed, what on earth is happening? Su Jun also wore a look of incredulity, stating, we stood guard outside all night, and upon entering this morning, it was like this. This individual managed to deceive us and entered without a whisper. They must be at least a nascent soul cultivator. Lang Yuanchuang's expression shifted subtly. She had kept vigil there alongside Lin Luochen and was certain no one had entered. Not to mention a nascent soul, even an out-of-body cultivator would find it impossible to act beneath her watchful gaze. Could it be that the fiend's prowess surpassed hers? Lin Luochen approached to examine the body, discovering it bore some weight unlike the other completely desiccated corpses. Fairy Long, does he still harbor any residual blood essence? With a wave of her hand, Lang Yuanchuang probed and responded in astonishment. There is a trace left, though it is minuscule. Lin Luochen recalled the victims buried without any signs of disturbance, their essence drained, and a glimmer of insight sparked in his eyes. Lord Su, I would appreciate it if you could dispatch someone to investigate whether any animals in the city have met a similar fate. Su Jun was taken aback by the young man's audacity to issue orders, yet he instructed his subordinate to look into it. After all, he noted how obedient Fairy Lang was towards Lin Luochen. This young man possessed some talent. Not only had he avoided being drained, but he also commanded Fairy Lang's respect. Surely he had some hidden prowess. Soon, a subordinate hurried back with news of peculiar occurrences in the city. Chickens, ducks, and fish left overnight had indeed become alarmingly shriveled. However, as such incidents were rare and most livestock were killed fresh, they had not attracted much attention. Lin Luochen's expression grew increasingly grave as he pieced together the implications. It appeared that this individual had not acted directly, but had utilized some extraordinary means to siphon blood essence from afar. Lang Yuanchuang nodded in agreement, murmuring, to accomplish such a feat, it must involve either a grand array or a special treasure. She turned to Su Jun, commanding, Lord Su, have your men procure some livestock and kill them, placing them around the city for observation. Suzhen understood her intent and hesitated. Fairy Lang. How extensive should the perimeter be? Without hesitation, Lung Yuanshuang replied, the wider, the better. Following her directive, they surrounded the slain chickens, yet they observed no loss of vitality. Morong Xiaozhu speculated, could it be that it only activates at night? If it worked during the day, we would have noticed it earlier. Lung Yuanshuang concurred, stating calmly, Lord Su, you stay here. I shall venture outside to see if I can locate that array. Su Zhen acquiesced, and Lung Yuanshuang, accompanied by Lin Luochen and the others, made their way toward the city outskirts, hoping to uncover the potentially hidden array. After all, while treasures could be concealed, an array of such magnitude would be far more challenging to hide. As the four traversed the streets, they noted a significant decrease in the number of pedestrians compared to the previous day. Despite Su Zhen's efforts to suppress the news, the truth could not be concealed, and more citizens were fleeing by the day. Seeing Lung Yuanshuang's determined stride toward the city outskirts, Morong Qiuji couldn't help but inquire, young Master Lin, are we not searching for an array? Why head out of the city? Lin Luochen shook his head, explaining, the array may not reside within the city limits. It could very well be outside. The victims were not buried within the city and were similarly drained. If this is indeed an array, it likely encompasses the entire Qingshi city and is positioned outside. Morong Qiuji's eyes widened in realization. Now I understand. Young Master Lin, you are truly astute. Lin Luochen humbly replied, Miss Qiuji, you flatter me. Such logic is apparent to anyone with a modicum of understanding and cultivation. Feeling somewhat insulted by the lack of insight shared by her sister, Morong Xiaozhu remained silent. The group hastened out of the city, with Lung Yuanshuang ascending on a flying vessel to survey the entirety of Qingshi city from above. Nestled within a basin and surrounded by mountains primarily composed of blue stone, the area bore signs of mining, revealing patches of azure soil and rock. If any array existed, it was most likely hidden among the surrounding mountains. However, after a thorough search, they found no trace of any array. Lin Luocheng, at a loss, sought external assistance. Chu Lingyin, have you discerned any clues? Chu Lingyin responded gravely. Perhaps you should ask Lin Yuanshuang if she can investigate the underground conditions? Following her advice, Lin Luocheng inquired of Lung Yuanshuang, who found a suitable spot to descend and released her consciousness, though her brow furrowed in concern. The soil here is peculiar. My consciousness can only penetrate about 10 zhang, and there are no signs of array patterns within that depth. Pondering this, Lin Luocheng's pet mouse emerged from his embrace, squeaking and pointing at the ground. Observing its tiny white paws, he hesitated. Mouse, can you burrow underground? The mouse nodded and leapt down, using its paws to dig, and swiftly vanished into the earth. The group watched in astonishment, and Morong Qiuji expressed her worry. Will the mouse be all right? Lin Luocheng hesitated. It should be fine. Curious, they gathered around the hole, and Lung Yuanshuang asked, when did you acquire such a spirit pet? Lin Luocheng confessed, I found it in the Duanyue Mountains. It was this little fellow that guided me out. Lung Yuanshuang chuckled. You are indeed fortunate. Lin Luocheng smiled but remained silent, watching the hole intently. Half an hour later, as anxiety gripped Lin Luocheng, he began to suspect the mouse had encountered trouble. Suddenly, the mouse returned, panting heavily, covered in green mud and grass clippings, appearing quite disheveled. Lin Luocheng exhaled in relief. Mouse, are you all right? The mouse shook its head, vigorously shaking off the mud, then pointed at the green muck, squeaking incessantly. The group exchanged puzzled glances, and Lang Yuanshuang asked, what is it trying to say? Lin Luocheng chuckled awkwardly, I have no idea. Seeing his confusion, the mouse began to draw on the ground, illustrating a series of slender tunnels. The others were baffled, and Morong Qiuji ventured, is there an underground river below? The mouse nodded vigorously, clearly indicating it had swum in the underground river before emerging elsewhere. As they examined the depicted underground river, they found it perplexing. The intricate layout resembled meridians rather than any discernible array. This revelation left Lin Luocheng and the others feeling disheartened. Just as they contemplated expanding their search, Morong Xichen arrived, his face etched with urgency as he soared towards them on his sword. Upon seeing the group, he visibly relaxed and called out, Fairy. Several individuals in the city have suddenly succumbed to madness. We are utterly overwhelmed. Please lend us your assistance. Chapter 48. Depart immediately within 3 breaths. Upon hearing that an incident had occurred in Qingshi City, Lung Yuanshuang wasted no time in taking Lin Luocheng and others aboard their flying vessel, departing with a rush. Morong Xichen watched their retreating figures, his gaze drifting toward the distance, filled with a sense of struggle and hesitation. After a brief moment, he clenched his fists, summoned his flying sword, and continued his journey toward Qingshi City. Inside Qingshi City, a pungent scent of blood permeated the air as the citizens fled in all directions, their cries echoing in despair. Shadows enveloped in black mist, with eyes like burning coals and claws extending like blades, wreaked havoc among the panicking crowd. Although Morong Dongwei and Su Zhen valiantly collaborated with the city guards to fend off the attackers, the overwhelming number of possessed individuals rendered their efforts futile. Uncle, save me. Morong Bo cried out as his sword was struck from his grasp. Witnessing imminent death at the hands of the possessed, fear overwhelming him. Beast, how dare you? Murong Dongyue bellowed, wielding his broad sword, which surged forth like a comet, pinning the creature against the wall. Murong Bo narrowly escaped. But Murong Dongyue fell victim to a surprise attack from another possessed individual. The creature's claws slashed through the air, striking him brutally on the back. With a sickening crack, Murong Dongyue spat blood, his body flung aside like a broken kite. Uncle! Murong Bo was horrified, stumbling away in panic, too frightened to assist. The possessed creature, undeterred, lunged at Murong Dongyue, its claws aimed directly for his heart. Master Murong! Sujin leaped into action, his long knife glowing with a blinding golden light. A brilliant arc of blade descending with the force of thunder. The assailant was cleaved in two, blood splattering across Sujin's face, enhancing his fierce demeanor. However, the scent of blood attracted more possessed beings, who converged upon him like ravenous wolves. Standing firm, Sujin intoned gravely, Master Murong, are you uninjured? I'm still alive. Murong Dongyue gritted his teeth, drawing his sword, as he and Sujin stood back to back, facing the approaching threat. Just as they prepared for a desperate fight, a chilling female voice cascaded down like a frigid spring. You shall perish. In an instant, radiant moonlight, like a heavenly river, enveloped the entire street. The possessed seemed to be held down by an invisible force, their bones cracking as they were forcibly pressed into the stone pavement. In midair, Lang Yuanchuang stood on her flying vessel, her white garments billowing as she formed intricate hand seals. The moonlight swirled around her, resembling an ethereal being. Streams of pure moonlight cascaded from above, instantly vanquishing the possessed without resistance. Murong Dongyue, astonished, exclaimed, This is no mere golden core technique. Sujin nodded in agreement, for they had encountered golden core practitioners before, none possessing such astonishing abilities. Yet, Lang Yuanchuang paid them no heed. Her gaze drifting over the wailing city, a flicker of compassion in her eyes. She cast a spell, and the moonlight enveloped the city, rapidly healing the wounds of the citizens. Sujin observed her bathed in moonlight, murmuring, even a celestial being might pale in comparison. It's no wonder so many flocked to her. As Sujin pondered, the ordinary citizens of the city had already knelt, calling out for the celestial maiden. Without a moment to spare, Lang Yuanchuang descended gracefully with Lin Luochen and others. The Murong sisters hurriedly surrounded the bloodied Murong Dongyue. Uncle, are you all right? I'm fine. Murong Dongyue replied weakly, but I fear I won't be able to fight for a while. Though his external wounds had been healed by Lang Yuanchuang, the broken bones and internal injuries would require time to mend. Lang Yuanchuang turned her attention to Sujin. Lord Su, Master Murong, what transpired here? Sujin sighed bitterly. We are at a loss. A multitude of individuals in the city suddenly succumbed to possession. Though we acted promptly to halt it, we were overwhelmed. If not for your intervention, a catastrophe would have ensued. Lang Yuanchuang furrowed her brow. Were there any signs? None. Sujin shook his head. Could it be that your arrival caused the possessed to panic? Murong Dongyue gasped for breath. Lin Luochen speculated that they might have uncovered something that compelled the demonic entity to intervene. Could the formation truly be outside the city? At that moment, a wail interrupted his thoughts. A woman knelt before Lang Yuanchuang, cradling the lifeless body of her child, incessantly bowing her head. Please, celestial maiden, save my son. Simultaneously, more citizens gathered, clutching their deceased loved ones, extending bloodied hands toward her. Celestial maiden, my wife still breathes. Celestial maiden, have mercy, save my wife. Lang Yuanchuang had never encountered such a scene and was momentarily at a loss. Her magic could only heal external wounds. There was little she could do for the dead or those missing limbs. Seeing her distress, Lin Luochen stepped forward, his broad frame shielding her. With a flourish, he opened his folding fan, creating a sharp arc of light before him. Please, grieve in moderation. The deceased are beyond saving, and even divine beings cannot turn back time. Do not burden the celestial maiden with your anguish. Preposterous. My wife is still alive. A bloodied man, his eyes wild with rage, raised his blood-stained fists, ready to charge. Lin Luochen and Appos, gaze hardened, and he lowered his fan slightly, an invisible force pushing the man back 3 steps. He turned to Sujin, his eyes filled with undeniable authority. Sujin, realizing the urgency, shouted to the city guards, What are you waiting for? Quickly restore order. As the guards struggled to separate the crowd, Lin Luochen turned back to Lang Yuanchuang, his voice softening unconsciously. You have done your utmost. Do not dwell on those you cannot save. Do not chastise yourself. Understanding her emotional state, he feared that this incident might affect her mindset. Lang Yuanchuang, touched by his rare gentleness, blinked her long lashes, softly responding, Rest assured. I am self-aware. I am no saint. I cannot save everyone. Just as Lin Luochen felt relieved, a voice in the crowd called out, Murong Qiuji, look. That's Murong Qiuji. All eyes turned to Murong Qiuji, their emotions surging, unleashing a torrent of invective. Murong Qiuji, you harbinger of calamity, you have returned. It must be your fault. You brought misfortune and caused my wife's death. They dared not confront Lang Yuanchuang, but found an outlet for their fury in Murong Qiuji. Silence. Everyone be quiet, and allow me to speak. Sujin shouted hoarsely, but the citizens, knowing his character, grew bolder, their wrath intensifying. Murong Qiuji, overwhelmed by the crowd as condemnation, kept her head bowed. unsure of how to respond. Do not cast baseless accusations. Morong Xiao shielded her sister, her eyes wide in protest. It is clearly the work of the possessed. How can it be attributed to Qiuji? Everyone, please calm down. This matter has nothing to do with my niece. Morong Dongwei, gritting his teeth against the pain, attempted to reason with the frenzied crowd. But the more he tried to reason, the more unreasonable they became. It is she who brought this disaster. Return my wife's life. A grief-stricken man seized a stone, preparing to hurl it at Morong Qiuji, when suddenly, a figure charged into the fray like a tiger among sheep. With a piercing scream, the man's right arm twisted at an unnatural angle. The stone falling from his grasp and striking his own foot. Morong Qiuji raised her eyes, and through the mist of tears, she beheld a tall figure standing before her. Exuding an aura of unassailable authority as his garments billowed in the wind, Lin Luochen kicked the burly man into the crowd. His sleeve flicking with an air of disdain as his icy gaze swept across the assembly. I can empathize with your grief over your deceased wife. Yet do not overstep your bounds, otherwise, I shall not hesitate to reunite you with your spouse. Those who intended to use this moment to vent their frustrations were quelled by Lin Luochen's imposing presence. One brave soul dared to speak. Do you know who she is? She is a harbinger of misfortune. It is her presence that brings calamity. Another echoed. Indeed, the moment she returned, disasters befell the city. Perhaps she is the source of the malevolence. Lin Luochen chuckled mockingly. When I attempted to reason with you, you resorted to violence. Now that I am prepared to act, you wish to engage in discourse? Who among you has the interest to engage in reasoned debate? He flicked open his fan, carving several deep grooves into the ground. His tone chillingly frigid. You have 3 breaths to depart. Otherwise, I shall not be courteous. Panic ensued among the crowd as they turned to Su Jin, exclaiming, City Lord Su, this fellow is unreasonable. 1. Lin Luochen warned, as he sent the speaker tumbling away with a flick of his fan. 2. Realizing he was serious. The crowd scattered in terror, fleeing in disarray. The grieving man limped away hastily, abandoning even his wife's corpse. Su Jin called out, Hey, you forgot your wife. But the man had already vanished, leaving Su Jin with no choice but to order, send her back. As the populace dispersed, Morong Shichen and his father were revealed. Hidden among the throng, Morong Shichen approached awkwardly. Elder brother, are you unharmed? Morong Dongyue sighed, weakly replying, I am fine, let us discuss this further at home. He apologized to Su Jin before being supported by Morong Shichen as they made their way back to the Morong residence. Lin Luochen watched their retreating figures, shaking his head in resignation. Each one harbors ulterior motives. Chapter 49. If you cannot deal with the enchantress of the Maiden Sect, are you afraid of a mouse? Within the confines of Qishir City, the atmosphere is fraught with anxiety. The streets are filled with common folk burdened by their belongings, hurrying with frantic expressions as though pursued by malevolent spirits. Su Jin stands at the city gates, his voice hoarse from repeated pleas and reassurances. Dear villagers, with the enchanting Maiden Sect celestial maiden stationed in the city, it is 100 times safer here than outside. Yet, his words fall on deaf ears. The citizens, like startled birds, focus solely on their escape. Mayor Su, please let us pass. We would rather perish on the road than become those monstrous beings. Su Jin sighs heavily, reluctantly dispatching the city guards to form a protective convoy for the fleeing populace. Perched atop the city tower, Long Yuanchuang watches the retreating figures, her pristine gown fluttering in the wind. After this ordeal, she is hesitant to venture beyond the city's walls, fearing the emergence of more possessed individuals. The one behind this chaos demonstrated an insidious ability to corrupt the unsuspecting. It is a tactic that is nearly impossible to defend against. None of them have yet grasped how such a feat was accomplished. In her confusion, Lung Yuanchuang looks towards Lin Luochen, who appears deep in thought. Luochen, do you have any insights? Snapped from his reverie, Lin Luochen softly replies, I can't shake the feeling that the timing of the citizen's possession was too coincidental, as if someone deliberately interrupted our investigation, binding us to the city. Furrowing her brow in frustration, Lang Yuanchuang retorts, but we didn't uncover anything at that time. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Luochen suggests, what if you remain here to oversee the city while I venture out? With a talisman in hand, he feels confident in his ability to protect himself against even the strongest of possessed individuals. However, before he can finish, both Long Yuanchuang and Murong Qiuji interject in unison. No. Their eyes meet, and the air crackles with tension before they simultaneously turn away. Lang Yuanchuang brushes a loose strand of hair behind her ear and gently states, the methods of that individual are unfathomable. It would be perilous for you to go alone. At that moment, Su Jin, who has just ascended to the tower, hastily offers, Miss Lung, I am willing to accompany young Master Lin. Before he can complete his thought, Lung Yuanchuang casts him a knowing glance, her expression clearly questioning his confidence given his inability to handle even the possessed. Su Jin falls silent, while Lung Yuanchuang's gaze softens as she turns to Lin Luochen. Luochen, it would be wise to refrain from recklessly leaving the city. Let us assess the situation tonight before making any decisions. Su Jin feels like a third wheel in this exchange, nearly brought to tears by the stark contrast in their fortunes. In this world, it seems that beauty bestows unwarranted privileges. Lin Luochen, reminded of the victims and the bodies of the possessed within the city, nods in agreement. Although he has not directly offended the enigmatic figure, who knows if they might retaliate. The group gathers the bodies of the possessed and places them at the city lord's mansion, awaiting the fall of night. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, an intangible black smoke manifests within a room, coalescing into an indistinct shadow. A man within the chamber promptly rises and bows. "My lord." He hesitates. As a woman's voice emanates from the shadow, "Speak your mind." The man, anxious, questions, "Why have we moved ahead of schedule? Was it not decided to act tonight?" The shadow replies with irritation, "I intended to lure them out of the city, but that boy has a rat by his side, nearly thwarting my plans." "A rat?" The man expresses incredulity. "You cannot handle the enchantress of the Maiden Sect, yet you fear a mere rat?" Doubts begin to plague his mind. The shadow, sensing his wavering resolve, scoffs, "This is no ordinary rodent. It can withstand my demonic aura. And it is likely a formidable demon capable of shedding its former body and being reborn." The man, now apprehensive, asks, "Will this impact our plans?" The shadow dismisses him. "No, while I cannot directly contend with it, you can eliminate it with ease. For now, refrain from any rash actions. We must ensure that the enchantress of the Maiden Sect departs." The man nods. "Though our plans have been disrupted, I have a countermeasure in mind, albeit a complicated one. Please proceed according to the original plan and concentrate the city's faint blood energy within the magic eye. However, do so subtly, allowing it to accumulate over several days before inducing possession." The shadow acknowledges, inquiring further about the reasoning, before a slow smile spreads across its features. "Though your talents are lacking, your methods are both ruthless and clever. I lack individuals of your caliber by my side. Perform well, and upon my resurrection, I shall grant you an immortal demonic body, ensuring your everlasting existence by my side." The man's eyes glimmer with dark patterns, unbeknownst to him, as he exclaims fervently, "Thank you, my lord." The shadow dissipates swiftly, as if it had never existed. As night falls, the moonlight shines brightly on yet another starry evening. Lin Luochen and his companions gather at the city lord's mansion. Utilizing the moonlight, Lang Yu and Chuang cast a spell to survey the entirety of Qishu City. The radiant moonlight bathes the corpses of the possessed, revealing a faint blood glow enveloping them. This is the residual blood energy within the bodies, now rendered visible under the luminous moonlight. However, as time passes, there is no notable change in the blood energy. Lang Yu and Chuang seems to discern something, furrowing her brow as she gently bites her lip, forming hand seals. In an instant, the moon in the night sky radiates brilliantly, enveloping Qishu City in a gentle glow. All present hold their breath as they witness the faint blood energy converging beneath the moonlight. Countless strands of blood energy, as delicate as hair, rise from all directions, coalescing into a misty crimson vapor that flows as if alive. A flicker of excitement sparks in Lang Yu and Chuang's eyes as she summons a flying vessel, exclaiming, "Let us ascend and investigate." Lin Luochen and the others leap onto the vessel, while Sujin commands his green leaves to soar into the air. "Wait for me." Suspended above Qishu City, they observe the blood energy flowing like a current towards a specific direction. Though sparse, the accumulation is significant. Had it not been for the numerous deaths today, it might have gone unnoticed. "Follow." Lang Yu and Chuang leads the way, flying in the direction of the blood energy. But as they progress, their expressions grow increasingly grave. Murong Qiuji, in disbelief, exclaims, "How is this possible?" For the blood energy is surging towards the Murong residence. Lin Luochen remains unfazed, cognizant of the blood sacrifice of the Tianma holy body's kin and the entire populace of the city. The number of families within the city is limited, and even fewer can cultivate. He and Lang Yu and Chuang had inspected the Murong residence and the city lord's mansion last night, but found little of significance. The group pursues the flowing blood energy to hover above the Murong residence, where it forms a massive vortex, continuously feeding into an exquisite pavilion. "Whose abode is that?" Lang Yu and Chuang's voice turns icy, while Murong Xiaozhu pales in disbelief. "That is, my uncle's room." The group exchanges glances. Sujin clenches his fist in anger, gritting his teeth. How could it be him? Lin Luochen feels a mix of surprise and inevitability, sensing that something is amiss. While he had previously harbored doubts regarding Murong Dongwei, this situation seems too fortuitous. "Let us investigate further." As the household staff is alerted, Lang Yu and Chuang leads the group down, directly pushing open the door. Within the chamber, Murong Dongwei was feebly leaning against the headboard of the bed. Upon seeing several individuals enter, he was taken aback and sat up abruptly. "Fairy Ling, Lord Su, what brings you here?" he inquired, his voice barely above a whisper. Cold Moon Frost remained silent, her hands weaving intricate spells as the moonlight streamed into the room, revealing a surge of blood energy flowing towards Murong Dongyue's bed. Chapter 50. The demon pearl Murong Dongwei gazed incredulously as the malevolent energy surged into the jade pillow at his bedside. What could this possibly mean? Cold Moon Frost's eyes glinted with a chilling light. "That is a question I wish to pose to you." With a graceful motion of her hand, the jade pillow levitated into her palm, the blood essence continuing to flow into it. Scanning the object with her spiritual awareness, she applied a slight force, causing the jade pillow to shatter, revealing a dark orb wrapped in talisman paper, which fell into her hand. The surface of the orb was adorned with crimson patterns, and at its center was a dark golden vertical line resembling a pupil, emanating an eerie and unsettling glow. As Cold Moon Frost clutched the sinister orb, malevolent thoughts surged within her, prompting her to silently recite the Supreme Forgetting Emotion mantra to suppress them. Murong family head, can you elucidate what this is? Murong Dongwei stared at the orb in disbelief, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Very cold. I truly have no knowledge of this object or how it came to be in my chamber. Yet, it was evident that no one believed him. Sujin fixed a disappointed and pained gaze upon him. I swear by heaven. Murong Dongwei gasped, his chest rising and falling violently, his voice hoarse yet resolute. I am not a villain who wreaks havoc in the city, nor have I ever used this object to harm anyone. Very cold, Lord Su, I have been wrongfully accused. You must trust me. Sujin hesitated. You claim to be framed, but do you have any evidence? Murong Dongwei sighed, closing his eyes. I possess no evidence and am willing to surrender myself to your judgment. However, I must warn you all, the demon still lurks within the city. You must remain vigilant to prevent that person from succeeding. Su Zhan observed his longtime friend prepared for execution. And memories of Murong Dongyue's actions over the years stirred doubt within him. After relocating his entire family to Qingshu City, Murong Dongyue had devoted himself to repairing roads, constructing city walls, and dredging waterways, earning widespread acclaim. Very cold. Su Zhan clasped his fists. This matter indeed bears peculiarities. Perhaps we should first place the Murong family head under house arrest and observe the developments to avoid mistakenly condemning an innocent man. Cold Moon Frost glanced at Lin Luochen, who also sensed the oddities and nodded in agreement. Let us proceed in this manner. Cold Moon Frost responded with a sound of affirmation and waved her hand, conjuring a silver chain to bind Murong Dongwei. He complied without resistance, allowing his spiritual power to be sealed. Lin Luochen inquired, Murong family head, you assert you were framed. Who could have entered your room? Murong Dongwei sighed. My room is unguarded. Anyone could enter to frame me. Yet, few possess the skill to do so unnoticed. They must be extraordinary, with some cultivation. Lin Luochen frowned. You found this object at your bedside, yet you felt no discomfort? Murong Dongwei chuckled bitterly. Today, I did indeed feel dizzy and nauseous, thinking it was due to my injuries from earlier. Lin Luochen's gaze sharpened. This began today? Murong Dongwei confirmed with a nod, and Lin Luochen pondered. Turning to Cold Moon Frost. Very cold. Do you not possess the soul-searching technique? Could you not probe his memories? Upon hearing this, both Murong Dongwei and Sujin were taken aback. Murong Dongyue's face paled, slowly closing his eyes with a sigh. If it could prove my innocence, I would not hesitate to face death. No. Sujin interjected urgently, the soul-searching technique is perilous. Even a slight misstep could lead to one's soul being extinguished. Lin Luochen, having only heard of its dangers, felt a twinge of embarrassment upon realizing its severe repercussions on the soul. Thus, it appeared that Cold Moon Frost was not adept in this technique. It was evidently a method of the demonic path, as he had anticipated. Cold Moon Frost looked at him awkwardly, confirming that she indeed did not possess the soul-searching technique, and even if she did, she would hesitate to employ it. Lin Luochen placed a bottle of fasting pills down, saying mildly, I ask that the Murong family head refrain from leaving. Please endure this confinement for a time. Murong Dongwei nodded in understanding. After inspecting the room and confirming the absence of other items, Lin Luochen and the others departed. Cold Moon Frost set up restrictions around the room to prevent Murong Dongwei from escaping. Moments later, the group stood in the courtyard, their expressions complex. Sujin, still incredulous, exchanged a few words with them before beginning an investigation within the Murong estate. Murong Xiaozhu was also deeply moved, while only Murong Qiuji felt genuine sorrow. After all, despite maintaining a distance, Murong Dongwei had treated her kindly. Could it be that she had inadvertently caused harm to her uncle? Lin Luochen, however, was preoccupied with curiosity regarding the orb in Cold Moon Frost's hand. The orb incessantly absorbed the surrounding malevolent energy, appearing exceedingly sinister. Very cold. Could this orb be the root cause of this incident? Cold Moon Frost nodded, replying. This orb contains a potent essence of blood and demonic energy, along with an array of negative emotions. It not only has the power to corrupt individuals but also possesses a bloodthirsty intent, capable of draining one's vital essence. Lin Luochen furrowed his brows. This was starkly different from the blood sacrifice formation he had heard of in his past life. He had always believed the root cause lay in the formation. But the emergence of this orb caught him off guard. Could it be that rumors had distorted the truth? Or was this orb the core of the formation? Very cold. Do you discern the origins of this object? Cold Moon Frost shook her head. I cannot ascertain its origins, but it has likely been ritualistically refined by someone, only to have its connection severed. Lin Luochen contemplated, wishing to examine the orb closely, but Cold Moon Frost halted him. Be cautious. She grasped the orb tightly, warning him of its malevolence. Indirect contact posed minimal risk, yet direct contact could provoke the wicked thoughts within one's heart, especially given your limited cultivation. Though her words were gentle, Lin Luochen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. His lack of strength was glaringly apparent. Cold Moon Frost attempted to store the orb in her storage ring, only to discover it could not be contained. Lin Luochen furrowed his brows. What is the meaning of this? If it cannot be stored in a spatial ring, it is no wonder the perpetrator left it out in the open. Cold Moon Frost explained, this object cannot be stored in a spatial ring. It is either of a high grade or it is alive. Alive? Lin Luochen instinctively glanced at the dark golden vertical line, and in an instant, a whirlwind of bloody illusions flooded his mind. Cold moon frost swiftly covered the orb. Her expression filled with concern. Luochen, are you all right? Within Lin Luochen's consciousness, the green lotus trembled, freeing him from the illusion, yet his back was drenched in cold sweat. I am fine. This object is truly bizarre, as if it possesses life. Cold moon frost felt relieved and cautioned. You all possess limited cultivation. Do not gaze upon it. Mu Rong Xiaodu hesitated. If this object cannot be contained, shall we allow it to continue absorbing the blood essence? Cold moon frost observed the crimson sky, her voice calm. There is no need for concern. I will set up a formation to sever its connection to the outside world. She returned to the small building where the Mu Rong sisters resided, arranging a formation within the attic to contain the demon pearl. As the pearl entered the formation, the surging blood essence ceased to flow, drifting like a rootless reed in the sky before dispersing into the world. Cold moon frost pondered. It appears this orb is indeed the source of blood essence absorption and corruption. Lin Luochen agreed, murmuring, now. We must ascertain whether the true mastermind is indeed Mu Rong Dongwei. At this moment, Su Jin also returned from his inquiries within the estate, empty-handed. As night deepened, the cold moonlight cast a soft glow upon the weary Lin Luochen and the others. Long Yueshuang gently remarked, it is getting late. Everyone should return and rest. Regardless of whether Mu Rong Dongwei is the mastermind or if someone else is framing him, it is unlikely that he will strike again for the time being. Lin Luochen acknowledged her words with a murmur, causing Mu Rong Qiuji to tense up, fearing that Lin Luochen might recklessly venture into danger once more. Fortunately, Lin Luochen returned alone, while Lang Yueshuang accompanied them back to the small building, safeguarding the magical orb within the formation. At this moment, in Mu Rong Xichen's chamber, the flickering candlelight danced. His sinister visage wavered in the glow, and he muttered, Elder brother, do not hold it against me. He sent out a message and then summoned his brother, Mu Rong Bo, to convey a few instructions. Mu Rong Bo was taken aback, yet he nodded repeatedly before hastily departing. Meanwhile, in the depths of the subterranean palace, a shadow oscillated between the form of an elegant woman and a swirling mass of dark mist. Surrounding her was a rushing river, yet what flowed within was not water, but a viscous green liquid. The woman chuckled softly. The minds of the human race are indeed quite remarkable, but alas, they are ultimately destined for sacrifice. Chapter 51. A series of twists and turns. The following morning, as dawn's gentle light began to illuminate the world, Lin Luochen awoke from his meditation, a hint of unease lingering in his expression. The events of the previous day had unfolded too smoothly, leaving him with an unsettling feeling. Chuling, are you familiar with the heavenly demon sacred body? In the realm of consciousness, Chuling languidly lounged upon the water's surface, her delicate feet playfully swaying as her fingers teased two koi fish. The heavenly demon sacred body? Why do you inquire about that? She tilted her head curiously. Just a casual question, Lin Luochen replied nonchalantly. Do you know what characteristics this physique possesses? Chuling rolled her eyes, her face etched with skepticism. This fellow never speaks the truth. The heavenly demon sacred body bears the bloodline of the heavenly demon, nurturing a demonic seed within, capable of absorbing negative emotions as power. It is said they grow through slaughter, able to devour the cultivation of others for their own use, their training speed far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Lin Luochen furrowed his brow. How can one identify such a physique? Chuling casually remarked, the heavenly demon sacred body possesses heavenly demon blood. When they strike, pure demonic energy will leak out. It's quite recognizable. Pondering her words, Lin Luochen was interrupted by a soft call from outside. Young Master Lin, are you awake? Breakfast has been prepared. He hurriedly washed up and followed Mu Rong Qiuji to their modest abode. With Mu Rong Dongwei imprisoned, it was impossible to host guests, and the Mu Rong sisters preferred to avoid mingling with other clan members, opting to have breakfast at their own residence. Long Yuenshuang, who had always shunned interactions with outsiders, found this arrangement quite satisfactory. As they walked, Lin Luochen observed Mu Rong Qiuji, lost in thought, and felt compelled to inquire but hesitated. It would be rather awkward to say, Qiuji, may I examine your body? Mu Rong Qiuji, feeling his gaze upon her, nearly stumbled, yet secretly delighted in the attention. Her carefully chosen attire had indeed captured young Master Lin's interest, justifying her early morning preparations. Young Master Lin, why do you gaze at me so? Lin Luochen, roused from his reverie, smiled and replied, oh, it's nothing. A moment later, within the small building, morning light streamed through intricately carved windows. Young Master Lin, please partake, Mu Rong Qiuji offered, ladling a bowl of spiritual rice porridge for him, the grains glistening and exuding a faint aura. I can manage on my own. Lin Luochen quickly responded, but Mu Rong Qiuji insisted, you have been working hard these past few days. You must replenish your strength. Long Yuenshuang's eyes flickered, her lips forming a pout, before breaking into a radiant smile. Indeed, you haven't rested well at night. She shot Lin Luochen a significant glance, implying he needed to fortify himself for the night ahead. Lin Luochen nearly choked on his porridge. How did her words sound so suggestive? Are you truly the saintess of the Jade Maiden Sect, not the fabled Huan sect? Mu Rong Qiuji's fingers trembled slightly, thinking, this shameless temptress is implying that I want him to be well rested for you to enjoy tonight? However, She maintained a composed facade and cheerfully served Lin Luochen a bowl as well. Fairy Long, you have been toiling day and night. You must nourish yourself. Thank you. Lin Luochen replied, her surprise evident as she scrutinized the bowl. This porridge isn't poisoned, is it? Morong Qiuji remained unperturbed, serving a bowl to the little mouse as well. Ensuring fairness. The mouse clutched its small bowl, cheeks puffed adorably as it ate. Lin Luochen couldn't help but feel exasperated. This little creature was far too affectionate towards Morong Qiuji. Yet it would not even allow her to touch it. Humph, such loyalty to its master. How infuriating. With this thought, Lin Luochen shot Lin Luochen a fierce glare, causing him to squirm uncomfortably. What have I done to deserve this? Lin Luochen could only bury his head in the porridge, ignoring the undercurrents swirling around the table, chewing as if the food were wax. Yet, before he could finish his bowl, a commotion erupted outside, signaling some disturbance. What is happening? Morong Xiaozhu inquired, puzzled. Lin Luochen extended her senses outward, listening intently, her brow furrowing. The townsfolk seemed to have been incited, surrounding the Lord and Apos' mansion in the Morong residence, demanding the execution of the Morong family head. She relayed the news she had gleaned through her senses. It appears that rumors have spread regarding Morong Dongyue's involvement with the chaotic demons. Given his previous support of Morong Qiuji, the townsfolk now firmly believe these accusations. Indignant, the populace surged towards the Lord's mansion in the Morong estate, clamoring for Morong Dongyue's death. Presently, the Morong family members were blocking the entrance, though they did not drive the crowd away, seemingly using the situation to exert pressure. Within the mansion, Morong Shichen convened a meeting with all the clan elders, notably excluding the Morong sisters. Observing Lin Luochen's ability to perceive the external situation without stepping outside, Lin Luochen and Morong Qiuji exchanged a glance, suddenly realizing the implications. If Lin Luochen's senses were so keen, then their previous whispers must have also been overheard. Oh dear. What a regrettable oversight. Lin Luochen felt a pang of social embarrassment, relieved he hadn't confessed his feelings. Morong Qiuji experienced the awkwardness of being caught gossiping behind someone else's back. Unaware of the tension between the two, Morong Xiaozhu surmised, if I am not mistaken, this must be the work of my third uncle. He has long coveted the position of family head. With my uncle's current predicament, he will undoubtedly seize this opportunity. Lin Luochen frowned, realizing that amidst their internal strife, the Morong family had reached such a dire state. Speaking of which, with your uncle imprisoned and your younger uncle ascending, how will you obtain your resources? It dawned on him that he had eliminated his allies before securing the necessary support. This would complicate matters concerning the ascension token. The Morong sisters recognized the gravity of the situation as well, and Morong Xiaozhu glanced at Lin Luochen, forcing a smile. Young Master Lin, why not ask Fairy Long for an ascension token? Lin Luochen, dismissively, replied, I am not qualified to grant an ascension token. Morong Xiaozhu sighed. I shall inquire further about the situation later. Lin Luochen nodded, stating, I will accompany you. After breakfast, the group made their way to the council hall, where the Morong family assembly had already concluded. The hall was suffused with the fragrance of sandalwood, and Morong Shichen sat upright in the family head's seat, a smile gracing his features. With Morong Dongyue imprisoned and the elder who had supported him absent, Morong Shichen, as the only direct descendant in the foundation establishment stage, naturally assumed the role of acting clan leader, managing family affairs. Once Morong Dongyue and Apos' demonic identity became undeniable, he could seamlessly take over as the family head. Upon their entrance, Morong Shichen immediately stood to greet them, his face beaming with smiles. Fairy Lang and my two nieces, what brings you here? Morong Xiaozhu cut straight to the point. Third uncle, we have come regarding the ascension token, uncle previously promised. Ah, my dear Xiaozhu, the clan is currently facing tumultuous times, and with my elder brother and Apos' situation, alas. Morong Shichen and Apos' expression turned troubled as he sighed deeply. I understand your urgency, but with the elder absent, such significant matters must await the clan elders and Apos' deliberation. Morong Xiao frowned. How long will we have to wait? Morong Shichen expressed his regret, saying, I am uncertain. But this matter must be presided over by the clan leader. However, as you all know, my elder brother, unless a new clan leader is elected and a clan assembly is convened, with the consent of the elders. Morong Xiaozhu retorted angrily, third uncle. You are clearly stalling for time. Xiaozhu. Morong Shichen and Apos' expression darkened suddenly, yet upon seeing Lin Luochen, he immediately donned a look of heartfelt sorrow. My dear child, this is not a matter of evasion on my part. It is a clan regulation. You are contemplating a division of the family. As the third uncle, I do not possess the authority to alter clan rules, and furthermore, I am unaware of the whereabouts of the Ascension Order. Ultimately, under the watchful gaze of Lin Luochen, Morong Shichen wiped the sweat from his brow. Very well, once Elder Zhou and the others return, I shall convene a clan meeting to provide you with an explanation. He then turned to Lin Luochen, offering a conciliatory smile. Fairy Long, what do you think? Lin Luochen found Morong Shichen and Apos' reasoning somewhat compelling, thus she nodded. After all, this was a matter concerning their clan, and it was inappropriate for her to intervene. The crucial point was, what if Lin Luochen obtained the item and absconded with the sisters, while Lin Luochen could flee? She could not stand idly by and watch the citizens of the city perish. Seeing her acquiescence, Murong Shichen felt as though he had been granted a reprieve and hastily took his leave. Once he departed, Lin Luochen furrowed his brow. It was evident that Murong Shichen intended to delay matters, allowing Murong Dongwei to meet his demise, and would speak further only after Lang Yuanshuang and the others had left. He could not afford such a prolonged delay, hence he turned his gaze towards Lang Yuanshuang. Fairy Lang, what if you were to rob the Murong family? Lang Yuanshuang, clearly unaccustomed to the customs of Longjun, looked taken aback and replied, that would not be appropriate, would it? Lin Luoqing recognized that asking Lang Yuanshuang to commit robbery was somewhat unreasonable. Without her assistance, it would indeed be challenging for him and the Murong sisters to seize anything from the Murong family. Moreover, while the family wealth could be negotiated, it was of little consequence if they overstepped. However, he was at a loss regarding the location of the Ascension Order. Lin Luochen contemplated leaving. Yet he was reluctant to part with the coveted Ascension Order, letting out a sigh. It seemed that unless he could deal with Murong Shichen, he would struggle to obtain the Ascension Order. Keep a close watch on Murong Shichen. He is likely the mastermind behind it all. In Lin Luocheng's view, the most suspicious individual at present was indeed Murong Shichen. Framing Murong Dongwei would make Murong Shichen the greatest beneficiary, and he possessed the capability to do so. Lang Yuanshuang nodded, evidently sharing the same sentiment. The turmoil in the city did not persist for long. Once Suzhen intervened, he appealed to their emotions and reason, ultimately prevailing through force. Under the glaring blades of the city guards, the unruly citizens suddenly grasped the concepts of righteousness and morality, each one becoming humble and courteous. Yet, beneath the surface, unrest still brewed in the city, with evident factions secretly inciting discord and fanning the flames of discontent. Suzhen was well aware of who was orchestrating the chaos, yet lacking evidence against the culprit, who was a foundation-building practitioner, left him powerless. Chapter 52. Fear not the darkness, but the absence of it. On a night several days later, the bright moon concealed itself behind dark clouds. Lang Yuanshuang spent the night in Lin Luocheng's chamber, where enchanting sounds resonated. Ah, it hurts. Be gentler. Lin Luocheng smirked. It won't hurt soon. All right, the barrier is set. Please stop pinching me. Lang Yuanshuang rubbed her reddened arm and shot him a reproachful glance. Was it necessary to do it so hard? Lin Luocheng retorted. Who told you not to call out when it hurts? How can you deceive others like this? Lang Yuanshuang pouted in dissatisfaction. If I were to call out, it wouldn't be normal. She pulled Lin Luocheng, and they vanished from the room, reappearing in midair, overlooking Qinshi City. Sitting at the edge of a flying vessel, Lang Yuanshuang elegantly raised her hand, allowing moonlight to cascade like water. Wisps of crimson mist hovered above Qinshi City, now dissipating aimlessly in the night breeze instead of forming a river as before. In recent days, everything in the city appeared normal, yet the citizens, incited by certain individuals, were filled with righteous anger. Suzhen and Appo's lips had broken into blisters. And Lin Luocheng grew increasingly anxious, not only due to the approaching Immortal Ascension Conference but also because of the changing dynamics between Murong Qiuji and Lang Yuanshuang. Murong Qiuji seemed to grow closer to Lang Yuanshuang, yet Lin Luocheng discerned the underlying threat, beads of cold sweat forming. Truly, women are formidable beings. During this time, only Lang Yuanshuang remained calm, as if awaiting something. Lin Luocheng felt a chill run down his spine. Could she be summoning her master? Lang Yuanshuang, what are you truly waiting for? With a delicate gesture of her fingertip, Lang Yuanshuang set up a soundproof barrier. I am waiting for that person to reveal themselves. Lin Luocheng, puzzled, asked, are you so certain they will slip up? With a grave expression, she replied, once it comes to darkness, there is no turning back. That person has tasted human blood. Previously, they could rely on the magic pearl to mediate, but now, they are likely to suffer a fate worse than death. Lin Luochen finally grasped the situation but frowned. Then must we wait an eternity? It would be better to draw them out. With curiosity, Lang Yuanshuang inquired. What do you mean? Although they hovered high above, Lin Luocheng sensed an omnipresent gaze. He leaned closer, whispering into her ear to avoid being lip-read. As long as you remain in the city, that person will not dare act recklessly. You must leave Qinshi City. Perform a ruse, take Murong Dongwei with you, and hide while observing the city's situation. Her warm breath brushed against his earlobe, causing Lang Yuanshuang's ears to flush crimson, her heart racing, rendering her unable to comprehend a word. Noticing her indifference, Lin Luocheng frowned. What do you think? Lang Yuanshuang gasped and instinctively turned her head, her cheek brushing against his lips. Both froze, the atmosphere thickening. Lang Yuanshuang, what are you doing? I am sorry. Her neck flushed with embarrassment, resembling a cooked shrimp. Lin Luocheng, at a loss with this woman who took advantage of him, sighed. All right, what do you say? I will follow your lead. Lang Yuanshuang nodded, then sheepishly asked, could you repeat that? Lin Luocheng, bewildered, realized he had spoken in vain. Meanwhile, in Murong Shichen's abode, candlelight flickered ominously. He fixated on the maid tending to the bedding, his throat tightening as if he might devour her. The maid, oblivious, misconstrued his gaze as affection, bending deeper, her figure alluring. Leave. Morong Shichen suddenly shut his eyes and roared, startling the maid, who fled the room in panic. Morong Shichen steadied himself against the table, cold sweat trickling down, forcing out a few words through gritted teeth. Endure. It will soon be over. The next day, the citizens were once again incited to fury, demanding the extermination of demons. Lung Yuanshuang found Su Zhan and sighed. There have been no recent murders. I suspect it is the work of the Morong patriarch. It will be difficult to quell public outrage without his death. I shall return to my sect to report. Let us hold the demon-slaying assembly tonight. Su Zhan, his body tensing, ultimately nodded in resignation. I understand. The notice was posted, igniting a frenzy throughout the city. By the hour of the dog that night, the square was overflowing with people. Morong Shichen stood at the front, unable to contain his excitement as he watched Morong Dongwei being led onto the stage. The crowd roared with fervor. Kill the demon. Execute him. Despite his disheveled white hair, Morong Dongwei stood tall, his voice resonant. I have lived honorably, not as an evil spirit. Though I may perish today, time shall vindicate my innocence. You demon. Even as death approaches, you still attempt to deceive the masses? Die. With a sweeping gesture, Lang Yuanshuang summoned radiant moonlight, igniting a chilling white flame that engulfed Morong Dongwei. If I die, then I die. But do not forget, the demon still lurks. Amidst the piercing wails, Morong Dongwei fixed his gaze on Morong Shichen, his visage twisted in agony. Yet soon, he was consumed by the white flames, leaving only ashes scattered by the wind. The crowd, witnessing this spectacle, felt a chill in their bones, while Morong Shichen turned pale, unable to suppress a shiver. Moments later, thunderous cheers erupted. Save for the Morong sisters, who glistened with tears. Uncle. Long Yuanshuang observed the scene, her demeanor serene. The demon has been vanquished. It is time I return to report. She glanced back at Lin Luochen, smiling. Luochen, will you not come with me? Lin Luochen shook his head. Take care, fairy. With a sigh, Lung Yuanshuang nodded. You too. Reluctantly, she ascended into the sky, resembling a celestial being departing into the horizon. Morong Shichen watched her vanish, a lingering dreamlike sensation enveloping him. Is my elder brother truly gone? Has that woman departed just like that? Time passed, and suddenly, a fit of manic laughter erupted within the room, chilling in the night. He is dead. Finally dead. 3 days later, Lin Luochen stood in the courtyard, lost in thought. Morong Shichen exhibited greater composure and restraint than Lin Luochen had anticipated. During these 3 days, he maintained a facade of normalcy, diligently preparing for the patriarchal ceremony to assume the role of head of the Morong family. Simultaneously, the city seemed to revert to tranquility, with no unusual occurrences. Though the Morong sisters repeatedly sought the immortal ascension decree, Morong Shichen consistently found excuses to decline. Lin Luochen pondered, murmuring to himself, such restraint. It seems a stronger measure is required. As evening fell, Morong Shichen sat in his study, casually inquiring, are my 2 nieces and that young man behaving themselves? The steward bowed, reporting, the young ladies and Master Lin have been reclusive, though the townsfolk have resumed gossiping about Miss Chioji. Morong Shichen nodded. Is there anything else occurring in the city? The steward contemplated before responding. The city lord has decreed that those who took advantage during the demon's chaos shall be publicly executed as a warning. Morong Shichen's throat tightened as he solemnly asked, what will be done with the bodies? The steward, taken aback by his concern, hesitated. They should be buried in the western unmarked graveyard. Morong Shichen waved his hand to dismiss him. I see. You may leave. Once the door closed, a vein throbbed at his temple, the insatiable thirst within him blazing hotter. His rationality nearly consumed. The western unmarked graveyard. As night fell, dark clouds loomed overhead. Before the freshly dug grave in the western city's unmarked burial ground, a shadowy figure frantically clawed at the earth. As the first corpse emerged from the soil, a feral, canine-like whimper escaped his throat before he pounced upon it with ravenous hunger. Suddenly, a thunderous voice shattered the night. Morong Shichen. What in the name of heaven are you doing? The shadowy figure jerked his head up, revealing a deathly pale face smeared with blood and shreds of flesh, a visage twisted into something monstrous. Su Zhan? Morong Shichen's eyes widened in horror as he took in the approaching figure of Su Zhan, flanked by Lin Luochen and the Morong sisters. Disgust was etched across their faces, and Morong Chioji looked particularly ashen, as if she might retch at any moment. So, this was your trap? Morong Shichen's limbs turned to ice as he frantically scanned the surroundings for Lang Yuanshuang. Lin Luochen clasped his hands behind his back and smiled faintly. How else were we to draw you out? Finding no trace of Lang Yuanshuang, Morong Shichen hesitated. Just, the 4 of you? Su Zhan slowly unsheathed his blade and sneered. To deal with the likes of you, I alone am more than enough. Relief washed over Morong Shichen, his eyes darkening as tendrils of black energy coiled around him. You think you can capture me? Delusional fools. Once I silence you all, no one will ever know. Black veins, like spider webs, surfaced beneath his skin, and his fingers elongated into monstrous claws in the blink of an eye. Morong Shichen had succumbed to the same demonic corruption as the others. Yet Lin Luochen's expression eased. Good. I feared you wouldn't take the bait. Su Zhan's voice was steel. Morong Shichen, so it was you all along. You framed the Morong family head? Unlike the others, Morong Shichen retained a shred of reason despite his demonic transformation. He threw his head back in mad laughter. And what if it was me? What can you possibly do about it? Lin Luochen's brow furrowed. Murong Shichen. Were you behind all the incidents in the city? With a ghostly lunge, Murong Shichen surged toward them, his grin a grotesque mockery of humanity. Ask the king of hell when you see him. Chapter 53. The immortal ascension token acquired, faced with Murong Shichan's full force strike. Sujin's expression turned grave as he raised his sword defensively. Be careful. Yet Lin Luochen remained unfazed, a subtle smile gracing his lips. At that moment, a clear, cold moonlight cascaded down like a celestial river, forcefully bringing the airborne Murong Shichan crashing to the ground. Bang! Murong Shichan, now covered in mud, struggled to rise when a familiar voice struck him like a thunderbolt. Third brother, how have you ended up here? Murong Shichan raised his head with great difficulty, his pupils constricting violently. Murong Dongyue, who should have been reduced to ashes, gazed at him with deep sorrow. In disbelief, he stammered, You did not die? The Murong sisters, upon seeing Murong Dongyue, were equally astonished. Uncle? At that moment, Long Yueshuang descended gracefully, her icy gaze fixed on the immobilized Murong Shichan. The recent demon-slaying event had merely been an illusion crafted by her, with her out-of-body cultivation level, supplemented by the power of moonlight. Her illusion was beyond detection in the entire Qishir city. Only she and Lin Luochen were privy to this matter, while Sujin and others remained oblivious, believing it to be true. Although Murong Qiuji harbored suspicions, she wisely refrained from voicing them. Sujin had only just learned of Lin Luochen's and her plan, coinciding with his public execution of 3 nefarious individuals. Upon seeing Murong Dongyue and Lang Yueshuang, he felt a mix of shock and joy. Murong Dongyue gazed at Murong Shichan with profound sorrow. Third brother, why have you committed such heinous acts? The astonishment in Murong Shichan's eyes gradually gave way to madness as he roared, You hypocrite! Spare me your pretense. His demonic aura surged violently, accompanied by the cracking of bones, as his form grotesquely expanded. Murong Shichan's eyes turned crimson, his body covered in a dense layer of black scales, and horns twisted from his forehead. In an instant, he transformed into a fearsome demon, thrashing wildly on the ground. Return my demonic eye. Long Yueshuang furrowed her brow. The suppressive force of her moonlight seemed to waver. He had completely succumbed to demonic transformation, becoming a true demon. There exists a fundamental distinction between demon cultivators and demons. The former are human, while the latter are genuine creatures of darkness. Most demons in the Qishu realm reside in Yuzhou, bordering Lanzhou, and share an adversarial relationship with Lanzhou demon cultivators. At this moment, Murong Shichan, fully transformed, displayed power that nearly approached the golden core stage. However, before Lang Yueshuang, a practitioner of the out-of-body stage, a golden core demon remained utterly powerless. Regardless of Murong Shichan's roars and struggles, he was firmly pinned to the ground, unable even to rise. After a while, his eyes filled with madness, he suddenly bellowed, Let us die together. His body swelled, chaotic demonic energy swirling, releasing a violent surge of energy. This is bad. Lang Yueshuang's expression shifted slightly. With a graceful wave of her hand, she hurled him into the sky, erecting a barrier to protect the others. Murong Shichan's gaze was filled with unwillingness as he stared at Murong Dongyue. Brother, I will wait for you in hell. Boom. A deafening explosion reverberated through the night sky. Dark demonic blood rained down like a storm, corroding the ground into countless craters. Murong Dongyue gazed at the blood rain, sorrow etched on his face. Third brother, may you rest in peace. Long Yueshuang retrieved the demonic eye, observing that the once glimmering orb now lay dim and lifeless. This indicated that the one who once refined it had indeed perished, rendering the object a masterless relic. Indeed, it was the demonic orb he had refined. Lin Luochen looked at the orb, curiosity piqued. Chuling, do you know what this orb is? Chuling replied nonchalantly, Isn't it just a demonic eye? It appears this demon lineage is rather significant. Lin Luochen pondered, glancing at Murong Dongyue. Does the head of the Murong family have any insights regarding its origins? Murong Dongyue shook his head with a deep sigh. Had I known earlier that my third brother possessed such a vile object, I would have prevented this tragedy from unfolding. This incident stemmed from the Murong family, and I bear a heavy burden of responsibility. I am deeply grateful to Miss Lang and everyone for your righteous assistance. He bowed deeply to the crowd, prompting Sujin to hastily interject. The head of the Murong family is being too modest. The fault lies solely with Murong Shichan. Now that the truth is revealed and the demon vanquished, the citizens can rest easy. Murong Dongyue gazed at the gradually illuminating lights in the distant city, letting out a melancholic sigh. Indeed, our immediate concern is to return to the city, reassure the citizens, and manage the aftermath. The group returned to the chaotic city, where Sujin and Long Yueshuang explained the situation. When the living Murong Dongyue appeared before the citizens, they were all taken aback. In just a few short days, the malevolent demon had transformed from the head of the Murong family to the third master of the Murong clan. The hardest pill to swallow was for the clan members of Murong Shichan, especially the brothers Murong Bo. For them, it felt as though the world had flipped overnight, leaving them in a daze as if they were trapped in a nightmare. Upon seeing Murong Dongyue, their faces paled, fearing retribution. Even though Murong Dongyue declared that he would not pursue the innocent, everything seemed as usual. The atmosphere in the Murong family remained tense, with many unable to sleep through the night. As Lin Luochen and the others made their way back, Lang Yueshuang let out a sigh of relief. Finally, this is resolved. This marked her first independent demon-slaying endeavor, a momentous occasion. However, Lin Luochen frowned, pondering, is it truly resolved? Though everything unfolded according to their plan. And Murong Shichan confessed and was vanquished, he couldn't shake the feeling that matters were not so simple. Murong Shichan's attempt to frame Murong Dongwei seemed clumsy. As if he had been caught off guard and was left with no choice. After all, he could have framed Suzhen or others instead. Without placing himself in the most suspicious position. Were the possessed not a result of his actions? Moreover, Murong Shichan's final act of madness, attempting to take them all down with him, appeared exceedingly irrational. Long Yueshuang dismissed his concerns. Those who succumb to demonic influence lose their sanity. Anything they do is to be expected. Lin Luochen nodded, choosing not to dwell further on the matter. Deciding to leave this place of turmoil as soon as he secured the immortal ascension token. Whatever happened afterward would be of no concern to him. The following days passed in tranquility, with the scattered citizens gradually receiving news and returning to the city. Murong Dongwei swiftly stabilized the family situation, refraining from any retribution against Murong Shichan's faction. One day, he unexpectedly visited with the Murong sisters, presenting Lin Luochen with a gilded token. Young Master Lin. With the Immortal Ascension Conference approaching, my two nieces are concerned about delaying your journey and have sought my counsel multiple times. Although there are still elders of the clan yet to return, and I am temporarily unable to manage their affairs, I have conferred with the elders and decided to present this Immortal Ascension token to you. Please accept it. Lin Luochen took the token, feeling an unreal sensation. Is the Immortal Ascension token finally in hand? He bowed, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, head of the Murong family. Murong Dongwei smiled. No need for such formality. Young Master Lin, this is yours by right. As for the matters concerning my two nieces, we shall address them once the elders return. You need not worry. Lin Luochen nodded, aware that Murong Xiaozhu did not intend to participate in this Immortal Ascension Conference. This was not only due to her token not being secured, but also because she had yet to arrange matters for Murong Qiuji. Until she had ensured Murong Qiuji's proper placement, she could not enter the sect to seek knowledge and enlightenment. Although the token was procured by the Murong sisters on Lin Luochen's behalf, at that moment, Murong Qiuji's eyes brimmed with sorrowful longing. After all, Lin Luochen had obtained the decree of ascendance, leaving him with no reason to remain at the Murong residence. When will you set forth, young master? Lin Luochen sighed softly. It should be in the next couple of days. Murong Qiuji hesitated, yearning to accompany Lin Luochen on his journey, yet she found herself devoid of any justification. Lin Luochen sought to pursue the path of immortality. It was a challenge for him to enter the celestial gate, let alone bring along an ordinary woman. Observing the atmosphere heavy with sorrowful farewells, Murong Dongwei wisely took his leave. Young Master Lin, please be sure to inform me when you depart. I shall certainly gather the others to see you off. Lin Luochen nodded, as Murong Dongwei walked away with a faltering gait, seemingly burdened by recent tribulations. Upon returning to his chamber, Murong Dongwei brewed tea, lost in thought as he gazed at the curling wisps of steam, his mind adrift. Suddenly, a chilling female voice echoed within the room. Murong Dongwei, it seems you have indeed foreseen this. A swirl of dark mist silently coalesced, gradually transforming into the silhouette of a graceful woman. Chapter 54. A dangerous gamble. Upon witnessing the manifestation of the demonic shadow, Murong Dongwei immediately bowed deeply, exhibiting the utmost respect. The esteemed Xia lauded him, attributing the praise to the adept cooperation of the honored one. The demonic shadow chuckled lightly, remarking on his audacity, questioning whether he feared the enchantress might take his life without cause. Murong Dongwei responded with a composed smile, asserting that having lived for a considerable time, he believed his judgment of character was reasonably sound. The woman surnamed Lang exhibited a righteous aura when she struck, devoid of malevolence. More curiously, the lad surnamed Lin shared a room with her, his vitality untouched. Such behavior hardly resembled that of a demon from the Miaoin sect. As all those who sought aid from the Miaoin sect had been eliminated by his hand, it was highly probable that this woman was an impostor, a person of virtue. The demonic shadow expressed interest with a slight exclamation, prompting Murong Dongwei to continue his discourse. However, he noted that his conjectures were merely speculative. To guard against her potential use of soul-searching techniques, he had to resort to dangerous measures. At that time, his third brother concealed the magic within his chamber. And whether he returned it to him or passed it to another, a soul search would likely expose him, and consequently, the honored one. Thus, he decided to turn the tables on her. This clumsy frame-up, even if the woman surnamed Long failed to see through it. The lad surnamed Lin should have sensed something amiss. Even if they were oblivious, Murong Dongwei was prepared to sacrifice himself for his master, embracing his fate without regret. The demonic shadow laughed softly, teasing, "What if she truly probes your soul?" Murong Dongwei's eyes sparkled with fervor as he declared, "Then the honored one shall proceed as planned, allowing me to descend into darkness as a substitute." Though the demonic shadow could not obliterate Murong Shichan's spirit, it was a simple task to sow confusion in the soul of one bound as a servant to darkness. At this, the corners of the demonic shadow's mouth curled upward in satisfaction. Murong Dongwei, oblivious to the madness of his fervor, remained unaware of the slavery mark implanted within him. Regardless of one's intellect, before absolute might, all would crumble. Speaking of which, Your deliberate act of allowing Murong Shichen to acquire the magic I was indeed to prepare him as a scapegoat, was it not? Precisely. A glint of coldness flickered in Murong Dongyue's eyes as he considered his foolish brother, who held himself in high regard, the perfect sacrificial lamb. He did not disappoint. Once he obtained the magic eye, he was eager to devour its power. Initially tasked with gathering blood essence to fuel the summoning array, he cunningly orchestrated an event for Murong Shichen to coincidentally acquire the magic eye. Murong Shichen was inevitably drawn to the immense demonic power contained within, embarking on a murderous spree to refine the magic eye in hopes of gaining its strength. Among those who had succumbed to madness in the city, some fell victim to Murong Shichen's actions, while a greater number were merely affected by the leaked demonic energy from the summoning array, unaware of the underlying truth. Murong Shichen mistakenly believed it was the magic eye's power that had spilled forth, driving him further into madness to seize control of this force. According to the original plan, he was to gather sufficient blood essence, ultimately becoming the offering for the summoning array. In the event of necessity, Murong Shichen could also serve as a decoy to buy time. Even if subjected to his soul search, his memories would align perfectly, revealing no flaw. After all, Murong Shichen genuinely believed he was the cause of the citizens' descent into madness, wholly ignorant of the demonic shadow's existence. However, the sudden arrival of Long Yuanchuang disrupted the entire plan, throwing Murong Shichen, in possession of the magic eye, into disarray. Upon realizing that the demonic shadow could not contend with Long Yuanchuang, Murong Dongyue resolved to eliminate Murong Shichen as the sacrificial pawn prematurely. According to Murong Dongyue's original strategy, once Lang Yuanchuang uncovered the secret of the blood essence's depletion, the demonic shadow would incite the citizens to madness at night, harvesting the final wave of blood essence. When Lang Yuanchuang traced the blood essence to Murong Shichen, he would be publicly revealed as a demon, offering Lang Yuanchuang a chance to vanquish evil. Unexpectedly, unforeseen incidents arose. A rat nearly uncovered the core secret, forcing the demonic shadow to act prematurely and compel Lang Yuanchuang to return to the city. Murong Dongyue was caught off guard. For both the magic eye and the summoning array could only absorb blood essence under the cover of night. He could only feign sending Murong Shichen out for assistance, deepening his suspicion while providing him a chance to escape. As long as Murong Shichen fled in fear of culpability, he could not evade capture. Once apprehended, the charges would be undeniable. Who could have anticipated that Murong Shichen, unwilling to abandon his family and children, would choose to sever his ties with the magic eye and instead frame someone else? In his haste, he could not approach Suzhen, opting instead to hide the magic eye within Murong Dongyue's jade pillow amidst the chaos. Murong Shichen believed he was framing another, utterly unaware that he was returning the item to its rightful owner. Upon discovering the magic eye, Murong Dongyue sought to avoid exposing the hidden demonic shadow, compounded by his suspicions regarding Lang Yuanchuang's identity. In his subconscious desire to conceal the demonic shadow, he chose to take a perilous path, playing into the very scheme he had devised. Meanwhile, Lang Yuanchuang and her companions did not disappoint. With the demonic shadow's cooperation, they successfully compelled Murong Shichen into the open. Murong Dongyue cleared his name, not only avoiding exposure of the demonic shadow's existence but also allowing Lang Yuanchuang and her allies to indulge in the thrill of orchestrating events. The only regret was that Long Yuanchuang, unfortunately, lacked the ability to probe souls, rendering his meticulous efforts in vain. The demonic shadow smiled faintly, questioning, "You claim that lad is clever. Do you not fear he might see through your machinations?" Murong Dongyue, confident in his gambit, believed himself to be shrouded in obscurity. After all, who would wish to believe that the individual they had painstakingly captured was merely a scapegoat? With unwavering assurance, Murong Dongyue declared, "Thus, I shall present him with the Ascension Order, enabling him to depart the city swiftly." The shadow's tone turned frosty, cautioning, "Keep a close watch on the Murong sisters. Do not allow them to accompany him." Murong Dongyue responded with a smile, assuring, "Rest easy, esteemed one. The Ascension Order for Xia Zhu is in my possession. As for Qiuji, that girl is sensible and aware of her circumstances. She will not be a burden." The shadow nodded slightly, emphasizing, "Within 3 days. Ensure they remain within the city." Murong Dongyue acknowledged, and the shadow vanished without a trace. Standing alone by the window, Murong Dongyue gazed at the myriad lights of Qishir City, a fleeting moment of distraction passing through his eyes before he regained his resolute demeanor. As long as he remained unscathed and indomitable, no one could thwart his ambitions. Meanwhile, within Lin Luochen's small courtyard, Murong Xiaozhu feigned nonchalance, stating, "I have given you the promised Ascension Order. From this moment on, we owe each other nothing." Lin Luochen nodded, a slight smile gracing his lips. "I look forward to our reunion on the path of immortality." Murong Xiaozhu lifted her chin, laughing, "When that day comes, see if I don't bring you to your knees, begging for mercy." Lin Luochen smiled gently, "Very well, I shall await that moment. Now, I have matters to attend to. You two may converse at your leisure." Murong Xiaozhu nudged the head-down Murong Qiuji beside her and turned to leave. However, just as she stepped out, she spotted Lang Yuanchuang approaching hurriedly, having learned of the news. "Fairy Long." Murong Xiaozhu lowered her voice, her eyes filled with entreaty. "My sister is fated to be estranged from the path of immortality. She will not become an obstacle to you. Could you grant them a little time?" Long Yuanchuang gazed at the pair in the courtyard, her heart softening inexplicably. The days spent together had allowed her to see that these sisters were not the demons they were made out to be. She nodded gently, turning towards the nearby lakeside, her white robes billowing in the evening breeze. Morong Xiaozhi watched Lang Yuanchuang's ethereal figure retreat, unable to suppress her astonishment. Xiaozhi clung to Lang Yuanchuang daily. Yet she merely encountered minor troubles, displaying remarkable resilience. Could it be that Xiaozhi's misfortune held no sway over those of profound cultivation? Or perhaps this fairy Lang enjoyed a destiny replete with blessings. Perhaps it was because Xiaozhi did not genuinely seek to draw close to her. In the courtyard, Lin Luochen walked alongside Morong Xiaozhi toward the pavilion within the garden. The two shared a silence, the atmosphere thick with tension, neither knowing how to broach the subject. Just as they traversed the scenic wooden bridge, Lin Luocheng's foot slipped with a crack, nearly sending him tumbling down. Run. He had grown accustomed to such misfortunes. Whether being pursued by wild dogs or facing inexplicable calamities, Morong Xiaozhi, being pulled along by him across the wooden bridge, couldn't help but let a faint smile grace her lips. Even though she knew she would be safe, he instinctively took her along in his flight. I'm sorry. Lin Luochen chuckled. Why do you apologize to me? Morong Xiaozhi's cheeks flushed crimson as she bit her rosy lip, her voice as delicate as a feather. Because I still couldn't help but feel a sense of closeness towards you, and thus, I have caused you trouble. Chapter 55. Will the young master come back to see me? Lin Luochen was taken aback, for Morong Xiaozhi's words were a clear declaration of her feelings. At that moment, he found himself at a loss for words, helplessly forcing a smile. I thought it was impossible for me to be so unlucky. Indeed, it is you. I did not wish for this either. Morong Xiaozhi's delicate face flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze, yet she could not suppress her emotions. A gentle breeze swept through, lifting the strands of hair from her forehead, revealing her enchanting countenance and eyes like autumn waters. Observing her in such a state, and with parting imminent, Lin Luochen wished to lighten the somber atmosphere. It is only natural that you would develop feelings for someone as extraordinary as myself. Fortunately, I possess a resilient fate, able to withstand turmoil. Morong Xiaozhi chuckled softly, her tone earnest. The young master is quite self-aware. Lin Luochen was taken aback by her unexpected candor, his cheeks betraying a hint of redness. No wonder her garments were so daring. It was evidently a reflection of her character. Sensing his discomfort, Morong Xiaozhi suggested with a smile, Young master, let us sit down and converse. They settled in the pavilion, and with practiced grace, Morong Xiaozhi prepared tea. Normally, I drink tea alone, and it is rare to have the chance to showcase my tea-making skills. Please do not mock me. Lin Luochen, who had indulged in tea for over a century atop the Jade Maiden Peak, could deeply relate. What is there for a mere rustic villager like me to mock? As they brewed tea and admired the falling snow, their laughter echoed, reminiscent of long-lost friends or celestial lovers. Morong Xiaozhi gazed at the flurries and mused. I hope that years from now, Xiaozhi will still have the opportunity to brew tea and admire the snow with the young master. Lin Luochen recalled his previous life, where he had passed away while Lang Yefeng remained in her prime, and he could not help but feel a wave of emotions. He understood Morong Xiaozhi's sentiments, for they shared many commonalities. Morong Xiaozhi looked at Lin Luochen with reluctance, her voice tinged with sorrow. The thought of parting tomorrow. All gatherings must come to an end. If fate allows, we shall meet again, Lin Luochen gently reassured her, only to see her suddenly lift her head, hope sparkling in her eyes. Will the young master come back to see me? Lin Luochen was momentarily stunned. Is that not detrimental to you, considering your reputation? People like me are seldom sought after. I do not dare to dream of marriage. Morong Xiaozhi's smile was bittersweet, her only wish being for the young master to occasionally pass by and share a cup of tea. The evening breeze swirled the snowflakes around them, mirroring Lin Luocheng's current thoughts. After a brief silence, he finally nodded. Very well. He understood Morong Xiaozhi's loneliness, for he too yearned for someone to acknowledge his existence during his time at the Jade Maiden Sect. The one who visited him then was Lang Yefeng, and he hoped to bring warmth to Morong Xiaozhi's life. A radiant smile blossomed on Morong Xiaozhi's face as she exclaimed, Xiaozhi will wait for the young master. As night descended, and her figure vanished beyond the moongate, Lin Luochen let out a long sigh. The favor of a beauty is indeed difficult to bear. Just as he spoke, a familiar chill enveloped him. Lang Yefeng had appeared in the courtyard, the moonlight casting a silver sheen upon her. Is that so? Lin Luochen was startled, feeling inexplicably flustered. When did you arrive? I have been here for quite some time. Lang Yefeng pouted, her tone petulant. Lin Luochen feigned ignorance. What brings you to seek me? Lang Yefeng pressed her lips together, clearly displeased. What are your plans moving forward? Lin Luochen replied candidly, naturally. I intend to attend the Immortal Ascension Conference. Lang Yefeng frowned. Are you truly set on entering the demonic path? The demonic path is free. It suits my desires. Lin Luochen paused. And you? Shouldn't you return to the Jade Maiden Sect? I am not in a hurry. Lang Yefeng admitted shyly. I have ventured out to travel. It is all the same wherever I go. Why not travel together? What? Lin Luochen took 3 steps back, wary. You aren't developing feelings for me, are you? How presumptuous. Lang Yefeng, flustered, her cheeks flushed, retorted. I merely wish to witness the Immortal Ascension Conference. Alarm bells rang in Lin Luocheng's mind. If this woman truly took a liking to him, it would spell disaster. No, you are of the righteous path. And I am of the demonic path. Our paths do not align. You haven't even formally entered yet. I have made my decision. Our paths of righteousness and evil. Clang. Long Yefeng drew her longsword, her beautiful eyes narrowing. Then I shall eradicate the demons now. Wait. Lin Luochen chuckled nervously. There is no need to rush. Long Yefeng crossed her arms defiantly, huffing. Why won't you take me along? Lin Luochen confessed. I fear you might take a liking to me and drag me back to the Jade Maiden Sect. Those words turned Lang Yefeng's ears crimson. Her neck flushed with embarrassment. You. She stammered in anger, ultimately shooting him a fierce glare. You insufferable fool. The figure clad in white stormed away in indignation, leaving Lin Luochen pondering beneath the moonlit courtyard. This appears to be an entanglement I cannot escape. Within the small building, candlelight flickered. Murong Xiaoju rested her chin in her hand, watching with keen interest as Murong Qiuji struggled to conceal her delight. Qiuji, what did your young master say to you? You returned with a countenance full of infatuation. Stop it, sister. What nonsense are you speaking? Murong Qiuji's face was a deep shade of red, further piquing Murong Xiaoju's curiosity. Come now, Qiuji, just tell your sister. Murong Qiuji played with her hair but eventually succumbed to her sister's persistence and revealed the truth. Murong Xiaoju was surprised that such a small affirmation could bring her sister such joy, shaking her head in exasperation. You foolish girl. Are you so easily satisfied by merely being told he would return to see you? Murong Qiuji responded with a gentle smile. Sister, I am an unfortunate soul. I do not dare to aspire for more. Besides, I will inevitably grow old and pass away. This is already quite sufficient. In the future, you will join the immortal sect, and I will reside in a nearby town. You need only visit me occasionally. Murong Xiaoju, filled with tenderness, embraced her sister. Suddenly struck by inspiration. Qiuji, how about this? I shall join the same sect as your young master? Murong Qiuji was taken aback, her eyes lighting up with excitement. Yet she hesitated. Would that be inappropriate? Murong Xiaozu playfully pinched her cheek, chuckling. You contradictory girl, clearly filled with anticipation yet pretending otherwise. With a resolute pat on her chest, she declared, It is settled. Unless he joins a monastery, I shall certainly join his sect. At that time, you must take the initiative. Do not let your sister's efforts go to waste. Understood? Murong Qiuji shyly murmured her agreement, and the sisters nestled together on the bed, whispering sweetly about the future. Meanwhile, in the underground palace beneath the city, a shadow of darkness floated silently, witnessing the joyful exchange between the sisters. The azure river surrounding her had turned a shade of crimson, emitting dark fumes. The shadow gazed obsessively at the exquisite visage in the projection, her voice laced with a near-manic devotion. 3 days, just 3 more days. Chapter 56. The two young ladies of Murong, come with me. On the following morning, Lin Luochen sat at the small dining hall of the Murong sisters as usual. Murong Qiuji maintained her usual demeanor, gracefully holding a bowl as she served porridge to Lin Luochen. It was only when he mentioned his departure the next morning that she paused momentarily. Lang Yushuang lightly cleared her throat and casually remarked, I shall set out tomorrow as well. Lin Luochen couldn't help but smile wryly to himself. It seemed he could not shake off her persistent presence. At present, he found himself unable to confront or dismiss Lang Yushuang, leaving him utterly perplexed. The four of them consumed their breakfast in silence, the only sounds being the clattering of bowls and chopsticks. Observing Murong Qiuji's reluctant expression, Lin Luochen sighed inwardly. It was a rare opportunity to visit this place, and with his departure imminent, he wondered if he could trouble the two young ladies to show him around. Murong Xiaoju immediately agreed, and understanding his intent, Murong Qiuji smiled and nodded slightly. After finishing their meal, the group strolled out of the Murong residence, meandering through the lively streets of the city. The long street had regained some vitality, with the shouts of vendors rising and falling. Yet Lin Luochen's gaze remained clouded with lingering shadows. As the citizens returned, the city of Qingshi, having survived its tribulations, exhibited signs of rejuvenation. Vendors shouted their wares. Children chased and played in the alleys, and the aromas from tea houses and taverns wafted through the air. However, this vibrant scene only heightened Lin Luochen's unease. For throughout it all, he had yet to witness the blood sacrifice array that was purportedly to be revealed. This was starkly at odds with the tales of his previous life. After all, a blood sacrifice must surely entail a corresponding array. Either the so-called grand array was mere hearsay, or Murong Xichen had yet to set it up. Alternatively, it could be that the array was concealed somewhere, waiting to be discovered by him. Yet, how could such a large array remain entirely hidden, unnoticed by anyone? Was it possible that it was camouflaged within the mundane, blinding him to the truth? As Lin Luochen's gaze swept over the closely packed stone houses lining the street, a sudden realization struck him, and he earnestly surveyed his surroundings. Ladies Murong, has the architecture of Qingshi always been like this? He inquired. How could that be? Murong Xiaoshi chuckled in disbelief. In the past, this place was utterly desolate, with even the city walls in disrepair. It was only after my uncle led our clan here, engaging in extensive construction for over a decade, that we achieved the current scale. Lin Luochen pressed further. What exactly was done? Murong Xiaoju began to enumerate with her fingers, dredging waterways, paving stone roads, and repairing drainage systems within the city. Upon hearing drainage systems, Lin Luochen's keen intellect seized upon the significance of this detail. Qishur is situated in a low-lying area, and in the past, it was prone to flooding during rains. Murong Qiuji softly explained. Since the Murong family arrived and began regular maintenance of the waterways, flooding has not been an issue. Lin Luochen questioned, given the dire conditions in Qishur. Why did the Murong family choose to settle here? Murong Xiaozhu reflected for a moment before answering. Among our clan, few were inclined to come to Qingshi. However, after our father's passing, the Murong family found itself isolated in the capital and had no choice but to seek refuge elsewhere. My third uncle had intended to go to Wangwei City, which lacked prominent families and offered better transportation. Yet, my uncle insisted on coming to Qishur to recuperate. Much to the discontent of our clan. Glancing at the green brick walls by the roadside, Lin Luochen jested. Surely these green bricks were not invented by the head of the Murong family? Murong Xiao shook her head, not at all. Green bricks have been around for quite some time. Before Lin Luochen could feel relieved, Murong Qiuji added, however, the manufacturing process was indeed improved by my uncle. He insisted that matters concerning the people's livelihood should not be compromised in quality. At that moment, despite the blazing sun above, Lin Luochen felt a chill run through him. Murmuring, it's him again. Lang Yushuang assumed he was lamenting the merits of Murong Dongwei, and she too felt a pang of sympathy. No wonder Lord Su held such trust in him. His diligence for the people indeed resembled that of a second father to the city of Qingshi. Murong Qiuji nodded. I've heard that many citizens were displaced back then, and it was my uncle who financed the construction of their homes. Murong Xiaozhu scoffed. Yet when my uncle faced misfortune, none of these citizens came forward to speak on his behalf. The exchange between the three women drifted past Lin Luochen's ears. Though he absorbed none of it, he suppressed his tumultuous thoughts, seeking assistance from the ethereal presence of Chu Lingyin in his mind. Chu Lingyin. Could it be that the entire Qingshi city itself is an array? Chu Lingyin paused in surprise, uncertainly responding. Are you suggesting that these green bricks may be the array's patterns? Lin Luochen replied. If these bricks are composed of some special material, it may indeed be plausible. He then turned to Murong Xiaozhu for confirmation. Has the soil here always possessed this color? Murong Xiaozhu nodded. Indeed, not only the soil. It is said that in ancient times, even the well water in the city had a greenish tint, though it has faded significantly over time. One can still discern hints of green when drawing water from the old wells in the city. Feigning interest, Lin Luochen inquired, is there truly such a phenomenon? Take me to see it. The group arrived at an ancient well within the city, and upon seeing Murong Qiuji approach, the women nearby recoiled, casting looks of disdain. Some seemed poised to mock her, but fell silent upon noticing Lang Yushuang standing nearby. The well's rope creaked as a bucket of clear water was drawn up. Sunlight filtered down, casting an eerie green hue upon the water's surface, which vanished upon being cupped in his hands. How intriguing, Lin Luochen thought. A faint smile gracing his lips, though his eyes remained devoid of mirth. Suddenly, a mouse scurried out from his embrace, clambering onto the edge of the bucket and squeaking excitedly as if it wished to leap into the water. Lin Luochen swiftly seized it by the scruff of its neck. Chuckling softly, little one, you cannot wash in this water. The mouse seemed about to protest, but upon meeting his cautionary gaze, it promptly quieted down. Well, this little creature appears to have inherited its father's cunning and should be able to avoid danger. Lin Luochen restrained his impulse to acquire the city's blueprints from Su Zhan, his mind racing with strategies. At that moment, whispers surrounded him, as the gossiping women pointed and cast disparaging glances at Murong Qiuji, as if her mere presence by the well was a defilement. Lin Luochen shot them a glance, causing them to scatter like frightened birds. Turning to Murong Qiuji, whose eyes were cast downwards, he seized the opportunity to suggest, in that case, why don't we take a stroll outside the city? With Lang Yushuang at his side, the city guards were rendered inconsequential. Upon exiting the city with ease, Lin Luochen looked up at the vast sky, feigning nonchalance and bravado. Let us ascend and gaze upon the heavens, and see what delightful sights await us. Lang Yushuang seemed to grasp his intent and summoned a flying boat, lifting the group into the clouds, where the entirety of Qingshi city lay before them. Nestled within the basin, the houses were scattered, and the streets crisscrossed, appearing chaotic, yet subtly adhering to a profound order. You were indeed correct. Chu Lingyin gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, the entire city is indeed a grand array. It seems these green bricks and the water here are extraordinary, serving as natural conduits for the array's patterns. The architect of this array has employed a clever method, breaking the complete patterns into segments, layering light and shadow. Lin Luochen's heart raced as he pressed on. Are all the buildings in the city part of the array? Certainly not. Chu Lingyin clarified. Many of the structures merely serve to disrupt, functioning as waste patterns within the array. The strategist's intentions are truly remarkable. Were it not for the notion that this is a formation, even from a vantage point high above, who could have imagined that this seemingly ordinary city harbors such a grand array? Lin Luochen inquired further, can you discern what type of formation it is? Chu Lingyin pondered for a moment before responding, from the patterns on the ground, this formation is malevolent. It appears to be a blood sacrifice array. Lin Luochen's thoughts raced, as all clues finally interlinked, leaving him with an unsettling sensation. Suddenly, he turned to the Morong sisters and said in a serious tone, "Ladies Morong, please accompany me." Morong Qiuji gazed at him with sparkling eyes, her lips quivering, filled with excitement. Morong Xiaozhu, wide-eyed in astonishment, exclaimed, "Am I to go as well?" Lin Luochen nodded affirmatively. Of course. Morong Xiaozhu's mind was in a whirl. What was this person thinking? If he wished to elope, so be it, but to bring along Qiuji as well? Did he intend to embrace both sides, soaring together in unison? Lung Yuefeng also stared in disbelief, her cherry lips parted, her mind struggling to comprehend her place on this flying vessel. Chapter 57. Sacrificing one's life for the beauty. Morong Qiuji had no objections to Lin Luochen's decision to take Morong Xiaozhu along. She simply inquired softly, "When shall we depart?" Cold Moon Frost, upon hearing this, felt a wave of despair wash over her. She hadn't even asked where they were headed. It seemed she truly was a superfluous presence. Lin Luochen's expression turned grave. "We must set out immediately, the sooner, the better." Morong Qiuji's face reflected her surprise, and she frowned. "Should we not return to the city to bid farewell to my uncle?" "There's no need." Lin Luochen shook his head. "If it can be avoided, we should not enter Qingshi City again." At this, all three women were taken aback, sensing something amiss. Cold Moon Frost raised an eyebrow and asked, "What do you mean by that?" After a moment's hesitation, Lin Luochen replied, "I will explain the details later. For now, you must accompany me away from here." Thinking back to that day when the demon saint could conjure such a formidable array, he felt a prickling unease and wished to leave this place as quickly as possible. Cold Moon Frost crossed her arms and scoffed, "If you don't clarify your words, why would anyone choose to follow you?" Upon hearing this, Morong Qiuji bit her lip, torn between speaking up and holding her tongue. Cold Moon Frost's frustration boiled over. It seemed this woman was being used by him, yet was still willing to count spirit stones. Fortunately, Morong Qiuji did not publicly express her intent to follow Lin Luochen, or Cold Moon Frost might have been driven to exasperation. Lin Luochen quietly lamented, if he revealed the truth, this stubborn girl would surely insist on staying behind to vanquish the demons. But remaining silent meant that without her protection, their safe departure was in jeopardy. Cold Moon Frost furrowed her brow. "Do you know something we do not? First, set up a barrier to ensure no one can eavesdrop on our conversation, especially to seal off the aura of that demon orb." Once Cold Moon Frost had erected the barrier, Lin Luochen spoke in a serious tone. "A great calamity is approaching Qingshi City. We must leave at once." "What?" the Morong sisters exclaimed in unison, with Cold Moon Frost looking particularly stunned. "Why is that? Wasn't Morong Xiqing already dealt with?" Lin Luochen shook his head. Morong Xiqing was merely a pawn, or perhaps a scapegoat. The true malevolence at work in the city remains unpunished, and a blood sacrifice array has been set up to envelop the entire city. Cold Moon Frost frowned. "But we searched before and found no such array." Lin Luochen pointed down at the city below and asked, "Do you not see how Qingshi City and the surrounding mountains resemble an array? How could that be?" Cold Moon Frost instinctively wanted to refute. Yet as she observed the seemingly random pathways in the city, she found herself momentarily speechless. The entire Qingshi City indeed bore the essence of an array, and when combined with the encircling mountains, it appeared increasingly like one. The entirety of Qingshi City was a grand formation, with the blue bricks and flowing water within the city being integral parts of the array. Lin Luochen recounted Chu Lingyin's conjectures, leaving Cold Moon Frost in stunned silence. "Are you implying that the head of the Morong family is the mastermind behind this?" Lin Luochen hesitated. "I cannot ascertain if he is the chief architect, but he is certainly involved. I am uncertain whether Morong Dongyue is a pawn or the true mastermind. If he is indeed the mastermind, where did he acquire the means to create such a formidable array? How could he be aware of Qingshi City's peculiarities? Could it be that he is a demon in possession of another's body? If Morong Dongyue is not the mastermind, then there must be other powerful individuals lurking in the shadows." Morong Qiuji still found it hard to believe. "Lin Gongzi, could this be a misunderstanding? Might this array have other purposes?" Cold Moon Frost shook her head decisively. "No, if it truly is an array, its nature is insidious, and it is certainly not for benign purposes." Morong Qiuji murmured in disappointment. "Why would my uncle do such a thing?" Cold Moon Frost's gaze turned icy as she replied coolly, "That question must be directed at him." Lin Luochen reminded them, "The individual behind this array has grand ambitions. Our priority is to vacate Qingshi City as swiftly as possible." Cold Moon Frost stared at him in disbelief. "If what you say is true, how can we simply walk away? Should we not confront the demons?" Lin Luochen rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Are you certain you can handle this demon?" Cold Moon Frost's eyes glinted with defiance. "If it were stronger than me, why would it go to such lengths? It has only shown itself partially and has yet to strike at me, proving it is not my match. What is there for me to fear?" Lin Luochen regarded the proud yet naive Cold Moon Frost with astonishment. He had to concede that perhaps the notion of beauty without brains did not apply here. This woman had some sense, yet he was unwilling to be drawn into this turmoil. Lin Luochen was acutely aware of his own limitations. The responsibility of saving the nation and its people did not fall upon him alone. If it were merely Morong Dongyue, that would be manageable. but if there were others involved, it would become quite troublesome. In light of this, he thought, "Cold Fairy, do your best. I have faith in you. May fortune favor your endeavors." The once heroic fairy's countenance fell in an instant, her expression a mixture of panic and dismay. "You won't accompany me?" Lin Luochen resolutely shook his head. "What place do I have amidst such tumult? I still have to attend the Ascension Conference." Cold Moon Frost pleaded, "There's no hurry. When the time comes, I will send you off on my sword. You won't be delayed." Lin Luochen remained steadfast in his refusal, and Cold Moon Frost turned to the Murong sisters for support. Murong Qiuji gazed longingly at the smoke rising from the city, tugging at Lin Luochen's sleeve with an expression full of yearning. "Lin Gongzi, is there truly no way to save the people of the city?" Murong Xiaozhu, aware of her sister's compassionate nature, sighed helplessly and added her voice to the plea. "Lin Luochen, will you truly allow yourself to be played like a fool and flee in disgrace?" Lin Luochen found himself wavering, not only out of a sense of reluctance, but also concern for the three women. Seeing his silence, Cold Moon Frost's eyes glimmered with cunning as she huffed defiantly. "If you won't go, then I shall return to confront Murong Dongyue myself." Lin Luochen quickly grabbed her arm, exasperated. "What purpose would that serve? You would merely alert the enemy." Cold Moon Frost's lips curled into a slight smirk before she quickly suppressed it, turning back to pout at him. "If you refuse to assist me, I have no choice but to go back alone." "You." Lin Luochen gazed into the three pairs of sparkling eyes before him, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Cold Moon Frost stood in the center, flanked by the Murong sisters. All three sets of glistening eyes fixed intently on him, filled with anticipation. Faced with the combined allure of the three women, Lin Luochen felt himself capitulate. "Very well. I shall accompany you, even if it means risking my life for the sake of beauty, should any misfortune befall us." Before he could finish, the three women, united in purpose, erupted into radiant smiles, akin to blossoms competing for attention in the spring, brightening even the misty mountains surrounding them. Cold Moon Frost beamed, "Rest assured, with me by your side, you will not perish." Lin Luochen surveyed the enchanting scene before him, reluctant to admit he had succumbed to their charms. If that demon truly possessed such strength, he would likely find escape impossible without Cold Moon Frost's aid. Since it sought his life, he would have no choice but to retaliate in kind. "All right, let us refrain from alarming the enemy, lest the lurking demons become desperate," Murong Xiaozhu proposed. "Since the array relies on the buildings, why not destroy them to break the formation?" Lin Luochen shook his head. "That would be unwise, after years of planning. They must have contingencies in place. Furthermore, if the source of the demonic influence remains unexamined, we risk the possibility of the demons inciting the populace to madness." Murong Qiuji hesitated. "Isn't the source of the madness that demon orb?" Lin Luochen reasoned. "It likely is not. The fact that the demon orb was entrusted to us suggests it may merely be a ruse." In the cold moonlight, Shuang contemplated with her chin resting on her hand, proposing, "Shall we employ our previous strategy, feigning departure, and wait for him to reveal his true intentions?" Lin Luochen surveyed the surrounding mountains, his brow furrowed, lightly tapping his palm with a folding fan. "If we wait for him to expose himself, the blood sacrificial array in the city may already be activated. We must take the initiative." He recalled the last incident when Shushu ventured into the underground river, which led to chaos in the city, pondering whether there might be something lurking in the depths below. "Tonight, we shall investigate. If we find nothing, we will pretend to leave the city tomorrow and commence our inquiries from the external waterways." Shuang nodded eagerly, her spirits lifted at the prospect of collaborating with Lin Luochen. Dispelling her earlier confusion, Murong Xiaozhu inquired curiously, "What about us sisters?" Lin Luochen hesitated for a moment before responding, "You should find a reason to accompany us." Although whisking them away suddenly might arouse suspicion, he prioritized the safety of the Murong sisters. After all, if Murong Dongyue truly possessed the body of a heavenly demon, the first to be sacrificed would undoubtedly be members of the Murong family. Chapter 58. The array unfolds. Murong Xiaozhu nodded. "What reason do we have to accompany you?" She understood that this might alert the enemy, but the safety of herself and her sister was paramount. Lin Luochen pondered briefly, gently waving his folding fan. "How about we say that Fairy Lung has taken a liking to your talents and wishes to take you to Miao Yin Sect for training?" Murong Qiuji replied awkwardly. "But I cannot cultivate. That is of no consequence." Lin Luochen replied nonchalantly. "Just concoct some reason. Perhaps claim that your constitution is unique, and that it requires further study at the sect." "All right." Murong Qiuji responded softly, a hint of disappointment flickering in her eyes. Why couldn't Lin Gongzi simply say he wished to take her with him? Even if it were a fabrication, it would suffice. Unbeknownst to Lin Luochen, who was entirely focused on the matters at hand, he remained oblivious to Murong Qiuji's tender feelings. He meticulously devised an action plan, even assigning the task of scouting to Shushu. Lin Luochen hoped that Shushu would uncover the secrets beneath the ground, ideally guiding them through the waterways. After all, Shushu could burrow underground, while they could not. "Shushu, remember, your task is merely to find the route without alarming anyone. Prioritize your own safety." Shushu nodded vigorously, its beady eyes sparkling with excitement. Finally, Lin Luochen surveyed the group of women upon returning to the city. We shall maintain our usual demeanor and depart tomorrow as planned. Remember, do not reveal any flaws, and refrain from mentioning this matter outside, especially in front of Morong Donghua. The women nodded in agreement, appearing obedient, which nearly led Lin Luochen to believe himself a patriarch. Stay calm. Do not become ensnared in the allure of these gentle women. He exhaled deeply. Let us return. As he spoke, he felt the reincarnation wheel within him stir to an unprecedented vibrancy, his spiritual energy flowing restlessly. With a sudden shake of the Qing Lian, a sensation of liberation surged through him, and at that moment, he successfully advanced to the 8th level of qi refinement. The women were taken aback, with Lun Yushuang exclaiming joyfully, "See, good deeds are rewarded." Yet, Lin Luochen felt no joy, for this seemed more like a response from the reincarnation while sensing impending danger. Unaware of his worries, Lang Yushuang, filled with determination, led the group towards Qingshi City. On the way, Morong Donghua rushed in on his sword, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Upon seeing them, he sighed in relief. Thank heavens, Fairy Ling, you haven't left. Lin Luochen, already harboring suspicions about Morong Donghua, felt even more uneasy. Why was Morong Donghua so anxious? Did he have a true target among the four of them? Why was the head of the Morong family in such a rush to find them? Realizing his own lapse, Morong Donghua attempted to cover. I was merely worried that you two might leave without a word. Lin Luochen smiled slightly. We were merely out to enjoy the scenery. You need not worry, head of the Morong family. Morong Donghua chuckled. To be honest, I, along with Lord Su, have prepared a farewell banquet for you two. Lord Su knows that Fairy Lung dislikes noise, so the banquet will only consist of us few. We hope you will grace us with your presence. Lun Yushuang glanced at Lin Luochen, who subtly nodded, prompting her to agree. You are quite considerate. I will attend the banquet on time. Morong Donghua beamed. Then I shall await your esteemed presence at my residence. With that, the group flew towards Qingshi City. Lin Luochen chose not to speak immediately, planning to discuss the matter of taking the Morong sisters during the banquet. After all, the longer he delayed, the more difficult it would be for them to guard against it. Upon returning to the city, Shushu quietly slipped down from Lin Luochen and Apos' shoulder. Its small claws worked quickly, and it soon burrowed into the ground, heading underground. This was its first official task, and it was determined to execute it flawlessly. As night fell, the Morong residence was ablaze with lights and filled with the sounds of silk and bamboo. Su Jun, beaming with joy, raised his cup. Thanks to Fairy Lung and Lin Gongzi and Apos' efforts in vanquishing evil, Qingshi City can return to peace. On behalf of all the citizens, I raise a toast to you both. Lang Yushuang remained composed at the table, saying nothing as she delicately sipped her fruit wine, her demeanor as chilling as frost. The moonlight filtered through the intricately carved windows, casting a celestial glow upon her, rendering her akin to a fairy untouched by the mundane world. Sujin, unfazed, clapped his hands, and two maidens approached, presenting each of them with a storage bag. Fairy Lung, Lin Gongzi. This is a token of appreciation from myself and the citizens of Qingshi City. I hope you will graciously accept it. Though Lang Yushuang felt somewhat at a loss, Lin Luochen accepted it without hesitation, giving her a knowing glance. It was appropriate to accept what was due. There was no need for pretense. Don't give it to me, you spendthrift. Lang Yushuang, under the pressure of his gaze, could only accept it with a hint of embarrassment, her expression somewhat flustered. Seeing her accept the gift, Sujin felt a wave of relief wash over him, his smile radiating. Morong Donghua, noticing this, also presented a gift to the two. A small token, but it carries my respect. Lin Luochen understood this was offered out of regard for Lang Yushuang, yet he accepted it without reservation. It was what he was entitled to, after all. A moment's carelessness could have led to him being forcibly taken back to the Jade Maiden Sect by Lang Yushuang. He was no mere dependent. Taking the spiritual stones into account, Lin Luochen and Morong Donghua exchanged toasts, the atmosphere growing congenial. As the wine flowed and the mood lightened, Lin Luochen signaled to Lang Yushuang. She softly spoke, head of the Morong family, I wish to take the two Morong girls back to Miaoyin Sect. What are your thoughts? What? Morong Donghua's hand trembled in surprise as he stared at her. Fairy, do you speak truly? Indeed. But Qiuji cannot cultivate. Their sisterly bond is profound. I cannot bear to separate them, Lang Yushuang stated earnestly. Moreover, Miss Qiuji possesses a unique constitution. Bringing her to the sect may yield unexpected benefits. Even if she cannot cultivate, Miaoyin Sect is not lacking in resources, so you need not worry. Head of the Morong family. Morong Donghua turned to the Morong sisters, hesitating. What do you two think? We are willing. The sisters chimed in unison. Morong Donghua forced himself to calm down, feigning happiness. In that case, once Elder Zhou returns, we shall discuss your arrangements. Lang Yushuang interjected. No need for that. Let the resources remain with the Morong family. I will ensure they are compensated. Realizing he could not insist, Morong Donghua's thoughts raced, sensing something amiss. His two nieces had caught the favor of Fairy Lang, and he was filled with joy. I implore Fairy Lang to take good care of them. Lang Yushuang nodded, while Lin Luochen felt a wave of relief. It seemed the Murong sisters were not the key to the blood sacrifice after all, merely expendable offerings. Murong Dongwei turned to the sisters, presenting them with a storage bag. Xiaozhu, Jiuji, you are leaving now. I have little to offer. But this is my small token of affection. This is a personal gift from me, not from the family, so do not worry about it. No one will say anything. As long as I am here in the Murong family, this will always be your home, and you may return any time for what belongs to you. His heartfelt demeanor touched not only Murong Qiuji but even Murong Xiaozhu, who was visibly moved. Seeing the two on the verge of tears, Suzhen quickly intervened. This is a joyous occasion. Let us not wear frowns. You are not leaving forever. With the successful entry of my two nieces into the immortal sect, I raise a glass to wish them a brilliant future. The Murong sisters promptly raised their cups in return, and the atmosphere grew lively as everyone exchanged toasts. After the gathering dispersed, within the small building of the Murong sisters, Lin Luochen and his companions gathered around the table, while the little mouse sketched intricate waterway diagrams on the surface. According to the mouse, the underwater passages were extensive, protected by a barrier of spiritual energy. Fearing to startle the serpents, it dared not delve deeper, confining its exploration to the periphery. Cold Moon Frost pondered aloud. Shall I descend to investigate? Lin Luochen nodded in agreement, saying, I will accompany you. Cold Moon Frost, lost in thought, felt a blush rise to her cheeks and softly acquiesced. She cast a formation around the area, sealing the magical eye within to safeguard their whereabouts. Before their departure, Cold Moon Frost left several talismans with the Murong sisters to ensure their safety. Remember, no matter what transpires, do not leave this place. The sisters nodded solemnly. And with that, Cold Moon Frost and Lin Luochen vanished from sight. Murong Qiuji, filled with concern, remarked, I hope Master Lin and the others remain safe. Murong Xiaozhu comforted her with a pat on the shoulder. Do not worry, with fairy cold here, everything will be fine. Murong Qiuji responded with a slight nod, yet her anxiety lingered. Meanwhile, in the underground palace, a voice cried out, My lord, trouble arises. That woman surnamed Cold intends to take the Murong sisters away. Murong Dongwei's expression was fraught with urgency, his eyes glimmering with a chilling intensity as the shadow of magic shifted unpredictably. I have long anticipated their descent to investigate. It seems they have already uncovered something. In that case, once they enter the waters, we shall set our plan in motion. Murong Dongwei hesitated for a moment, but then resolutely nodded. Understood. I shall prepare the offerings and activate the summoning array. After his subordinate departed, the shadow of magic began to weave spells, causing the surrounding waters to surge uncontrollably. A thin mist of demonic energy and blood essence flowed forth, as if countless vengeful spirits wailed from within. Since you seek death, I shall grant it, using your blood to cleanse our Lord. Chapter 59. Why is he so skilled? By the ancient well in the city, the dark waters mirrored the frosty moon. Suddenly, a woman descended from the heavens with a man in tow, like a celestial maiden gracing the mortal realm. Gazing at the tranquil well, Lin Luochen recalled an awkward truth. He couldn't hold his breath for long. The little mouse leaped from his embrace, chirped twice, and plunged into the well. Lung Yueshuang's ears flushed crimson as she whispered shyly, Luochen, let's go? Clasping his hand, she pulled him into the well as if they were lovers taking a fatal plunge. After their descent, the well's water level mysteriously rose. Floodgates opened, and countless streams of bluish water tinged with crimson threads surged through the drainage channels, emitting eerie black radiance that permeated the city. Citizens enveloped in this dark mist fell into nightmarish trances, particularly the native inhabitants of Qingshi City, whose heads seethed with ominous energy. Within the ancient well, the mouse led the way while Lung Yueshuang guided Lin Luochen through the subterranean currents. To his astonishment, the tiny creature paddled with remarkable speed, putting this human to shame. Deeper they ventured, where light faded but the water grew warmer. Lung Yueshuang's form shimmered with pearlescent light, her sleeves floating like celestial ribbons. Sensing Lin Luochen's grip tighten, she turned to find him red-faced and struggling for air. Before she could improvise an air transfer method, he pulled her into a kiss. To him, familiarity bred comfort. What difference did one more kiss make? Stunned, Lung Yueshuang stiffened. Why did he handle her reactions with such practiced ease? Memories of their cave encounter resurfaced, tangling her thoughts. Could he truly be her destined husband? As they sank deeper in their embrace, even the mouse paused its swimming, bewildered. When Lin Luochen finally released her, Lung Yueshuang's dazed expression suggested oxygen deprivation rather than romance. At his gesturing downward, she pouted but continued guiding him through the labyrinthine waterways, where the currents now glowed faintly green. The complex river system felt strangely familiar, though their spiritual senses were dampened by the peculiar water and soil. Suddenly, Lin Luochen squeezed her hand and pointed to his lips. Her cheeks burned crimson just before he kissed her again. Was this his idea of communication? Above ground, Qingshi City descended into chaos. Howls of agony echoed as black mist transformed citizens into frenzied attackers. City Lord Su Zhen, roused from drunken slumber, found his guards slaughtering each other. From his elevated view, the entire city seethed with violence under the dark shroud. At the Murong estate, the sisters witnessed servants turning demonic. Morong Xiaju shielded Qiuji, observing that only native Qingshe residents were affected. Meanwhile, the demonic eye in their chamber pulsed ominously, summoning dark energy that corroded their protective barrier. In the courtyard, the panicked clan gathered under Murong Dongyue's command. All present? He asked calmly before unleashing a sword rain that massacred his own kin, a man unburdened by familial ties, executing his mysterious design with cold precision. Moments later, all those gathered in the courtyard lay sprawled upon the ground, the scene littered with lifeless bodies. Some still clung to the remnants of life, incredulously uttering, "Master, why?" Murong Dongyue, with a swift stroke of his sword, replied coldly, "Because the family requires your sacrifice." The man, even in death, could hardly fathom that the gentleman revered by many had transformed into a demon. Murong Dongyue, recalling the storage bags he had gifted to the Murong sisters, pinpointed their location. Casting a glance at the courtyard where the sisters resided, he soared toward the Lord's mansion without looking back. Chapter 60. The ancient demon god before a barrier of spiritual energy in the depths of an underground river, the rat-like creature frantically gnawed at the formation. While the two individuals behind it were also engaged in the same endeavor, creating a scene of overwhelming the spirit beast. After a moment, the rat finally managed to gnaw a hole in the barrier and excitedly gestured for the two to stop. Cold Moon Frost came to her senses and hurriedly pushed Lin Luochen away, her delicate face flushed even beneath the water. "What are you doing? Kissing and sticking out your tongue. What are your intentions?" Lin Luochen's gaze flickered, cursing inwardly, realizing that this instinctive reaction was quite difficult to control. At that moment, several demonic creatures emerged from the broken barrier. "Be careful," Cold Moon Frost warned telepathically, brandishing her sword and swiftly dispatching the creatures that had lunged at them. These entities did not resemble beasts but appeared as fish-like abominations from the water. "Let us go." Feeling she was on the right path, Cold Moon Frost quickly pulled Lin Luochen upstream along the river. As they ventured deeper into the barrier, the demonic energy grew denser the closer they approached the source. The two of them faced little resistance from the creatures along the way. Moments later, they surfaced from the water into an expansive cavern. Lin Luochen, relieved, gasped, "Finally out." Cold Moon Frost nodded, urging, "Let us press on and explore further." With that, she soared into the air, guiding Lin Luochen as they traversed the vast cavern. The size of this cavern was unfathomable, with several underground rivers flowing below, seemingly converging at a single source. Now free from the strange river and Oppo's interference, Cold Moon Frost decisively spread her spiritual awareness to investigate their surroundings. After a brief period, they arrived at a narrowing point, where Cold Moon Frost, her expression grave, placed her hand against the rock wall. How is this possible?" Her beautiful eyes widened, as if witnessing something incredible. "What is it?" Lin Luochen inquired hurriedly. Unable to find words to describe her astonishment, Cold Moon Frost simply touched his forehead, sharing her vision. Lin Luochen also beheld a massive cavern adjacent to theirs, but was puzzled as to what had shocked her. Cold Moon Frost pointed out, "Look, doesn't this resemble a gigantic heart?" Throughout their journey, she had sensed the intricate undercurrents, reminiscent of meridians and blood vessels. The moment she discovered the neighboring space, the thought could no longer be suppressed. Lin Luochen felt as if struck by lightning, incredulity etched on his face. "It can't be." Cold Moon Frost urged him to continue their search for the source. Reluctantly, Lin Luochen acknowledged that the shape indeed resembled a heart. Moments later, they reached the origins of several rivers, where two caverns faced each other. However, the interconnectedness of the two chambers did not elate Lin Luochen. For above them loomed a large diamond-shaped opening. Through their shared consciousness, he perceived massive shadows stretching across the air like ribs. It was evident that the heart had been pierced, resulting in the connection between the left and right chambers. "What manner of creature is this?" Lin Luochen expressed his astonishment, unaware that Chu Lingyan would answer him. "This is the corpse of an ancient demon god. No wonder the soil here is so peculiar." "Beneath lies the remains of an ancient demon god," Lin Luochen quickly asked. "The ancient demon god?" Chu Ling confirmed, "Indeed. This is the corpse of an ancient demon god that has been dead for countless years. Its demonic blood seeped into the soil over the years, staining it blue, which was then forged into stone bricks. These blue stone bricks, imbued with demonic blood, became exceptional materials for formation patterns, yet could only sustain demonic arrays. The Blue Stone City is built upon this demon god and Oppo's body, and this basin may very well be the result of its fall." Lin Luochen envisioned a giant crashing down from the heavens, collapsing mountains and being buried beneath them, and he couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Frankly, this scenario exceeded his imagination. Cold Moon Frost pointed, exclaiming, "There's a palace over there." Lin Luochen looked and indeed saw a floating island at the confluence of the rivers, where a palace stood majestically, surrounded by flowing waters that surged towards all directions. It was as if the blood that had seeped into the ground years ago was now rising. At that moment, the palace was enveloped in swirling demonic energy, and a dazzling bloodlight indicated that this was no ordinary place. Cold Moon Frost sensed the ominous atmosphere and solemnly handed Lin Luochen the only teleportation talisman. "Luochen, let us go take a look. If things seem off, activate the talisman and leave immediately." Lin Luochen nodded, his expression grave as she led him towards the palace. They landed cautiously before the subterranean palace and entered, where they encountered a dimly lit teleportation array, evidently shut down by someone. In the center of the palace lay a massive altar, glowing with a faint bloodlight and surrounded by swirling demonic energy. Cold Moon Frost exclaimed, "This is bad." The formation has already been activated. Although they had seen demonic energy along the way, they had assumed it was merely a natural occurrence, never suspecting that the formation was an operation. Just as she prepared to intervene, waves of demonic energy surged forth, blocking her attack. The energy coalesced at the altar, forming an indistinct, graceful silhouette. Surrounded by chilling demonic energy, the figure flickered in and out of focus, and a strange woman's voice echoed from within. "Hiki, you two have been so lovey-dovey along the way. If you had lingered any longer, you might have ended up as corpses for the citizens of Bluestone City. Given your state, I'm beginning to doubt Murong Donghui's judgment. Surely you can't be the enchanting demoness of Maiden Sect?" Cold Moon Frost and Amp, Appos, face flushed with indignation as she warily regarded the shadow. "Who are you? What do you want?" The shadow chuckled darkly, "As you can see, I am here to conduct a blood sacrifice for the entire Bluestone City, to welcome my master's return." Lin Luochen furrowed his brow. "Your master? This colossal ancient demon god?" The shadow fixed its gaze on him, a glint of murderous intent flashing in its eyes as it sneered, "You little brat. Go to hell and ask King Yin." Suddenly, it stretched out its hand, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy mixed with blood toward the two. Cold Moon Frost and Appos' complexion changed drastically. She brandished her sword, unleashing a flurry of moon blades. "You demon, perish." Yet the shadow remained unfazed, retorting with a cruel laugh. "If we were outside, I might have to be cautious of you. But here, you've walked straight into my trap. Accept your fate." Suspended in midair, the shadow chanted incantations, summoning countless waves of demonic energy, causing Cold Moon Frost and Appos' expression to shift. Though the shadow was not stronger than her, this place was saturated with demonic energy, clearly belonging to her. Moreover, without the moonlight, Cold Moon Frost and Amp, Appos' power had diminished significantly. In this exchange of strengths, while she had to protect Lin Luochen, she found herself greatly hindered against the shadow. Seeing Cold Moon Frost flustered and disoriented, the shadow couldn't and Appos' help but burst into arrogant laughter. "I had no intention of killing you, but who knew you would seek your own demise? If you two know what's good for you, submit to me and pledge loyalty to my master, and perhaps you might escape death." Cold Moon Frost retorted coldly. "You demon, even at death and Appos' door, you cling to foolish fantasies. Stop the formation at once." The shadow, at ease, replied, "The formation and Appos' core is right here. If you have the ability, then come and stop me." At this moment, Lin Luochen's consciousness, guided by Chu Lingyan, sensed the impending crisis and urgently warned him, "Kid, this formation either seeks to awaken the ancient demon god or siphon its power. Regardless, if successful, neither of you will be able to handle it. You must leave at once." Though she possesses cunning, even the most skilled artisan cannot craft a meal without ingredients. Should the demon truly awaken, she fears she would share the same bitter fate as Lin Luochen. Lin Luochen, eager to escape, finds the focal point of the formation directly before him. It is evident that Cold Moon Frost would not depart so easily. He steadies his mind, thoughts racing as he meticulously recalls the current clues. Time seemingly slowing in this instant. In a flash of inspiration, Lin Luochen seized upon a fleeting notion. Cold Moon Frost, do not be deceived by her. How could the focal point be so brazenly placed before you? This must be a ruse. And her earlier assertion of not wishing to kill us indicates she was compelled to activate the formation. Her true objective lies with the Murong sisters. We must hasten our departure and not fall prey to the demon and Appos' trickery. The shadow of the demon, filled with astonishment, felt exposed, as if the veil of demonic energy had been lifted. Having exchanged but a few words, he felt as though his very essence had been stripped bare. Cold Moon Frost pondered his words, decisively activating her small teleportation talisman. Lin Luochen was taken aback by her compliance, his heart soaring with joy. In a fit of rage, the demon shadow let out a furious roar. "Where do you think you are escaping to?" As the demon shadow advanced with ferocious intent, Cold Moon Frost pushed Lin Luochen aside, affixing the talisman to his person. "This place is perilous. You must exit and protect them. I shall slay this demon and join you shortly." Regardless of the truth in Lin Luochen's words, the focal point loomed before her, and she could not easily relinquish her position. Lin Luochen was propelled backward against his will, watching in frustration as Cold Moon Frost brandished her sword, exclaiming, "Cold Moon Frost, you have lost your mind." With a swift thrust of her sword, a radiant white light enveloped her, repelling the encroaching demonic energy. She glanced back with a smile, assuring him, "Do not worry, I shall not perish." Lin Luochen yearned to utter more, but in a flash of brilliance, he vanished from the scene. Cold Moon Frost stood proudly with her sword, a faint crimson glow flickering in her eyes, her garments billowing around her. "Demon, are you prepared to meet your demise?" Chapter 61. Those who roam shall eventually repay their debts. In the woods outside Qingshi City, Lin Luochen suddenly appeared in midair with Shu Shu, cursing the teleportation talisman for its shortcomings. Although materializing at such a height prevented them from getting stuck underground, it posed a risk of falling to their doom. Hastily employing wind control technique, Lin Luochen gracefully descended onto a tree, narrowly avoiding an embarrassing demise. He scanned the surroundings and soon spotted the distant glow of flames emanating from Qingshi City. Damn it, the blood sacrifice formation has indeed been activated. With a sigh, he addressed Shushu. You must leave quickly, danger looms behind. Shushu shook its head vigorously, squeaking insistently, embodying the spirit of loyalty. Lin Luochen patted its little head, his gaze resolute as he stared towards Qingshi City. Very well, let us brave this den of dragons and tigers together. With a light tap of his toes, he was swept away by a fierce gale, charging headlong towards the city without a second thought. Hey, aren't you usually so composed? Chu Lingyin exclaimed anxiously. If you don't escape now, why rush into the city? You'll be signing your own death warrant. Lin Luochen replied calmly, I am aware. However, to roam this world, one must eventually repay their debts. A sense of helplessness washed over him. After all, he had been both probing and observing, a debt he owed to them. Within Qingshi City, Su Zhen clutched his chest wound, wielding his long sword with furious intent as he roared at Morong Donghua. Why? Why has this happened? The agony of his sword wounds was piercing, but the deeper hurt stemmed from the betrayal of a friend. He had placed his utmost trust in the man before him, considering him a dear companion, only to be ambushed when he was most vulnerable. Had he not been clad in a protective robe and quick to evade, that strike could have cost him his life. Surrounded by swirling swords, Morong Donghua conducted his assault on Su Zhen with an air of nonchalance, his tone detached and icy. Because I refuse to perish. I am more capable than any of them. Why should I be confined by so-called talent? I am unwilling to accept my fate. I too desire immortality and the power to dominate. Su Zhen, filled with anguish, retorted, So, you resort to sacrificing the entire populace for your selfish ambitions? How is this any different from a demon? Morong Donghua replied coolly, If it allows me to achieve my desires, what does it matter if I become a demon? Su Zhen, he continued, For the sake of our long-standing friendship, if you surrender, I can grant you a chance to live. Su Zhen, furious, responded with bitter laughter. Morong Donghua, after all these years, you truly know nothing of me. I may practice demonic arts, but I am no demon, even in death. I refuse to wallow in filth with you. While cultivators from Lanzhou might embrace the path of demonic cultivation, they were not akin to bloodthirsty fiends. They remained human at heart. Demonic practitioners followed their whims, and though they may stray from the righteous path, they did not indulge in indiscriminate slaughter. Unless driven by deep-seated hatred or sufficient justification, demonic cultivators would not easily raise cities or annihilate clans. Those who reveled in murder and pillaged cities were despised among them, forced to retreat into the territories of the demonic clans in Yuzhou. After all, without ordinary folk, who would be left for the practitioners to exploit or for beauties to entertain? One must not drain the pond to catch fish. Sustenance must be sustained. Disappointment etched on his face, Morong Donghua declared, If that is the case, then I must bid you farewell. He intensified his assault, his sword light cascading like rain. Each strike aimed directly at Su Zhen's vital points. Seeing no chance to escape, Su Zhen unleashed a desperate counterattack, roaring, Morong Donghua, if I die, I will drag you down to hell with me. In a surge of defiance, he fought like one possessed, growing stronger amidst the chaos, forcing Morong Donghua to evade his lethal strikes, his brow furrowing in concern. Su Zhen was not a native of Qingshi City, otherwise he would not have to contend with such difficulties. The locals had long been tainted by the polluted water, their bodies eroded over generations. Once tainted by demonic energy, they would succumb without resistance. Though Su Zhen had spent many years in Qingshi City, his cultivation allowed him to withstand the demonic corruption. What troubled Morong Donghua further was the realization that the Morong sisters were hastily fleeing towards the city outskirts. In the winding streets of the city, Morong Xiaozhu pulled Morong Qiuji along as they made their escape, unleashing wind blades to fend off the approaching demonic assailants. Behind them, a glowing demonic eye hovered ominously, relentlessly pursuing them. Increasingly, more demonic beings surged forth from all directions, charging toward the sisters without fear, scaling rooftops and walls with astonishing speed, impervious to pain. Had it not been for the ample talismans provided by Lang Yuanchuang, and the apparent wariness of the demonic assailants, the sisters would have met their end long ago. Yet even with this advantage, Morong Xiaozhu's talismans were dwindling, and they were nearing a point of desperation, cornered by the relentless attackers. The sisters gazed at the encroaching foes with a mixture of defiance and despair. Though they could not fathom why the demons spared their lives, they feared the implications. Surely they did not intend to capture them for breeding purposes? If that were the case, death would be preferable. Qiuji, Morong Xiaozhu lamented. It seems the tales of heroes rescuing damsels are mere fabrications. Morong Qiuji, attempting to lighten the mood, replied, What if there is a chance? Morong Xiaozhu teased. If he happens to be handsome, I might consider offering myself. No sooner had she spoken than a figure leaped from the rooftop, sending the demonic assailants flying. With a swift descent, Lin Luochen unleashed sword chi that scattered the encircling foes. Standing resolutely, clad in white, he turned to inquire, Are you both unharmed? Morong Xiaozhu, her mouth agape in astonishment, stammered, Lin Luochen, have you been lurking nearby all this time? Shielding the sisters behind him, Lin Luochen frowned. What on earth is happening? After entering the city, he had finally located the sisters with Shushu's assistance. Morong Xiaozhu, captivated by his striking visage, recalled her earlier jest, her cheeks flushing with warmth. It's nothing. Is it truly you who has come to our rescue? She mused internally, pondering the strange fate that intertwined their paths. Lin Luochen, unfazed, repelled an advancing attacker with a swift strike before slapping a talisman onto himself. We must leave at once. He turned, wrapping an arm around each Morong sister, and with a pair of wings unfurling from his back, ascended into the sky towards the city's edge. Caught off guard, the sisters gasped in unison and instinctively clung to Lin Luochen. With their soft forms pressed against him, the closeness stirred a flurry of emotions. Morong Xiaozhu's cheeks flared crimson, and she shyly shifted her position. You could have warned us first. Lin Luochen, adeptly steadying her, replied, Stay still, you might fall. With a playful oath, Morong Xiaozhu could not suppress a smile, well aware of her sister's special feelings for Lin Luochen. Yet, she paid little mind to it, having grown accustomed to sharing everything with her sister. Besides, should it come to rivalry, her sister would surely yield. As Lin Luochen soared towards the city outskirts, the multitude of demonic beings pursued desperately from the rooftops below. Yet, unable to fly, they could only watch helplessly as the trio ascended into the sky. With a sigh of relief, Lin Luochen inquired, Didn't Ti instruct you to stay indoors? Morong Xiaozhu lifted her head in his embrace, signaling him to glance back at the relentless pursuit of the ominous Eye of Demon. This sinister entity suddenly became animated, coordinating with the surrounding monstrosities. As the formation was shattered, Lin Luochen turned to behold the eye, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes, and he flicked his fingers to release several talismans. However, as the talismans exploded, the eye remained unscathed, continuing its fervent chase. It's futile. I have attempted it before, he remarked, frustration evident in his tone. This creature is both foul and resilient, impervious to my strikes, and I cannot simply shake it off. Lin Luochen refrained from further engagement, for the eye merely followed silently, exhibiting no other actions. Nonetheless, the presence of the eye corroborated Lin Luochen's suspicions. The Morong sisters were undoubtedly the target of the malevolent shadow. Otherwise, the shadow would not have resorted to an early blood sacrifice, risking a confrontation with Long Yefeng merely to retain them. At this moment, Lin Luochen's sole desire was to hasten the departure of the Morong sisters from Qingshi City, wishing to avoid any unforeseen complications. Chapter 62. Has the master of the Morong family stopped pretending? Lin Luochen embraced the Morong sisters as they soared towards the outskirts of Qingshi City, surveying the entire town below. A thick layer of black mist enveloped the city, filled with anguished cries and desperate pleas for help. Though the demons were numerous and generally weak, they remained formidable foes for ordinary people. Blood stained the streets, flowing into the drains, further reinforcing the city's formation in a vicious cycle. An increasing number of individuals succumbed to madness as waves of demonic and bloody energy rose, transforming Qingshi City into a veritable hell on earth. Lin Luochen paid no heed to the cries for help below. His sole focus was to escape with the Morong sisters. As more and more corrupted beings followed closely behind, Lin Luochen realized that the demon eye was at play, yet he felt powerless to counteract it. Morong Xiaozhu tilted her head slightly. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, Young Master Lin, where is Fairy Long? Lin Luochen replied coolly, She is still battling the demons underground, striving to dismantle the city's formation. With a hint of frustration, he tossed out a talisman, sending the encroaching demons flying. Morong Xiaozhu furrowed her brow. Can't we destroy the buildings in the city? Futile. Lin Luochen shook his head, recalling his earlier attempts. It was not merely fruitless, it was utterly ineffective. As Chu Lingyin had stated, the formation was already established. Even without the focus object, the runes continued to circulate in the air. Unless the city's structures were obliterated en masse or the core of the formation destroyed, dispersing it was impossible. Thus, Lin Luochen was intent solely on fleeing, never contemplating the destruction of the formation. As they neared the city's edge, a flurry of sword energies surged from behind, aimed directly at Lin Luochen. He narrowly evaded them and turned to see Murong Dongwei pursuing him on his sword. Young Master Lin, my nieces, where are you rushing off to in such haste? He was bloodied, with numerous cuts on his body, emanating a feeble aura, clearly having endured a fierce battle. Avoiding the relentless sword energies, Lin Luochen coldly retorted, Has the master of the Murong family stopped pretending? Murong Dongwei scoffed, You have all discarded the storage bags I provided. What pretense remains for me? He had finally located the trace of those bags, only to find one in the possession of a demon. Were it not for his ability to fly and the guidance of the demon eye, they might have truly escaped. The Murong sisters had discarded the storage bags merely as a precaution, never expecting that Murong Dongwei was indeed the mastermind, leaving them profoundly disappointed. Lin Luochen wished to hasten their escape, but the dense sword energies forced him to make an emergency landing. Upon touching down, he immediately drew his sword, shielding the Murong sisters behind him while handing a talisman to Murong Xiaozhu. What did that demon promise you, Murong Dongwei? That you would go so far as to serve her? Murong Dongwei cautiously landed before them, refraining from making any rash moves. Having suffered significant injuries from Su Jin's last desperate counterattack, he was reluctant to face further calamity. Only when the demons converged from all directions. Surrounding Lin Luochen and the sisters, did Murong Dongwei finally relax. Since you have already encountered the esteemed one, why do you still overestimate your abilities? Striking a rock with an egg? Lin Luochen's heart sank at these words. The shadow of the demon was far from enough for him to bow in submission. Could the esteemed one he spoke of be that ancient demon god? Was the shadow allied with Murong Dongwei in resurrecting that ancient being? Was it still not completely dead? Lin Luochen ran his thumb along the broken blade, drawing blood to awaken it. This matter had nothing to do with the Murong sisters. Why pursue them relentlessly? Murong Dongwei replied nonchalantly, they are crucial vessels for the esteemed one's rebirth. If you... Before he could finish, a white shadow darted from the corner. Like a specter, slicing through the air with a cold glint. What the hell is that? Though he managed to swat the white shadow away, it unexpectedly left a gash on his neck, blood gushing forth. Mouse mouse. Murong Choji exclaimed. Realizing that the creature sensed Lin Luochen's intent to strike and had actively drawn Murong Dongyue's attention, seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lin Luochen wielded the broken blade and launched a swift attack towards Murong Dongwei. Murong Dongwei felt a chill run down his spine as he barely managed to turn his head, but the blade disfigured his left eye and half of his face. Enduring the excruciating pain, he swiftly retreated, conjuring a green shield to protect himself. Lin Luochen executed the chinkping sword technique, striking with resounding clangs as he attempted to breach the defense, but for the moment, he could not succeed. Meanwhile, the fallen mouse regained its footing, moving like a ghost around Murong Dongwei, its tiny claws leaving numerous bloody scratches and occasionally biting him. Leave these demons to me. Recovering some of her spiritual energy, Murong Xiao chanted incantations, summoning fierce winds that forced the demons to struggle to stand. Simultaneously, she unleashed talismans like confetti, overwhelming the demons with powerful fire, suppressing their movements. Together, Lin Luochen and Mouse besieged Murong Dongwei. Already severely injured, Murong Dongwei found himself further debilitated by Lin Luochen's attack, which had shattered half his face. Compounding his woes, the wretched little mouse, elusive and swift, appeared to possess toxins on its claws and teeth, causing him further paralysis and excruciating pain. While illusions danced before his eyes, slowing his reactions. Die, die, die. Murong Dongwei loathed the mouse with a burning passion, but it was nimble beyond measure, even when struck. It felt no pain. This little creature not only wielded formidable power but also possessed an astonishing resilience, as if forged of iron and bronze. As Murong Dongyue's movements grew increasingly sluggish, the wounds on his body multiplied, and he swayed unsteadily, on the brink of collapse. No, my grand ambitions have yet to commence. I cannot perish here. He plunged his sword into the ground, causing earth spikes to erupt, forcing Lin Luochen and Mouse to retreat. A tempest of demonic energy surged towards him, augmenting Murong Dongyue's power, and he was on the verge of fully succumbing to madness. Lin Luochen, having retrieved the broken blade, decisively launched it once more. Die. With dwindling spiritual energy, this strike lacked the finesse of the fashing technique, yet he unleashed it with sheer determination. The broken blade did not disappoint. A flash of blood illuminated the air as it pierced through Murong Dongyue's head. His gaze vacant, he slumped backward, muttering, I am unwilling. I will not die. I will not perish. Hearing this, Lin Luochen, panting heavily, dared not let his guard down. He swiftly cast several explosive talismans onto Murong Dongyue's body. Explode. As the explosive talismans detonated, Murong Dongyue's corpse was instantly reduced to fragments, engulfed in blazing flames. At last, Lin Luochen felt a sense of relief. Surely, he had perished completely now. Staggering back a few steps, Murong Choji rushed forward to support him. Young Master Lin. Are you all right? Lin Luochen shook his head, whispering, we must leave quickly. Realizing the precarious situation, Murong Xiaozhu joined forces with Mouse to repel the demons, and together, the sisters assisted Lin Luochen in their escape. But just then, the entire Qishir city trembled, the city's formation radiating a blood-red light, as countless demonic energies surged upward. Moments later, those swirling energies coalesced, revealing a slender figure emerging from the depths of the chaos, indeed, the shadow from below. Lin Luochen's heart skipped a beat. The shadow had appeared. Where was Ling Yuxuan? That woman wouldn't he have come to harm, would she? At this moment, the shadowy figure appeared significantly more solid than before, with her azure eyes lowered, casting a piercing gaze toward Lin Luochen and the others. Her gaze fell upon Murong Xiaozhu, who was protecting Murong Choji, a slight smile gracing her lips, accompanied by a glimmer of cold light in her eyes. Lin Luochen felt a shiver run down his spine. And at that instant, a geyser of water erupted from a well in the city, shooting several feet into the air. A figure clad in blue and white soared from the fountain, ethereal beneath the moonlight. It was Lang Yefeng. She had expended immense effort in the underground palace to destroy the array's focal point. However, as Lin Luochen had predicted, it turned out to be a mere illusion. The shadowy figure was no match for her, prompting a hasty retreat, which had allowed Lang Yefeng to pursue her for quite some time. Now, upon sighting the shadow, her anger surged, and like a celestial being descending from the heavens, she thrust her sword forward. You demon, meet your end. The shadow flickered, deftly evading the strike. While glancing at the situation in the city filled with blood mist and demonic aura, her expression turning anxious. Although it was not yet the witching hour and the blood energy in the city was still insufficient, she could not afford to hesitate any longer. While dodging Lang Yefeng's attacks, she continuously cast spells, murmuring incantations. Ashen earth bears sorrow, crimson streams harbor grievances, 1,000 souls guide to the abyss, the yellow spring surge. Demonic fog blankets the sky, a myriad of bones form the path to summon the demon back. Chapter 63, If You Can't Defeat Them. Join them as the shadow of darkness intoned its incantations, the sky became shrouded in ominous clouds, and the howling winds echoed with foreboding. The moonlight was obscured, as if some malevolent entity had emerged from the abyss. Between the mountains, a crimson barrier rose, slowly converging in the air. In the city of Qingshi, the ground trembled violently as columns of water shot skyward, transforming into a torrential downpour. The surviving citizens within the city were drenched, and malevolent thoughts surged within them, with many succumbing directly to madness. Those who fell into insanity, upon being drenched, were enveloped in a rising aura of demonic energy, further edging towards monstrosity. Regardless of whether they were human or demon, living or dead, the vitality within them was being inexorably siphoned by the array. The swirling blood energy intertwined with the steaming demonic aura from the ground, coalescing into a vortex that drew towards a specific point within the city. At the vortex's center, the surging demonic and blood energy encircled the Murong sisters, continually flooding into their bodies. The sisters' faces contorted in agony. Murong Qiuji struggled to maintain her footing, while Murong Xiaozhu anxiously supported her. "Qiuji, how are you?" Murong Qiuji, drenched in cold sweat, grasped her head and cried out in torment. "Sister, my head hurts so much." Lin Luochen attempted to approach them, but the overwhelming demonic energy eroded his resolve, dark thoughts invading his mind, while the azure lotus in his consciousness swayed violently. "Be careful. Young man, do not act impulsively, or you will perish," Chuling warned. In midair, Lang Yueshuang's expression shifted dramatically. "What have you demons done? Cease this at once." She yearned to descend and rescue Lin Luochen and the others, yet the shadow of darkness persistently obstructed her, exuding an air of arrogance. "If you wish to impede me, then destroy this grand formation. Annihilate all the citizens of Qingshi City." Frustrated, Lang Yueshuang realized she possessed the capability to raise the city and shatter the array, but dared not take such action. Firstly, there were still many citizens alive within the city. Secondly, she feared falling into a trap, inadvertently aiding the malevolent forces. Moreover, the shadow of darkness would not allow her to achieve her goal easily. Bolstered by the array, its strength rivaled hers. "What's the matter? You cannot bring yourself to do it?" The shadow mocked her, unable to contain its maniacal laughter. "Little girl, cease your futile resistance. The return of His Majesty is destined. Kneel and welcome him." Lang Yueshuang, incredulous, retorted, "You seek to aid that ancient demon god in seizing their bodies?" The shadow curled its lips into a disdainful smile but refrained from elaborating, its gaze fixated anxiously on the vortex. After all, the most potent surge of malevolence would occur in 3 days. It was compelled to initiate the summoning array prematurely, uncertain of what unforeseen consequences might arise. Yet, with no turning back, it hoped to complete the summoning ritual before attracting the attention of powerful figures from Longjing. The celestial phenomena resulting from the array's activation would undoubtedly draw the attention of nearby sects, easily inviting skilled practitioners of the demonic path. Suddenly, the shadow's expression shifted, disbelief overtaking it as it gazed at the vortex. "Damn it, who is this boy? How can he withstand the onslaught of demonic energy?" As it prepared to act, it found itself entangled with Lang Yueshuang, both unable to extricate themselves from each other. A glimmer of cold light flashed in the shadow's eyes as it abruptly unleashed an incantation, a beam of black light plunging into the water below. In the streets of the city, the Murong sisters soared into the air, surrounded by demonic energy, their expressions twisted in anguish as if tormented by nightmares. Lin Luochen, braving the downpour, struggled to navigate through the demonic energy, striving to pull the Murong sisters from the vortex's grasp. His body was corroded by the demonic energy, dark thoughts swirling within him, but the presence of the azure lotus allowed him to barely endure. At that moment, a chilling howl echoed from behind. Lin Luocheng's hair stood on end as he leaped aside, narrowly avoiding a crimson streak of sword light. "You think you can thwart the master's plan?" A hoarse voice emerged, reminiscent of a whisper from the depths of the underworld. Lin Luocheng turned in disbelief, witnessing Murong Dongwei, enshrouded in demonic energy, staggering upright in the water. His body was a disarray of shattered fragments, twisting grotesquely as he struggled to regain his form. Once a figure of authority, he now resembled a ghastly specter, capable of haunting the deepest nightmares. Embedded in the bloodied hole of his forehead, where a blade had pierced, was a sinister demonic eye, glowing ominously. Lin Luocheng's scalp prickled with disbelief. "You're still alive?" Murong Dongyue's fire-scarred visage twisted into a malevolent grin, his remaining eye glaring fiercely at him. "This is the supreme might of the master, a power that is undying and indestructible." Lin Luocheng was rendered speechless. How could he contend with an opponent who had not perished? He murmured incredulously, "So this is the strength of madness?" Chuling interjected, "Lin Luocheng, he is already dead. Nearly manipulated by that demonic eye. You are no match for him. Quickly yield your body to me. Once he merges with the eye, you will be in grave danger." Lin Luocheng suddenly comprehended, instinctively responding, "No." He realized he had been insufficiently cautious. A mere strike would not suffice, nor would incineration. He must reduce him to ashes. Who knew if, like before, the torrential rain would revive him anew? Chu Lingyan wished to say more, but the maddened Murong Dongwei lunged at him like a rabid beast. Die. All who stand in my way shall perish. Murong Dongwei appeared to have lost all rationality, descending into madness as he charged at Lin Luochen. Meanwhile, the surroundings crackled with movement, splashes of water erupting as possessed individuals surged towards him from all directions. Lin Luochen pressed a hand to his forehead and remarked, Azure Lotus. Stop swaying. If you continue, I shall perish. Upon hearing this, the Azure Lotus ceased its movement. A glint of brilliance flashed in Lin Luochen's eyes as he actively absorbed the surrounding demonic energy into his body. I can succumb to madness as well. He had always been pragmatic. Since he could not defeat them, he would choose to join them, as the demonic energy flowed into him. An exhilarating surge of vitality coursed through his being, invigorating his once weary body. Ah, the ancients do not deceive me. After madness, I feel rejuvenated. With a furious roar, he brandished his sword fearlessly, charging forth with a fierce intensity, his sword energy radiating like a comet, no longer resembling a spent force. Come, who dares to challenge me? Having already been tainted by the demonic energy, his deliberate choice to embrace madness, combined with the Azure Lotus's liberation of restraint, transformed him into a fearsome predator. Not only was Murong Dongwei, now devoid of reason, taken aback, but even Chu Lingyan was rendered speechless. Is it truly possible to engage in such a manner? Yet, Chu Lingyan had to concede, this young man possessed a certain audacity. His physique was extraordinary, otherwise, he would not be able to withstand the demonic energy's corruption, nor actively absorb it. Moreover, he managed to retain his sanity amidst the chaos, not succumbing entirely to madness. Who, precisely, is this young man? As the saying goes, in darkness, one becomes tenfold stronger. In purity, one becomes diminished. At that moment, Lin Luochen appeared tireless, as if time itself had slowed around him. Ah, so this is the sensation of madness? How exhilarating. His figure became elusive, sword-like cascading like rain as he unleashed a frenzy of strikes upon Murong Dongwei, who had just returned from the brink of death. Am I the one consumed by madness, or is it this boy? Chapter 64. The prodigy of destiny in the heart of Cheekstone City. Along the long street, the ground fissured, releasing an increasing torrent of malevolent energy and water from below, cascading down in a deluge. The city's water rose above the ankles and continued its relentless ascent. Lin Luochen and Murong Dongwei engaged in fierce combat amid the rain, their weapons clashing in a tumultuous struggle. Meanwhile, Shushu deftly dealt with the relentless onslaught of the possessed, occasionally leaping from the water to ambush Murong Dongwei, having just revived. Murong Dongwei was in a state of disarray, his body shattered and his mind a muddled haze, forced to retreat under their assaults. In the air, Long Yueshuang utilized secret techniques to dismantle the city's formations, yet her efforts bore no immediate fruit. Upon witnessing Lin Luochen succumb to darkness, she was struck with alarm and decisively bit her tongue, invoking the blood ignition technique. The pressure on the demonic shadows intensified, and upon seeing Lin Luochen overpowering Murong Dongwei, they were consumed by fury. You wretched fool! She had to divert her focus to manipulate the formations, steering the surging malevolent energy away from Lin Luochen, preventing him from absorbing it. Lin Luochen, surprised by this development, escalated his offensive, determined to slay Murong Dongwei before their energies waned. However, Murong Dongwei, being a foundational cultivator, had grown considerably stronger after his descent into madness. As the power of the demonic eye surged within him, his body began to heal rapidly, making him increasingly formidable. With a maniacal laugh, Murong Dongwei proclaimed, Die. All who obstruct my path must perish. You shall die. Suzhen must die. Murong Nanchuan must die even more. I am the chosen one, destined to reign. Hearing this, Murong Xiaozhu, who was struggling in the air, opened her eyes weakly to gaze at him. Is my father's death related to you? In a fit of mania, Murong Dongwei replied, and if it is, I am undeniably superior to him. Why should he be the head of the family? Just because of his talent? What good is talent? With a mere stratagem, he fell into madness and perished. Filled with hatred, Murong Xiaozhu gritted her teeth and retorted, You vile wretch, you deserve to die. Her negative emotions summoned the surrounding malevolent energy, which surged into her body at an accelerated pace. Yet, her expression grew increasingly pained, cracks spreading across her body, with a faint golden light emanating from within. The demonic shadows in the skies rejoiced at this sight, urging more malevolent energy toward Murong Xiaozhu. Soon, our master shall return, and all saints shall tremble. Long Yueshuang sought to extricate herself but was thwarted by the demonic shadows, unable to divide her focus as she fought desperately against them. On the ground, Lin Luochen wore a worried expression, his own malevolent energy rapidly depleting. The Murong sisters appeared on the brink of collapse, while Murong Dongwei grew stronger with each encounter. Suddenly, Shushu squeaked twice and lunged at Murong Dongwei's face, attempting to extract his demonic eye. Caught off guard, Murong Dongwei howled in pain as Shushu clung to him. But he swiftly yanked the creature away. Yet, Shushu bit him, injecting venom that drove Murong Dongwei into a frenzy, desperately trying to shake it off. Die. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Luochen lunged forward, delivering a powerful strike aimed at Murong Dongwei's neck, only to find his sword halted midair. What sort of neck is this? Realizing the threat, Murong Dongwei roared in fury, kicking Lin Luochen away. In a critical moment, Lin Luochen abandoned his weapon and reached for the demonic eye on Murong Dongyue's forehead, following the path Shushu had carved. With a resounding thud, Lin Luochen was sent flying into the water, yet he clutched the bloody demonic eye triumphantly. Surely this will end your life? Before he could revel in his success, he witnessed Murong Dongyue violently throw Shushu to the ground. Shushu. Lin Luochen spat blood, struggling to rise from the water, but pain immobilized him. Surrounded by malevolent energy, Murong Dongyue approached him like a specter of doom. I am indestructible, I shall not perish. Lin Luochen, feeling as though he had plunged into an ice pit, calmly analyzed his situation. You must either abandon them and flee, or surrender your body to me. Otherwise, we shall perish together. Gazing at the Murong sisters engulfed in malevolent energy and Shushu submerged in the water, Lin Luochen's expression dimmed. If I surrender my body to you, can you truly alter our fate? With pride, Chu-Ling replied, of course. Surrender your body, and I shall ensure his demise. Wiping the blood from his lips, Lin Luochen smiled and said, Chu-Ling, you don't wish to die either, do you? Irritated, Chu-Ling retorted, of course not. Lin Luochen chuckled lightly. I shall choose none of those paths. You will either die with me or fuse your soul with mine. To relinquish the spiritual platform was to surrender one's body to another, while soul fusion allowed both parties to coexist within the spiritual realm. Even if she harbored ill intentions, he would still have a fighting chance. You. Chu-Ling was exasperated, but, seeing Murong Dongyue drawing closer, reluctantly acquiesced. Fine, I concede. Open your mind and operate the Great Void Fusion technique. Understanding his stubbornness, Chu-Ling decided to cooperate. With a sense of triumph, Lin Luochen opened his mind. After a brief hesitation, Chu-Ling entered his spiritual platform, their foreheads touching in a unifying embrace. Do not overthink this. Operate the Great Void Fusion technique. We are one. And the fusion of our souls will be significantly easier. Lin Luochen acknowledged her words and began to channel the Great Void Fusion technique that Chu-Ling had taught him. Within the shared spiritual platform, the fusion of their souls was far more effortless than it had been with Lang Yueshuang. In mere moments, Lin Luochen felt the profound connection of their thoughts intertwining, a collision of ideas and emotions. However, Chu-Ling, possessing greater strength, restrained her thoughts, sharing only fragments of her knowledge with him. Lin Luochen experienced a profound clarity, his understanding of the world transforming completely as he absorbed Chu-Ling's insights. She had no desire for his body, her only wish was to return to her own time. This was a remarkably peculiar state. Her thoughts felt like his, yet they were distinctly hers. At that moment, Lin Luochen's mindset shifted, rendering Murong Dongyue before him as inconsequential as an ant. He sliced his finger, tracing symbols upon the demonic eye before pressing it into his own forehead. Murong Dongyue, do you truly believe you're indestructible? In the next instant, a torrent of malevolent energy surged toward Lin Luochen, even drawing the energy from the Murong sisters. Enveloped in malevolent energy, his eyes glimmered with crimson light as he regarded the approaching Murong Dongyue, a wicked smile gracing his lips. I shall turn you to dust. With a decisive step, he descended, the ground beneath him seemingly inscribed with intricate, arcane patterns, his body appearing spectrally beside Murong Dongyue. The chosen one? Allow me to demonstrate what a true prodigy of destiny is. Without the flair of grandiose techniques, Lin Luochen's hand became as pale as jade, starkly contrasting with the surrounding darkness. He pressed his hand against Murong Dongyue's twisted visage, forcefully submerging him into the water. With a dull thud, a splash erupted, and the Qingstone ground fractured under the impact, fissures radiating outward. Even with his demonic form, Murong Dongyue was left disoriented by the blow, his head slightly warped. Lin Luochen chuckled helplessly, you are indeed resilient. While death may come too easily for you, I am pressed for time, would you kindly perish? Chapter 65, Treading Another's Path. Leaving others with no path to walk. As Lin Luochen planned to reduce Murong Dongyue to ashes, the demonized assailants, now unrestrained by Shushu, surged forward. With no choice but to rise, Lin Luochen stepped down and calmly uttered, Waterflow Shield. The surroundings fell silent, save for a solitary splash, causing him a moment of embarrassment. I had forgotten that you lack the 5-element spiritual roots, Murong Dongyue. It seems you shall have to suffice. Gripping Murong Dongyue's head, Lin Luochen wielded him as a weapon, swinging him fiercely. The onrushing demons were sent flying, their bodies contorted, crashing to the ground, incapacitated. Murong Dongyue attempted to struggle but was spun around and flung away by Lin Luochen. Off you go. Murong Dongyue soared through the air like a giant dart, toppling a multitude of demons. Lin Luochen stretched his limbs, frowning. Without physical training, one cannot withstand such techniques. Observing the approaching demons, he sought a swift resolution. Yet the wind spiritual root proved to be rather ineffective against them. He opened his palm and murmured, apart from the wind spiritual root, might I possess other mutated roots? Perhaps, thunder? As soon as the words left his lips, lightning flickered within his palm, prompting a slight smile to grace his lips as he stomped down forcefully. Die. A surge of thunder erupted beneath his feet, spreading across the water's surface, causing the demons to tremble violently, their cries piercing the air. Lin Luochen frowned. Using thunder in a demonized state was akin to wounding oneself while slaying an enemy. Nevertheless, he pressed on, launching himself like an arrow towards the recently risen Murong Dongyue. Seizing him by the throat, lightning crackled in his palm. With both their bodies infused with demonic energy, Lin Luochen suddenly recalled other methods at his disposal. He realized that Chu Ling was disinclined for him to employ such mutually destructive tactics, thus revealing more knowledge to him. Resolutely, Lin Luochen activated the demonic technique, absorbing the demonic and blood energy from Murong Dongwei. The latter emitted anguished cries as his body rapidly withered, resembling a lifeless dog in Lin Luochen's grip. As Lin Luochen feasted upon Murong Dongyue's blood energy, their souls collided swiftly. Tell me, as a leader of a human race seeking to save the world, is it truly fitting to wield such methods? Chu Lingyin scoffed. Isn't every righteous technique ultimately aimed at killing? Although her words rang with conviction, Lin Luochen, intertwined with her spirit, sensed her underlying unease. This woman was certainly concealing something. Yet, in that moment, Lin Luochen was disinclined to ponder deeply, chuckling, beyond killing, one can also purify. With lightning crackling in his grasp, he obliterated the withered Murong Dongwei, scattering the remnants to the winds. If you possess the ability, do show me again. After dealing with Murong Dongwei, Lin Luochen began searching for Shushu in the water. However, Shushu seemed to have vanished, leaving him in a state of panic. Shushu, Shushu. No response came, as if Shushu had been swept away by the current. Just then, the sound of splashing echoed, jarringly loud along the long street. Lin Luochen turned to see more demonized assailants rushing from afar, causing his brow to furrow. Damn it, they truly are relentless. He stomped down, unleashing a chill that emanated from him, freezing the water's surface beneath his feet. The nearby demons found their feet trapped in ice, crashing down and creating a cacophony upon impact. Chu Ling could not help but express her astonishment. Ice, wind, and thunder, three major mutated spiritual roots. How intriguing. Yet Lin Luochen paid little heed. Unable to locate Shushu, he resolved to rescue the Murong sisters first, affixing a feathering talisman to himself. He spread his wings and soared towards the Murong sisters suspended in midair. The sisters, ensnared by a vortex of demonic energy, ascended higher, rendering him unable to reach them even without the talisman. In the air, the shadow of the demon appeared anxious, not only due to Lin Luochen's interference below but also because she sensed approaching individuals. Although these newcomers were incapable of breaching the summoning array, their strength would only increase. Though the moment was still a breath away, the demon shadow began to chant, extending her hand to draw a blood incantation in the void. Blood seal. I beseech the three realms to descend, as bones serve as steps, guide the eternal night home. With my blood as a pact, let the flames of chaos burn. I offer this body as a tribute, welcoming the great dark sovereign. As her words fell, the demonized individuals within the city erupted, blood mist and demonic energy surging towards the Murong sisters. The surviving citizens fainted, their blood energy rushing forth, aging at an alarming rate. Demonic energy poured from the ground, and a chilling wind swept through, as if the deaths of the citizens had opened a gateway to some dark abyss. In the vortex's center, Murong Xiaoju screamed as a golden rune materialized on her forehead, radiating brilliant light to fend off the encroaching demonic energy. Beside her, Murong Qiuji was illuminated by the golden light, a blood pattern appearing on her brow, as though trapped in a nightmare from which she could not awaken. The demon shadow glared at Murong Xiaoju with mounting fury, gritting her teeth, cursed Jiuyo sacred phoenix, as more demonic energy and blood surged in. The mark on Murong Xiaoju's forehead dimmed, her vitality swiftly waning. Meanwhile, Murong Qiuji's eyelashes fluttered, as if on the verge of opening her eyes, igniting the demon shadow's excitement. Her gaze aflame with fervor. My sovereign, awaken. Once more, let all of Qishu kneel before your skirts. At this moment, armed with Chu Lingyin's reservoir of knowledge, Lin Luochen finally comprehended the true intent of the demon shadow. She was not merely seeking to resurrect the ancient demon god, rather, she aimed to use the ancient god's remains as a sacrificial offering to awaken her so-called sovereign. While both sisters absorbed the demonic energy and blood, their situations were drastically different. Murong Qiuji was absorbing it willingly, while Murong Xiaoju was passively receiving it, or rather, the demon shadow was forcibly infusing it into her. At this point, the situation had become clear. Murong Qiuji was evidently the reincarnation of the demon shadow's sovereign. Yet, for reasons unknown, Murong Xiaoju had persistently suppressed her. Perhaps, the sisters maintained a peculiar balance of mutual restraint. The demon shadow sought to disrupt this balance through the blood sacrifice array and the remnants of the ancient demon god, relentlessly pouring demonic and blood energy into Murong Xiaoju to awaken her long-desired sovereign. Lin Luochen inquired, Chu Ling, if Murong Qiuji truly transforms into the sovereign, will Murong Xiaoju perish? Chu Ling chuckled softly. Not only would she perish, but Murong Qiuji would also meet her end, or rather, the Murong Qiuji you know would cease to exist. Seeing Lin Luochen transmit an incomprehensible thought, Chu Ling elaborated, while I know not the origins of this sovereign, the demon shadow possesses an out-of-body strength, indicating her master is likely an extraordinary being. Moreover, Murong Xiaoju is related to the sacred. This sovereign is at least a tribulation survivor, possibly even a saint. Murong Qiuji's fleeting existence pales in comparison to her eternal timeline, and she could very well be erased. A weight settled heavily in Lin Luochen's heart as he asked, how can I interrupt her revival? Chu Ling replied coolly, the fastest way to disrupt the spell would naturally be to eliminate the reincarnated body, and end to all. Lin Luochen would never resort to such a drastic measure, exasperatedly responding, Next, Chu Ling sighed. Alternatively, as you previously did, tread another's path, leaving her with no escape. As long as you seize the demonic energy in this place, Murong Xiaozhu can still suppress her, and the situation will resolve itself, won't it? Lin Luochen hesitated. Wait a moment, and what about me? Chu Ling coldly chuckled. You see, you will either succumb to madness or perish in an explosion of your own making. To aspire to be a hero is no simple feat. Lin Luochen finally grasped the arduous nature of heroism, letting out a wry smile as he replied, if I were to perish, what would become of you? Huh? As if I were somewhat significant to you. Chu Ling said with a beaming smile. Do not worry, now that our souls are intertwined, before your demise, I shall escape using the reversal monument. Lin Luochen, finding humor amid despair, remarked, what a pity indeed. Now, tell me, what should I do? Their souls intertwined. They conversed in an instant, and he plunged into the swirling vortex of demonic energy like a moth drawn to a flame. Chapter 66, collecting some interest. Lin Luochen soared effortlessly into the demonic energy, unlike before when he faced numerous obstacles. After all, he possessed the ancient demon god's magic eye, which shared the same origin as this demonic energy. This was also why Chu Ling believed Lin Luochen could seize the opportunity to take over. As long as he had the magic eye and, in conjunction with her unique secret technique of deception, he could replace the Murong sisters as the new focal point of the formation. At the center of the swirling demonic energy, the Murong sisters held hands, their bodies pulsating with demonic energy. Murong Xiaozhu's forehead insignia glowed, transforming her pupils into a pair of golden eyes that radiated a piercing golden light. She gazed at the blood mark on Murong Xiaozhu's forehead and furrowed her brow. Yumian? Upon hearing this, Murong Xiaozhu's eyelashes fluttered, slowly opening her eyes to reveal a pair of deep, inky orbs. Zhou Yue? As soon as the words left her lips, both spoke in unison. Indeed, it is you. In the distance, a demonic shadow rejoiced. Your Majesty. Murong Xiaozhu looked up, her expression one of bewilderment. Who are you? The shadow hastily replied, Your Majesty, I am Nightmare. Still somewhat confused, Murong Xiaozhu nodded. Well, you did well this time. Nightmare and Appo's eyes gleamed with fervor as he exclaimed, Thank you for the praise, Your Majesty. Turning her gaze to Murong Xiaozhu, Murong Xiaozhu said coldly, Zhou Yue, why do you persist in your entanglement with me? Murong Xiaozhu's face was pained, yet she forced a smile. It's to hear you call me sister, why not say it once? Murong Xiaozhu's expression turned frigid as she retorted, Zhou Yue, enjoy your laughter while you can. Your end is drawing near. Murong Xiaozhu, though in pain, maintained her grin. Is that so? Perhaps not. I might just take you down with me. Murong Xiaozhu sneered, Zhou Yue. Are you still dreaming? This time, no one will come to your aid. I refuse to believe I cannot kill you. No sooner had she spoken. A figure pierced through the thick demonic energy below, heading straight for them. Both were momentarily stunned, instinctively recalling someone from their memories. Murong Xiaozhu felt a chill run down her spine, cursing the lingering spirit, and instinctively wanted to flee. However, upon recognizing the newcomer, relief washed over her. You startled me. I thought it was that wretched reincarnation coming to ruin my plans. Soon, Murong Xiaozhu realized her joy was premature, for the newcomer embraced her with familiarity. Not only that, but he also wrapped his arms around Zhou Yue, performing the action with remarkable ease. Murong Xiaozhu's head buzzed. How dared he? Across the entire Qingxiu, there was no one so audacious. Not only he, but Murong Xiaozhu was also dazed, unable to regain her senses for a long while. Are you all right? It was only when the newcomer spoke, absorbing the continuous flow of demonic energy within them, that they awoke from their stupor. Murong Xiaozhu widened her beautiful eyes. Struggling to break free, she furiously commanded, Release me. Lin Luochen realized that this was not Murong Xiaozhu, but rather the so-called Your Majesty of the demonic shadow. Observing her drastically altered demeanor, he could only smile helplessly. Had you displayed this attitude earlier, I would not have risked my life to save you. He fervently activated the god-eating technique taught by Chu Ling, the magic eye on his forehead emanating a ghostly glow as the surrounding demonic energy surged toward him. Both Murong sisters frowned as the demonic energy within them was continuously siphoned away by Lin Luochen. Murong Xiaozhu attempted to speak, but her gaze quickly lost focus, hesitating. Lin Gongzi? Murong Xiaozhu also furrowed her brow, her golden light dissipating, her expression somewhat conflicted. Lin Luochen? Lin Luochen affirmed softly, It's me. Bear with it a little longer. I will take you away. The Murong sisters instinctively nodded, struggling to maintain their consciousness. As vast amounts of demonic and blood energy surged into his body, Lin Luochen felt as if he might explode. He divided his attention, or rather, he and Chu Ling each performed their respective roles. He frantically operated the Wheel of Destiny to absorb the demonic energy, while Chu Ling utilized the God-eating technique to absorb the blood energy, refining their physical forms. With their combined efforts, Lin Luochen's realm ascended rapidly. He had just recently entered the 9th layer of Qi refinement, but now he swiftly stabilized his foundation, pushing towards the pinnacle of Qi refinement. However, the influx of demonic and blood energy was far too immense for him to absorb entirely. To avoid exploding, they had no choice but to funnel the excess energy into the magic eye for storage. Unlike Lin Luochen's body, the magic eye was not only of the same origin as the demonic energy, but was also forged through countless trials by the ancient demon god. Yet still, Lin Luochen felt as if he might burst, his body racked with pain, cold sweat pouring from him, his entire being trembling. Before long, Lin Luochen reached the pinnacle of qi refinement, yet he could not break through to foundation establishment. He understood it was due to his lack of a foundation establishment pill. Yet he continued to attempt breaking through repeatedly. After all, it was said that ancient cultivators could transcend without pills. The so-called pills were merely a convenience for later generations. As for how ancient cultivators broke through, Chuling only had a vague understanding. It was simply about comprehending the heavens and earth, reaching the limit within oneself, achieving a resonance with the heavens, and ultimately forgetting both oneself and the world to succeed in the breakthrough. The principle was easy to grasp, but executing it was tremendously challenging, especially in such a life and death moment. Although the magic eye absorbed most of the demonic energy, the excess continued to accumulate within him, causing him unbearable agony. Chuling gently advised, Lin Luochen, stop trying. That's merely a legend. Its truth is uncertain. It's not too late to let go now. If you continue like this, you could either go mad or explode. Lin Luochen resolutely replied, enough of your nonsense. I refuse to believe that ancient cultivators could do it while I cannot. He exerted himself to comprehend the heavens, desperately compressing the spiritual energy within, attempting to condense it into liquid and break through to foundation establishment. However, the intense pain and the ceaseless interference from the demonic energy gave rise to sinister thoughts. Lin Luochen could endure the pain, but he could not calm his mind, let alone achieve the resonance with the heavens. Morong Qiuji sensed his suffering and wept, Lin Gongzi, you should leave. Do not concern yourself with us. Morong Xiaozhu nodded weakly, you have done enough for us. We are even now. Lin Luochen gritted his teeth. Then this time, you owe me. If I survive, you must repay me well. Morong Qiuji inquired, if I were to offer myself, would you dare to accept? Lin Luochen, drenched in cold sweat, attempted to find humor in his plight. What is there to fear? Morong Qiuji broke into a smile, while Morong Xiaozhu scolded playfully. You truly have no fear of death. A smile graced Lin Luochen's lips. All right, first help me with something. He embraced Morong Xiaozhu as if to meld her into his very being, causing the surrounding demonic energy to surge. Morong Xiaozhu, taken aback, gasped in astonishment. What are you doing? Lin Luochen's intentions were not driven by lust, but rather he sought to utilize the golden light within her to dispel the sinister thoughts and achieve a state of oblivion. In fact, it proved effective. As the golden light enveloped him, the malevolent thoughts diminished significantly, transforming into a burning pain. Yet, the effect was still slightly lacking. As he observed the golden light emanating from her lips, a wild idea flashed through his mind. In ordinary circumstances, he would have never acted thus. But under the influence of Chuling and the sinister thoughts, this notion lingered stubbornly. Morong Xiaozhu, let us consider this as collecting some interest. Before Morong Xiaozhu could react, he kissed her forcefully, instantly causing her head to buzz. Huh? Lin Luochen discovered that this kiss had remarkable effects. Not only did it clear his mind of sinister thoughts, but it also alleviated his pain. Well, that was rather enjoyable. His lips moved slightly, immersed in the kiss, lost in a state of oblivion, unaware that he had transcended his own boundaries. Morong Xiaozhu clumsily responded, only to realize her sister was nearby. Under ordinary circumstances, this might have been nothing more than a tinge of jealousy, but now she was on the brink of madness. This was disastrous. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Morong Qiuji, whose eyes had darkened like ink, filled with murderous intent. You all shall perish. Chapter 67. Who are you, after all? Morong Qiuji suddenly launched an attack on Lin Luochen, her movements as swift as lightning despite her inability to cultivate. Fueled by rage, her strike, if it landed solidly, would surely cause grave injury or even death. Fortunately, a delicate white hand intercepted her blow. Morong Xiaozhu's eyes shimmered with golden light, her brow radiating brilliance. She was enveloped in a blinding golden glow, swiftly engaging in combat with Morong Qiuji, each countering the other's moves at such speed that countless afterimages were left in their wake. However, the true strength they exhibited was not formidable, merely at the golden core stage. After all, the demon summoning blood array primarily summoned demons, and the amount of demonic energy they absorbed was quite limited. Lin Luochen hastened his absorption of the demonic energy, aiming to suppress the two women. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The torrent of demonic energy suddenly dimmed. What was happening? He looked around and saw that the array in the city was fading, with the demonic energy seeping from the ground becoming increasingly faint. Simultaneously, the array trembled, as if it were under constant assault from an external force. The Morong sisters immediately sensed that something was amiss, as their powers began to wane drastically. Memories that had just awakened were now being erased by the laws of the universe, and they were on the verge of slipping back into a deep slumber. Once the demonic energy diminished, Morong Xiaozhu, who had been on the defensive, suddenly regained her footing. Morong Qiuji looked towards the distance, demanding, Nightmare, what is going on? In the distance, Nightmare, drenched in cold sweat, replied, Your Majesty, the ancient demon god's power sustaining the array has been nearly depleted. The consumption of the summoning array was far greater than she had anticipated. She had only intended to summon her sovereign. Little did she know that her sovereign was intertwined with the 9 radiant sacred phoenix, inadvertently awakening it as well. In essence, she was attempting to summon the divine souls of 2 saint-level cultivators simultaneously, leading to an overwhelming drain of energy. Now, the summoning ritual had not yet succeeded. But the residual magic power of the ancient demon god had been nearly exhausted. Lin Luochen nearly burst into laughter, while Morong Qiuji seethed in frustration. Fool. Think of something quickly. As the array began to dim, Nightmare steeled herself and declared, "Sacred sacrifice." Flames of divine fire engulfed her, and a surge of pure demonic energy shot skyward, infusing the array. Both Lin Luochen and Lung Yuexiang were taken aback. This was true devotion. To maintain the array, she was willing to sacrifice her own soul. No wonder the heavenly demon sacred body had been so fiercely contested among various sects in the previous life. And there had been no news of any demons emerging. It turned out that Nightmare had also sacrificed herself, leaving the awakened Morong Qiuji with no choice but to develop cautiously. As Nightmare offered her own essence, the entire demon summoning array erupted in a brilliant blood-red glow, with demonic energy surging toward the Morong sisters once more. This time, unlike the passive absorption from the ancient demon god, it was a proactive sacrifice from Nightmare, increasing the speed manifold. In the center of the vortex, Lin Luochen felt as if he were on the verge of explosion, unable to absorb this overwhelming power. Nightmare laughed heartily. "Boy, I will overwhelm you." Observing this, Morong Qiuji turned her gaze towards her, her expression torn, words caught in her throat. Nightmare misinterpreted her hesitation as concern for herself, her eyes blazing with fervor. "Your Majesty, as long as I can witness your return to the world, I shall spare no effort." Long Yuexiang attempted to intervene but found herself unable to approach either Nightmare or Lin Luochen. She could only destroy the array within the city, coordinating with the cultivators outside to forcefully dismantle the blood sacrifice formation. The speed of the array's collapse exceeded her expectations, as if someone was secretly undermining its foundation. At this moment, beneath the city, a rat revealed its large incisors, gnawing frantically at the roots of the array. Nightmare was frantic, yet as the sacrificial offering, she was immobile, compelled to hasten the burning of her own soul. Now, it was a race between whether Lang Yuexiang and the others would shatter the array first or if Nightmare could complete the summoning ritual. In the vortex's center, Lin Luocheng's cultivation surged, reaching the second layer of foundation establishment, then the third layer. Yet not a trace of joy graced his countenance. He was in excruciating agony, teetering on the brink of collapse. Although he had absorbed the majority of the demonic energy, the Morong sisters showed no signs of recovery. Morong Qiuji, still filled with murderous intent, relentlessly attacked Morong Xiaozhu, each strike aimed to kill. "Jiuyo, prepare to meet your end." As their strengths fluctuated, the golden light surrounding Morong Xiaozhu dimmed, barely holding on. Morong Xiaozhu struggled to speak. "The demon summoning array is nearly complete. The memories of the dark realm are awakening. I can only hold her back for a moment longer. If you have no other means, you should leave at once." In a flash of brilliance, she radiated a dazzling golden light, as if a sun had appeared in the sky. This blinding light not only harmed Morong Qiuji but also engulfed Lin Luocheng, scorching him as if on fire. Lin Luocheng's expression twisted in pain as he fought to retain his sanity. "Chuling, this is not what you described to me. They haven't reverted." Chuling, resigned, replied, "Their memories have already begun to awaken. You cannot prevent their return." Lin Luocheng, unwilling to accept, exclaimed, "Must I simply watch as their former consciousness erases them?" Understanding him, Chuling refrained from urging him to leave this time and instead offered a solution. "Not necessarily. They are not experiencing dual personalities. It is still them. However, an overwhelming influx of past memories, conflicting with their current ones, causes this turmoil. You can seal their memories, allowing them to gradually accept their past, which might help preserve their current consciousness." Lin Luocheng grasped her intent. Although the Morong sisters would eventually recall their past, it would be a gradual process, as long as the memories did not clash all at once, allowing for a period of acceptance. The new and old memories would not lead to a life or death struggle, nor result in personality fragmentation. Thus, Lin Luocheng gritted his teeth against the pain, decisively biting his fingertip, and pressed it against Morong Qiuji's forehead, chanting incantations. Instantly, the divine light in Morong Qiuji's eyes dulled, and she felt her gradually clarifying memories becoming increasingly blurred. "You scoundrel! What have you done?" Lin Luocheng inscribed a blood curse on her forehead, smiling. "Nothing much, just letting you sleep a little longer." Feeling her memories fading, Morong Qiuji shouted, "Nightmare!" In the distance, Nightmare was struck with panic, yet she remained immobilized, forced to watch helplessly. "Your Majesty!" she cried, "Useless fool." Morong Qiuji glared at Lin Luocheng, her teeth clenched. "Who are you, really?" Lin Luocheng, drenched in cold sweat, weakly replied, "The one you promised to dedicate yourself to." "Scoundrel, wait for me." Morong Qiuji's gaze began to lose focus, her expression clouded. "Lin Gongzi, my head aches terribly, my thoughts are so jumbled." Lin Luocheng gently urged, "Hold on a little longer, it will be over soon." As he completed the final stroke, Morong Qiuji's beautiful eyes fluttered shut, and she fell into a deep slumber. In the distance, Nightmare was struck as if by lightning, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, what has happened? Respond to me." "Your Majesty." She turned to Lin Luocheng, her teeth grinding in fury. "Scoundrel, I will kill you." At that moment, her hatred for Lin Luocheng surged like a torrential river, pouring demonic energy into him, attempting to overwhelm him. Lin Luocheng felt as if he might explode, yet he held on, directing his gaze toward Morong Xiaozhu. Murong Xiaozhu smiled. You seem quite knowledgeable about the sealing spell. Which friend taught you? Enough of this pleasantry. You too shall sleep. Lin Luochen pressed his hand against Murong Xiaozhu's brow, beginning to seal her without an ounce of mercy. Murong Xiaozhu spoke in a calm tone. It is futile. Chaos is imminent, and we shall inevitably return. Not to mention, her and Yuming's unique constitution has been activated. As their cultivation progresses, their memories will eventually resurface. Lin Luochen replied with an indifferent tone. At worst, I shall seal you again. Be silent. Murong Xiaozhu smiled faintly and said, very well, but first, ensure your own survival. After finishing her words, she slowly closed her eyes, descending into complete silence. Lin Luochen's expression twisted with rage as he gritted his teeth, declaring, I will not perish here. Nevertheless, his eyes burned crimson, and the golden thread within his demonic eye opened, transforming into a golden pupil. Simultaneously, demonic runes emerged on his skin, and the chaotic demonic energy surged within him, enveloping him in a tempest of dark energy, as if he were on the verge of transforming into a fiend. Chapter 68. Return to your own time. As the magical eye on Lin Luochen's forehead opened, the surrounding demonic energy surged towards him with unprecedented ferocity. Despite his strenuous efforts to suppress it, a torrent of negative emotions pushed him to the brink of madness, rendering him nearly despondent. The nightmare harbored an intense loathing for Lin Luochen, who had thwarted her years of meticulous planning, and at that moment, she was determined to annihilate him. Years ago, she had endured countless hardships to escape her seal, and, under the guidance of a wise figure, had sought out the Murong sisters. Upon encountering the two identical little girls, the nightmare was momentarily taken aback. Had it not been for the apparent hidden special constitution of the Murong sisters, she might have believed she had made a grave error in her search. But how had the Lord of Darkness manifested as two beings? Had some unforeseen event occurred during the Lord's reincarnation? Most perplexing was the fact that the two sisters' constitutions seemed to suppress one another while also complementing each other. This resulted in Murong Xiaozhu's abilities remaining dormant, leaving her plagued by misfortune, while Murong Xiaozhu could cultivate, yet her talents were barely noteworthy, rendering her unremarkable. Though the nightmare could not grasp the full situation, she was certain that her lord was among the two. She began to attempt awakening the demonic nature within the Holy Emperor by eliminating those close to her, both to incite her descent into madness, and because the nightmare believed her lord required no familial ties or weaknesses. Any emotional attachment would only serve as a hindrance to her lord's dominion over the world. As long as she could remove the obstacles in her lord's path, she was unperturbed by the prospect of being killed by her lord once the truth was revealed. The death of the Murong sisters' mother during childbirth and their father, Murong Nanchuan, became a thorn in her side. After luring Murong Dongyue into madness, she employed a small scheme to ensure Murong Nanchuan's demise as well. To awaken the Holy Emperor, the nightmare orchestrated the relocation of the Murong family to Qingshi City, laying the groundwork for her future plans. Fearing discovery, even Murong Dongyue remained oblivious to her true intentions, believing she genuinely sought to possess the Murong sisters. Through prolonged observation, the nightmare ultimately determined that Murong Xiaozhi was indeed the lord she had tirelessly sought, possessing the heavenly demon's sacred body. Yet, she remained perplexed by Murong Xiaozhu and Appo's true nature and dared not act rashly. Subsequently, the nightmare began to covertly protect and observe the two sisters. Anyone who approached Murong Xiaozhi, regardless of their true intentions, met their demise at her hands. Although Murong Xiaozhi brought misfortune, her presence alone did not warrant death. The majority of the bloodshed was instigated by the nightmare herself. Even those exorcists who came to dispel the evil were led astray into madness and perished silently at her hands. As time passed, the nightmare's probing and observation of Murong Xiaozhu led her to speculate about her identity. She suspected that Murong Xiaozhu was the sworn enemy of the Lord, the accursed Juyao Shenghuang, who had perished alongside the Lord in the past. Unable to approach Murong Xiaozhu due to the overwhelming aura surrounding her, which suffocated the nightmare, she devised a plan to confirm her suspicions by sending the sisters to the Howren Academy in Xianzhou, accompanying them while leaving Murong Dongyue to set up a summoning array in Qingshi City. At Howren Academy, the nightmare discovered that Murong Xiaozhu thrived, showing signs of revitalization in her constitution. Her suspicions were confirmed. Murong Xiaozhu was indeed the Lord's formidable adversary, the detestable Jiuyu Shenghuang. The nightmare attempted to eliminate Murong Xiaozhu, hoping to liberate Murong Xiaozhi from her suppression. However, Murong Xiaozhu's fortuitous fate was astonishing. Not only could the nightmare not approach her, but even in peril, she managed to turn misfortune into fortune. Moreover, the fates of Murong Xiaozhu and Murong Xiaozhi were intertwined. Their fortunes were linked, such that one thrived while the other suffered. Resigned, the nightmare realized that this formidable enemy of her lord could only be vanquished by the Lord herself upon awakening. Once the formation was complete in Qingshi City, she awaited the sisters' return home after maturing. Throughout their journey, the nightmare personally escorted the Murong sisters, arranging for Murong Dongyue to have the Grand Elder abduct them back to Qingshi City, intending for them to experience the betrayal of kin and kind prior to the ritual. thereby severing their emotional bonds. Unexpectedly, the sisters parted ways, and to her astonishment, Murong Xiaozhu summoned Lin Luochen. His interference thwarted the Nightmare and Apos' plans, further igniting feelings within the previously sheltered Murong Qiuji. The Nightmare aimed to exploit extreme pressure through Lin Luochen to shatter Murong Qiuji's illusions about men. Yet, Lin Luochen defied all expectations. Despite facing life-and-death crises, their bond only intensified. As the two grew increasingly affectionate, the Nightmare felt a surge of anger and resolved to employ her previous tactics to drive Lin Luochen into madness and death. Yet Lin Luochen's resilience exceeded her expectations. He not only resisted madness but also evaded the grasp of demonic beasts. It wasn't until Lang Yushuang appeared that the Nightmare had to retreat, missing the last chance to restore order. Despite her fervent attempts to redirect the course of events, everything spiraled further out of control, culminating in utter failure. The magical eye, which he had deemed inconsequential and carelessly handed to Murong Dongwei, turned out to be the final straw that broke the camel's back. The Nightmare could not comprehend why this young man could wield the magical eye to his advantage. Yet, upon witnessing Lin Luochen seal her lord, her only desire was to reduce him to ashes. If fate allowed her another chance, she would have emerged the moment Lin Luochen revealed himself, disregarding all else to eliminate him. Unfortunately, the Nightmare lacked a fateful monument or reincarnation technique, and at this moment, she only wished for mutual destruction with Lin Luochen. Lin Luochen held the Murong sisters close, malevolent thoughts swirling within him, wishing to obliterate everything before him. He tightened his grip on the sisters, desperately suppressing the impulse to tear them apart. Simultaneously, he felt a growing heat in his forehead, as if something was desperately yearning to be released. Seeing this, Lang Yushuang grew increasingly anxious, her eyes glowing crimson as she suddenly released a piercing howl to the heavens. As her voice echoed through the city, the clouds above parted to reveal a blood moon illuminating the night sky. Casting a spell, Lang Yushuang directed the blood-red moonlight to engulf the city, eroding the array and causing it to collapse rapidly. No, the Nightmare cried out in frustration, helplessly watching the formation disintegrate, the sacred ritual interrupted. Before she could relish in her victory, she observed Lin Luochen and Apos' forehead glowing, still voraciously absorbing the demonic and sanguine energies from the city. Luochen, Lin Luochen and Apos' expression twisted in rage as he forcefully pushed away the Murong sisters, sending them downwards. Now that the summoning array was destroyed, the sisters could finally escape the vortex of demonic energy. Yet Lin Luochen could not be restrained, surrounded by swirling demonic energy. He fought to maintain the last vestige of clarity. He tore the fateful monument from his chest, gritting his teeth. Chuling, you must leave now. Return to your own time. Chuling felt utterly powerless, unwilling to witness his demise. Recite the reincarnation technique with me. Perhaps it can save your life. Lin Luochen, seeing no other option, resolved to give it a try, channeling the reincarnation technique and reciting its precepts alongside Chuling. As they chanted the reincarnation technique, the fateful monument began to glow, and a wisp of gray fog emerged from the swirling demonic energies. The sound of flowing water faintly echoed from above, while a green lotus swayed in Lin Luochen's consciousness and two koi fish stirred to life. Chapter 69. Where is my little master? Upon hearing the sound of rushing water, Chuling was instantly filled with excitement. Am I finally going back? Through the merging of their souls, Lin Luochen finally comprehended Chuling's intentions. Chuling, do you wish to take me to the future? Chuling did not deny it and replied with a smile, I cannot save you here, but in the future. Even if you wish to die, it would be difficult. Can I truly go to the future? Even if I could, I would only possess my soul. Lin Luochen expressed his hesitation and concern, but Chuling remained unconcerned. So what if you only have your soul? I will help you dispel the influence of demonic possession and then send you back. Lin Luochen retorted, but what about my body? Are you foolish? You can simply return to this point in time. Chuling asserted with conviction, enlightening Lin Luochen to why she was no longer anxious. But I cannot control the time of the journey. Chuling reassured him, do not fear. I will provide you with a ghostly cultivation technique. If it comes to that, you can simply be a ghost. Even if you wish to remain there, I can help you reconstruct your body, so you need not worry. Lin Luochen felt as though he was being sold off, yet he had no better alternatives and could only cling to hope. As the two of them continuously chanted the fate reincarnation mantra, the surrounding gray mist thickened, and the sound of surging waves crashing against the shore echoed. However, the sound of water remained elusive, as if it were colliding with something that it could not breach. Chuling grew increasingly anxious. Damn it, it's the time-space barrier. What are the people of the Temple of Time doing? In the distance, Lung Yuanshuang anxiously flew toward Lin Luochen, attempting to suppress the demonic energy within him. The river of time and space was delayed, and Lin Luochen felt as if he were about to explode, with the fate reincarnation mantra operating wildly within him. In his sea of consciousness, azure lotus petals scattered radiant light, and two koi fish, shimmering with brilliance, leaped forth, surging toward his brow. Lin Luochen felt a warmth at his brow and could not help but let out a howl towards the heavens. In that instant, a golden light erupted fiercely from the magic eye on his brow, sending a dazzling dark golden beam soaring into the sky. stirring the winds and clouds. Surrounded by golden light, the two koi fish spiraled upward, crashing into the heavens as if leaping over the dragon gate. With a crack, a black river descended, engulfed in rolling gray mist, instantly submerging Lin Luochen below. The terrifying gray mist dispersed the demonic energy, resembling the Milky Way inverted, intent on cleansing everything in the world. Luochen. Not far away, Lang Yuanshuang and Appos. S complexion turned pale as she was pushed back by the gray mist stirred by the black river, unable to control her body. Immersed in the mist, for some unknown reason, the mysterious scripture resurfaced in her mind. Fragmented memories flickered in her mind, both familiar and foreign, as if from a past life and the present. In her memories, she and Lin Luochen shared a marital bond, yet their fate seemed tragic, ultimately leading to a painful separation. Luochen. Desperately, Lang Yuanshuang attempted to fly into the black river, reaching out her hand. But she could never approach Lin Luochen within the river. Lin Luochen, helplessly swept away by the black river, glanced back at her with a complex smile. Foolish woman. Hurry and leave. In the next moment, the black river vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Everything felt like an illusion to her, save for Lin Luochen's sudden disappearance. Luochen. Luochen. Where are you? Lang Yuanshuang felt an emptiness in her heart, anxiously searching for Lin Luochen's presence. Yet, he seemed to have vanished into thin air, eluding her divine sense no matter how she sought him. At that moment, a scream jolted Lang Yuanshuang from her reverie, as she saw a black mist engulfing Murong Qiuji, carrying her away. Sister. On the ground, Murong Xiaozhu stumbled to her feet, urgently calling out, Qiuji. It turned out that the nightmare that interrupted the sacred ritual had survived, and seized the opportunity to abduct Murong Qiuji while Lang Yuanshuang was distracted. Although the nightmare sought to kill Murong Xiaozhu, it could not approach her and could only take Murong Qiuji away. Lang Yuanshuang and Appos. S expression changed slightly as she threw out a silk ribbon to ensnare Murong Xiaozhu and pursued the nightmare. However, the nightmare utilized a soul-burning technique, moving at lightning speed, instantly crossing the formation barrier. Lang Yuanshuang was hindered by the residual formation barrier. Although she had the power to kill, she feared harming Murong Qiuji. By the time she broke through the barrier and gave chase, the nightmare had long since vanished, leaving only a chaotic scene of cultivators outside the formation. Another one. Capture them. Though the approaching cultivators were perplexed, they acted decisively and attacked Lang Yuanshuang. Get lost. Lang Yuanshuang retaliated, sending the demonic cultivators flying, swiftly taking Murong Xiaozhu and soaring into the sky, fleeing the area. She was a righteous cultivator, and in this region of Lanzhou, who knew what would happen if she were surrounded by demonic experts? She felt fortunate that she wore a veil, otherwise, if the events here were to spread, she would be unable to defend herself. As Lang Yuanshuang pursued the nightmare, she glanced back at Qishir City, filled with reluctance and concern. Yet, she had a faint feeling that Lin Luochen was not dead and that they would meet again in the near future. Following the residual demonic energy of the nightmare, she pursued, but the cunning nightmare caused her to lose her bearings several times. When she finally located Murong Qiuji and the nightmare, the latter was surrounded by several out-of-body cultivators. Though the nightmare struggled to break free, she was already at her limit, unable to escape. Get away, all of you. This celestial demon sacred body is mine, mine. At that moment, a voice rang out. You vile demon dare to abduct my human race and Appos. As prodigy, prepare to face death. A girl in a pink dress appeared, raising a pink paper umbrella that quickly enveloped the nightmare. Dozens of vengeful spirits surged forth, relentlessly gnawing at the nightmare, causing her to scream in agony as her strength waned rapidly. However, at that moment, Murong Qiuji heard the nightmare's voice echoing in her ear. Your Majesty, I can no longer serve you. Place all the blame upon me, claiming I sought to seize your body. Do not reveal my identity. Before Murong Qiuji could react, the girl in the pink dress reached out, calling out, seal. The paper umbrella absorbed the nightmare, then slowly closed, leaving only swirling demonic energy. The crowd fell silent, with someone bowing and saying, Lord Song. In the distance, Lang Yuanshuang and Appos. S expression changed. The newcomer was none other than Song Xianjun, the leader of the Maiden Sect, whom she had encountered not long ago. This is bad. Could Murong Qiuji fall into her hands? Just as Lang Yuanshuang was at a loss for what to do, Song Xianjun stood respectfully to the side, presenting the paper umbrella with both hands. Saintess, the demon has been subdued. What shall we do with this girl? A woman in a black dress slowly approached from a distance, her snow-white skin contrasting against the dark fabric, making her appear even more ethereal. Though she was as beautiful as a celestial being, the crowd remained silent, not daring to show any sign of disrespect. For the newcomer was none other than the saintess of the Reincarnation Holy Temple, Xia Jiuyao. Lang Yuanshuang quickly concealed her presence, knowing that this demonic saintess was accompanied by protectors. Xia Jiuyao extended her hand to take the paper umbrella, her gaze falling upon Murong Qiuji, and she smiled faintly. This is indeed a fine prospect. Investigate the situation thoroughly, and if suitable, bring her back to the Reincarnation Holy Temple. Her mood brightened considerably. This trip to the Broken Moon Demon Gorge had not been in vain, and she would have something to report upon her return. Song Xianjun respectfully said, yes. The two individuals took away Murong Qiuji, and none dared to utter a word of dissent. After all, the reincarnation sanctuary was undoubtedly the sovereign of Lanzhou, and this maiden was a prospective candidate for the future Holy Lord. Lung Yuanshuang watched the trio depart, lost in contemplation, her thoughts veiled in silence. Fairy Lung, will Qiuji be all right? Murong Xiaoju's voice jolted her from her reverie, prompting Lang Yuanshuang to turn her gaze toward her. The nightmare will not betray her. She should be safe, perhaps even ascend to great heights, she assured. Murong Xiaoju, resolute, declared, I must go find her. Lung Yuanshuang shook her head, responding, Miss Xiaoju, your constitution makes it perilous to venture into the demonic path. The best outcome would be your brilliance tarnished. However, as for Qiuji, Miss Xiao, it is more suitable for you to accompany me, just as it is for her to go with him. Do you comprehend? Upon hearing this, Murong Xiaoju fell into silence. Grasping Lang Yuanshuang's implication, their constitutions were fundamentally dissimilar. For her to tread the demonic path would be akin to courting death. Just as Murong Qiuji's choice of the righteous path was no less perilous. Lung Yuanshuang consoled her, as long as you both remain safe, there will naturally be an opportunity to reunite in the future. Murong Xiaoju nodded, yet a sense of foreboding gripped her. Their next encounter might not present a harmonious alignment of good and evil. With a sigh, Lang Yuanshuang, unwilling to linger, swiftly led Murong Xiaoju away from the scene. In the ruins of Chiefstone City, the mouse emerged from the debris, yet found no trace of Lin Luochen, rendering it momentarily befuddled. Where is my young master? It squeaked, scurrying through the city until it stumbled upon a broken blade amidst the wreckage. As more and more cultivators arrived, the mouse could only grasp the broken blade and seek refuge within the body of the underground demon. It harbored faith that its young master would return for it. Chapter 70. Are the future strong ones in flight? Within the Black River, Lin Luochen found himself helplessly carried along by the current, his body illuminated by the reverse fate monument, preventing his demise. The cycle of fate within him commenced its autonomous operation, emanating waves of purifying light. As a blue lotus manifested beneath his feet, enveloped by the lotus, Lin Luochen was lifted from the depths, floating atop the water's surface. Before he could savor his reprieve, he sensed Chu Lingyin's palpable panic. This is dire. You are not merely a soul entering this realm. You are doomed. Lin Luochen was bewildered, and in the next moment, bolts of lightning struck relentlessly around him, prompting an instinctive raise of his hand in defense. Just as he felt that his end was nigh, two koi leaped from the water, intercepting the thunderous onslaught. The koi circled the blue lotus, shielding Lin Luochen from the relentless strikes of lightning. Relief washed over him. He steadied himself, gazing at his hands in confusion. Am I not merely a soul? Chu Ling, equally perplexed, mused, perhaps it is some treasured artifact of yours that is in effect. Lin Luochen possessed an abundance of treasures, leaving her uncertain which one granted him corporeal form in this realm. If it were the reverse fate monument, she too once bore one. Could it be that the monument requires the cycle of fate to yield such extraordinary results? Or perhaps it is the wondrous blue lotus and the two koi. Chu Ling pondered, yet realized that this youth likely bore a profound connection to the saint of reincarnation. This was her primary motive for wanting to bring Lin Luochen to the future. Fearing he might uncover her intentions, she voluntarily withdrew from his spiritual plane, exiting their soul fusion state. By the way, are you all right? Lin Luochen shook his head, assuring, I'm fine. Just felt a surge, and now I feel much better. At that moment, the demonic eye on his forehead had closed, leaving only a golden dark pattern at his brow. Although various malevolent thoughts still lingered, they were now barely suppressed with the aid of the blue lotus. Chu Lingyin remarked oddly, why does that sound so inappropriate? Lin Luochen paused, then replied helplessly, is it not you who is inappropriate? Chu Lingyin spat playfully, observing the peculiar phenomena around them, and could not help but exclaim in wonder. With the blue lotus as a vessel, the dragon koi as guardians, and the reverse fate monument as protection and guidance, you are a veritable treasure trove. It would be difficult for you to meet your end. Lin Luochen remained oblivious to the implications, merely smiling curiously at the surreal scenery surrounding him. What exactly is this river? Chu Ling explained, this is the embodiment of time. The flowing waters represent time itself, and you may refer to it as the river of time. Here, time is suspended, devoid of meaning, yet it allows entry into any temporal node. Lin Luochen beheld the bizarre sights within the river, various indistinct images flashing by, and could not help but chuckle. An embodiment of time? How intriguing. So, are we heading towards the future? Chu Ling, thinking of her return, felt a surge of excitement. Yes, last time I was swimming upstream, but this time I am flowing downstream. Indeed, we are journeying towards the future. Lin Luochen gazed into the pitch-black waters with curiosity, asking, how will we know when we arrive at your time and space? Chu Ling replied calmly, I possess a special secret technique that allows me to sense my own body and locate my position in time and space. Lin Luochen's expression turned peculiar, yet he refrained from probing further, instead gazing about with keen interest. Since there is no concept of time here, wouldn't individuals from different temporal realms all appear here? Chu Ling smiled. Indeed, anyone who can enter the river of time will emerge simultaneously. Lin Luochen inquired, if we are all in the same river of time, does that not mean we might encounter other powerful beings? Chu Lingyin responded affirmatively. It is possible, but the caveat is that they must be of a comparable strength. Moreover, your speeds must differ for an encounter to occur, as the river of time is flowing. It is akin to sailing. You may depart simultaneously, yet your starting points differ. Lin Luochen suddenly comprehended, attempting to quicken his pace. However, the blue lotus beneath him remained unresponsive. After all, he was merely traversing the river of time with the aid of the lotus, making it impossible to alter his speed independently. Lin Luochen furrowed his brow, deep in thought. If that is the case, what about those traveling in the opposite direction? Chu Lingyin replied earnestly, logically, if the routes coincide, you would meet them before they reach their destination. However, it is challenging enough to flow downstream. How could there be such strong beings flowing upstream? Besides, Lin Luochen queried, besides what? It's nothing. Rest assured, you will not encounter anyone traveling upstream. Chu Lingyin asserted confidently. Lin Luochen could only shake his head in resignation. That remains to be seen. After saying this, he scanned the river, prompting Chu Lingyin to ask curiously, what are you searching for? Lin Luochen smiled. I'm looking for you. Logically, if you once swam upstream, I should be able to encounter you. Chu Lingyin laughed in disbelief. You will be disappointed. You cannot see me. Why not? Because the soul travels within the river, while the corporeal form traverses upon it. You are above the river, and the past me is within it. How could you possibly see me? Lin Luochen had not anticipated this, gazing at the dark waters with a strange expression. So, does that mean another version of you is swimming like a water ghost beneath? Chu Lingyin, in a cheerful mood, joked, indeed, be careful lest I catch you. Just as Lin Luochen was about to respond, a terrifying flash of lightning illuminated the horizon, accompanied by an overwhelming aura. The entire space of the river began to convulse, the waters churning violently, causing Lin Luochen to sway precariously. Chu Lingyin, what is happening? Chu Lingyin appeared equally bewildered, responding, I have no idea. No sooner had she spoken than a red light surged upward at a terrifying speed, accompanied by thunderous roars, unleashing colossal waves. Lin Luochen cursed under his breath. What in the world? Before he could finish, the red light approached with blinding swiftness. Although it veered to avoid him, he was still swept away by the monstrous wave, plunging beneath the black river. As he tumbled through the water, Lin Luochen faintly heard a sigh. Moments later, he emerged from the depths, shaken, casting a wary glance at the vanishing figure. Chu Lingyin, did you not say there was nothing? Had that red light not steered clear of him, he would have surely met his end. How could this be? Clearly, the Temple of Time. Chu Lingyin hesitated, and Lin Luochen rolled his eyes. The Temple of Time, is it? You already let that slip. What have they done? With a wry laugh, Chu Lingyin confessed. The Temple of Time established a temporal barrier 500 years after your current time to prevent the saint of reincarnation from re-emerging. Is it possible that during those 500 years, a powerful being capable of reversing time appeared, or could that red figure be the fabled saint of reincarnation? Lin Luochen sighed in frustration. Who knows? Surely, there cannot be another. Chu Lingyin reassured him. One being capable of reversing time is already remarkable. There cannot be more. Before she could finish, another surge of lightning erupted ahead, and a red light flickered into view, approaching at an astonishing speed. Lin Luochen could not help but curse. Damn it, here it comes again. The red light flew forth once more. Although it evaded him, it once again swept Lin Luochen into the river. He rolled in the river for quite some time before resurfacing, his heart still trembling with fear. What on earth was that thing? Surely it would and amp. Oppos. T return? Chu Lingyin forced a laugh, and said, I doubt it will come back. It and amp. Oppos. It's not every few centuries that such powerful beings traverse time and space. No sooner had she spoken than a flash of lightning illuminated the sky, followed by a surge of azure light rushing upstream. Lin Luochen couldn't and Oppos. T help but curse, you jinx. Chu Lingyin felt as if she could cry without tears. Had her tongue truly been enchanted recently? This azure light bore no resemblance to the previous crimson glow, as it charged forth with terrifying speed. The two of them vaguely discerned that behind the azure light, there were more flickers of blue emerging, forming a continuous line that left them both bewildered. Were future warriors fleeing? Or were they merely convening in the river of time? Lin Luochen couldn't suppress a sarcastic remark, only to be struck head-on by the azure light, plunging him into unconsciousness. Chapter 71. A life and death situation from the very beginning? Uncertain how much time had elapsed, Lin Luochen gradually opened his eyes to the resounding roars of two magnificent dragons. A crushing headache enveloped him, and his body felt as though it were on the brink of disintegration. Beside him, two colossal koi fish leaped forth, lifting him into the air. As he soared, the fabric of space around him fractured, and he was enveloped by an extraordinary force. The demonic thoughts that had previously tormented him vanished in an instant, along with the malevolent eye that had plagued his existence. Before Lin could ponder further, a blinding light pierced through his surroundings, accompanied by an acrid scent of blood and decay. Below, a ghastly scene unfolded. A mountain of corpses lay amidst a sea of blood, with towering figures of the demon race feasting on the remains of humanity. Each demon bore a unique appearance, the weakest among them already possessing formidable abilities, cloaked in a terrifying aura of dark energy. The ground was littered with dismembered limbs, while the remaining survivors knelt in despair, pleading for mercy to no avail. Amidst the chaos, a clash of thunder and lightning erupted overhead. Emerging from the swirling dragons, Lin Luochen drew the attention of all present. The demons stared at him in disbelief, their expressions a mix of shock and confusion. Lin felt a chill run down his spine. Was he truly thrust into a life-and-death struggle from the very start? Chu-Ling, what are we to do? Chu-Ling stirred. Awakening in a daze. What shall we do? Have we arrived? Lin Luochen, overwhelmed with frustration, felt as though he might vomit blood. Below, the demons chattered incomprehensibly. One of the demon leaders casually grasped a child and offered him to Lin, seemingly inquiring if he would partake in the horrific meal. The dark energy swirling around Lin had led them to mistake him for one of their own. A flicker of sorrow crossed Lin's eyes. He was acutely aware of the grim fate that awaited humanity, yet he had not anticipated it would be this dire. The demon leader, seeing Lin's lack of response, carelessly tossed the child into its gaping maw, the sound of crunching bones echoing horrifically. A scream erupted as blood gushed forth, creating a gruesome spectacle. Though not a saint, Lin could not suppress his rage upon witnessing the demons consume his kin. His eyes flared with fury, and dark thoughts surged within him, wishing to rend the demons into 1,000 pieces. As his anger intensified, the cycle of fate within him began to churn, awakening the reverse fate monument. A warmth spread through his brow as the once fleeting demonic eye re-emerged, radiating a formidable dark energy. The sensation of being overwhelmed returned, more potent than before. As Lin instinctively channeled his strength into the demonic eye, in an instant, a beam of golden light erupted forth, obliterating the demon before him into a cloud of crimson mist, startling the others around him. They beheld the golden thread at Lin's brow transform into an eye that unleashed a lethal ray, annihilating its companion. Stunned, Lin realized that the golden light he had just emitted surpassed any he had previously conjured, and an unending supply of pure dark power surged from the eye. It felt as though an ancient demon god was continuously bestowing strength upon the eye, yet the overwhelming energy threatened to burst him apart. Seeing their comrade fall, the remaining demons howled in rage and charged at Lin. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin summoned the power of the eye, bellowing, "Die!" Rays of golden light shot forth, shattering the approaching demons as if they were mere paper. Despite vanquishing many, the sheer number of demons persisted, with dozens still advancing. With a fierce cry, Lin unleashed a torrent of dark energy, the golden light flaring to life as it swept across the battlefield. The demons caught within its path erupted into blood and gore. While the survivors fled in terror, their souls shaken. Suspended in the air, Lin felt the surge of dark energy within him dissipate, and he involuntarily coughed up blood. Although the display had been magnificent, his body could not withstand such exertion, and he was left severely weakened. Fortunately, as he ceased his exertion, the demonic eye closed once more, retreating into a state of ambiguity, and the dark energy ceased to flow forth. Descending to the ground, Lin felt as if his insides were ablaze. Chu-Ling inquired, "How do you feel?" Lin, breathless, replied, "I feel utterly drained." Where did this power originate? Chu-Ling, unable to suppress a sarcastic retort, replied, "Unison and amp. Oppos. This power of your own making? Why are you asking me?" Lin furrowed his brow, a strange expression crossing his face. Could there still be hidden power within the depths of the demonic eye? He had the unsettling feeling that the eye had been alive, as if it were connected to some source, not merely a wellspring of power. At that moment, the sounds of gratitude erupted around him as the rescued humans bowed in thanks. They spoke in hurried tones, but Lin could not comprehend a single word. Chu-Ling, what are they saying? Chu-Ling appeared bewildered, murmuring, "I can and Oppos. Understand either. Where have we landed?" Lin, astonished, replied, "Unison and Oppos. This your time period?" Chu-Ling, equally perplexed, said, "It should be, yes. Hand your body over to me. I shall attempt to use a secret technique." Though Lin felt less guarded around her than before, he did not let his guard down entirely. Soul fusion. You. Chu-Ling, exasperated, muttered a curse before reluctantly stepping into his consciousness, embracing him once more. Having already shared such intimacy, she thought it inconsequential. Once returned to her body, she would surely give this rascal a thrashing for 3 days and nights. As their souls intertwined, Lin felt a wave of relief wash over him, nearly sighing in comfort. Chu-Ling suspected Lin was intentionally taking advantage of the situation. Yet without proof, she could only hastily cast her spell to establish a connection with her body. Moments later, she expressed her confusion. "It's not working. I can and amp. Oppos. Sense anything, nor can I connect with anyone on my side." Lin attempted to communicate using various languages from Chu-Ling and amp. Oppos' memories. But the humans remained in awe of him, speaking in tongues he could not decipher. Finally, they pushed a young girl forward. The girl, bloodied and trembling, gazed at him with reverence, gesturing animatedly as she spoke. Lin felt a headache coming on as he observed her bulging leather garments and the ragtag appearance of the surrounding humans. "Chu-Ling, are you certain we are in a time 1,000 years hence?" Listening to the incomprehensible chatter of the humans, Chu-Ling too began to doubt. The people before her appeared far worse off than she had envisioned. Could new calamities have befallen them? Had they inadvertently traveled too far into the future? Beyond the 6,200 years of the Qingxiu era? Lin sighed in resignation. This woman was truly unreliable. Let us not overthink it. We must first ascertain where we are. He endeavored to find a village to inquire further, resorting to gestures until the girl understood his intent. With a worried glance, she complied, leading him away with trepidation. Meanwhile, atop a distant mountain, a colossal demon god lounged, its green visage and elongated fangs accentuated by winding horns. A closed vertical eye rested upon its forehead. Abruptly, it awoke from its slumber, a peculiar expression crossing its face as it scanned its surroundings. It had just sensed the sudden disappearance of its vertical eye and the inexplicable stirrings of its internal energy. Yet he had not had the time to investigate thoroughly when the vision reappeared, as if everything were merely a figment of his imagination. He found himself utterly perplexed, wondering if he were trapped in a dream. Chapter 72. The Future or the Past? Lin Luochen followed the rescued humans back to their village, which lay hidden within an ancient forest. At that moment, the village was in a state of disrepair, with fallen trees and remnants of blood scattered across the ground, as if it had been ravaged by giants. The villagers appeared to have been abducted by the demon clan, taken away to the demon mountain for a feast. Just at the moment Lin Luochen intervened to save them. The survivors wept tears of joy upon seeing their returning companions, embracing one another tightly. The lead girl, upon witnessing Lin Luochen and Appos' presence among the remaining villagers, felt a sense of relief, as his abilities and methods far exceeded her imagination, making him seem unlike any human she had known. Though her eyes brimmed with tears, the girl composed herself and urged her kin to gather their belongings for migration, as if they were seeking a new place to reside. With nowhere else to go, Lin Luochen decided to accompany them, hoping to glean information about a larger settlement. Along the way, he called for the girl, startling her and causing her face to pale, as she feared he was hungry. However, Lin Luochen was not hungry in the conventional sense. He merely wished to learn the local language. Despite the numerous methods available for language acquisition, none were suitable for his current realm. Seeing no malice in his demeanor, the girl gradually relaxed and began to teach Lin Luochen the local tongue. While he learned, he observed the surroundings, noting the rich spiritual energy permeating the area, so dense it seemed almost liquid, a veritable paradise for cultivation. As Chuling once remarked, in such a place, even a pig could potentially evolve into a demon after a prolonged stay. This was no exaggeration. The abundance of demon beasts in the area was staggering, with foundational cultivators practically ubiquitous, while golden core beasts roamed freely. Here, Lin Luochen could casually toss a stick and strike several foundational beasts, with golden core demons appearing intermittently. Had it not been for Lin Luochen and Appos' frequent use of his demonic eyes, the villagers would likely have suffered severe casualties. Nevertheless, he was astonished by the villagers and Appos' strength. Despite not having practiced formal cultivation, their physiques surpassed those of ordinary humans. He witnessed a burly man tear apart a foundational beast with his bare hands, leaving Lin Luochen in silent admiration. Among the villagers, the only one with any connection to cultivation was the lead girl, who employed a technique resembling magic to manipulate spiritual energy. Yet, her method seemed not to stem from the 5 elemental arts, but rather from a resonance with the world through language and physical expression. In Lin Luochen's eyes, the girl's prowess was comparable to that of a late foundational cultivator, making her a formidable figure among her people. However, in contrast to the demonic and beast factions of this land, their strength was woefully inadequate. Lin Luochen had even witnessed a large bird soaring overhead, radiating an aura, at least at the Void Realm. This led him to ponder whether humanity's future had truly dwindled to such a state. As they journeyed, Chuling grew increasingly silent, particularly after Lin Luochen and Appos' repeated use of his demonic eyes. Besides the perilous beasts, a plethora of unheard of spiritual herbs and minerals lay scattered about, an ideal haven for scavengers. The thought of her companion, Shushu, weighed heavily on Lin Luochen's mind, yet he felt powerless to assist. The distant waters could not quench the immediate fire, especially considering the temporal divide between them. Yet, Shushu was no ordinary mouse. She bore great fortune and should possess her own celestial fate. After several days of learning the language from the girl, Lin Luochen, thanks to his formidable capacity for learning, managed to engage in rudimentary communication. From her, he learned that her name was Bai Wei, the sole daughter of the village and Appos' high priest. Following the recent death of her father, Bai Wei had bravely assumed the mantle of priestess. The land they inhabited was known as the 10,000 Demon Mountain, but she was unaware of its location within the realm of Qingsu, as she did not even know if this world was indeed called Qingsu, let alone its historical timeline. Their village had its own method of keeping time, distinct from other settlements, rendering them incapable of gauging the passage of time accurately. It was not that they refrained from cultivation, rather, they were entirely ignorant of its methods, practicing instead an ancestral art of divine supplication. Lin Luochen was taken aback, momentarily questioning whether he had misunderstood the language. Yet, after repeated confirmations, he was assured of his understanding, leading him to contemplate the nature of existence itself. Chu Lingyin, have we truly been transported to an unknown world? Chu Lingyin sighed deeply, disheartened. We are still in Qingsu, but not in the Qingsu of a millennium hence. Lin Luochen felt a surge of hope. He had suspected as much in recent days and was eager to confirm with Chu Lingyin. Elaborate? She inquired. I'm not entirely certain, but but I deduce this from the state of your demonic eyes, she replied. Lin Luochen had also examined his demonic eyes over the past few days and found them to be in a state of flux. The items he had brought with him remained intact, yet this particular eye seemed perplexingly unstable. It was only when he activated the reversal tablet that the inscriptions emerged and the eye shifted from ethereal to corporeal, unleashing a formidable surge of demonic energy, as if it contained the power to obliterate the heavens and the earth. However, Lin Luochen's cultivation was insufficient. His unrefined physique could not withstand such power. If he were to unleash it recklessly, he might perish before his enemies did. Chu Ling paused before continuing. This scenario is unprecedented. Yet I have a hypothesis based on legends. Pray tell? Lin Luochen urged. It is said that the reversal tablet harbors a complete set of celestial laws. Whoever masters it can forge their own realm and birth new worlds. Lin Luochen sighed in frustration. What does this have to do with my demonic eyes? Chu Ling explained. According to the laws of time, aside from unique locations like the River of Time, two identical entities cannot coexist within the same time and space. Just as there cannot be two of you in this realm, should they appear simultaneously, a temporal paradox would ensue. Lin Luochen and Appo's brow furrowed in dismay. Are you implying that there exists another demonic eye in this world? Chu Lingyin affirmed. Logically, only one should exist. Under normal circumstances, your demonic eye would vanish. Yet, the presence of the reversal tablet, with its inherent rule power, has preserved your eye. Each time you activate the reversal tablet, its rule power activates, creating a separate realm, allowing your eye to shift from ethereal to corporeal. However, its strength is insufficient to contend with the celestial laws of this realm, thus failing to sever the link with its original owner. Lin Luochen could only chuckle helplessly. So, according to you, this world must still harbor a living ancient demon god. My demonic eye and its power must have been borrowed from that ancient being, which means we are truly in the ancient times. Chu Lingyin grimaced. Though I am reluctant to admit it, the evidence seems to support that conclusion. Lin Luochen had previously speculated as much, and thus was not overly surprised. However, the weight on his heart had finally lifted. Are we not merely drifting downstream? How could we have arrived here? Surely, that azure light did not propel us here? Who knows? Chu Lingyin lamented in frustration. Something must have transpired within the River of Time that we are unaware of. She had initially believed she would return to the future, only to find herself transported to the ancient era. What precisely had transpired in the future to cause such chaos within the River of Time? Chu Ling was baffled. Yet it was evident that these considerations were not her primary concern at the moment. Let us not dwell on such matters. First, let us see if we can find a way to depart. Lin Luochen emitted a soft acknowledgement, channeling the wheel of fate and reciting the overarching principles of reincarnation alongside Chu Ling. However, the reversal monument remained utterly unresponsive, and the two koi in the sea of consciousness appeared lethargic, while the green lotus listlessly swayed. Lin Luochen attempted to merge his spirit with Chu Ling once more, yet failed to activate the reversal monument, finding only fleeting satisfaction instead. Damn it, the allure was irresistible. Chu Lingyin sensed the emotions he projected and, in a fit of embarrassment and anger, withdrew from his spiritual realm, venting her frustrations upon the green lotus and the koi. Why don't you perk up? Is it so enjoyable to bully me? Observing Chu Lingyin as she kicked the lotus and chased after the koi, Lin Luochen hastily offered words of comfort. Patience is essential. We cannot rush matters. Once they regain their strength, they should be able to guide us back. Our immediate priority is to survive this predicament. Chu Lingyin huffed in frustration, sulking within the sea of consciousness, her despair deepening. It was not merely the fact that they found themselves ensnared in ancient times, but the horrifying realization that dawned upon her. Could this individual before her truly be the Saint Monarch of Reincarnation? Chapter 73. Every choice is a life and death game. At this moment, Chu Lingyin found herself in a state of anxious indecision, torn between the fear that Lin Luochen might be the reincarnation of the Holy Monarch and the concern that their actions might alter the future. However, she soon realized that her worries were unfounded. Ever since Lin Luochen had learned of his past, he had begun to tread carefully. He discarded all the spiritual herbs he had collected and retrieved a half-mast face covering from his storage ring to conceal his identity. Lin Luochen initially intended to distance himself from Bai Wei and the others, hoping to use his divination technique to navigate through potential dangers. Yet, despite stepping away from Murong Qiuji, Qinglian remained listless, rendering him incapable of divining the future. The area was fraught with peril, and Lin Luochen was reluctant to resort to the use of his demonic eye. Thus, he followed Bai Wei to the so-called Great Clan. His sole focus was on the recovery of the two fish and Qinglian. Apart from absorbing spiritual energy for cultivation, he refrained from intervening in external matters. Even when their group encountered ferocious beasts, he merely observed with a detached demeanor, no longer offering assistance as he had before. Bai Wei, witnessing the casualties among her kin, felt compelled to seek his aid, but was deterred by his cold expression. Chu Lingyin, intrigued, inquired why he had ceased to act. Lin Luochen replied nonchalantly. What if I were to summon the ancient demon god by employing the power of the demonic eye? Without it, I am powerless. Moreover, if I were to save someone, how would that disrupt the future? Chu Lingyin sensed that he understood the laws of time even better than she did. leading her to doubt the notion that he was the reincarnation of the Holy Monarch. After all, he did not seem like the kind of person willing to sacrifice himself for the sake of humanity. Bai Wei also noticed the shift in Lin Luochen's demeanor and endeavored to win his favor, hoping he would lend his strength to help her and her kin. Yet, Lin Luochen continued to watch coldly, not even partaking in food or drink, subsisting solely on a fasting pill each day. This left Bai Wei bewildered, unable to comprehend what her group had done to warrant such a drastic change in the demeanor of their benefactor. She bore no resentment towards Lin Luochen. Her attitude remained respectful, and she did everything in her power to allow him to concentrate on his cultivation, rather than solely relying on Lin Luochen. Bai Wei took it upon herself to shoulder the responsibility of protecting her people. However, witnessing the heavy toll on her kin, she could not help but shed tears in private, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt, before steeling herself once more. Lin Luochen observed Bai Wei's transformation from confusion to resolute command, and couldn't help but marvel at how pressure often brings out the best in people. Had she survived, she would undoubtedly make a formidable leader for humanity. Regrettably, he did not belong to this timeline and wished to avoid entanglements. The following day, Bai Wei and her companions encountered a foundational-grade beast resembling a rhinoceros, clad in a layer of earthy armor, though it was merely at the pinnacle of the foundational realm. Its tough hide rendered it impervious to blades and arrows, resulting in a massacre among Bai Wei's kin. Despite her attempts to summon countless firebirds with her divine invocation technique, they failed to inflict any harm on the beast and instead provoked its wrath. The towering beast lowered its head, its single horn glowing ominously, charging towards Bai Wei. Impervious to the valiant efforts of her clan warriors to impede it, Bai Wei exerted all her strength, chanting incantations as a colossal fireball manifested in the sky, crashing down in a shower of sparks. Alas, the beast emerged unscathed from the inferno, its heavy footfalls shaking the ground and sending Bai Wei sprawling. As the beast charged towards her, ready to crush her beneath its weight, Lin Luochen, witnessing the devastation of the villagers, felt a surge of compassion. Before he could fully process his emotions, he dashed forward, placing a hand on the beast's head to halt its advance. A flash of brilliance emanated from his palm as a sword materialized, plunging into the creature's eye, causing it to toss him aside in pain. In midair, he gracefully adjusted his stance and landed, continuously circling the beast, striking it relentlessly until it was drenched in blood. Bai Wei, regaining her composure, quickly rose to her feet, summoning vines to ensnare the beast while unleashing a torrential rain of fire. Lin Luochen executed the chinkping sword technique, wielding his exceptional mid-grade spiritual weapon in tandem with Bai Wei and the valiant warriors of her clan to subdue the beast. After a protracted struggle, they finally succeeded in slaying the rugged creature. Lin Luochen, now covered in dirt and grime, felt the repercussions of his earlier injuries resurface, causing him to cough up blood. "Are you all right, benefactor?" Bai Wei asked anxiously as she approached him. Lin Luochen merely waved his hand dismissively, replying, "I am fine." As night fell, their group had suffered significant losses, and they hastily sought a secure location to camp. Lin Luochen sat cross-legged, silently reprimanding himself for his impulsiveness, while Chu Lingyin was filled with trepidation. In that fleeting moment of hesitation on Lin Luochen's part, she sensed an inexplicable aura of life and death crisis, as if her very existence were on the verge of vanishing. This was not only a premonition from her practice of the Xiantian technique, but also a warning from the heavens. Chu Ling found herself puzzled as to why Bai Wei's demise would pose a threat to her own existence. Could it be that she was a pivotal figure in history? Surely, she could not be her own great-grandmother. Yet, had Lin Luochen not intervened, she would have certainly perished. Suddenly, Chu Lingyin realized that their crossing into this world might have been preordained in history. For some reason, Lin Luochen seemed to possess the power to alter the course of events. Although this power was still nascent, it had begun to manifest, eliciting concern from the heavens. Thus, the celestial realm was alerting her, urging her to fulfill her historical mission. After all, should the future be altered, she could potentially cease to exist. A cold sweat broke out on Chu Ling, and as she grasped the gravity of the situation, each decision they made was indeed a matter of life and death. What role did this young man play in history? What was she to do? Oh, how she wished the heavens would be more explicit. Unaware of these profound revelations, Lin Luochen reflected on his impulsive actions. Had he begun to be governed by his baser instincts? Why did reason always yield to desire? And why could he not exhibit a semblance of self-control? At that moment, he heard footsteps approaching. It was Bai Wei. She had washed the blood from her face and donned a clean outfit, drawing nearer to Lin Luochen, hesitating to speak. Her exquisite features, though clad in simple animal hide, exuded a unique charm. Despite her youth, Bai Wei possessed a remarkable spirit, her form gracefully accentuated by the fitted attire. Lin Luochen cast a glance at the towering snow-capped mountains and Bai Wei's delicate visage peeking from behind them, then lowered his gaze. He retrieved a spiritual ginseng from his storage ring, intending to consume it for healing. While it was regrettable to leave a treasure-laden mountain empty-handed, he was wary of the karmic ties associated with the items here and preferred not to become entangled. Apart from the ubiquitous spiritual energy and air, he had no intention of utilizing anything from this realm. lest it disturb the future. However, the abundant spiritual energy here allowed Lin Luochen to cultivate with remarkable efficiency, rapidly stabilizing his cultivation at the third layer of the foundational realm. Just as he prepared to ingest the spiritual ginseng, Bai Wei suddenly squatted down anxiously, grasping his hand. Benefactor, this large ginseng possesses violent energy. Consuming it would overwhelm your body. You must not take it. Although she did not comprehend the origins of the ginseng Lin Luochen held, its potency emanated an aura of danger. Lin Luochen was taken aback. Was the ginseng toxic? After all, it was procured from the Duanyuet Demon Gorge by Shu Shu. Sensing his disbelief, Bai Wei quickly insisted, Benefactor. Many of our kin have perished after consuming this very herb, their bodies exploding from its power. Lin Luochen surveyed the ginseng in his hand, letting out a deep sigh. The people here lacked the ability to cultivate and were incapable of refining the herb's energy. Its potency could indeed lead to their demise. It matters not. This slight power bears little impact on me, as I require it for healing. Bai Wei recalled his formidable strength and chose not to pursue the matter further. Yet concern still clouded her thoughts. Though she could not comprehend the reasons behind it, the apparent decline in his prowess filled her with apprehension. Honored one, do you still require this white radish? I can have my clan procure it for you. There's no need. Please, do not hesitate to express any needs. We shall endeavor to fulfill them. Lin Luochen merely nodded in acknowledgement. Bai Wei bit her lip, feeling uneasy, and asked, then, esteemed one, do you require blood food? In her understanding, many demons would consume blood food to restore themselves after sustaining injuries. Lin Luochen chuckled softly. I am no demon. I do not consume humans. Bai Wei felt a wave of relief wash over her. Had he desired blood food, she would have dared not escort him to the human stronghold. Are you truly not of the demon race? Lin Luochen shook his head, causing Bai Wei to ponder whether he might be of mixed human-demon heritage. Taking a deep breath, she bit her red lip lightly, as though steeling herself in resolve while gazing at Lin Luochen. Honored one, the first blood of a spirit maiden possesses healing properties. Bai Wei is willing to assist you in your recovery. Her feelings were not merely a fleeting infatuation. She harbored hopes that Lin Luochen could aid them in fending off external threats. Yet, she wisely refrained from voicing any demands, for she understood that at this juncture, it would be more prudent to remain silent. Chapter 74. The Xianbird tribe. Upon hearing the words, Lin Luochen was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, what is the initial blood of a spirit maiden? Bai Wei's fair face flushed slightly, her gaze evasive, yet she made an effort to maintain eye contact with Lin Luochen. A spirit maiden is a woman born with the ability to resonate with the cosmos, and the initial blood refers to the first bloom of a spirit maiden during her union with a man. It is said that the initial blood possesses extraordinary powers, not only aiding individuals in their ascension, but also capable of healing injuries. However, she refrained from mentioning that once a spirit maiden loses her initial blood, her connection to the cosmos diminishes significantly. This explains why Bai Wei, at her age, remains unmarried, for many women of her years have already become mothers. Only then did Lin Luochen grasp that the so-called initial blood was akin to the first bloom in a romantic encounter, which left him both amused and bewildered. He was determined to steer clear of such entanglements, wary of the potential consequences should he engage in indiscretion in this era. Bai Wei's intentions were appreciated, but he assured her, I can heal myself, so there's no need for your concern. Bai Wei felt a tinge of disappointment, having sensed that Lin Luochen was not from her tribe and wished to see if she could entice him to stay. With such a formidable individual among them, the Bai clan would no longer need to fear the demon race, nor would they have to rely on others. Having offered her most precious gift, she regrettably noted his disinterest and chose not to persist. After all, this era adhered to the principle of barter and equitable exchange. She had already aimed high. Bai Wei rose respectfully and bowed, stating, then I shall not intrude any further. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to command us, and we shall strive to fulfill your wishes. Lin Luochen nodded, watching her depart, his heart devoid of reservations. Chu Lingyin teased, what a discerning and wise woman. She bears no responsibilities, and yet you remain unmoved? Without hesitation, Lin Luochen replied, I am not swayed. I do not wish to alter history and inadvertently create irrevocable calamities for the future. Chu Lingyin cautiously probed, have you ever considered that our very crossing into this world might be part of history itself? Lin Luochen acknowledged, I have contemplated that, yet if that were true, then every action we take becomes a part of history. In that case, what difference does it make whether I act or refrain? Inaction seems the most prudent course. Chu Lingyin found herself at a loss for words, yet she yearned for him to undertake some actions to validate her beliefs. If he truly were the reincarnation of a sacred sovereign, he could not have traversed this realm only once. Perhaps this time, she could allow him to assist humanity and observe the impact on history. If no alterations occurred, and he could still initiate another crossing, then his identity as the reincarnation of a sacred sovereign would be undeniable. With this thought in mind, she cleared her throat and inquired, Lin Luochen, do you not wish to take action while witnessing your kin endure suffering? Lin Luochen resolutely replied, I do not wish to. I am no sage, nor do I possess such power. However, you can contribute within your means. Since we have arrived here, we must have our purpose. Why shy away from it? Lin Luochen incisively retorted, what if our actions alter the future and lead to our own non-existence? Would that not be preferable? If we could empower humanity in the present, perhaps we could avert future crises. Chu Lingyin passionately articulated her plea, employing both emotion and reason, her words flowing endlessly. Yet Lin Luochen remained impervious, his heart heavy with frustration. Chu Lingyin, is this truly your selfless disposition? Chu Lingyin proclaimed with righteous fervor, I have come to save the world's populace. Lin Luochen regarded her with a peculiar expression, yet your methods and ideology do not seem aligned with those who genuinely care for the world. Chu Lingyin, exasperated, retorted, narrow-minded and antiquated. Who says that to save the world one must adhere to the righteous path? Can a being of the demonic path not harbor compassion for the world? When the divine proves powerless, only the demonic can rescue the masses. Lin Luochen felt a surge of respect, realizing his own superficiality. Ah, I see now. I have been short-sighted. Chu Lingyin, satisfied, urged, very well. Then hasten to aid the people here to the best of your abilities. To which Lin Luochen firmly responded, I shall not. Having been reborn, he had altered his own future and sensed an innate power to transform the course of history. Thus, he resolved to maintain a passive stance, wishing only to survive until Qing Lian and Jin Li could recover. Yet given Qing Lian's current state, he remained uncertain when that would occur. Chu Lingyin's frustration mounted, and in her vexation, she infused her spirit into a thorn and jabbed him a few times. You cold-hearted scoundrel of humanity. Lin Luochen grimaced in pain, retorting, but there exists the Xian bird tribe. The salvation of humanity is not my burden to bear. According to Bai Wei, she intended to lead her kin to seek refuge in the Xian bird tribe nestled within the Tianyun Mountains, the largest tribe of humanity. There, a Xian bird sheltered the surrounding regions, protecting its inhabitants from the onslaught of the demon race. A year prior, Bai Wei had visited with the high priest and was captivated by the tribe's prosperity, filled with envy. Half a month ago, they received a carrier pigeon from the Xian bird tribe, stirring a tempest of emotions within them. The Xian bird tribe planned to convene a grand assembly of the myriad tribes to discuss the future of humanity. They intended not only to share their ancestral cultivation methods, but also to welcome other tribes to settle in the Tianyun Mountains, urging them to share their unique practices to strengthen humanity collectively. Lin Luochen wholeheartedly agreed. In this era, the demon, monster, and witch races were the predominant powers. The human race, alongside the spirit and ghost races, remained feeble. Particularly, humanity was exceedingly weak, cultivated by the demon and monster races as mere sustenance. Among the tribes, only the spirit and witch races exhibited some degree of benevolence towards humanity, while the ghost race had yet to attain prominence, existing merely as wandering souls. This predicament stemmed from humanity's lack of cultivation methods. Aside from priests like Bai Wei who possessed divine prayer techniques, others risked their lives consuming spiritual herbs to enhance their strength. Bai Wei was aware of the dangers posed by the spiritual ginseng Lin Luochen possessed, as it had cost the lives of countless members of the Bai clan to discern its effects. It was said that each tribe had its own medicinal regimen, a carefully orchestrated sequence of consuming various spiritual medicines to gain power. Due to the sacrifices made by generations, these practices were closely guarded secrets rarely divulged. The Xian bird tribe's initiative was nothing short of revolutionary, igniting a wave of excitement. After considerable deliberation, Bai Wei's father decided to defy ancestral edicts and lead his people in secret migration. However, this plan was discovered by the demons of the Wanma Mountains, who, enraged, descended upon them and abducted the entire tribe. After all, the Bai clan had been raised as livestock in the mountains. Their attempt to escape was tantamount to courting death. Thus, the subsequent events unfolded. Were it not for Lin Luochen, the Bai clan would have been lost to the annals of history. With the existence of the Xian bird tribe, Lin Luochen harbored no notion of becoming a savior. Chu Lingyin, frustrated by Lin Luochen's indifference, could only stab him a few more times in her ire. Lin Luochen remained unperturbed, his resilience growing, as he silently meditated to heal. Not far from Lin Luochen, two pairs of emerald eyes fixated on him intently. Two demon creatures, resembling elderly figures but with swollen bellies and fleshy wings sprouting from their backs, whispered to one another. Is that lad truly the powerful figure who wreaked havoc on Bayan Mountain that day? He appears more like a mere human, devoid of any demonic aura. Entirely different from the formidable being of that day. However, their stature and attire bear a striking resemblance. It is merely an object atop their heads that obscures their features. How foolish you are. We have followed him all this way, and he remains oblivious. This must undoubtedly be a counterfeit, a mere imitation crafted by the human race. Indeed, it stands to reason. Today, he nearly perished while battling a minor beast. It must be a deception. Those cunning humans. Very well, go and eliminate him. All these humans shall be yours to consume. Just leave the women behind. You go. No, you go? The two demonic beings, both at the out-of-body stage, exchanged reluctant glances, neither daring to advance recklessly, and could only continue to awkwardly trail behind Lin Luochen and the others. Chapter 75. The human race is indeed cunning. Lin Luochen and his companions remained blissfully unaware of the two demon clan members trailing them, as they continued their journey towards the outskirts of the Wanma mountain range. Along the way, Bai Wei expressed unwavering concern for Lin Luochen, frequently initiating casual conversations despite his aloof demeanor. She evidently had not yet abandoned hope, occasionally revealing her feelings in clumsy attempts to entice him, which ignited envy among the males of her clan. Although Lin Luochen found himself occasionally distracted and engaging in futile gestures, he managed to restrain himself from allowing Bai Wei to become the center of attention. Due to the Bai clan's slow pace, burdened with the elderly and young, it took them a full half-month to reach the fringes of the Wanma Mountains. According to Bai Wei, there was a gorge ahead that led directly to the outside world, but it was heavily guarded by numerous demons, making passage difficult. Thus, they had no choice but to traverse the surrounding mountains, where, although lower-tier demons resided, their numbers would be considerably fewer. At high noon, Bai Wei and her clan began their ascent, following the old path that the high priest had once taken her. Since demons typically lurked during the day and emerged at night, their passage at this hour encountered the fewest demons. During their climb, they unexpectedly encountered another human tribe. Both parties were momentarily taken aback by the sudden meeting, creating a tense atmosphere. The opposing group comprised several hundred individuals, armed with sharp spears and lances, clad in vine armor, and also accompanied by their families. Leading them was a pair of siblings, both possessing strikingly unusual emerald green eyes. Their vibrant blue hair was neatly tied back, revealing slightly pointed ears. The man was handsome and robust, and when his gaze fell upon Bai Wei, his brow furrowed in mild astonishment. Bai Wei, equally surprised, lowered her voice and exclaimed, "Qingting clan leader, Sister Qingyi." Recognizing each other eased the tension between the two groups. The woman named Qingyi was tall and striking, her green eyes and pointed ears exuding a wild allure. "Bai Wei, are you also heading to Tianyan Mountain?" Bai Wei responded with delight. "Sister Qingyi, you are too?" Qingyi nodded, while the young man, Qingting, scanned the crowd and inquired, "Where's the high priest Bai?" Bai Wei's eyes instantly glistened with tears as she replied softly, "Father is no longer with us." "What happened?" The Qingting siblings were taken aback, and Bai Wei briefly recounted her tribe's misfortunes, deliberately omitting Lin Luochen's identity. Upon hearing of the Bai clan's tragedy, the Qingting siblings felt both sorrowful and fortunate. Had they not hesitated upon receiving a message from the Shinbird tribe, their own clan might have faced a similar fate. Qingyi angrily remarked, "These demons are truly despicable. We can no longer remain in Wanma Mountain." Qingting agreed, his voice grave. "We must leave swiftly before the demons react." He then turned to Bai Wei with a smile. "Since we have crossed paths, Bai Wei, why not travel together?" Bai Wei readily consented. The presence of the Qingting clan would certainly ensure their safety. As the two tribes merged their forces, they ascended the mountain together. Lin Luochen observed the unusual siblings with keen interest. Noticing his curiosity, Bai Wei leaned closer and whispered, "They carry traces of beast-kin blood within them." Lin Luochen suddenly understood, though he was intrigued whether the Qingting siblings were the result of a romance between humans and beasts or a forced union. Yet, in this ruthless era, the notion of love seemed all but a fantasy. Bai Wei, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Luochen, considered that he possessed demonic energy and might be of mixed human-demon heritage. After all, many demons harbored such inclinations, often using humans for reproduction, resulting in numerous demon offspring. However, these offspring were typically pure demons devoid of humanity, often killing their mothers at birth. Thus, humans frequently sought ways to eliminate such pregnancies, or at the very least, eliminate the demon infants post-birth. Due to the poor compatibility of the two bloodlines, true hybrids were exceedingly rare, and even if they existed, their lifespans were often tragically short. Bai Wei couldn't help but worry. If she were to become close to him, would they also produce a demon offspring? Unbeknownst to Lin Luochen, who was preoccupied with his observation of the Qingting siblings, he pondered their beastly lineage. With merely pointed ears, he could not discern whether they possessed tails, making it difficult to judge. Qingyi, having noticed his gaze wandering beneath her skirt, suddenly aimed her spear at him. "Keep your eyes to yourself, or my spear will have no mercy." Lin Luochen chuckled as he deflected the spear's tip, teasing, "It's evident who possesses the eyes here." Qingyi, clearly puzzled by his implication, looked at him with confusion, unable to comprehend. Bai Wei, though also bewildered, quickly intervened. "Sister Qingyi, please don't mind him. He is merely curious." With a huff, Qingyi observed Bai Wei's anxiety and suddenly laughed. "Bai Wei, are you nervous? Could it be that he is your beloved?" Bai Wei's cheeks flushed crimson, though she did not directly affirm it. She also did not deny it. Qingyi's reaction was one of astonishment. "No way. You actually fancy someone so frail?" "Bai Wei, my brother is strong and capable. Is he not superior to this lad?" Lin Luochen felt slightly offended. while Bai Wei awkwardly laughed. Qingting quickly cleared his throat to halt his sister's rambling. Qingyi, refrain from speaking nonsense. Qingyi stuck out her tongue, believing that without the high priest, the Bai clan would soon be swallowed by other tribes. It would be wiser to join their clan. At least they could stand firm together in the Tianyan Mountains. Upon reaching the mountain summit, they beheld several low-tier demons lazily soaring amidst the cliffs. Typically, Bai Wei and Qingting would choose to stealthily navigate through the woods, but with their numbers, they had no option but to force their way through. Qingting and the elite members of the Bai clan stealthily approached, swiftly eliminating the demons in their path. However, they soon attracted the attention of patrolling demons overhead, who began to circle and screech piercingly. The demons within the caves, disturbed, hastily emerged, only to be met with a thunderous command. Stand down, as Qingting issued the order. His elite troops tensed, hurling their spears with precision, the bamboo projectiles raining down like a torrential downpour. The low-tier demons barely emerged before being instantaneously struck down by the falling spears and arrows. Kill! Qingting and Qingyi charged forth like leopards, their lances flying from their hands, shattering the adversaries before them with thunderous ferocity. The remaining members of the Qingting clan swiftly followed suit, their movements clean and efficient, evidently well-trained. Lin Luochen watched the siblings' ghostly figures, astonished. They had attained golden core cultivation. Their techniques bore a hint of beastly energy, and their combat style resembled that of the demons, indicating that their prowess stemmed from their beast-kin bloodline. Initially, the stationed demons were thrown into disarray, but they quickly regained their composure and screeched in fury, "Damn humans! How dare you provoke us? You seek death." Though outnumbered, the demons surpassed the humans in strength and physical prowess, inflicting severe casualties among Lin Luochen's group. Bai Wei chanted incantations, summoning flames and gales to restrain the demons, quickly drawing their ire. A golden core demon lunged at Bai Wei, prompting Lin Luochen to sigh and draw his sword in response. However, lacking a flying artifact, he found himself at a disadvantage against the airborne demons. The demonic beings moved like phantoms, their forms flickering in and out of sight. Lin Luochen's sword danced tirelessly through the air, yet he found himself confined to defense, unable to strike a decisive blow against his foes. Feigning an opening with calculated precision, he lured one of the demons into a reckless charge. Just as Lin prepared to counter with a lethal thrust, a sudden gust of wind announced the demon's abrupt disappearance from his vision. His gaze followed the sound to find the creature impaled upon a tree, a spear pinning it mercilessly to the bark. In the distance, Qingyi stood with an air of smug satisfaction, her triumphant smirk drawing a wry chuckle from Lin. This Qing bore him no ill will, but it seemed his sister harbored resentment, perhaps for stealing the affection of her future sister-in-law. The Qing siblings were formidable, their clan disciplined and well-trained. With the Bai family also present, the outnumbered demons, though individually stronger, soon fell in droves. Just as victory seemed within grasp, the sky darkened ominously. Two hulking shadows descended from above, their leathery wings churning the air into a foul gale that sent the front line sprawling. Qingtung reacted with lightning speed, hurling his spear like a bolt of judgment. Yet one of the demons swatted it aside effortlessly, its mocking voice dripping with contempt. "Lowly humans, we allowed you to live in peace, and this is how you repay us? With betrayal? Demon generals?" Qingtung's face paled, his knuckles whitening around his weapon. Still, he stepped forward, shielding his kin with unyielding resolve. These were the same two demons who had stalked Lin Luochen's group, biding their time out of caution for his rumored strength. Now, seeing him struggle against lesser fiends, they saw their chance to strike. Their cruel eyes swept the crowd before locking onto Bai Wei. "That woman, where's the boy from that day?" Bai Wei frowned in confusion. Lin stood right before them, yet they seemed blind to his presence. Subtly shifting to conceal him, she signaled urgently for him to flee. Lin watched the slender figure shielding him, her voice clear and unwavering as she lied. "He left long ago." A sigh escaped him. "I almost wish you had betrayed me. Then I could leave without regret." His tone turned wry. "I've never liked hiding behind women, except when absolutely necessary." The demon general roared with laughter. "Deceitful humans. This impostor nearly fooled us, but we are not so easily tricked." His companion leered at Bai Wei and Qingyi, his voice thick with violent intent. "The Qing patriarch must die. Half the men will be slaughtered, the women enslaved. But these two," his claw-like finger pointed, "they will serve as fine breeding stock." Bai Wei's face drained of color, while Qingyi bit her lip hard enough to draw blood, her eyes blazing with defiance. Both knew the horrors that awaited those taken by such demons. Qingtung's spear trembled with suppressed fury. Better to die fighting than live in shame. Some among their kin hesitated, fear gnawing at their resolve. Only a handful shared his willingness to fight to the last. As Qingyi steeled herself for a final, desperate stand, a figure in white stepped forward. "Debts must be paid," Lin Luochen murmured, his voice laced with resignation. "You seek me. Leave them be." The demon general scoffed. "More tricks?" Lin removed his mask. Time froze. Then, golden light erupted from his brow, incinerating the first demon before it could scream. Its final thought, "Deceitful humans. Playing weak to slaughter the strong." The remaining fiends turned to flee, but the radiant tide consumed them, reducing their forms to ash. When the last demon vanished, Lin replaced his mask. Turning, he found Qing Tung's spear fallen slack. Qingyi's lips parted in stunned silence. Bai Wei's eyes shone with emotion. Lin chuckled softly. Why the stairs? Let us move. Chapter 76. All kneel to speak. Qingyi stood in a daze, gazing at Lin Luochen, unable to comprehend the situation for a long while. Was this truly a demon general, now so effortlessly vanquished? Was it merely a glance that triggered such an explosion? Reflecting on her earlier remarks, Qingyi felt a burning embarrassment flush her cheeks. The other members of the Qing clan were similarly stunned, their minds buzzing as they stared at Lin Luochen. It was their first encounter witnessing a human slay a demon general with such ease, akin to slaughtering livestock. At that moment, Lin Luochen appeared to emanate a dark aura, reminiscent of a demon. Only when he turned and continued walking, coughing into a handkerchief, did Bai Wei rouse from her stupor and follow him. My benefactor, are you all right? I'm fine. Let's hurry. Lin Luochen felt as though his insides were ablaze, unable to suppress the blood that escaped his lips. Bai Wei, alarmed by the blood on the handkerchief, rushed to support him. Though Lin Luochen attempted to push her away, the chaotic energy within him caused him excruciating pain, and he could only endure her assistance. Bai Wei reaffirmed her belief that her benefactor must indeed be injured, hence his reluctance to fight. The others, too, finally came to their senses and quickly helped the wounded, hastening to follow. Qing Tung bowed in gratitude. Thanks to you, brother, we have been spared from great trouble. If Qingyi has offended you in any way, I apologize on her behalf. Please do not take it to heart, he continued. Lin Luochen replied nonchalantly, it's nothing. I actually appreciate her forthright nature. His words, initially intended as mere pleasantries, unintentionally sparked conjectures in this era. Qingyi and Qing Tung exchanged glances, uncertain if he was hinting at something deeper. Remembering Lin Luochen's earlier indiscretion, Qingyi couldn't help but suspect that the demon general had perished due to a foolish misstep. What if this fellow decides to use force against me? Bai Wei felt a twinge of defeat. Could it be that her benefactor favored this type? While she could not measure up, each member of the group harbored their own thoughts as they continued onward, encountering no further obstacles. After all, with the demon general dead, who would dare to advance recklessly, courting death? Observing Lin Luochen supported by Bai Wei, Chu Lingyin couldn't resist teasing him. Weren't you unwilling to act? What made you change your mind? Lin Luochen replied coolly. I was merely safeguarding myself. Those two demons would not have spared me. Chu Lingyin nearly burst into laughter, her eyes sparkling as she replied, Indeed, indeed. Lin Luochen, however, was too preoccupied to engage in banter, focusing intently on calming the chaotic energy within. He realized that the power emanating from the demon eye was exceedingly violent, as if someone were frantically infusing energy into it. It seemed the ancient demon god had discovered the disappearance of the demon eye and was seeking its cause. Chu Lingyin, is there any possibility that the demon god could find me? Chu Lingyin, appearing unconcerned, reassured him, rest easy. The reverse fate monument can shield against all calculations. It cannot locate you. Upon hearing this, Lin Luochen exhaled a sigh of relief, then glanced back at the others, who felt a chill run down their spines. Suddenly, Lin Luochen smiled. Lingyin, could you do me a favor? Startled by his unexpected familiarity, Chu Lingyin felt a shiver of apprehension and asked, What do you intend to do? A glimmer of cold light flashed in Lin Luochen's eyes as he replied solemnly, Is there a way for me to return to Baiyan Mountain swiftly? Having spent considerable time with him, Chu Lingyin began to align with his thought process. You wish to eliminate all threats? Lin Luochen affirmed. The demons who escaped have witnessed my use of the demon eye. They pose a potential threat. Although he did not wish to interfere with this era, he would not allow his life to be endangered. Seeing him finally grasp the situation, Chu Lingyin wholeheartedly supported him. Though treasures abound, without the fire spirit root, you cannot refine a flying artifact. You'll have to traverse the void with the Lingshu step. However, with your current strength, it may not be feasible. Drawing power from the demon eye could harm your body. To Lin Luochen, the existence of the ancient demon god loomed like a sword at his throat. He could not afford to hesitate. Then what are we waiting for? Let us proceed. With a reluctant huff, Chu Lingyin stated, Clear your mind. It was a necessity. All to verify whether this fellow was indeed the reincarnation Saint Monarch. Moments later, both Lin Luochen and Chu Lingyin felt a tremor in their souls, the sensation of seamless integration washing over them once more. Lin Luochen suppressed his rising desires, activating the fate reincarnation technique, channeling the demon eye's power throughout his being. As dark energy surged around him, turning to Bai Wei, he spoke calmly, I have matters to attend to. You all go ahead, I shall follow shortly. As soon as he spoke, Lin Luochen took a step forward, ascending as if climbing a staircase, swiftly standing upon the clouds. His ostentatious display was not for mere show. Rather, it served to intimidate both clans, deterring any ill intentions. Qingyi and the others watched in astonishment as he vanished in a flash. He flew away? In their understanding, aside from the half-demons of the Feather Clan, no human could fly unaided. Even the Qing Tung siblings, having reached the Golden Core stage, could not soar without a flying artifact. Yet Lin Luocheng's effortless gliding through the air undoubtedly left them profoundly shaken. Qing Tung murmured, Bai Wei. He is the powerful one who saved you, isn't he? Bai Wei realized she could no longer keep it a secret and gently nodded, anxiously watching Lin Luocheng's departing figure. Wasn't her benefactor injured? Where could he possibly be going? Did he find them too bothersome and thus chose to leave? A day later, atop Baiyin Mountain in the Tianma Mountains, the dozen or so demons who had fled were already gathered, chattering furiously, their anger palpable. They had just received news that the Qing clan had also escaped, which infuriated them further. It's all that sudden human brat's fault. Otherwise, these humans wouldn't have dared to act so brazenly. Humans? That brat doesn't seem like a human. The aura he exudes is suffocating. He must belong to the demon race. Those golden beams that shot forth from his eyes resemble the fabled demon eye of the Oblivion demon god from the north. The Oblivion demon god. Could that brat be the offspring of that demon god and a human? The demon race possessed its own hierarchy and terminology, corresponding to the human realms of later generations. Demon soldier, foundation establishment. Demon soldier, golden core. Demon envoy, nascent soul. Demon general, out of body. Demon marquis, combined body. Demon sovereign, void. Demon monarch, great ascension. And demon emperor, tribulation. As for the demon god, it bore a resemblance to the saints of later generations, who govern the forces of the universe. Hearing that this matter might relate to the Oblivion demon god, some felt a deep sense of trepidation. This is a matter of such magnitude. Should we not report it upward? Report? Wouldn't that reveal to others that our Wanmog mountain is currently devoid of demons? At that moment, a soft chuckle echoed. So, you haven't reported it yet? Of course not. The folks from Qian Mountain are watching us closely, should they discover our weakness. A demon instinctively began to respond, but halfway through realized something was amiss, turning around in shock. The youth from that day was slowly descending through the air, the dark energy swirling around him, his gaze piercing through them as if they were mere insects. You. Before a demon could utter another word, Lin Luocheng's brow flashed with golden light, and that demon was instantly reduced to a mist of blood. I do not appreciate being spoken to while standing. All of you shall kneel to speak. The demons trembled in fear at his words, their scalps tingling. This is the monarch, the demon monarch? Sensing the formidable power emanating from Lin Luocheng, they all knelt upon the ground, not daring to raise their heads. Spare us, demon lord. Spare us. Lin Luocheng gracefully descended upon the mountain peak, where the bones beneath his feet coalesced into a throne of white bones. He seated himself with an imposing demeanor and remarked coldly, Those who encountered me that day are all present, I trust. Lin Luocheng was not merely posturing. He lacked the strength to stand and feared they would discern his condition. His body could not withstand such overwhelming power, hence his flight had not been swift. Additionally, he had dealt with several pursuing demons along the way, which had consumed considerable time, resulting in his delayed arrival. The demons below remained oblivious to these circumstances, their anxiety palpable. There are still a few who ventured out to hunt the human race and have yet to return. Lin Luocheng casually tossed aside several massive demon heads and inquired nonchalantly, Are they the ones? The demons below turned pale, nodding in affirmation, yes. And there are two more. Lin Luocheng had not anticipated the existence of any remaining stragglers. Supporting his head with his hand, he commanded unequivocally, Summon them back. After uttering this, he closed his eyes, appearing to be in a state of tranquil meditation, yet the demons did not dare to act recklessly. One of the demons, feeling a tremor in its horns, emitted a unique frequency to summon those outside. Regardless of the demon lord's intentions, the immediate priority was to ensure his satisfaction. Facilitating his departure was paramount. Even if he sought to take lives, how could a family be left incomplete while their companions remained unharmed? Chapter 77. Has Your Excellency returned? Noticing that his bluster had successfully intimidated the demons, Lin Luocheng silently regulated the surging demonic energy within him. Chu Lingyin, you were indeed correct. The demon realm truly adheres to the principle of survival of the fittest. Chu Lingyin scoffed. It is not just the demon realm. Across all heavens and worlds, the law of the jungle remains an unchanging truth. Lin Luocheng wholeheartedly agreed, contemplating how to strengthen his physique. If every encounter were to unfold as this one did, he would inevitably perish from the sheer force of the demonic energy before the ancient demon god even arrived. Currently, without resorting to the Eye of Demons, he could only harness the energy derived from it to exert the maximum strength of a Golden Core stage practitioner. This was the limit of his physical endurance. Should he exceed the power of the Golden Core, he would suffer excruciating internal damage, akin to having his 5 organs scorched and his meridians ablaze. In theory, when utilizing the Eye of Demons, Lin Luocheng could wield power equivalent to that of its master. However, as he could barely withstand the residual demonic energy, his maximum attainable strength barely reached the void stage. Moreover, Lin Luocheng could not continuously employ the Eye of Demons if someone were to launch a surprise attack. He feared he would not even have the time to activate the eye before meeting his demise. Although Chu Lingyin assured him of the reliability of the reverse fate monument, Lin Luochen remained skeptical. Upon learning that the demon god had begun to investigate, he resolved to fortify himself. After all, there was no telling when Qinglian would recover. And what if the demon god came knocking before then? In response, Chu Lingyin devised a dual-pronged plan for Lin Luochen, allowing him to progress on two fronts simultaneously. First, he would leverage the demonic energy to impact his body's acupoints, widening his meridians and laying the foundation to endure more potent demonic power. This would enable him to utilize the energy drawn from the Eye of Demons without jeopardizing his health. Many high-level practitioners, like Lung Yuan Shuang, became no different from ordinary mortals once they lost their spiritual energy, because they did not cultivate their bodies, but merely opened their acupoints and meridians to channel spiritual energy. The advantage of this method was its rapid cultivation speed and minimal consumption of rare materials, avoiding excessive muscular development. With the immense demonic energy at his disposal, Lin Luochen could expand his acupoints and meridians with remarkable efficiency. He would not need to expend considerable time accumulating spiritual energy. He could utilize the power of the demon god directly. The second aspect involved Lin Luochen embarking on the path of body refinement to enhance his physical form. While he might not reach the level of the demon god, he at least needed to withstand the dispersed power of the eye to unleash greater strength. The path of body refinement is simple to begin and yields swift results, yet advancing to higher levels proves exceedingly challenging. Crafting a formidable physique demands resources comparable to forging numerous weapons of equal caliber. However, this was not a concern for Lin Luochen, as this era was abundant in rare materials. Although both steps aimed to elevate his power in this age, Lin Luochen would benefit from them upon his return. A powerful physique was self-evident, and the opened acupoints and meridians would not simply close again. After returning, he would not need to re-attempt the acupoint openings, saving a significant amount of cultivation time. Lin Luochen had to concede that while Chu Lingyin might be unreliable, her expertise in cultivation was undeniable. At that moment, two figures flew back, appearing somewhat bewildered by the scene before them. One of them turned to flee, prompting Lin Luochen to open the Eye of Demons at his brow, resulting in the immediate explosion of the demon's body. The remaining individual hastily knelt, crying out for mercy, utterly stripped of their previous arrogance. Lin Luochen rose, lazily inquiring, "So you are all here?" The gathered demons replied in unison, "We are here, all present." "Excellent," Lin Luochen said with a satisfied smirk, "You have worked hard. As a reward, I grant you a death." No sooner had he spoken than the Eye of Demons at his brow emitted a blinding light, and blood and flesh flew in all directions. This time, Lin Luochen had not donned a mask, both for the convenience of using the eye and because he had no intention of leaving anyone alive. The demons, caught off guard by his lethal intent, attempted to flee but found themselves utterly trapped, meeting their end in despair. Moments later, the ground was littered with mangled corpses, and Lin Luochen, exhausted, collapsed back onto his throne, coughing up copious amounts of blood. He gritted his teeth against the pain, activating the Devour God technique learned from Chu Lingyin, drawing the essence of blood and flesh from the demons into himself. Instantly, the area was enveloped in swirling demonic mist, the blood essence rushing toward Lin Luochen like rivers returning to the sea, nourishing his body with vital energy. Meanwhile, far away atop a demonic mountain, a colossal stone coffin lay at the peak. Suddenly, the coffin lid was kicked off, releasing an aura as deep as the abyss, causing the surrounding demons to tremble in fear. The demonic god of annihilation, furious, emerged from the coffin, cursing and sending the stone casket flying with a kick. What a useless coffin of celestial burial. After a moment, the demonic god of annihilation sat upon a massive stone seat, brooding, "Who has tampered with my eye?" For days, he had scrutinized the Eye of Demons with full intensity, even placing seals upon it, yet none had prevented its disappearance. This left him utterly bewildered, unable to fathom the issue with his eye. Were it not for the significant loss of power that would accompany losing it, he might have gouged it out himself. Damn it, who could it be? Could that blood demon have meddled with me during the last banquet? The more he pondered, the more convinced he became, and he unfurled the wings on his back, soaring toward the blood sea where the blood demon resided. 3 days later, Bai Wei, somewhat lost in thought, followed Qing Ting and others toward the Tianyan Mountains. Noticing that Lin Luochen had not returned for some time, she felt a pang of anxiety, doubting whether he had truly departed. Just as she believed he would not appear again, a commotion arose ahead. In the morning light, a tall figure leaned against a tree, the mountain wind tousling his garments and long hair, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. Bai Wei and Apos' heart raced, and she unconsciously quickened her pace, jogging forward. "Your Excellency, you have returned?" Lin Luochen responded with a grunt, helplessly stating, "You all move rather slowly." Though lacking in tender words of concern, Bai Wei felt a sense of reassurance upon seeing him return. "Were you specifically waiting for me? Have you been waiting long? You think too much." "That is not the case." Cough, cough. Lin Luochen covered his mouth with a handkerchief, and Bai Wei immediately grew anxious. "Your Excellency, are you all right?" Lin Luochen, panting, replied, "I and Apos, Fine, let us go. This time, he had once again overexerted himself while using the Eye of Demons, which accounted for his prolonged absence. Bai Wei anxiously supported him, but Lin Luochen gently pushed her away, saying, Priest Bai Wei, it is improper for men and women to have too much physical contact. Huh? Beasts are not to be intimate? Bai Wei clearly did not comprehend, gazing at him in confusion. Is your excellency not a hybrid of human and demon, but rather of human and beast? Yet she herself was not a beast. Lin Luochen sighed. What I mean is that it is inappropriate for men and women to be overly intimate. But I assist my father like this. But I am not your father. I do not mind. Faced with the girl and imp, Appo's candid and fervent gaze, Lin Luochen found himself utterly defenseless and quickly capitulated. Chuling chuckled. This girl is bolder and more passionate than I had imagined. No wonder you were so reluctant. Lin Luochen weakly protested, I merely wish to visit the Tianyan Mountains. I do not seek trouble. Ah, yes. Chuling teased, prompting Lin Luochen to feel exasperated, unable to find a way to counter her. Just you wait. Behind. Qing Ting observed the retreating figures of the two, a flicker of regret crossing his eyes, yet he swiftly composed himself and followed suit, with brothers by our side. We need not fear the demons of Wanma Mountain pursuing us. Lin Luochen spoke in a calm tone. They shall not pursue us again, nevermore. Qing Ting was struck as if by lightning, while Bai Wei incredulously inquired, does the benefactor mean to say they are all dead? Lin Luochen affirmed with a subtle nod. Leaving the group in a state of stunned silence, their hearts tumultuous with emotion. As they recalled Lin Luochen's unexplained absence over the past few days, a dreadful thought emerged, and their gazes towards him were now filled with reverence. Qing Yi also regarded Lin Luochen with an odd expression, her eyes brimming with curiosity. What manner of being is he, human or demon? How can he possess such strength yet appear so frail? Chapter 78. Has the benefactor suddenly gained insight? Lin Luochen and his companions traversed treacherous mountains and waters, with many succumbing along the way, never to rise again. Their plight was not solely due to the omnipresent demons, but also the exceedingly harsh environment. Lin Luochen found himself unable to assist and instead devoted his time to quietly cultivating his god-eating technique, appearing somewhat idle. With the presence of the Qingting siblings, unless they encountered exceptionally powerful demons, his involvement was minimal. The siblings were formidable in their own right. The demons that posed a challenge to them were effortlessly dealt with by Lin Luochen using his demonic eye. Consequently, the siblings regarded him with even greater reverence, for he swiftly dispatched foes they could barely contend with. A sense of impending danger loomed within Lin Luochen, compelling him to focus on gathering various spiritual herbs for cultivation as they journeyed, observing him consume these herbs as if they were mere cabbage. The others felt a mix of awe and trepidation as he showed no signs of peril despite his actions. With the continuous influx of spiritual herbs and demonic energy, Lin Luochen's meridians and acupoints multiplied. However, the ferocity of the demonic energy often left him internally injured during his attempts to penetrate these acupoints. To avoid potential long-term harm, he had to pause his efforts, turning instead to the god-eating technique to refine his body and recuperate. The others, including Bai Wei, watched as he occasionally spat blood, only to recover after a few days, only to start bleeding again. Qingting shook his head in resignation, feeling a sense of regret. Despite Lin Luochen's immense power, he was frail and plagued by ailments. However, Lin Luochen's blood was not shed in vain. Although he had only advanced to the 4th level of foundation establishment in these 2 months, he had opened numerous acupoints within. Under the influence of the demonic energy, he was now capable of wielding power akin to that of the nascent soul stage. Moreover, after accumulating a wealth of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, he could now engage in combat with foundation establishment practitioners using only his physical prowess. Lin Luochen couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. If only Shu Shu were in this era, she would likely ascend to sainthood swiftly. His storage bag was full to the brim, and he lamented the inability to carry more treasures back. Along their journey, Lin Luochen and his companions encountered various human settlements. These tribes varied in size, some housing hundreds while others had merely 20 or 30 inhabitants. Upon seeing the sizable group of Bai Wei and the others, the tribes remained cautious yet polite, hastily sending them on their way. Lin Luochen noted that most of these tribes concealed their women, seemingly fearful of abduction by his group. In this era, numbers equated to strength, and women were the foundation of that strength. 2 months later, Lin Luochen and his companions finally entered the Tianyan mountain range. The number of human tribes they encountered increased, and their demeanor became notably friendlier. After all, those who traveled great distances to Tianyan mountain were often prepared for migration and inclined to share their clan's secret techniques. Tribes with such open-mindedness typically possessed broader perspectives. Within the Tianyan mountain range, no signs of the demonic race were seen, only towering ancient trees that had stood for millennia. While fierce beasts roamed the mountains, they remained within the capabilities of Lin Luochen and his companions. Many powerful beasts even retreated at their approach, seemingly obeying some unseen command, which left the group both astonished and intrigued. After several more days of travel, they came upon a colossal tree that shaded the sun, resembling a giant umbrella amidst the mountains. Bai Wei, observing Lin Luochen's astonishment, explained, That is the divine tree where the Xian bird resides. The Xian bird tribe dwells by the river at its foot. As Lin Luochen gazed at the magnificent tree, sensing its abundant spiritual energy, he understood that it had likely attained sentience. The group pressed on, and as they drew nearer, they could feel the tree's immense presence. And the number of human beings they encountered increased. As dusk approached, they decided to rest for the night and continue their journey the following day. Qingting and the others instructed their kin to bring forth their finest garments, planning to tidy themselves before visiting the Xian bird tribe, although they were there to seek refuge. Appearing too shabby might invite disdain. The Qingting siblings meticulously groomed themselves, donning attire typically reserved for ceremonies, though their garments were coarse and unrefined. Their good looks rendered the simple fabric strikingly elegant. Lin Luochen, however, opted for a different approach, settling on a nearby stone to sip wine and ease his discomfort. Bai Wei sat beside him, watching the siblings with a hint of envy. She lacked ceremonial attire and had left in haste, bringing only a few garments, most of which were now tattered from the journey. Noticing the envy in Bai Wei's eyes, Lin Luochen sighed in resignation. Bai Wei, stand up. Bai Wei looked at him in confusion but complied, rising to her feet. Lin Luochen appraised her and gestured, twirl around. Instinctively, Bai Wei turned, her mind racing with thoughts. Could it be that the benefactor had suddenly gained insight into her worth? As this notion crossed her mind, she straightened her posture, eager to showcase her attributes. Lin Luochen had to concede that she indeed possessed considerable merit, but then he found himself in a dilemma. Try this dress on, see if it fits. He retrieved a loose-fitting white dress from his storage ring and offered it to Bai Wei. Despite having witnessed Lin Luochen's ability to summon items from thin air multiple times, Bai Wei was still awestruck upon seeing the exquisite garment, her surprise evident. Is this for me? She had long coveted the fabric of Lin Luochen's attire, having never encountered such fine material before. To her astonishment, he not only possessed it but was now gifting her a piece, filling her heart with joy. Lin Luochen nodded. Try it on. I believe it should be suitable. This dress belonged to Murong Xiaozhu, which he had not returned until now, unexpectedly finding a practical use for it. However, he anticipated it might be a tad tight in the chest area, given the remarkable physique of this ancient maiden. Bai Wei, beaming with delight, retreated into a secluded cave to change. Lin Luochen stood guard outside, wary of any intruders. Soon, however, Bai Wei's voice emerged from within, tinged with embarrassment. Benefactor? I'm not quite sure how to wear this dress. Could you help me check if it's right? Lin Luochen furrowed his brow and entered the cave, only to be met with the sight of the girl clad in a dress that was askew, revealing far too much. His blood ran hot. With great wisdom and fortitude, he suppressed his unruly thoughts, adjusting her dress before hastily retreating. This was intentional. She must have done this on purpose. It was far too perilous. Who would inadvertently expose half of themselves while dressing? Bai Wei watched as Lin Luochen fled in a panic, her brows knitting together in frustration. Despite following the teachings of the village women, her efforts seemed fruitless. How could she possibly drag him back unconscious? What was she to do? Moments later, Bai Wei emerged from the cave, adorned in the white dress, and gracefully spun around. Benefactor, do I look good? Lin Luochen couldn't help but marvel at the truth in the saying that clothes make the man. Previously, Bai Wei had already been ethereal and captivating, but now, clad in white, she radiated an otherworldly grace. However, as he had anticipated, the dress was indeed a bit snug in the chest, creating a striking visual impact. This celestial maiden was quite formidable. At that moment, Bai Wei appeared both innocent and alluring, embodying a paradoxical yet harmonious essence. Lin Luochen candidly remarked, "You look splendid." Bai Wei's face lit up with joy. "I've never worn such fine clothing before. Thank you, benefactor." Although the garments emitted a fragrant aroma, the women of this era evidently remained oblivious, believing it to be an inherent quality of the clothing. Her words left Lin Luochen with a myriad of emotions, and he shook his head, replying, "It is of no consequence. If you like it, that suffices." Upon returning to the camp, they found that as they departed, the others had returned, prompting knowing glances among the men. When they beheld the exquisite dress adorning Bai Wei, their astonishment was palpable. A throng of women surrounded her, eagerly touching and admiring the attire, each filled with envy. Upon learning that it was a gift from Lin Luochen, many women cast him admiring glances, subtly flirting. Was it truly possible to acquire such splendid garments merely by sharing a fleeting encounter in the wilderness? The intensity of their gazes nearly overwhelmed Lin Luochen, who almost fled in dismay. Although Qingyi felt a tinge of envy, she scoffed, her heart filled with disdain. How shameless. The following day, after a long and arduous journey, Lin Luochen and his companions finally beheld the Xian Yao tribe by the riverside at the foot of the mountain. Chapter 79. The mysterious bird. The mysterious bird tribe is nestled in a flat expanse at the foot of a mountain, with the mountain behind and a river flowing gracefully in front. The dwellings are orderly, and numerous inhabitants dressed in coarse linen bustle about, with the population reportedly exceeding 10,000. At this moment, a multitude of new wooden houses has been erected by the riverside, where people are seen entering and exiting, creating a lively atmosphere. Before the group could approach the mysterious bird tribe, a flock of large birds soared down from the sky, with a dozen figures draped in white perched atop them. Leading the assembly is a strikingly handsome young man, clad in a white linen robe adorned with golden wheat motifs, exuding an air of refinement. Upon noticing Lin Luochen and Bai Wei at the forefront of the procession, he momentarily falters, evidently captivated by their presence. After all, their attire stands in stark contrast to the fashion of this era, rendering them remarkable amidst the crowd. The young man quickly regains his composure, his smile becoming increasingly sincere and his demeanor noticeably more respectful. I mentioned hearing the magpies chirp today. It seems there are esteemed guests arriving. He exclaims with a hearty laugh, leaping gracefully from his bird and landing effortlessly on the ground. The others follow suit, descending from the sky with fluidity, leaving no trace of harm. This display leaves the members of the Qing and Bai clans momentarily speechless, eyes wide in astonishment. The young man, evidently mistaking Lin Luochen for the tribe and Appo's leader, bows respectfully. I am Xian Yin, the chief of the mysterious bird tribe. May I inquire which clan these esteemed guests hail from? Lin Luochen glances at Bai Wei and Qing Teng, who promptly step forward and respond. We are the high priest of the Bai clan from the 10,000 Demons Mountain, Bai Wei, and the leader of the Qing clan, Qing Teng. Xian Yin is taken aback, studying Bai Wei with surprise. Ah, it is you, Sister Bai Wei. It has been a year, and I barely recognized you. What of the high priest Bai? I have heard of her unfortunate passing, he says, his face filled with sorrow and indignation. These demons are truly detestable. Sister Bai Wei, you have bravely settled in the Tianyan Mountain. None dare wreak havoc in this place. Bai Wei expresses her gratitude. Thank you, Chief Xian Yin, on behalf of my clan. Xian Yin waves his hand dismissively. We are all of the human race. Mutual assistance is but a natural obligation. You and leader Qing Teng have traveled far with your people. Let us first ensure their comfort before discussing further matters. The weary travelers readily agree, following Xian Yin into the heart of the tribe. Along the way, though they converse lightly with Xian Yin and the elders, their vigilance remains high. After all, unwarranted kindness often conceals ulterior motives. Lin Luochen, accustomed to the treachery of the world, is particularly wary. Yet, upon witnessing the tribe's people diligently constructing shelters for their guests, he begins to question whether the ancient humans truly harbored such machinations, or if their intentions were genuinely aligned with the future of humanity. Suddenly, as the group relaxes their guard, a fierce wind rises, startling everyone. Xian Yin quickly reassures, fear not, everyone, the mysterious bird god has returned. A melodious bird call resonates as a colossal bird glides through the air, bringing with it a gale. This magnificent creature resembles a phoenix, yet its feathers are a vibrant mosaic of colors, lacking the regal crown of a true phoenix, rendering it unique. The mysterious bird tribe members cease their tasks, reciting prayers of gratitude for the peace bestowed by their deity. Although the bird initially flies past, it unexpectedly gazes down, its attention fixating on Bai Wei. With a soft coo, it returns, landing gracefully before her, offering a feather in its beak. Bai Wei, startled, instinctively hides behind Lin Luochen, uncertain of the intentions of the guardian of the mysterious bird tribe. Xian Yin steps forward, engaging in a hurried conversation with the bird. After a few melodic responses from the creature, Xian Yin turns back, wearing an expression of conflict. Sister Bai Wei, the mysterious bird god desires to exchange a feather for the garments you wear. Bai Wei looks towards Lin Luochen, her eyes betraying a hint of anxiety. She is reluctant to part with her attire, yet fears provoking the deity and thus seeks counsel from its owner. Lin Luochen replies calmly. If you do not wish to exchange, then do not. He aims to gauge the bird and Appo's disposition and the true nature of the mysterious bird tribe. Bai Wei, emboldened by his words, asks tentatively, Chief Xian Yin, may I refuse? Sister Bai Wei, consider carefully. Xian Yin urges. The feather of the mysterious bird god not only wards off evil and attracts blessings, but also grants the deity the power to fulfill one request. The crowd's eyes sparkle with excitement, itching to encourage Bai Wei to accept the offer. Nevertheless, she resolutely shakes her head. I do not wish to exchange. Xian Yin, with no choice left, relays her refusal to the bird, which regards Bai Wei with displeasure. Lin Luochen positions himself between them, prepared to unleash the power of his magical eye at a moment and Appo's notice. Though the bird possesses formidable strength, nearing the pinnacle of its kind, Lin Luochen remains undeterred, confident in his ability to strike it down with a single glance. Fortunately, the mysterious bird, albeit somewhat displeased, takes to the skies and heads towards the sacred tree on the mountain. A collective sigh of relief escapes the group, though the gazes of the mysterious bird tribe members towards Bai Wei grow increasingly hostile. After all, her refusal could easily summon calamity upon them. While Bai Wei feels a twinge of anxiety, she does not regret her decision. Today it is merely clothing. Tomorrow, would it not be blood? If she must continuously capitulate upon arrival, what difference is there from the perilous 10,000 Demons Mountain? With Lin Luochen by her side, she feels emboldened, knowing she could simply lead her people away if necessary. Xian Yin, unlike the other tribesfolk, continues to extend courtesies, subtly probing into Lin Luochen's identity. However, Qing Ting and Bai Wei, wishing to avoid offending Lin Luochen, remain tight-lipped, redirecting the conversation. Bai Wei skillfully shifts the topic. Chief Xian Yin, when will the gathering of the myriad tribes commence? Xian Yin candidly responds, most of the clans have already arrived. You are among the furthest. However, to ensure broader participation, I intend to wait for approximately another month. Please bear with us. Bai Wei nods. Your hospitality is appreciated, Chief Xianyin. I merely inquired, naturally. The more clans that attend, the better. As the group strolls along the riverbank, they observe many other tribespeople residing in the newly constructed temporary wooden houses. Upon their arrival, they are greeted with respectful nods, and many warmly exchange pleasantries with Xianyin, Bai Wei, and the others. Bai Wei and her companions reciprocate the greetings, filled with anticipation for the upcoming gathering of the myriad tribes. Perhaps this event could indeed alter the course of humanity's future and rectify the current predicaments faced by their kin. Lin Luochen notes that the leaders of these tribes are predominantly quite young. However, upon reflection, the reasoning becomes clear. In such harsh conditions, longevity is a rarity, and the elderly often succumb to the perils of battling demons. Consequently, older individuals typically retreat to the background, allowing the more vigorous and capable to lead their clans in survival. Though Xianyin has gained no insights into Lin Luochen's origins from Bai Wei and the others, he senses that Lin Luochen's status is undoubtedly remarkable. He treats Lin Luochen with utmost courtesy, engaging him in conversation, eager to uncover his background and his connection to Bai Wei. Yet, while Xianyin's methods may seem astute in this era, Lin Luochen perceives them as mere trivialities. He deftly sidesteps all inquiries, leaving Xianyin none the wiser, feeling a sense of frustration. Xianyin ultimately ensures the Bai and Qin clans are comfortably settled in the pre-prepared dwellings before taking his leave. Although Xianyin's demeanor is as refreshing as a spring breeze, exuding remarkable charisma as a leader, Lin Luochen still felt a twinge of unease. As night fell, he donned a set of black garments, readying himself for a clandestine exploration of the Xian bird tribe. Just as Lin Luochen was about to step outside, a sudden knock echoed at the door, accompanied by Bai Wei's furtive voice. Benefactor? Are you asleep? Lin Luochen furrowed his brow, realizing with alarm that an unexpected nocturnal visit had indeed occurred. Chapter 80. Brother, you must leave quickly. I will divert the pursuers. Lin Luochen hesitated, but the voice of Bai Wei echoed from outside once more. Benefactor? Fearing to attract the attention of others, Lin Luochen reluctantly opened the door and hid behind it. Come in, and we can discuss further. Bai Wei entered, clad once again in her simple linen garments, and upon noticing Lin Luochen's dark attire, she appeared momentarily bewildered. Benefactor? Why are you dressed like this? With a sigh, Lin Luochen replied, I plan to take a stroll. What business do you have with me? Bai Wei, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said, I intended to inquire about your opinion on the Xian bird tribe, but it seems that question may no longer be necessary. Contemplating her words, Lin Luochen asked, Have you been here before? Do you know the layout of this place? Bai Wei shyly confessed, I have only visited once, and I was too timid to observe closely, so I don't recall much. However, if you take me along, I can remember the route once I see it again. After a brief moment of thought, Lin Luochen nodded. Very well. You must listen to me closely. Although he could wield the power of the nascent soul realm, he was still at the foundation establishment stage and was unable to utilize divine sense. If they were discovered, escape would be their only option. Bai Wei nodded eagerly. Lin Luochen retrieved a loose black robe and handed it to her. Change into this. Your current outfit is too conspicuous. Holding the black dress, Bai Wei blushed and remarked, Benefactor, you are even more conspicuous in this attire. Realizing his oversight, Lin Luochen felt a rush of embarrassment. Everyone else was dressed in animal skins and linen, making his outfit stand out. Noticing his discomfort, Bai Wei stifled a laugh, her lips pursed. Clearing his throat, Lin Luochen summoned his demonic energy, enveloping himself in shadows. Rest assured, they will not see me. Bai Wei acknowledged with an O, and then, without hesitation, began to change her clothes in front of him, startling Lin Luochen into stopping her. You need not change. No one else can see you. After a brief moment, a wisp of black mist silently traversed the Xianbird tribe, unnoticed by anyone. Within the shadows, Lin Luochen found himself holding Bai Wei's slender waist, the warmth of her youthful form stirring unwanted thoughts within him. Bai Wei clung to him, the weight of her soft form pressing against him, leaving him feeling both flustered and humiliated. Lin Luochen pondered. Why had his resolve been weakening of late? Was it the prolonged merging of souls with Chu Lingyin that had altered him? Or perhaps it was the influence of the demonic energy? As he contemplated, he followed Bai Wei's guidance, navigating the maze-like Xianbird tribe. Despite its relatively orderly layout, it still resembled a labyrinth with numerous guards patrolling. Without Bai Wei's directions, he feared he would struggle to locate the hidden council hall inside the massive stone building. Voices could be faintly heard, indicating a discussion was underway. Lin Luochen and Bai Wei stealthily approached, pressing against the wall to eavesdrop. A foreign voice emerged, expressing concern. The Bai clan's Bai Wei is truly ungrateful. She dared to refuse the Xianbird god's request. What shall we do if the Xianbird god takes offense? The tribe leader responded. Should we not attempt to negotiate with her again? If that fails, we might have to resort to force. Another voice agreed. Indeed. The Bai clan has already become a pack of stray dogs. What pride do they have left? Xianyin slammed his palm against the stone table, anger evident in his tone. How will this reflect upon the other tribes? Bai Wei's choice to keep her garments is her own prerogative. We have no authority to dictate her actions. If we bully her, how are we different from demons? The previously boisterous crowd fell silent, and a woman's voice broke the stillness. The leader is correct. Our aim is to unite various forces to alter the current plight of humanity, not to serve our own selfish desires. However, the two Shinbird gods have been increasingly irritable. Provoking them at this critical juncture is unwise. I shall speak with Bai Wei again. If that fails, we may need to offer other tributes to the Shinbird god, Xian Yin concluded. Of late, I have been exceptionally busy. I must rely on priest Xian Shu to take care of this matter, he added gravely. Xian Shu nodded in agreement, and Xian Yin continued. As various clans arrive, keep a vigilant eye on our people. Do not act arrogantly. The future of humanity is at stake. We must not focus solely on our own interests, but rather maintain a broader perspective. If humanity thrives under our guidance, future generations will undoubtedly remember our contributions. The other members of the Xianbird tribe nodded in agreement, and Xian Shu and Appo's voice rose again. Leader, recently the Ghost Mountain and the Qiyun clan have been causing disturbances. You must. Before she could finish, a commotion erupted outside as someone shouted, Who is there? Stop. Don and Appo's, run. Help someone. Chaos ensued throughout the Xianbird tribe, startling Lin Luochen and Bai Wei. They had not revealed themselves, suggesting that they were not the only intruders in the area. Although it was not their exposure that caused the uproar, they found themselves caught in the fray, hastening back toward the temporary camp by the river. Along the way, they encountered numerous members of the Xianbird tribe, some even soaring above on birds, patrolling the skies. Lin Luochen was enshrouded in demonic energy as he darted through the tribe. But the sheer number of people made it a daunting task. Bai Wei clung to him nervously, torn between the fear of capture and an inexplicable thrill. At that moment, Lin Luochen noticed another wisp of black mist approaching him, causing him to pause. This mist bore a resemblance to his own demonic energy, yet it exuded an eerie, ghostly aura. The other party, upon spotting him, appeared equally surprised before quickly tossing a parchment scroll his way. Brother, you must leave quickly. I will divert the pursuers. The voice was raspy yet held a hint of youthful innocence, clearly not the speaker's true voice. Lin Luochen cursed under his breath and decisively waved the scroll back. You call me brother. How could I bear to see you in peril? The figure tossed the scroll back once more, urging, Brother, take a closer look. This is the Xianbird tribe's secret technique. Lin Luochen scoffed, sending the so-called secret technique back yet again. No need for that. Keep it for yourself. Just then, a bird's cry echoed, and a gust of wind swept through the air. You both might as well stay. Let's discuss this further. Xian Yin stood atop a colossal white bird, arms extended as the surrounding spiritual energy coalesced into two enormous hands that reached for the pair. This display bore semblance to the rudimentary forms of future magical techniques, radiating an aura that hinted at the threshold of the nascent soul realm. However, to Lin Luochen, this was wholly inadequate. Drawing upon the demonic energy within his eyes, he swiftly countered, dissipating the spiritual hands with a single motion. At the same time, a tempest arose, forcing the giant bird back, struggling to maintain its form in the air. Lin Luochen increased his speed, swiftly leaving the others behind, solidifying water into ice as he raced across the river and Appo's surface toward the opposite bank. Only then did the other wisp of black mist break free from the grasp of the giant hands, calling after him in desperation. Brother, wait for me. Lin Luochen ignored the plea, hastening his flight with Bai Wei. By the time Xian Yin regained his balance and considered pursuing, Lin Luochen had already vanished from sight across the river, leaving him to glance at the remaining wisp of black mist. In the depths of the mist, the faint silhouette of a child could be discerned, prompting a resigned smile from Xian Yin. Priest He Lian, there's no need to struggle any longer. He Lian? Who is that? I Don and Appo's, no. The mist chuckled nervously, swiftly veering off in another direction as Xian Yin reluctantly commanded his bird to follow. On the other side, Lin Luochen took a long detour before finally returning to his room from the opposite bank of the river. The other individual had attracted a significant amount of firepower, which certainly made his task considerably easier. Just as they stepped back into the room, a voice from outside called out. It was Xian Yin. There are intruders from the demon clan among us. I implore everyone to gather. Lin Luochen frowned as Bai Wei looked at him, raising her small hand to cover her eyes. Benefactor, please change your clothes. I promise I won and Appo's. Peek. Lin Luochen glanced at the wide gaps between her fingers, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 81. The phantom car. As the commotion outside grew increasingly raucous, Lin Luochen found himself compelled to remove his outer garment for a change. Bai Wei watched intently, her delicate face flushing with a hint of shyness, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Lin Luochen felt a wave of discomfort under her gaze, never anticipating that a woman could put him in such an awkward position. This ancient lady was as fierce as a wolf. At that moment, an uproar erupted outside, as if they had discovered the absence of Bai Wei and Lin Luochen. Someone knocked on Bai Wei's door, but there was no response, leading them to seek out Lin Luochen. Just then, the two emerged from the wooden cabin. Bai Wei and Appo's cheeks were still tinted with red, trailing behind Lin Luochen, her mind preoccupied with what she had just witnessed. She had not expected her benefactor to appear so slender in clothing yet robust without it. He seemed to possess great potential. Lin Luochen adjusted his attire and asked nonchalantly, "What is it?" Observing the two in deep conversation, the onlookers exchanged knowing glances, their expressions laden with implication. Xian Yin and Apos. S eyes flickered with uncertainty as he replied apologetically. It and Apos. S nothing, just some demons intruding, inadvertently disturbing our esteemed guests. Lin Luochen suddenly understood. I see. Were you able to apprehend the intruders? Xian Yin smiled wryly. The intruders are cunning. We have yet to catch them. I sincerely apologize for the disturbance. After saying this, he refrained from probing further, bowing to the assembly before departing with decisiveness. Once the crowd dispersed, Bai Wei unexpectedly followed Lin Luochen back into the room, much to his dismay. Benefactor, if I leave now, they will become suspicious. She insisted. Lin Luochen sighed. You can sleep on the bed. I will manage on the floor for the night. But benefactor, you could sleep on the bed. I Wooden and Apos. Mind. I mind. Lin Luochen and Apos. S firm retort silenced Bai Wei, who pouted in frustration. Is it that I am unattractive? She asked, her eyes sparkling. You are beautiful. Then why do you not like me? There are many beautiful people. I cannot possibly like them all. Now sleep. With that, Lin Luochen covered the luminous pearl with a lampshade. Bai Wei let out a soft "oh," her lovely eyes gleaming in the darkness. Benefactor. It seems the Xian bird clan does not harbor ill intentions, she remarked. Lin Luochen recalled what he had heard and pondered. We should remain vigilant. Although Xian Yin appears harmless, an unease lingers in my heart. However, with the night having already stirred the grass and startled the snake, it was unwise to pursue any further actions. Atop the mountain, within the vast nest of the divine tree, two Xian birds nestled closely, their necks entwined in slumber. One of them appeared somewhat weakened. Suddenly, a series of rumbling sounds echoed, akin to the grinding of wheels. Dark clouds loomed overhead, and a sinister figure unfurled its wings. Approaching with an ominous aura, the two Xian birds were jolted awake by this presence, rising to their feet. The weakened Xian bird let out an enraged cry, its demonic energy surging, ready to fight. The other Xian bird positioned itself protectively in front of its companion, wings spread wide, poised to attack. Phantom car, I have searched everywhere for you, and yet you have come to me. It screeched. Return my child at once, or face our wrath. It spoke in a somewhat convoluted dialect of the demon race, its feathers bristling, preparing to take flight. The figure hovered before them, revealing itself to be a nine-headed monster bird, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. It emitted a harsh laughter, taunting, Xian Ming, Xian Yu. Do you still not grasp the situation? Though I may not be your match, others like Mo Yun are at my side. How could you threaten me? But fear not. As long as you comply, we shall not harm your children. Lin Luochen had encountered Xian Ming, the male Xian bird, who, despite his fury, could only swallow his anger. Phantom car, how could you, a fellow demon, collude with the demon race? Phantom car scoffed. The demon race is a powerful clan. They are preferable allies than your weak human companions. I had no desire to be your enemy, yet you allowed your human subordinates to expand unchecked, even coveting our prey. The female Xian bird, Xian Yu, retorted fiercely. Those actions were taken by humans on their own accord. What does it have to do with us? Phantom car sneered. If you had not permitted them, would they dare to convene a multitude of clans? Xian Yu fell silent, and Xian Ming coldly demanded, what do you propose, Phantom car? A glint of malice flickered in Phantom car and Apos' eyes as he replied, we intend to seize this opportunity to eradicate these unruly humans, serving as a warning to all. This is the fate that befalls those who resist us. You need only to observe from the sidelines. Once we have dealt with these humans, we will return your children to you unharmed. Xian Ming hesitated, while Xian Yu resolutely nodded. Very well. Ensure my child's safety, or we shall remain unyielding. Phantom car nodded. I have no desire to be your adversary. Rest assured. Lastly, as fellow demons, let me offer you this counsel. Humans are rife with ambition. Do not harbor foolish compassion for them, lest you suffer the consequences in the future. With that, it took to the skies, leaving the two Xian birds unable to pursue. Merely watching it depart, Xian Ming pondered, Xian Yu, do you truly intend to allow them to annihilate the humans? Xian Yu felt a pang of compassion but steeled herself. Have you not always disapproved of my support for them? Let it be. I have sheltered them for many years, allowing them to recuperate. It is time they repay me. Xian Ming sighed. He had never favored Xian Yu and Apos' support of humans, yet now, paradoxically, it was Xian Yu, usually nurturing, who was resolute, while he found himself hesitant. But considering their offspring, he too had to harden his heart. Was the nascent rise of humanity truly to be extinguished so easily? For reasons unknown, Xian Ming suddenly recalled the human man he had seen earlier. From him emanated a sense of demonic energy and a palpable aura of life and death danger. Had he not felt threatened, he might not have been so quick to concede. After all, that exquisite garment might bring Xian Yu some joy, preventing her from reproaching him for his lack of success. Could that human possess the power to alter fate? Unbeknownst to Lin Luochen, who was oblivious to Xian Ming's high hopes for him, he was currently apprehensively sharing a room with Bai Wei, a solitary man and woman. He feared not only her predatory gaze but also the overwhelming instincts that might arise within him. Bai Wei, her enchanting eyes fixed upon him, sent subtle glances his way. But Lin Luochen remained unperturbed, like a monk in deep meditation. Frustrated, Bai Wei tossed and turned on the bed, revealing herself in various ways, hoping to elicit a response. Yet Lin Luochen remained unmoved. Finally, she resolved to take bold action, lightly panting as she sat up, using her delicate hand to fan herself. Benefactor, do you not feel warm? She inquired, pulling down the fur covering, revealing herself openly, her intentions laid bare before Lin Luochen. Indeed. Sincerity proved to be the most potent weapon. Upon witnessing her brazen display, Lin Luochen's breath quickened as he lunged forward. Benefactor, Before Bai Wei could revel in her triumph, she felt a sharp pain at the nape of her neck, her strength fading as she collapsed against the weapon. No. Does the benefactor favor this approach? In a state of confusion, she heard Lin Luochen's voice, filled with a sense of relief. That was close. I nearly compromised my integrity. Chapter 82. Why are women of this era so obscene? The next day, Bai Wei groggily awoke to find that Lin Luochen had long since vacated the room. Clad in her garments, she felt a slight ache in her neck from the earlier altercation but did not experience the pain that the women of her clan had mentioned. Doubting her own sensations, Bai Wei conducted a thorough examination and eventually discovered several bruises adorning her chest, resembling marks left by an aggressive grasp. Aside from this, nothing else seemed amiss, except for a piece of yellow paper affixed to the bedside, the purpose of which eluded her understanding. In a state of ambivalence, unsure whether to feel pleased or disappointed, she pouted and exited her chamber. The clan members regarded her with indifference, though a few women exchanged knowing smiles and winked at her. Bai Wei's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, not due to modesty, but from the shame of her own lack of skill and progress in her studies. As she surveyed her surroundings, she spotted Lin Luochen sitting by the riverbank, lost in self-reflection and drowning his sorrows in drink. Benefactor, Bai Wei exclaimed joyfully as she approached him. Lin Luochen was engaged in a playful banter with Chu Ling, attempting to justify his earlier actions as merely a mild admonition. Upon noticing Bai Wei's arrival, he felt a twinge of discomfort, relieved that she seemed devoid of any intention to confront him. She playfully complained, Benefactor, you hurt me so much. Lin Luochen sputtered out his drink, exclaiming, That sounds quite misleading. If you undress recklessly again, I shall strike you once more. Bai Wei, pouting in protest, retorted, It was an accident. As their conversation unfolded, a small, slender child approached, peering curiously at the two. The child possessed delicate features, with bright, round eyes, albeit he appeared quite malnourished and poorly dressed. Observing his disheveled hair, Lin Luochen felt an urge to assist him with grooming. You are from the Bai clan that arrived yesterday, are you not? He inquired. Indeed. I am Bai Wei, the priestess of the Bai clan. Bai Wei replied with a beaming smile. Little brother, which clan do you belong to? Have you lost your way? You are the little brother. You are the one who is lost. The boy proudly declared, puffing out his chest. I am Lian, the high priest of the Black Mountain tribe. Bai Wei gasped in disbelief, unable to fathom that this tiny creature was a high priest of a tribe. Are you truly the high priest of the Black Mountain tribe? Lian exuded an air of disdain, retorting, Do not underestimate me. I assure you, I am genuine. He scrutinized Bai Wei, seemingly pondering something, before shaking his head in disbelief. This foolish woman did not appear to be the formidable figure from the previous night. It was rumored that she had ascended to prominence through the man beside her. Lian's gaze shifted to Lin Luochen, who was also observing him, detecting a hint of a sinister aura emanating from the child. How intriguing that the one who had called him brother the previous night had managed to escape from Xianyan's grasp. Suddenly, Lian's eyes glinted with malice as he transformed his hand into a claw, launching a treacherous strike towards Lin Luochen's heart. Startled, Lin Luochen swiftly shielded Bai Wei behind him and intercepted the attack. However, Lian's fierce gaze and relentless assault suggested he was intent on a fight to the finish. Lin Luochen soon realized that the child possessed the strength of a Golden Core realm practitioner, compelling him to reluctantly draw upon the power of his demonic eye. As the dark energy coursed through his body, he gently pushed Lian away and coldly declared, Enough. Lian disregarded his command, advancing with an ethereal grace and attacking from various unpredictable angles. Lin Luochen, now irked, swiftly seized her wrist, channeling a potent surge of magic into her being. Lian felt as though struck by lightning, her body threatening to burst from the overwhelming force, leaving her utterly defenseless. With a sharp crack, she felt a sting in her rear, accompanied by Lin Luochen's icy voice, Behave yourself. In disbelief, Lian glared at him, her face flushed with anger. You dare strike me? As she flailed about, Lin Luochen delivered another slap to her rear, exasperatedly remarking, What of it? I shall strike you again if you persist. I will kill you, you scoundrel. Lian, though her powers were restrained, clawed at him like a feral cat, even sinking her teeth into his hand. Lin Luochen inhaled sharply, incensed, and pressed her down onto his thigh, delivering a series of blows to her backside. Are you a rabbit? Release me, release me. Do you not know better than to bite? Yet He Lian clung on fiercely, emitting muffled whimpers, her eyes glistening with tears, as though she were on the verge of crying. Just then, a woman's voice interrupted the standoff. Internal conflict is prohibited within the clan. I implore you. Friends of the Bai clan and priest He Lian, cease this altercation. Both turned to see a graceful woman standing nearby, presumably from the Xian Bird clan. Bai Wei quickly interjected, Benefactor, this is Xian Shu, a priestess of the Xian Bird clan. Lin Luochen cast a glance at Xian Shu, lowered his hand, and coldly instructed, release him at once. Yet He Lian continued to gnash her teeth, refusing to relent, determined to engage him further. Lin Luochen, now thoroughly vexed, was on the verge of striking her again when an elderly man with red hair approached. Priest He Lian, I ask you to show respect to this elder and let go of our friend. He Lian appeared somewhat intimidated by the elder's presence and, upon hearing his words, reluctantly loosened her grip, revealing a bloodied bite mark. Humph, I am doing this for Elder Chi's sake, or else I would not let you off so easily. The onlookers were amused. Some might even assume she was the victor in this encounter. Lin Luochen, still bewildered by being bitten, was further incensed and delivered another slap to He Lian's backside. With her rear already sore, she was further provoked, defiantly challenging, I shall retaliate against you. Xian Shu quickly stepped forward, urging her to calm down. Priest He Lian, please maintain your composure. The elderly man echoed her sentiment. Priest He Lian, remember, our guests are here as friends. Do not disrupt the harmony. He Lian merely feigned compliance. She had already confirmed Lin Luochen's identity as the individual from the previous night and had no intention of humiliating herself. Still, determined to assert her pride, she boldly declared, Boy, I shall remember you. What is your name? Your father. He retorted, You scoundrel, I will have my vengeance. He Lian was beside herself with anger, and despite the collective efforts to restrain her, the elder ultimately led her away, her furious glances directed at Lin Luochen, clearly indicating that their rivalry had been established. Xian Shu sighed. This priest He Lian has quite a peculiar temperament. I apologize for the disturbance caused to our esteemed guests. She herself felt somewhat troubled, as they had not only spared He Lian the previous night, but had also permitted her to take the Xian Bird clan's secret techniques. Who could have anticipated that she would remain restless, seeking out trouble, or rather, seeking out her own allies? Lin Luochen, glancing at the bite mark on his hand, pondered whether he might contract rabies. He shook his head in frustration. It was merely a trifling matter. Xian Shu, noticing their intent to depart, hastily called out, Please, wait a moment. Do you still possess the garments worn by Priest Bai Wei yesterday? Could we arrange an exchange? We would not take without giving. We are willing to barter. Lin Luochen's eyes brightened, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded her intently. What do you have to offer in exchange? Xian Shu felt a chill run down her spine under his scrutinizing gaze, wondering if he harbored ulterior motives. She had heard whispers that Priest Bai Wei's attire had been exchanged for a night of intimacy with him. I am a spirit maiden, and cannot partake in such exchanges. What are you thinking? I merely ask what valuable treasures you possess. Lin Luochen replied, somewhat exasperated. In this era, why are women so obscene? Money? What is it that we lack? All we possess are dragon blood grass, celestial crystals, and vermilion phoenix feathers. Moments later, Lin Luochen tossed aside a white garment and calmly remarked, Send the items to my room later. Xian Shu gazed at the cloud-like dress in his hands, his eyes sparkling with delight, as if he had fallen into a dream. Has it truly been acquired so easily? Where did he procure it from? This piece is meant for the divine bird. Might I have the audacity to request another for myself? Chapter 83, The Moon of Ancient Times Not Seen by Today's People on that day. Xian Shu delivered the white dress to the two Xian birds. Xian Ming gazed at the gift with a complex expression, and upon learning it was acquired from Lin Luochen, he fell into deep contemplation. Summon the human here. Xian Shu, puzzled, nodded in agreement and swiftly departed. No sooner had she left than Xian Yu angrily questioned, What do you want with that human? Xian Ming hesitated. That human possesses certain extraordinary abilities. Perhaps he can break the deadlock and help us rescue the child. Xian Yu retorted furiously, Are you mad? If we can't do anything, what can one human possibly achieve? If he sends word back, the humans will scatter, and what then for the child? Xian Ming, after all these years, we have but this one child, and you would gamble its life? Upon hearing this, Xian Ming was torn, wavering, but we have been under the humans' protection for many years. Xian Yu coldly replied, Yet have we not sheltered them for many years as well? Without me, they would have perished long ago. Xian Ming opened his mouth to chastise Xian Yu, but, seeing her distress, could only sigh softly. Previously, Xian Yu had stubbornly insisted on supporting the humans, claiming to do good deeds, and he had refrained from arguing further. Perhaps there truly is a cycle of karma. After centuries of being childless, they had finally laid eggs. In high spirits, Xian Yu agreed to Xian Yin's request to protect more humans and permitted them to convene a conference of various races. Little did they know, this action would encroach upon the interests of the surrounding demons, who seized the opportunity to abduct the incubating Xian bird eggs in Xian Ming's absence. Now, Xian Yu cared little for benevolence. She was solely focused on retrieving the child still in gestation. Xian Ming sought a righteous compromise, hoping to find another way to rescue the child. The two Xian birds once again found themselves at odds as they watched Xian Shu skillfully guiding the flying bird with Lin Luochen in tow. Xian Yu coldly stated, "Xian Ming, I care not for your reasoning. If anything happens to the child, I will hold you accountable." Just as Xian Ming was about to respond, Xian Shu descended with Lin Luochen and respectfully bowed. "The two guardians, the guest has arrived." Lin Luochen, supporting Xian Shu's slender waist, curiously observed the two Xian birds, one large and one small. To his surprise, the Xian birds were a pair. The one he had seen previously was noticeably larger, with more resplendent feathers, seemingly the male. The two Xian birds appeared to harbor some discord. The female Xian bird glared angrily at the male, subtly revealing hostility and intent to kill towards the two humans. Sensitive to such murderous intent, Lin Luochen felt a wave of bewilderment and prepared to activate his demonic eye at any moment. After much hesitation, Xian Ming ultimately succumbed to Xian Yu's insistence and sent Lin Luochen away with a single-tail feather, holding the exquisitely beautiful feather. Lin Luochen pondered the behavior of the two Xian birds, questioning why he sensed the female Xian bird's apparent displeasure. Xian Shu, feeling uneasy under his support, lowered her voice to explain. They usually share a close bond. However, recently, Xian Yu's emotions have been somewhat unstable, which has led to some hostility towards us. You need not take it to heart. Lin Luochen curiously inquired, "What is the reason for this?" A smile graced Xian Shu's face as she quietly replied, "According to the village elders, Xian Yu may be in the process of incubating offspring." Lin Luochen suddenly understood, yet he remained puzzled about the source of the murderous intent, growing increasingly vigilant. After all, if there was hostility directed at him, why should it also extend to Xian Shu? "Chuling, do you think these two Xian birds could be ferocious beasts?" Chuling chuckled softly. "How could that be? Xian birds have been revered by humans since ancient times." Lin Luochen pressed further. "When Xian birds are breeding, do they require a substantial amount of blood food?" Chuling pondered. "You are overthinking. Xian birds consume heavenly materials and treasures, not meat or blood." The two Xian birds radiated divine light, devoid of resentment or traces of bloodshed. They were certainly not fierce beasts. Lin Luochen felt even more perplexed. Had he not been confident in his ability to deal with the two Xian birds, he might have fled long ago. He had a nagging feeling that any potential conflict would arise during the conference of various races, and he resolved to wait and see. In the following month, Lin Luochen resided in the Xian bird tribe, daily refining his body with various heavenly materials and treasures while channeling demonic energy into his bodily acupoints. The spiritual energy from ancient times was exceptionally abundant, and the Tianyan Mountain, where the Xian birds dwelled, was a rare paradise. Amidst the rich spiritual energy and accumulation of countless heavenly materials, Lin Luochen made rapid progress, reluctant to leave. In truth, he found it impossible to depart. The slow recovery of the Blue Lotus made him ponder whether he should remain there to marry and start a family. On the eve of the conference of various races, Lin Luochen sat by the riverbank, gazing at the bright moon above while drowning his sorrows in wine. "Ah, did we not agree that today's people would not see the moon of ancient times?" Watching the dwindling amount of wine, his mood soured further. "Chuling, are we trapped in this era indefinitely?" Chuling mused thoughtfully. "Perhaps once you fulfill your historical mission, you might return to the future?" Lin Luochen smiled bitterly. "And what is my historical mission? To save humanity? To turn the tide?" Chuling jested. "Perhaps it's to have a chubby baby with Bai Wei here?" Lin Luochen rolled his eyes. For the past month, he had been incessantly harassed by the fiery Bai Wei. Were it not for the fear of disrupting the karma, he would have unleashed his talents, making her a sensation with his prowess. However, as time passed, Lin Luochen's thoughts began to waver. Just as he was lost in contemplation, Bai Wei came running towards him. "Benefactor." Lin Luochen gazed at her swaying figure, and his heart began to falter. Perhaps Bai Wei wasn't so bad after all? In the midst of his distraction, a spectral figure darted towards Lin Luochen, fingers glinting coldly. A flaw. Lin Luochen reacted instinctively, seizing the incoming hand and expertly delivering a flurry of strikes to her thigh. "So, you wish to show a flaw? Let me give you more." In an instant, the flaw transformed into a severe punishment. Haiyan cried out in distress as her sharp fingers flailed wildly. "You brat, let go of me." Lin Luochen grasped her other hand, holding both tiny hands tightly, smirking. "Little one, you ought to trim your nails. Today, Big Brother is in a good mood. Let me help you out." As he spoke, he retrieved a dagger and began to trim Haiyan's long, sharp nails, causing her great distress. "You scoundrel, this isn't over." "Not over, is it?" Lin Luochen smacked her bottom, chuckling darkly. "Be careful, or I might just take your head off." His frustration with this little brat rivaled that of Bai Wei. For the past month, she had relentlessly ambushed him, only to be thwarted repeatedly. Were it not for her youth and lack of true murderous intent, as well as his desire not to put Bai Wei in a difficult position, he would have been much less accommodating. However, after a month of sparring with Haiyan, he had developed a bond with her. After all, without her, Lin Luochen feared he might have already strayed into dangerous paths. Bai Wei approached with a bemused expression, half amused and half exasperated as she looked at Haiyan. "Haiyan, why haven't you learned your lesson yet?" Haiyan quickly retorted. "Bai Wei, spare me the sarcasm. Hurry and stop this scoundrel." Lin Luochen sneered. "Scoundrel? Have you forgotten to call me Big Brother? High in feigned innocence, Big Brother, I was wrong. Please don't cut my nails. I've been growing them for ages. Lin Luochen remained unmoved and even took the opportunity to cut away the wild tangles of her hair like weeds. Should you dare to return, I shall sever your head. Halian exclaimed, glancing at her bare fingers, a chill running down her spine as she fled. Casting defiant words over her shoulder. I shall remember you, and I will return. Lin Luochen retaliated by throwing a stone, striking her and prompting a swift retreat. The girl. Halian bore no malice. Her wildness stemmed from a lack of guidance in her youth. Amidst the echoes of age, an elderly figure approached, the red-haired elder, who settled upon a stone opposite Lin Luochen, producing a small bowl. Dear friend, could you grant this old man another taste of that exquisite beverage known as wine? Lin Luochen, with a sigh of resignation, poured a modest amount into the bowl and retorted, I possess little left. This elder, named Qi Feng, served as the high priest of the Qiyun tribe, neighboring the Heishan tribe where He Lian resided. Although Lin Luochen had yet to witness Qi Feng's prowess, he surmised that the elder was significantly stronger than He Lian, as her wary demeanor suggested. Qi Feng was affable, greeting all with a warm smile and easily engaging in conversation. Ever since discovering Lin Luochen's stock of wine, he had taken to visiting him frequently, fostering a budding camaraderie between them. After savoring a sip of the wine, Qi Feng beamed with delight, exclaiming, to partake in such a fine brew is to live without regret. Lin Luochen chuckled, while Bai Wei looked on in confusion, struggling to comprehend the allure of the drink. Once he set down the stone bowl, Qi Feng spoke with an air of gravity, Dear friend, a crimson light shrouds Tianyan Mountain. Tomorrow may herald unrest. Chapter 84. The gathering of the races. Upon hearing Qi Feng's words, Lin Luochen was momentarily taken aback, staring at him in astonishment. Qi Feng seemed to sense his confusion and smiled at him. I have lived more than half my life. While I may lack other talents, I excel at navigating fortune and misfortune. At this age, nearing the end of my days, my understanding of the divine and the mundane allows me to perceive things beyond the reach of ordinary eyes, discerning propitious and ominous signs. The clouds over the mountains are tinged with a bloody hue, and even the sacred tree is shrouded in malevolence, an ominous portent indeed. Had Lin Luochen not previously employed the art of auspicious observation, and had Qi Feng not spared him the expense, he might have dismissed the old man as a charlatan. If that is the case, why does Qi Feng not leave this place? He had shared this matter with many, yet only his kin and Halian believed him. Others regarded him as a troublemaker. The members of the Suanio tribe held him in particular disdain, viewing him as a scoundrel. Now, seeing that Lin Luochen harbored no doubts, Qi Feng could not help but grin widely. This matter concerned the future of humanity and left no room for the old man to cling to life, especially since there remained a glimmer of hope. Qi Feng's gaze burned intensely as he regarded Lin Luochen, prompting the latter to respond with amusement. You don't mean to suggest that the turning point lies with me, do you? Qi Feng nodded with a smile, indeed. Though I cannot see through your depths nor predict your fate, I have been increasingly convinced that you are the key to transforming calamity into opportunity. It is a feeling that defies description, yet I have relied on it to avert crises before, and this time it is clearer than ever. Lin Luochen sighed in resignation. Qi Feng, have you considered that your inability to see through me may simply be due to my superior strength and possession of treasures? Qi Feng lifted a stone bowl to his lips, taking a sip of wine, and chuckled, I have indeed pondered that, but the old man is willing to take a gamble. After all, I have lived over 40 years and am ready to stake this meager life for the future of humanity. Lin Luochen stared at the graying Qi Feng in shock. You are barely over 40? The calculation of time in this era roughly aligned with later periods, yet Qi Feng appeared far older than his years. Qi Feng laughed heartily. I age rather swiftly. Perhaps it is heaven's way of claiming me. Therefore, I wish to accomplish something for humanity before I depart, not seeking to be remembered, but simply to live without regret. Chu Lingyan sighed. This individual possesses a most unusual constitution, easily resonating with the heavens and entering a state of communion with the cosmos. Lacking the strength to support himself, he frequently peeks into and exposes heavenly secrets, yet only his lifespan suffers, his constitution defying the heavens. In the future, such a person could easily rise to imperial status, or even attain sainthood. What a pity. Lin Luochen felt a surge of emotions, not only Qi Feng, but those who currently emerge within humanity, such as Bai Wei, Qing Ting, and Halian, all possessed extraordinary talents. In his own time and space, they would surely be regarded as prodigies. After all, they lacked cultivation methods yet could harness the forces of nature purely through their innate abilities, an astonishing feat alas. They were born in an age of antiquity, when the arts were not yet flourishing, and their remarkable talents remained buried. Observing Lin Luochen's complex expression, Qi Feng rose solemnly and bowed. If you truly possess the power to turn the tide, I implore you, as a fellow human, to lend your strength to our race. Lin Luochen smiled wryly. Qi Feng, it is not that I do not wish to help. I simply have my reservations. Qi Feng frowned. Might you share these concerns? Lin Luochen sighed. I fear disrupting the natural order of the cosmos and hindering the organic progression of events. Qi Feng chuckled. The cosmos has its own principles. Everything has its natural course of development. Observe the great river. Even if obstructed by mountains, it will seek another path and ultimately flow into the sea. You worry too much. Even if you could disrupt the cosmic order, the heavens would revert to their essence. What is there to fear? Lin Luochen pondered this. The river's course might change, yet its destination remained unchanged. Qifeng clapped him on the shoulder, laughing. You are entitled to your concerns. If you do not wish to intervene, there is no need to force yourself. The rise of humanity is inevitable. I merely wish to hasten its arrival, to liberate our kind from suffering. Even if we were to meet our demise tomorrow, others will rise to lead humanity in the future. That is destiny. He downed his drink and cheerfully added, Thank you for the wine, my friend. May we share another cup in the future? Watching Qifeng depart, Lin Luochen's expression was mixed, while Bai Wei stared at him in a daze. Benefactor, will something truly happen tomorrow? Lin Luochen shook his head. I do not know. It is best to be cautious. With a sigh, he turned to make his way back, uncertain whether he should extend his hand to aid humanity. What do you think, Chu Lingyin? Chu Lingyin felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, this was different from rescuing Bai Wei and the others. It could indeed alter the course of humanity. Sigh. We shall act according to the situation. Whether trouble arises remains to be seen. Lin Luochen nodded in agreement and returned to his quarters, silently engaging in meditation. Though his thoughts were in disarray, that night, many kept him company, sleepless. Some gazed at the sky, while others tossed and turned. Regardless, the sun rose as usual. As Qifeng had said, nothing had changed for anyone. After freshening up, Lin Luochen stepped outside to find Bai Wei, clad in a white dress, already waiting at the door. Benefactor, shall we go? Lin Luochen nodded and followed the Bai clan towards the Suanio tribe. Along the way, others from different clans wore solemn expressions as they entered the Suanio tribe. Halian, wearing a straw hat, made a face at Lin Luochen, completely unbothered by the earlier incident. In response, Lin Luochen mimicked a striking gesture, causing her to reflexively cover her backside, prompting laughter from the crowd. Within the Suanio tribe, a massive stone altar had been erected at the center, surrounded by large stone chairs arranged in a semicircle. Young men and women stood at the entrance, guiding the priests and leaders of various clans to their designated seats. Though Lin Luochen and several powerful members of the tribes were not among the leaders, they were still invited to take their places on the stone chairs. The other clans could only sit on the ground surrounding the altar, creating a densely packed assembly of people. Despite ample space being reserved around the altar, it felt overwhelmingly crowded. The Suanio tribe alone boasted thousands. And with the arrival of various clans, the gathering swelled to several tens of thousands. Sitting atop the platform, a glance revealed a sea of heads, a truly magnificent sight. Lin Luochen found himself seated beside Bai Wei, with Qifeng on the other side, effectively separating him from Halian. Otherwise, it would have been awkward for Lin Luochen to strike Halian in public. Halian seemed to be aware of this, and from across Qifeng, she shot Lin Luochen a series of exaggerated winks, provoking annoyance. The Qing clan was also significant, with the Qing siblings seated next to Bai Wei. While familiar faces gathered together, most other clans were small, with fewer than 100 members, or represented by just a few individuals. In contrast, only a few hundred clans had come in their entirety, making for a sizable assembly, though not quite the grand gathering of all races. Those truly seated in the central area numbered only about 100, drawing the attention of the crowd. Lin Luochen and Bai Wei stood out conspicuously, naturally attracting the gaze of many and sparking various discussions. This left both feeling a bit uncomfortable, as if sitting on pins and needles. Bai Wei even contemplated asking Lin Luochen for a mask. At that moment, the crowd erupted in commotion as Xian Yin entered with Xian Shu and others. The assembly rose in unison, and both Xian Yin and Xian Shu acknowledged the gathering with a nod before stepping onto the stone platform, bowing respectfully to the crowd. I am profoundly grateful to all for responding to the call of our Xian Niao tribe and traveling great distances to be here, Xian Yin expressed earnestly. The purpose of this gathering is to unite our collective wisdom in order to transform the dire predicament our human race currently faces. Amidst the crowd, murmurs of skepticism and doubt echoed, revealing a palpable lack of optimism. With a gentle smile, Xian Yin remarked, our human race excels in wisdom rather than brute strength. This is both our virtue and our fatal flaw. However, this is a condition that can be altered. While we may lack innate power, we possess the capability to effect change through our efforts. He struck the stone platform before him, causing it to shatter into countless fragments, a feat that most could achieve. Suddenly, he raised his hand, and a tempest erupted around him, sending sand and debris swirling, forcing the onlookers to shield their eyes. This was a display beyond the reach of the majority, for it was a secret technique of our tribe, known only to the chieftain. As Xian Yin ascended slowly amidst the raging winds, astonishment swept through the assembly. With arms outstretched, he proclaimed words that ignited a wave of astonishment among the crowd. Today, I intend to impart this technique to everyone present, and indeed, to all of humanity.